Name: Jiang Mian. Gender: female. Base city No. 144, Western District Security Bureau. Jiang Mian sat inside the interrogation room, hands tucked awkwardly against herself, her whole posture betraying a restless unease. The security officer in charge of questioning lifted his head, sizing up the girl before him. Her skin was fair with a faint flush, her features delicate, yet most of them were obscured by a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Behind the lenses, a pair of moist almond eyes were lowered, making her seem exceedingly quiet and demure. To anyone looking, she was simply a timid, introverted good girl who had just been frightened. Do you know why you were brought here? The security officer's expression was stern. His voice was not loud, yet carried the habitual cold hardness honed over many years. I know. Perhaps because she was nervous, Jiang Mian's voice shook slightly. I shouldn't have gone to that kind of place. At that moment, the door to the interrogation room swung open. Another young security officer in uniform walked in, carrying 2 cups of water, and set them down in front of the two. Thank you. Jiang Mian thanked him in a small voice, lifting the paper cup, yet not drinking from it. Sit. The security officer seated opposite Jiang Mian pulled his chair back, clearing a space for the newcomer. Captain He. The young officer greeted him casually, adjusting the position of the recording device. After sitting down, he spoke to Jiang Mian in a gentle tone. Let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Ming, and this is He. Jiang Ming opened the notebook in his hand and gave Jiang Mian a small nod. Miss Jiang, next we will question you regarding your illegal purchase of controlled pharmaceuticals. Please answer truthfully. Hearing this, Jiang Mian's heart stirred slightly as she quietly raised her guard. She had been in this world for a month now. Before that, she had been a model youth named Jiang Ming. It had only taken a single fall on the way home. His vision went black, and when he woke, he had arrived in this world and lost his own dragon. This place could be considered a parallel world, and Jiang Mian corresponded precisely to another version of himself. In this world, cities were called base cities. High walls surrounded them, erected to guard against the mists beyond and the dangerous creatures lurking within those mists. Within this society, the existence of awakeners was common knowledge. Before the age of 18, during one's final year of high school, was considered the optimal time for awakening, but one had to purchase the awakening potion independently. With official subsidies, the awakening potion was expensive, yet still within the reach of most. Thus, many chose to gamble on it, and Jiang Mian had been no exception. She had scrimped and saved, piecing together the money bit by bit just to buy a single dose of awakening potion. Yet regrettably, she possessed no sequence potential at all. She remained an ordinary person. It was not until he became her. On that night of transmigration, she seemed to merge with Jiang Mian's soul and completed an awakening. Although her sequence ability ranked very high, she dared not speak of it, for she had not become one of the widely revered awakeners, but rather one of those everyone shunned, one of the diseased. Here, awakening abilities were divided into awakening sequences and calamity sequences, 5 paths, each with a total of 360 distinct sequence abilities corresponding to them. The sequence she had awakened belonged to Calamity Sequence 3, the Heavenly Catastrophe Path, Apocalypse. A diseased individual's mind and body would gradually distort over time, aligning ever closer with the calamities lurking within the mists. Whether advancing in level or supplementing nourishment, one required the cores of those calamities or even the flesh and blood of awakeners. They were like the madmen among awakeners, highly unstable and posing grave danger to society. Though the authorities did not execute them outright, they subjected such people to strict control and established specialized containment facilities. Yet once confined, where those people truly went remained unknown. Only carefully curated idyllic rehabilitation footage was released from time to time. The first time Jiang Mian saw such footage, she had felt a nameless chill. Therefore, she would never tell anyone about this. Yet perhaps her power was too inherently violent. The mental intrusion came quickly and fiercely. A week after awakening, little figures began dancing before her eyes. As time went on, incomprehensible murmurs even emerged beside her ears. Later still came obvious physical changes. Jiang Mian could only desperately search for information and eventually learned of a kind of inhibitor that could ease these symptoms. However, its price was exorbitant, and it required special channels. She had neither the connections nor the money. Forced to compromise, Jiang Mian turned to the black market, seeking inferior imitation drugs with weaker effects. And that was what led to today. Tell us, student Jiang, what business did a mere student have at a mobile black market? He finally spoke, his voice low and carrying an inexplicable sense of pressure. Jiang Mian lowered her head, even further, inwardly calculating how to bluff her way through. For now, her best weapon was this seemingly innocent appearance. She forced herself to recall every sad memory from both lives until a fine sheen of tears misted her eyes. Only then did she raise her head, as though making some grave resolve. It was somewhat embarrassing, but a true man can bend and stretch. If acting pitiful was required, she would grit her teeth and do it. Jiang Mian glanced at He as though cowed by his severity, shrinking her neck as she choked out, I used an awakening potion last month, but it failed. I couldn't accept it. Shen Ming's pen paused slightly. He lifted his head to look at the sobbing girl, a glimmer of sympathy flashing in his eyes. In this era where Awakeners stood above all, countless people pinned every hope for their future on that yet the probability of success was only 1 in 20. Every year, many students whose awakenings failed suffered breakdowns, some even taking extreme measures, and their numbers were far from small. There were always those who clung to the belief that they had merely been unlucky, since the official subsidy came only once they would risk everything to obtain dubious, unregulated products, willingly letting themselves be cheated out of their money. Sir, I only heard people say that the black market goods could stimulate potential, and I lost my head for a moment. Jiang Mian secretly rejoiced that she had wasted a bit of money on an extra fake potion, otherwise she would not have been able to make this lie hold together. As for that imitation inhibitor, once she had confirmed its effectiveness, she had used it up at once. Judging by the time, it had almost completely metabolized by now, and when she bought it, it had been through a scalper, leaving no trace to follow. She had checked in advance among all sequence abilities. There was no such overpowered thing as time manipulation. Even if such an ability did exist, how could a small place like Base City No. 144 possibly harbor a master of that caliber? I'm sorry, I didn't know it was a controlled substance. I truly didn't know. She forced herself, and tears slid down at just the right moment. In that moment, she perfectly resembled an ordinary girl who had been driven to a dead end, and now felt both remorseful and powerless. He fell silent for a time. Clearly under Jiang Mian's string of feints, even an experienced security officer like him found it hard to withstand. Shen Ming, sitting beside them, was even more affected. Seeing Jiang Mian in such a state, he could not help saying, "Captain, I've checked her file. Her record at school is good, and she has no prior offenses. She purchased an awakening potion a month ago, but the awakening failed." He hesitated for a moment, then continued his report. "We've already taken down that black market hideout. From the materials and ledgers seized in the warehouse, their main business was producing and selling low-quality auxiliary potions of all kinds." He listened to Shen Ming's report, his index finger tapping rhythmically on the tabletop. A clean record, a reasonable motive, and a confession that matched the physical evidence. Everything pointed to a routine scam case like those seen every year. His expression softened somewhat. Exchanging a glance with Shen Ming, he gave a slight nod. His meaning clear, there was no major problem. Ahem. He cleared his throat, breaking the silence in the interrogation room. "Jiang Mian, your actions do constitute a violation of the law. However, considering that this is your first offense, and the circumstances are not severe, our handling of your case will be." He believed it. He believed it. Joy flickered in Jiang Mian's heart, though her expression, especially her eyes, remained unchanged. After all, if one is to act, one must act to the end. You will receive a formal reprimand and educational warning, and the contraband you purchased will be confiscated according to law. You must never repeat this, understood? I understand. Thank you, sir, I won't dare do it again. Jiang Mian nodded repeatedly, her voice still thick with tears. Seeing her like this, He's tone unconsciously softened. "According to regulations, we need to contact your family to pick you up and to confirm the outcome of this case. What is your family's contact information?" At the mention of family, Jiang Mian's body tensed faintly. She murmured in a low voice, "I have no family anymore." Oh. He and Shen Ming were simultaneously struck with astonishment. "My father used to work at the base construction bureau." Jiang Mian explained softly, 6 years ago during a mission he encountered a rare tidal mist. Having worked in this base city for nearly 20 years, he was exceedingly familiar with the place. Upon hearing this, he immediately recognized the accident. 6 years ago, the city had attempted for the first time to establish a special passage to Base City No. 143A, but an unexpected disaster ensued. A violent uprising of mist creatures. The most formidable among them was a calamity of 5th tier. At that time, the escort team of awakened individuals possessed a highest rank of merely 4th tier despite being among the finest in Base City No. 144. In the face of the sudden and direct encounter, they stood no chance against that calamity, resulting in an incident where no one survived. Seeing the silence in their eyes, Jiang Mian continued on her own. "My mother was a nurse at Xiqing Hospital. 2 years ago, when an unprecedented epidemic swept through the city, Jiang Mian left her sentence unfinished, though the outcome was all too evident. In this world, her memories confirmed the stark truth about parental fates. In her past life, her own parents had perished in a similar manner. It seemed that even in this existence, misfortune was inescapable. Recalling this, genuine emotion surfaced within her. She ceased her tears and sat in silence, exuding an air of profound solitude. He felt as though his throat had suddenly constricted, unsure how to comfort her, so he silently retrieved Jiang Mian's file from his document case. The relatives section was blank. After further searching, he eventually uncovered the file of Jiang Mian's parents, affirming the veracity of her words. "My apologies." He had never expected such circumstances. No wonder Jiang Mian appeared so compliant, yet her unwavering fixation on awakening surely stemmed from a deep-seated insecurity. I really deserve this, he thought, feeling an uncontrollable urge to slap himself as a heavy sense of guilt weighed upon his heart. At that moment, even without further words from Jiang Mian, both had deduced her underlying motives, neatly piecing together the mystery of her actions. She soon regained her composure, though the situation was lamentable. Life had to carry on. Officer. Jiang Mian's voice was faint, and she appeared utterly exhausted. When she had departed, night had already fallen. She had intended to quickly purchase the potion and return, yet the itinerant black market ended up being entirely raided by the authorities. Jiang Mian had planned to slip away amidst the chaos, but instead was cornered and forced to feign the innocence of a young maiden as she was escorted in. I want to go home, she whispered. Of course you may. Promptly upon hearing this, he rose and, glancing at his watch, which read 2:30 m, said, it's very late, we will see you home. Oh. Jiang Mian instinctively objected, as if embarrassed. No need to trouble you, officer. I live not too far away. No trouble at all. It is our duty. Jiang Ming interjected. Moreover, it is unsafe for a young lady to travel alone at night. He nodded, lowering his head as guilt welled up again while he looked at Jiang Mian. Having lost her parents in the line of duty and having just suffered the blow of a failed awakening, she was left to face life on her own. This child had endured far too much. Let's go. He opened the interrogation room's door and led her outside. The West District at night is. We will accompany you so that you may feel at ease. Although the city at large appeared to be under the firm control of the Public Security Bureau, the labyrinthine West District always harbored areas beyond its reach. Thank you, officers. Jiang Mian shyly nodded, a sense of relief washing over her as she realized that both had come to fully trust her. However, next time, she must be even more cautious, otherwise if caught again, she would be utterly helpless in her defense. Jiang Mian climbed into the car with them, sitting alone in the back seat, as she gazed at the cityscape whizzing by. Given that the Public Security Bureau was situated on a main road, basic streetlights were in place. However, as one approached near Jiang Mian's residence, the illumination markedly diminished. Due to limited energy resources, power was allotted only to essential areas, leaving remote regions such as this devoid of lighting. Taking advantage of the dim light from afar, Jiang Ming could just make out the outlines of dilapidated buildings. Worse than he had imagined. Have you always lived here? Jiang Ming turned to the young girl in the back seat and couldn't help but ask. No. Jiang Mian shook her head and glanced toward the nearing apartment building. Sensing Jiang Ming's doubt, she replied, after they left, the compensation given to me was in truth only a scant sum. The house, because I still owed money, I had to sell it and move here. Although this place is remote, the rent is She seemed reluctant, yet whispered, I rarely work, and with tuition fees to pay I have no choice but to scrape together funds to buy awakening potions. Jiang Mian's tone remained even and devoid of overt pity, yet it wielded a tremendous emotional. Even with subsidies, awakening potions cost as much as 1500 and black market suppressants, even in a degraded form, command prices of up to 10 with each lasting merely half a month. Moreover, having lost her parents many years ago and facing numerous financial burdens, Jiang Mian was forced to forego owning a home. In silence, he drove on, his gaze sweeping over the residential area. This was known in the West District as the dilapidated old and small dwelling, a place marked by poor infrastructure and a massive transient population, where a beautiful young girl resided alone. We've arrived, this is it. Done. Jiang Mian spoke, interrupting his thoughts. Once the vehicle had come to a halt, she opened the door and stepped out. Thank you both. Just as she was about to leave, he called after her. Wait. He extended a business card from the car window, which bore his personal information. Keep this, should you encounter any difficulties, or if anyone troubles you, feel free to contact me. Jiang Mian was momentarily taken aback before accepting the card. Thank you, officer, she said, tucking it into her pocket. Now hurry back, and remember to lock your doors and windows. Jiang Mian nodded, turned, and walked into the entrance of the apartment building, vanishing into the shadows. He sighed. His intuition warned him that something was amiss, though he hoped it wasn't, because she had become one of the mutated. He had encountered many mutated individuals since the onset of awakening. Their minds had become disturbed, rendering them nearly incapable of controlling their frenzied impulses. Even when administered suppressants, their emotional expressions would only be partially subdued. Jiang Mian's demeanor was completely uncharacteristic of a mutated one. Moreover, her parents had sacrificed their lives for the city's development, and clad in his public security uniform, he was reluctant to assume the worst about such a child. Perhaps he was overthinking it. He resolved to occasionally check up on her in the future. Officer, Jiang Ming inquired, noticing that he had left the car idle for a long while. Let's go back and compile tonight's records. Those involved are to be further interrogated. Among those apprehended were buyers, sellers, and manufacturers. Individuals like Jiang Mian, like sheep mingling among wolves, were particularly conspicuous. Understood. Huff. Jiang Mian returned to her small apartment, casually kicking her shoes aside and plopping down onto the. If it weren't for her prior preparations and outstanding acting skills, she would have at least been detained for a week under such circumstances. You see, the potion she used before could only last for half a month. She wasn't sure if it was due to hunger, but since her awakening, she hadn't even reached the threshold of the first level, let alone activated her full abilities. This world's 5 awakening paths are Spirit, Soul, Element, Radiance, and War, while the Calamity Sequence is its counterpart, divided into Silence, Nightmare, Natural Disaster, Chaos, and Slaughter. Paths in essence are merely classifications of various sequence abilities. The sequence ability she awakened, Doomsday, belongs to the pinnacle of the Natural Disaster path, encompassing all abilities related to natural disasters. Once fully developed, the destructive range of her ability would undoubtedly be the highest among the 5 calamity paths. However, to activate it, she needed to be in a relatively saturated state, either by devouring a Calamity Core or the flesh and blood of an Awakener. Jiang Mian deemed her mental state normal, yet the thought of eating people was simply impossible, utterly unthinkable. But when it came to hunting calamities, leaving the city required not only her overt identity as an Awakener, but also the capability to handle crises. Herein lies the problem. She couldn't fill her stomach, thus she couldn't activate her abilities. Without the ability to hunt, she remained hungry. It was a vicious cycle. But if she were to abandon the suppressants and continuously stimulate her mind, she might fully enter the first level. The consequences, though, would likely shorten the duration of the suppressants significantly, along with accelerating the rate of mutation. Right? What the heck is going on? Jiang Mian said, somewhat irritably, ruffling her hair, turning her once smooth strands into a disheveled mess. It was one thing to have crossed over and changed gender, but to awaken a power that was more ornamental than functional, with a sequence 3 sounding quite high yet offering no initial skills. No, that couldn't be right. Can extraordinary hunger count as a skill? Since her awakening, her appetite had become surprisingly large. Based on her original small bird-like stomach, she would have been full after finishing a bowl of rice, but now she needed at least 3 large bowls to start. This led to her improved physique, but also skyrocketed her meal expenses, further straining her already empty wallet. I still need to find a way to make money to buy medicine. Jiang Mian got up somewhat weakly, realizing she still had some money left. While it could last her a while, she couldn't afford to waste it. She dragged her exhausted feet to the bathroom, took off her glasses, turned on the faucet, and intended to wash her face to wake herself up. The icy droplets cascaded down her cheeks as Jiang Mian looked up at the mirror. It was a face that anyone would find adorable and gentle, with a hint of childishness in her eyes. No wonder the officer had been rendered speechless after sternly questioning her for a few moments. In her current state, she indeed easily evoked a protective instinct in others. Jiang Mian attempted to recreate the expression she had made at the police station, but halfway through she found herself unable to maintain it. What am I doing? She muttered, patting her face, casually tossing her glasses onto the bedside, and rummaging through her wardrobe for clean clothes, preparing to freshen up. Although she had successfully awakened, her abilities had yet to enhance her physical attributes at such speed, and considering her fasting state, thoughts of her abilities nurturing her back to health or curing her nearsightedness were best set aside for now. Her prescription wasn't even that high, around 300 degrees. Although she could barely see clearly without her glasses, she preferred wearing them for comfort. By the time Jiang Mian finished showering and stepped out of the bathroom in a strappy nightgown, it was already a little past 3 o'clock. Usually frugal, she didn't mind the time much since she was at home alone. Having transformed into a girl, though she had adapted for a while, it still felt dreamlike, with many sensations differing from before, such as she looked down, noticing her 2 small hills gently swaying with her movements, the pale skin making her eyes hurt. Clearly possessing a pure and gentle appearance, why did this area seem so mature? One hand couldn't even cover it. Because of this, whether it was her past self or her current self, she always opted for loose school uniforms and today's black hoodie when going out. Jiang Mian was in her senior year with just over a month left until the college entrance examination, yet she had completely lost focus on studying, her mind filled with thoughts of how to make money, buy medicine, and fill her stomach. Having just resolved her mental issues, Jiang Mian should have been happy, but thinking of these matters made her feel constricted. Surely she couldn't rely on her looks to cozy up to a rich man, could she? She had once been a man. Even if she were to starve to death or jump from her home, she would never resort to depending on a man for a living. So, given the circumstances, she might as well sleep it off. Jiang Mian was truly out of options and decided to leave the problem for her tomorrow self. Zzz. The next morning, Jiang Mian, sporting faint dark circles under her eyes, went to school while yawning incessantly along the way. If she hadn't encountered that incident last night, she wouldn't have only slept for 3 hours. Why? After crossing over, do I have to experience senior year again? The school she attended, No. 5 Secondary School, was a key city institution located in the more prosperous southern part of the city, producing quite a number of excellent students each year. Of course, this excellence referred to students who became Awakeners each year. In this world, all schools divided students into 2 types. One type is martial exam candidates, namely students who have awakened abilities. Once awakened, there is no need to participate in examinations, essentially graduating on the spot and choosing their desired universities. Thanks to the power of the Radiance Path Awakeners, the base city had already managed to carve out passable routes through the fog, initially solving the issue of communication between cities. In this life, her father had perished due to the construction of such routes. Although it was a project intended to promote inter-city communication, Jiang Mian couldn't muster any fondness for it. The second type comprises college entrance examination candidates with a system similar to that of her previous life. Yet even after graduation, job opportunities in each base city were quite limited, with countless options like delivery factory work, or even becoming a cleaner. If it weren't so troublesome to withdraw from school, Jiang Mian would have fled long ago. After all, here educational qualifications weren't significant, and besides, she harbored the secret of being a mutant. As for disguising herself as an Awakener, she had considered it given her acting skills, and if she could formally step into the first level, she could also master abilities akin to those of the element path. In previous years, a few lucky individuals had undergone a second awakening after failing the first, and surprisingly some had succeeded. If only her abilities could fully awaken, and she could find an opportunity to replicate that. Jiang Mian pondered various matters, unknowingly stepping into Class 8 of her senior year. As soon as she appeared, several gazes in the classroom focused on her, including some of the brothers she had gotten along well with in her past life. Jiang Mian felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Having been here for a month, she still couldn't adapt to their enthusiastic attitude. Being leered at by her brothers was terrifying. Jiang Mian felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Having been here for a month, she still couldn't adapt to their enthusiastic attitude. The boy's name was Wang Chun. He was short and thin, which allowed him to sit in the front row with her. However, he was one of the few students in the class who had successfully awakened, and although he ranked at the bottom, he was still much better than the average person. Morning. Jiang Mian waved her hand and replied weakly. Just as she settled and drowsiness washed over her, she shifted the mountain of textbooks on her desk, placed her bothersome glasses aside, and laid her head down on her desk. What Jiang Mian didn't notice was that Wang Chun stole several glances at her after she averted her gaze. Due to her drowsiness, her small mouth was slightly open, and the soft flesh on her cheeks pressed against her arm, forming a small mound, seemingly completely defenseless. Under the bright lights, her rosy lips reflected an enticing sheen. Wang Chun felt that the school beauty, who was rumored to be highly esteemed, paled in comparison to his usually inconspicuous deskmate. It seemed like a delusion, but he felt that over the past month his deskmate's personality had become somewhat strange. It seemed as if she was more casual when interacting with him. Was it a result of a failed awakening that had affected her? Or was it? Wang Chun touched his face. Jiang Mian adjusted her posture uneasily, prompting Wang Chun to quickly retract his gaze, fearing she might notice. The school desk is the best place to sleep, she thought hazily. After all, most people had already injected the awakening potion, and only 6 or 7 lucky ones in the class had become awakened, which was considered average. After the awakening, the previously tense atmosphere in the class had deflated like a punctured balloon. Those who hadn't awakened mostly began to slack off, while the awakened ones rarely came back. Those like Wang Chun who remained in class had their own reasons. Thus, even if Jiang Mian was snoozing soundly, no one would say anything. After all, she had been like this before, as well, working part-time at night, always appearing this drowsy, which was quite fitting for her name. The teacher at the podium merely glanced over and continued reading from the book in his hands, seemingly unfazed. Jiang Mian's family situation was known to her. It couldn't get any worse. After graduation, she would probably skip further schooling and head straight to work. In the morning, the school's curriculum mainly consisted of fundamental subjects like mathematics and science, while the liberal arts only had Chinese language classes, and those only occurred every few days. In the afternoon, there was only one physical education class, and it lasted for 3 or 4 consecutive periods. The content had also changed from Jiang Mian's previous life, where it was more of a loose approach to physical education. Now, they were actually teaching skills. For example, basic combat training. However, it was up to the teacher to teach. Whether one learned or not was their own. Although Jiang Mian had wanted to learn some, she felt somewhat weak due to a hunger, and found her punches to be more like. She muddled through the morning classes, and when she arrived at the cafeteria, she was disgusted to find her meal had a steel wire in it. Jiang Mian instead found it laughable. Ever since she had crossed over, she hadn't encountered a single good thing, and sometimes it was truly infuriating. No, she no longer had that sort of thing. In short, it was quite unpleasant. Jiang Mian simply dumped her meal and returned to the classroom, thinking to look over the materials again to see if there were any disasters she could deal with. The so-called disasters were actually fog creatures with special abilities. Generally, fog creatures had no special powers, and were simply terrifying in appearance, relying heavily on their strong physiques and tenacious vitality. However, disasters were different. They were akin to awakened beings, among them possessing sequential abilities, and each individual had slight differences, making them hard to guard against. However, there were also extremely weak existences among them. At most, they would be bothersome, like the Nightmare Path's bottom-tier little ghost, which would cling to people's backs and couldn't be shaken off. Just as she was checking the disaster compendium she had borrowed from the library during the break between lunch and her nap, she suddenly felt the light in front of her blocked by a tall figure. She frowned and looked up. It was Li Hao, originally the class underachiever and a troublemaker, but he had awakened the sequential ability of 135, which was from the Warpath Steel Bones. In Jiang Mian's impression, Li Hao had always been a slacker relying on his family's influence and doing nothing all day. In this world, he was a second generation and his father was an unremarkable awakened being. Whether in her past life or the present, she had little interaction with him, but after Li Hao awakened it seemed like he had become arrogant, his demeanor filled with superiority. At that moment, he was staring intently at Jiang Mian. When he noticed Jiang Mian looking back, a confident smile crept across his face, as if he was determined to win. Jiang Mian's heart sank, and she felt a chill creeping up her back. Damn, why is this guy fixated on me? How could she not understand what that gaze represented? Jiang Mian. Sure enough, as expected, Li Hao's voice boomed, immediately drawing the attention of all the classmates in the classroom. Numerous curious, excited, and gossiping gazes turned towards the two of them. Jiang Mian stiffened, forcing a polite smile, and reluctantly said, Li, how is there something you need? Although she felt nauseous inside given her current identity, it was better to play along. Exposing anything unusual would be a hassle. Seeing Jiang Mian's timid demeanor, Li Hao became even more excited. He stepped forward and unceremoniously shoved the exquisite gift box into Jiang Mian's arms. This is for you. Li Hao's face was filled with confidence, as an awakened being capturing someone like Jiang Mian was a piece of cake. He had been watching Jiang Mian for a long time. Although she wasn't as flashy as those outside of school, she was good-looking and had a very clean aura which always made him feel a perverse desire. I saw this at a boutique in the Central District and thought it would suit you perfectly. Jiang Mian lowered her head, her expression somewhat dim. According to her character design, she could only decline politely. No matter what she did, this guy would keep pestering her. It was a hassle. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. It's just a meal's worth of money to me, Li Hao said dismissively. Jiang Mian's tone trembled slightly as she pushed the box back. I really can't accept it. Li Hao's tone was nonchalant as he directly said, Jiang Mian, I know you failed your awakening and must feel terrible. But it's okay, as long as you become my girlfriend, I'll make sure you never have to worry about your life again. Everyone present understood that Li Hao's promise was not reliable. He was approaching Jiang Mian simply because he wanted an easy plaything. Jiang Mian lowered her head, avoiding Li Hao's scorching gaze, and pushed the gift box back. To others, she seemed to be trembling in a pitiful manner, utterly at a loss for words. After all, Jiang Mian was known for her introverted and gentle demeanor, and her grades were quite good. However, her refusal was evident, yet it did not deter Li Hao. His confident smile froze and a flicker of impatience crossed his eyes. To him, it merely indicated that Jiang Mian had not yet come to terms with reality and was still clinging to her aloofness. Jiang Mian. Li Hao raised his voice, slightly exuding an inexplicable sense of superiority. I know what kind of life you are living right now. As long as you agree, I guarantee you'll live 100 times more comfortably than now. His words only intensified the whispers within the classroom. Some were eager to watch the drama unfold, while others sympathized with Jiang Mian. Isn't this going too far? Just because he isn't awakened, he can do as he pleases. Jiang Mian is already quite pitiful, and yet they treat her like this. However, there were also snide female voices that remarked, Humph, what are you pretending for? How can you refuse an awakened who has taken an interest in you? Exactly how many people would want to be with him, but can't? In the crowd, Wang Chun, who had just returned to the classroom, witnessed this scene, his fists quietly tightening. Bastard. Seeing his deskmate look like a frightened fawn, a surge of blood rushed to his head. He wanted nothing more than to rush forward and shield her from Li Hao's nauseating gaze. Though he was also an awakened and a member of the Warpath, he was only at sequence 335, specializing in reconnaissance listening, which enhanced his hearing. This ability leaned towards reconnaissance support, allowing him to discern extremely subtle sounds, but in later stages it mostly enabled him to sense the emotional fluctuations of sound sources, making it nearly useless in direct combat. In contrast, Li Hao's steel bone was a bona fide combat-oriented ability, making his body exceptionally strong. The gap between awakened individuals was indeed vast. If only I had awakened a combat-oriented ability. Wang Chun could clearly sense the undisguised contempt in Li Hao's tone, and he could also hear the hidden disgust in Jiang Mian's voice. This feeling of being acutely aware of everything, yet powerless due to his own weakness, nearly suffocated him. Am I really incapable of doing anything? A wave of intense resentment and helplessness surged in his chest. What are you doing? Wang Chun suddenly pushed aside the girl who had just insulted him and took a step forward, causing her to emit a sharp cry that drew Li Hao's attention. Li Hao glanced at Wang Chun with a cold snort, showing a hint of impatience, as if he would warn Wang Chun with his fists if he dared to step closer. Li Hao knew that if he acted, it would only be a matter of a few days of confinement for him, but the other party might not be so fortunate. Wang Chun instantly fell silent. What could he possibly do? Anger Li Hao only to be dealt with as easily as tossing away a piece of trash. Not only would he fail to protect Jiang Mian, but he would also become a laughingstock. Due to shame and anger, Wang Chen's face flushed red, but he remained rooted in place doing nothing. Li Hao sneered, turned his head, and looked at Jiang Mian. At this moment Jiang Mian had already calmed down, a barely perceptible dark golden glint flashing in her eye. First she needed to find a way to get this guy to leave. At worst she could take a leave of absence and not come to school. Given her homeroom teacher's nature, she would surely approve if she knew about this. Once she developed her abilities, she would find a way to deal with this guy. His sequence was neither high nor low in the 5th tier, but with an awakened father at home, no one else dared to intervene if things turned serious. Jiang Mian, my patience is limited. Don't push your luck. He'll ask you one last time, will you agree? Li Hao had clearly lost his patience, and the threat in his words was unmistakable. Li, I need some time to think about this. It's all so sudden. My mind is a bit chaotic right now. Jiang Mian raised her head, her eyes slightly red, and her voice trembled a little. Why does it feel so strange? It seemed she had overdone it, and felt a bit off. Jiang Mian couldn't help but feel that her little act was becoming increasingly skillful. Although she had previously played minor roles to make ends meet, she had only been pedestrian A or corpse B. She had never played a woman before. This smooth little act was something she had come up with on her own. Previously she had managed to deceive an experienced officer like he, relying on her well-developed tier ducts and the urgency brought on by the crisis. Now when she tried to recreate it, everything felt off. But I should be able to pull it off. Did she not understand women? Did she not understand men? Someone as arrogant as Li Hao, self-important and controlling, needed to be given the illusion that he had already come to terms with reality to keep him temporarily appeased. That's more like it. Indeed, the impatience on Li Hao's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of sadness. In his eyes, Jiang Mian's transition from outright rejection to gradually softening under his authority was the most satisfying to his vanity. Fine, I'll give you one more day, think it over carefully. After saying that, he shot a warning glance at Wang Chun beside him and the classmates who were enjoying the spectacle before he arrogantly left like a victorious rooster. What an idiot. Jiang Mian felt a surge of rage within her. It was one thing to encounter a string of misfortunes, but now this jerk had come out to disgust her. She could feel that if her emotions fluctuated any further, the suppressants she had absorbed last night would probably... As the peak of the natural disaster path, Doomsday represented extreme violence and the most merciless side of nature, raging fires, hurricanes, tsunamis, thunder. Emotions, especially intense negative feelings, acted like sparks igniting dry tinder, easily triggering the chaotic abilities of the disaster sequence. This was also one of the reasons why the mutated individuals often faced mental instability. They found it challenging to fully control the impacts brought by their abilities. Jiang Mian irritably tossed aside the gift box that Li Hao had forcefully pushed on her, not even glancing at it. Wang Chen cautiously returned to his seat. Seeing Jiang Mian's reaction, he felt a tightness in his chest. He knew her earlier words were likely a temporary measure, but what about next time? Even knowing her true feelings, what could he do? I'm sorry. Wang Chen opened his mouth, his voice somewhat dry. Upon hearing him, Jiang Mian turned to look at him. Because she had exerted herself earlier, her eyes were still slightly red. Seeing Wang Chen's visible guilt, she immediately understood. Upon hearing him, Jiang Mian turned to look at him. Because she had exerted herself earlier, her eyes were still slightly red. Seeing Wang Chen being threatened by someone like Li Hao and still comforting him, surely she felt worse. He couldn't help but curse himself for being a fool. Jiang Mian observed his reaction, but chose not to say more. She wasn't in the mood to cater to a sensitive teenage boy's pride, who, offering him a few words of comfort, was already generous, given his earlier intention to stand up for her. Moi. Jiang Mian blinked as she noticed a few lines of squirming text resembling small worms appearing on her glasses lenses. Jiang Mian removed her glasses and rubbed her eyes, only to find those faint lines still hovering within her field of vision, as though etched directly onto her retinas. She recalled having heard of such phenomena before. Whether one awakened as a cultivator or mutated into a corrupted being, a skill guidance interface would invariably manifest upon awakening, an artifact seemingly governed by immutable cosmic rules. Jiang Mian had remained below the 1st tier until now, and thus this interface had never activated. Though the characters appeared crooked and alien, resembling an unknown script, Jiang Mian instinctively comprehended their meaning. Select your initial ability. Time remaining 30 seconds. Ignition. Grants rudimentary fire manipulation. Designate any target within 10 meters as combustible kindling to draw energy from its burning to replenish your own reserves. 2. Tide. Grants rudimentary water manipulation and enhances physical constitution. In combat, offensive power progressively amplifies with each successive strike. 2. Tide. Grants rudimentary water manipulation and enhances physical constitution. In combat, offensive power progressively amplifies. Jiang Mian blinked in mild surprise. Moments earlier she had been unsettled, repulsed even, by Li Hao's behavior, her mood souring. Yet that emotional rupture had evidently breached some invisible threshold. She had just ascended fully into the first tier. These 3 abilities, she realized, each echoed the primordial forms of distinct calamities. Setting aside raw metrics, their effects alone were already extraordinary for a first-tier awakened one. The first ability required only kindling. Once ignited, combustion sustained itself with minimal expenditure of her own energy. All she needed to do was light the flame. Moreover, when harvesting cataclysm cores or other volatile essences, a simple conflagration sufficed. Undeniably a supreme ability for cultivation and growth. The second enhanced physical resilience, but offered no singularly outstanding trait. She dismissed it for now. The third promised respectable offensive capability and utility in evasion. Yet among early-tier awakened ones following the elemental path, wind-affiliated cultivators were notoriously weak, their damage output negligible until the 3rd or even 4th tier when qualitative transformation finally occurred. Still weighing all factors, Jiang Mian chose the first. It delivered both offensive potency and exceptional endurance, ideal not only for combat, but for discrete advancement, ahem cultivation. Even in mid to later stage progression, this ability would remain peerless. With a subtle shift of will, ignition responded instantly, glowing with a soft amber gold radiance, while the other 2 options dissolved, as if consumed by flame. A sudden constriction seized her chest, followed by sharp escalating pain that soon erupted into unbearable agony. Surely not. She had just reached the first tier. How could a cataclysm core possibly be forming already? This phenomenon was said to occur only among elite corrupted beings in the final stages of decay. Was it because her sequence rank was abnormally high? But Jiang Mian had no time left for speculation. Her face paled instantly. Darkness swam at the edges of her vision. Her hands clutched her chest with desperate force. Jiang Mian. Wang Qin, jolted from his own turmoil, snapped alert at the abrupt change. She was perfectly fine a moment ago. What happened? Could she have heart disease? His voice drew the attention of classmates, reigniting commotion as others crowded around. Jiang Mian, are you alright? Lin Xiaowei, returning to her seat, had only caught fragments of conversation, unaware of what had transpired moments earlier. She turned and recoiled at the sight of Jiang Mian curled tightly on the floor. Her complexion is dreadful. Is it cardiac distress? She's clutching her chest. Could it be an acute cardiac episode? We've never heard her mention such a condition before. At that moment, Shin Kong, the tall authoritative class study representative, parted the crowd and stepped forward. Give her space to breathe. Lin Xiaowei Sun Ting. Take her to the infirmary immediately. With decisive authority, he delegated tasks to nearby students, instantly restoring order amid chaos. What in the world is going on? This entire floor is echoing with your noise. The commotion finally summoned the duty homeroom teacher. Teacher Lin. Shen Kong concisely briefed Lin Yun, who frowned slightly and hurried to Jiang Mian's side, her fingertips shimmering with a gentle verdant luminescence. Jiang Mian, can you hear me? Jiang Mian lifted her head with visible effort. She'd hoped to endure the pain silently, never expecting the teacher herself to arrive. Of course, it had been too loud. Teacher Lin's appearance was inevitable. She knew Lin Yun was a second-tier awakened one, though her sequence rank was modest. Her rare healing aptitude made her exceptional. Sequence rank 181, 10,000 spirits path dispelling. Teacher Lin. Her voice was hoarse, genuine, unfeigned, stripped entirely of pretense. Ordinary awakened healing should suffice. Jiang Mian was still technically human. Lin Yun gently raised her hand and hovered it above Jiang Mian's heart. Her ability leaned toward purification, capable of alleviating various afflictions, muscle cramps, palpitations, phantom limb pain, even severe physiological trauma. The soft green light seeped slowly into Jiang Mian's body, easing a fraction of the torment, enough at least to restore color to her pallid face. The soft green light seeped slowly into Jiang Mian's body, easing a fraction of the torment, enough at— Jiang Mian nodded, breathing shallowly. Come now, let me take you to the infirmary to rest. After a brief pause, Lin Yun helped Jiang Mian rise and issued quiet instructions. Shin Kong maintained classroom discipline. Wang Chun, you accompany me. Tell me precisely what happened just now. Did Jiang Mian encounter something unusual? Outside the infirmary, Wang Chun lowered his voice and recounted every detail. Lin Yun listened in silence, her expression gradually darkening. Unforgivable. Awakened students often grew bolder in temperament, but someone like Li Hao, he had always been irredeemable. No one expected virtue from him. Sometimes she truly believed the current awakened selection system was fundamentally flawed, valuing raw talent while ignoring moral character. Yes, personnel shortages were dire, but surely not anyone should qualify. 99% of today's societal decay stemmed from this very policy. She had fled bureaucratic service precisely because she could no longer stomach its toxic atmosphere, only to find the same rot infecting even her students. I understand. You may return now. Lin Yun took a slow, steadying breath, composed her features, and entered the infirmary. The school physician had completed preliminary examinations. Upon Lin Yun's arrival, he summarized his findings. Jiang Mian exhibited arrhythmia, suggestive of underlying cardiac pathology, and recommended comprehensive hospital diagnostics. A quiet concern settled over Lin Yun. She knew Jiang Mian's circumstances intimately. It had been she who filed the financial aid application, submitting flawless documentation that warranted top-tier level 1 support. Yet inexplicably, the approval had been downgraded to the lowest tier, reducing funds by over half. She had carried guilt over that for weeks, seeking alternative ways to compensate, only to be gently refused by the girl herself. And now this complication arose. Lin Yun could hardly bear to think about it. What if Jiang Mian discovered some hard issue? What kind of burden would that be? Coupled with Wang Chen's earlier description, Li Hao came from a good family, and had now become an awakened, his actions becoming increasingly ostentatious. With his personality, he likely would not let it go easily. Jiang Mian had managed to stall him this time, but the ensuing entanglements, difficulties, and even retaliation were almost predictable. How should a girl with no support cope? Just the thought made Lin Yun feel a pang of sorrow. She wanted to protect every student, but there would always be times when she was unavailable, always corners she could not attend to. Do you feel better? Lin Yun walked to the bedside and gently asked. Much better, Teacher Lin. Jiang Mian's complexion had improved considerably, but she still appeared somewhat weak. So hungry. She hadn't eaten lunch, and after all this commotion, an extreme craving arose deep within. She was hungry. Before her, Lin Yun seemed like a delicious sweet cream cake. Even the pure aura she emanated could stir her most primal appetite. It seemed she had become ill to a greater extent. At that moment, Jiang Mian could feel her heart had begun its first transformation. While it still maintained its heart form, a black core had already grown beside it, akin to a reactor for her abilities, supplying power throughout her body. After initially condensing the disaster core, Jiang Mian gained the ability to sense the presence of those awakened, easily distinguishing them. But with this ability came problems. If discovered by the authorities, she would no longer be defined as a mutant, but as one of the true disasters among the crowd. More troubling was that due to her excessive hunger, her current core felt like an engine running on empty. If this continued for too long, it would likely place an enormous burden on her body. Now that her teacher was before her, she could only try her best to suppress all her discomfort, ensuring her exterior did not betray her abnormal state. What a joke. Although she knew the disaster core couldn't be scanned using conventional medical methods, this core had just condensed, and its state was extremely unstable. What a joke. Although she knew the disaster core couldn't be scanned using conventional medical methods, this core had just condensed, and its state was extremely unstable. Who knew if it could be hidden? No need. Jiang Mian instinctively refused, her tone carrying a hint of plea. Teacher, it might just be that I haven't rested well lately. Going to the hospital is too expensive. I'll just go home and rest properly. I should be fine. She blinked her eyes, looking pitifully at Lin Yun. Lin Yun couldn't withstand such a gaze, her heart softening as she sighed lightly. All right, teacher grants you leave. This month, just come as you see fit, as long as you're present on exam day. Huh, a month's leave? That was quite a surprise. Thank you, Teacher Lin. Can you go back alone? Do you need me to escort you? Lin Yun still felt somewhat uneasy and pressed on. Jiang Mian quickly shook her head. No need, I can manage. Don't trouble the teacher. Then, take care of yourself. If Li Hao troubles you again, or if you feel any discomfort, you must tell the teacher. Meanwhile, far from Base City No. 144 in Base City No. 1. In the core area of the city, a dark red stone tablet floated in the research zone. An elderly man in military uniform stood outside the laboratory, glaring at the inscriptions on the stone tablet through the glass with a grim expression. Silence of death, nightmare, natural disaster, chaos, slaughter. All top-tier sequences have awakened. This stone tablet was brought forth by a high-tier powerhouse of the radiant path from the depths of the fog, inscribed with the top 5 disaster sequences. Also brought out was a stone tablet inscribed with the top 5 awakened sequences. However, due to the peculiar reactions that occurred when the two tablets were placed together, they were separated and placed in Base City No. 2. The official sequence ranking system originated from this stone tablet. The last time such a situation occurred was 150 years ago, when the tablet was first acquired by humans shortly after the fog descended. At that time, the fog had already engulfed the outside world, while their Xia country had just finished consolidating its remaining power, constructing 7 base cities, which were the prototypes for the current base cities No. 1 to 7. The moment humanity successfully deciphered the contents of the stone tablet, all the inscriptions recorded on it seemed to light up simultaneously, heralding the birth of those terrifying entities. At that time, humanity exhausted all its resources to cultivate those few awakened with top-tier abilities, defeating each disaster one by one before they could grow. It could be said that it was a race against death. Either you die or I perish. The old man's brow furrowed tightly. There were as many as 5 such terrifying entities. Moreover, compared to relatively pure disasters, those transformed from human mutants were often far more dangerous. They were familiar with human societal structures, possessed human thought processes, knew human weaknesses, and could hide themselves among the vast sea of humanity. The last silence of death was such an entity. Its previous incarnation was a mutant that had accidentally died during containment. But after death, its abilities underwent a qualitative transformation, becoming a deadly curse that would kill upon contact, ultimately delivering a near-catastrophic blow to humanity. Thus, to eliminate the threat, the first step must be to conduct a thorough internal purge, bringing all the hidden identities of mutants to light. This would inevitably lead to a certain scale of chaos. Moreover, after 100 years of development, the number of base cities in Xia country had increased from the original 7 to 188, making the scope of the search incomparable and naturally increasing the difficulty. But in extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Only through rigorous execution can one gain the upper hand. With his mind made up, the old man removed the special communicator from his waist and unhesitatingly dialed an encrypted internal channel. Riding the little electric scooter that had accompanied her for 6 or 7 years, Jiang Mian finally returned home safe and sound. After officially stepping into the first tier, her senses had sharpened considerably. The fragrance from her teacher earlier had nearly driven her to lose control. She could be certain that even if she was not a disaster now, she was definitely half a disaster. After all, which human has a disaster core growing inside their body? Fortunately, she could still eat normal food, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to hold on, although the conversion efficiency was a bit low. Jiang Mian sat on her bed, her upper body clad only in a single piece of undergarment. She gently pressed her hand against her full chest, feeling her heartbeat seemed to have slowed down slightly, yet it was exceptionally strong. This was the change after entering the first tier. This is troublesome. Initially, Jiang Mian's unusual characteristics were not obvious. As long as she concealed them carefully, she appeared no different from an ordinary person. But now, if she awakened a specialized ability to enhance her senses like Wang Chun, he would undoubtedly be able to easily detect her differences. Does she really have to fabricate a heart condition? Earlier at school, the school doctor and teacher Lin had already assumed she had heart issues, as she definitely needed to maintain this facade. After all, the pain she felt earlier was too intense, as she could never pass it off as palpitations caused by lack of rest. This will have to do for now. At least that's what the old class thinks, and I won't have to go to school. Jiang Mian sighed and lay down. Having told one lie, she would need to rely on more lies to cover it up. Now, she just hoped to graduate quickly and find another place to live. She finally had time to familiarize herself with the city's environment, prepare for hunting, and think of ways to earn a living. There should be some hidden weak disasters in the city. After all, the mist is everywhere, and the city walls must have their gaps. Thinking of this, it seemed like there was a profession that matched quite well. The next day, hello, delivery. In a high-end community in the south of the city, Jiang Mian adjusted her mask and knocked on a door on the 15th floor. In the month she had spent here to understand the situation in the west of the city, she had already been intermittently working for a while. Now she was just changing places to continue her old trade. Disasters crave the flesh and blood of awakeners, and they welcome ordinary people. Perhaps for them, it's just like a pre-meal tasting. On the west side of the city, factories were plentiful. Although the population was dense, it was also a mix of all sorts of people. Ordinary citizens, thugs, awakeners. Everyone was there, especially the awakeners from the gangs. Even the peace officers did not want to provoke them lightly. For some lower-tier disasters, this place was difficult to act in and hard to conceal, not an ideal hiding spot. Every time Jiang Mian went out, she could sense many malicious gazes. Though her physical condition was incomparable now, if she encountered a low-tier awakener or a group of thugs, she would definitely have to use her ability, Ignite, to escape. This would increase her exposure risk. Hence, she chose the relatively affluent area in the south of the city where there might be more opportunities. Jiang Mian suppressed her inner irritation. The frequency here was indeed higher than in the west. Although she had already made some small money and could even enjoy extra meals, she had yet to encounter any sign of disasters, and the core burden was becoming increasingly heavy. Should she consider finding another direction? Previously, she had heard from other delivery riders that the city's Special Material Handling Bureau seemed to be hiring. At first, many people wanted to give it a try. After all, it was considered one of the easiest formal positions to enter with decent pay, but it required courage. However, many realized only after going that they were hiring for outsourced positions or temporary workers. Not to mention the pay was significantly reduced, and the usual benefits were absent. They ended up working much more than the regular employees, essentially becoming laborers. But Jiang Mian didn't care much. After all, the special materials they handled were corpses. In simple terms, this Special Material Bureau functioned similarly to a crematorium in her past life, primarily focused on the centralized incineration of various corpses, including city residents, fallen individuals from outside the city, and all killed mist creatures and disaster remains. However, Jiang Mian was unsure if she could enter under her current circumstances, as she was worried that if they saw her appearance they might just pass her. As she pondered this, she was snapped back to attention by the sound of the door clicking open. A woman in a bathrobe with slightly messy hair poked her head out. Her face was still somewhat flushed, seemingly disturbed, and she impatiently asked, "What do you want?" Jiang Mian raised the bag in her hand and stepped forward. "Delivery, your milk tea." The woman glanced at the bag and the note, and her brows immediately furrowed. "Milk tea? I didn't order that. Wrong delivery." Before she could finish her sentence, she withdrew her head, preparing to close the door. "Who is it?" Jiang Mian heard a deep male voice from inside. "It's a delivery, a wrong delivery." It was the woman's voice, and she seemed a bit nervous. However, at the moment the door opened, she seemed to catch a whiff of something unusual like stinky tofu. A smirk crept onto her lips as an invisible wave of burning energy surged in. However, at the moment the door opened, she seemed to catch a whiff of something unusual like stinky tofu. A smirk crept onto her lips as an invisible wave of burning energy surged into the room through the crack of the door. He finally found it. Inside the room, the man eagerly pulled the woman into his embrace. He glanced at the door as if an extraordinarily sweet scent had suddenly appeared. Same kind. Regardless of what this sweet little fellow intended to do, although he was very tempted to consume her, his skin had reached its lifespan limit, so he needed to change first, and in the meantime, savor a bite. "Oh dear, look at how eager you are." The woman playfully punched his chest, loosening the buttons on her shirt. The man's breathing suddenly quickened and his hands inadvertently grew a bit rougher, causing the woman to emit strange sounds, her eyes becoming increasingly dazed. What she didn't notice was the fleeting strange color in the man's eyes. It was not desire in that sense, but hunger. Just as the two were becoming more intimate and preparing for deeper communication, the man suddenly let out a muffled groan, releasing the woman and uncontrollably scratching at the skin on his chest. "Away, what's wrong with you? Fire. Is there a fire?" The woman began to feel puzzled, but was instantly terrified to see orange-golden flames suddenly erupting from the man's chest. She frantically looked for something to extinguish it, but found that this inexplicable flame could not be put out at all. In just 10 seconds, the man transformed from a complete person to a charred, blackened skin. Only then did the woman react, trembling as she picked up the phone in her hand. "Hello? Is this the security?" Outside the door, the dark golden hue in Jiang Mian's eyes gradually faded as she felt the feedback from her ability. While waiting for the elevator, she took a sip of milk tea and internally commented, "Not bad." Her ignite could affect any target within a 10-meter range. Although disasters typically remained hidden and could not sense each other's presence, once her ability was activated, she could easily identify their disaster identity. It seems quite good after all. She retracted her earlier evaluation. Her ability to absorb from a distance was akin to gaining experience points in a game. Just kill to receive rewards, undeniably convenient. It seems quite good after all. She retracted her earlier evaluation. Her ability to absorb from a distance was akin to gaining experience points in a game. Just kill to receive rewards, undeniably convenient. The one inside was probably a disaster of sequence 97A skin changing. Though they were not adept at direct combat, their abilities were exceedingly bizarre. They could read and copy the memories of their targets through close contact, ultimately replacing them and donning the victim's skin. She had guessed this when she saw the woman earlier. Only when the disaster began to activate its ability did she confirm and activate Ignite. With a ding, the elevator reached the first floor. Finally opening, Jiang Mian's mood visibly brightened as she stepped out of the elevator with a light step. That woman inside probably already called the police. She wasn't worried about being suspected simply because, before the figure of the painted skin set out, it seemed to have used some means to obscure the nearby surveillance, conveniently allowing her to avoid any additional cover. Moreover, the inferior contract that had changed hands numerous times also contained no information about her. The information system and platform of this world were utterly flawed with glaring loopholes, which greatly facilitated her. However, after such a commotion, her original plan to awaken her fire element ability seemed to require some. During yesterday's experiment with her abilities, she discovered that when activating Ignite, her eyes would turn into burning gold, making them quite conspicuous. Although some higher-ranked abilities also exhibited such traits, her intended disguise Wildfire certainly did not have this characteristic. Plans needed to be altered. However, there were still other methods. Although some higher-ranked abilities also exhibited such traits, her intended disguise Wildfire certainly did not. Other abilities along the element path generally specialized in certain characteristics of a single element and delved deeper, but for peak sequences like hers it was different. The disaster sequence and the awakening sequence were two sides of the same coin, and her abilities could encompass nearly all the top-tier powers of this path and autonomously choose branches. In other words, if Jiang Mian absorbed enough nutrients and advanced to the second tier, not only could the skill Ignite evolve, but she would also encounter Tide and Gale, two foundational abilities, plus another new ability, selecting one from three. Before knowing what new ability would emerge next, Jiang Mian tentatively decided on Gale. This ability appeared unremarkable, but if used well it would not only help her conceal her presence and increase her speed in fleeing, but also enhance the power of fire complementing ignite. However, to step into the second tier, she needed to consume at least 10 first-tier disasters, or awakeners, and her current progress was still far from sufficient. As Jiang Mian contemplated her next plan, while riding her small electric scooter, she blended into the evening traffic. Moments after she left, a black sedan emblazoned with the Public Security Bureau's emblem quietly entered the neighborhood. The car door opened, and a team of specially equipped officers in black uniforms emerged. They quickly divided into two groups, one forming a perimeter and the other swiftly ascending the stairs. At the end of the line was a seemingly bright young man dressed in a security officer's uniform, but his shoulder epaulets indicated he was still a trainee. This was Yi Qinyang's first field duty since joining handling a case involving disasters. In fact, he was still a student, due to his high sequence ranking and inherent excellence, he was allowed to participate in field practice and gain experience. Yet the expressions he occasionally revealed were entirely incongruous with his youthful appearance. Only he knew he was a reincarnator. In his past life, those top-tier disasters had inflicted immense losses on humanity, and he himself perished at the hands of Sequence 1A Desolation of Withering. At that time, he was already an 8th-tier powerhouse, but in the instant of confrontation, he was ensnared by the opponent's fatal curse, inevitably heading towards death. At that time, he was already an 8th-tier powerhouse, but in the instant of confrontation, he was ensnared by the opponent's fatal curse, and that pure power of radiance was sufficient to dispel all filth, even temporarily clearing the fog, serving as a crucial strength for humanity to stand firm and build cities amidst the mists. In this life, he chose to hide, pretending to be Sequence 49, Radiant Blade, not for any other reason, but because Disaster Sequence 2 Nightmare of Wangchuan lurked within the higher-ups. Or rather, there were certain high-ranking individuals who at some point had their memories and personalities erased by Wangchuan, becoming his puppets. Now Yi Qinyang could not ascertain the whereabouts of the true body of the adversary, so he had to proceed. In his previous life, he merely wished to scrape by not expecting to awaken a peak sequence, ultimately becoming an 8th-tier powerhouse, only to perish alongside Withering in the final battle. In this life, whether for himself, friends, family, or others struggling to survive in this world, he must gain the upper hand in this apocalyptic race, identifying and eliminating each of the peak disasters before they grow. He was quite clear about the appearances or identities of other peak disasters, but Doomsday had never shown itself until his death, at most merely unleashing its abilities from a great distance, cautiously terrifying. Because of this, Doomsday, which possessed the most extensive area of destructive capabilities, caused the least casualties, primarily taking out those Awakeners pursuing her. Now all he had to do was quietly await the start of the talented cultivation program from above. Before that, he had a bit of time to catch up with his old acquaintances. Stay close, a newcomer. Remember what I taught you, don't touch anything at the scene. Cheng Quoto, the officer in front of him, said, without looking back, simply warning. Understood, Team Cheng. Cheng Xiao's words pulled Yi Qinyang's attention back to the present. The group arrived at the 15th floor. The woman who reported the case was wrapped in a blanket, still shivering incoherently, describing how her boyfriend had instantly turned to ash before her eyes. Yi Qinyang's gaze briefly swept over the chaotic living room and finally fixed on the human-shaped charred mark on the bedroom floor, as well as the blackened husk lying quietly on the ground. Radiance Path powers possess strong perception and purification abilities towards all things coming from the fog. Thus he could sense the air lingering with a rich disaster aura, which was rapidly dissipating due to the passage of time. Team Cheng. Yi Qinyang stepped closer and said slowly, the deceased, or rather this burned thing, should be Disaster Sequence 97, Painted Skin. Cheng Xiao squatted down nearby and examined the remnants on the ground closely. Among the disaster sequences, many possessed camouflage abilities, especially those of the Nightmare Path, which could even mimic the mind. Abilities like Painted Skin, which could derive higher intelligence with the increase in the number of victims consumed, were indeed troublesome. It is indeed Painted Skin. But this method of death. Cheng Xiao nodded, noting that there had been reports of Painted Skin sightings in other districts recently, but this was the first occurrence in their southern district. He pondered briefly, being completely incinerated without almost any warning. This seemed like an ability activated from afar. Wildfire. Or grass fire. Yi Qinyang continued Cheng Xiao's line, the only two abilities that matched the condition. In his past life, he left too early to participate in this case, but he had heard that there were often incidents of disasters spontaneously combusting in this area, likely due to a higher-tier disaster lurking around for food. However, it was strange that it could restrain itself from attacking humans. The Awakening Sequence and Disaster Sequence inherently corresponded to each other, sharing some similarities in the same position. For instance, both being Sequence 83, the Awakening Sequence was Wildfire, while the Disaster Sequence was Grassfire. Their abilities involved igniting targets with barely visible sparks, Comparatively, wildfire was more precise and had stronger initial explosive power, while grassfire was more uncontrollable and broader in range. Wildfire. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, his expression not appearing relaxed. If an Awakener possessing such advanced abilities passed by and casually dealt with this harmful thing, it could count as a public service. But that's peculiar. Confirming the kill of a disaster, especially one like Painted Skin that isn't considered too low in sequence according to the norm, should be reported to the Public Security Bureau, and the reward amount wouldn't be small. In today's world, who would do a good deed without leaving their name, even foregoing the reward? The legendary enthusiastic citizen. After speaking, Chen Xiao said no more, turning to issue commands, instructing his team to take the woman for a statement while contacting colleagues from the inspection department for a detailed check of the remains. Jiang Mian rode her small electric scooter, leisurely returning to the ground floor of her building in the evening breeze. Although she hadn't found a second disaster, the earlier meal clearly uplifted her mood. However, just as she reached the 5th floor where her home was located, a tall figure happened to descend from the staircase, blocking her path. Finally back, Jiang Mian. You made me wait for so long. Li Hao. How did he find this place? Looking at the greedy gaze of Li Hao, Jiang Mian felt a wave of nausea, and her good mood vanished instantly. Didn't you say yesterday that you would think it over? Why aren't you going to school today? Are you messing with me? Li Hao narrowed his eyes dangerously as he saw Jiang Mian dressed in a yellow robe. Delivering takeout. He snickered, his tone dripping with superiority. Jiang Mian, you pretended to be aloof yesterday, yet you turned around and did this kind of work. Running around in this yellow outfit, don't you feel embarrassed? He stepped forward, his face darkening significantly. I told you if you followed me, you wouldn't have to endure this kind of suffering. Look at you now. Jiang Mian felt her scalp tingle as the other party had directly come to find her. Where did he get his information? No, now is not the time to dwell on that. She had originally made plans. If she could choose Furious Wind in the second phase, it would almost mimic the effect of Sequence 48 Eye of the Storm. Confronting him, Heaton not only risks exposing herself, but also could ruin her persona. Jiang Mian made her decision almost instantly. If a lone girl encounters a lecherous brute, what would her reaction be? Seeing Jiang Mian's terrified expression, Li Hao reached out to grab her. She suddenly sidestepped, using her relatively petite frame to take him by surprise, running towards the outside of the building without looking back. You dare to run? Li Hao was taken aback for a moment, then immediately furious. In his eyes, after his awakening, his physical abilities far surpassed ordinary people, so catching up to Jiang Mian should be effortless. Jiang Mian didn't choose to run onto the main road, but instead darted into a narrow alley between the buildings. These cramped alleys were filled with clutter, and with their complex structure, Jiang Mian managed to create some distance. Damn it! Stop right there! Li Hao's furious roar echoed through the narrow space. Though his strength and speed were formidable, it seemed he was hindered by the surrounding trash bins, reluctant to clear away the filthy obstacles, making his movements somewhat clumsy and frustrating. Captain, help! Someone is chasing me. She gasped, her voice cracking with fear, sounding Captain, help! Someone is chasing me. She gasped, her voice cracking with fear, sounding extremely frightened. What? Where are you right now? In the alley at No. 114, Minghua Road in the West District. While reporting her location, Jiang Mian estimated the distance between herself and Li Hao, ensuring she wouldn't get too far ahead or let that filthy hand touch her. She stuffed the phone back into her pocket, and He's voice came through intermittently. Okay. Don't be afraid, I've already notified my colleagues on patrol nearby to head over, and I'll come immediately. Try to run towards a crowded area. During the ensuing chase, Li Hao nearly caught Jiang Mian several times, only to narrowly miss her. He couldn't help but doubt whether his awakening was in vain. How could he not catch up to a short girl like Jiang Mian? Jiang Mian felt the time was almost up. If this continued, her body wouldn't be able to hold up any longer, so she moved towards the exit of the alley. However, just as she ran past a corner, she noticed several flashy figures leaning at the mouth of the alley. It was the same group of thugs who had been staring at her when she left before. What bad luck. Jiang Mian's expression stiffened. Oh, after this incident, she would definitely need to change places to live. It's a pity for such a cheap rent, only $300 a month. It's definitely the cheapest rental in the West District. The leader of the thugs clearly recognized Jiang Mian, or rather recognized her striking yellow jacket. Seeing Jiang Mian's bare face without a mask, his eyes lit up as he stepped forward with a grin, spreading his arms to block her path. Hey, little yellow hat sister, long time no see. Where are you in such a hurry to go? Let us accompany you. A trace of hostility flashed in Jiang Mian's eyes. Sometimes she really wanted to explode at these idiots. Why is everyone so eager for her body? Is everyone in this world so repressed? She calmed her emotions. This group of people were merely cannon fodder, not even awakened. Perhaps she could find a way to use them. Jiang Mian's eyes instantly filled with tears as she spoke with a trembling voice. Big brother, please help me. That person behind me, he's been chasing me. It's terrifying. I beg you to help me. Her tones sounded like a desperate girl with no way out, filled with a heart-wrenching fragility that made the leader of the thugs ecstatic. This kid chasing after her looked like a student. Even if he was an awakened one, how could he not catch up to a small girl like Jiang Mian? TSK. Wasn't this the perfect chance for a hero to save a damsel? Jiang Mian, come here. At that moment, Li Hao caught up, seeing that Jiang Mian would rather seek help from these thugs than comply with him. His anger flared. The thug leader straightened his back through the cigarette, but to the ground, and stood in front of Jiang Mian with bravado, shouting, "Hey, kid, didn't you hear the lady say she's scared? If you're smart, get lost. Don't disturb us from chatting with her. What are you barking about? You trash think you can block my way? Get lost." Li Hao didn't take these thugs seriously at all, stepping forward to grab Jiang Mian, who was hiding behind them. "Damn, you're asking for it." The thug leader felt his pride wounded as Li Hao blatantly disregarded him. He cursed angrily and signaled his little brothers to charge. "Brothers, let's take him down." The conflict erupted instantly. "Fool." Jiang Mian's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as she was about to turn the tables. "Wait, these thugs aren't tigers, or Li Hao is at most just a pervert. Who cares? Playing them like fools feels pretty good. After being anxious for so long, it's time to find a bit of fun, right?" She watched the chaotic scene, feigning fear on her face, and quietly moved towards the exit. Seeing Jiang Mian about to escape, Li Hao in a panic slapped the thug leader's face, causing the latter to feel dizzy. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, falling asleep. "Stop. Public Security Bureau. No one is allowed to move." At that moment, a black car bearing the insignia of the Public Security Bureau stopped at the mouth of the alley. Two officers quickly got out of the car, drawing their stun guns from their belts. They scanned the chaotic scene, the unconscious thugs on the ground, the few small fry, and the fierce-looking Li Hao. And of course there was Jiang Mian, pale-faced and trembling at the mouth of the alley. "Officer, he hit someone." Jiang Mian timely spoke up, conveniently pointing a trembling finger at Li Hao. Li Hao froze. Although his family was well off and being an awakened one put him at a high priority, allowing him to support his arrogance, facing official personnel, making a move was tantamount to seeking death. With that thought, Li Hao reluctantly raised his hands, squatting down and covering his head. West District Public Security Bureau. In the familiar interrogation room, Jiang Mian sat on that well-known chair. The events unfolded. Just like this. She held a cup of hot tea, her head lowered, her eyes slightly red, and her whole demeanor exuded a sense of timidity, as if she had been greatly traumatized. He sat across from her, his expression not looking very good. Jiang Mian first experienced a failed awakening, struggled for a living, and ended up being harassed by awakening students from the same school, even chased to her doorstep with threats. She felt a deep discomfort in her heart. Such incidents were, after all, a dereliction of duty on the part of their Public Security Bureau. Yet in Base City No. 144, this phenomenon was quite common, and he could do nothing to change it. After all, the official power was always concentrated in the first 7 base cities. The further down the numbering, the farther it was from the central city cluster, and the more chaotic the order in the lower levels of the base cities. He sighed and gently tried to comfort her. "Don't be afraid, it's safe here." Jiang Mian nodded slightly and whispered, "Thank you, Captain He. Let's go, let's sit in the lounge." He opened the door and led Jiang Mian out just in time to bump into Lin Yun, who was rushing over. "Jiang Mian, are you okay?" Lin Yun, with a face full of anxiety and tension, pulled her into her broad embrace. Caught off guard by the sudden warm hug, Jiang Mian's body stiffened, instinctively feeling a bit resistant. Too close. The unique fragrance emanating from Lin Yun, characteristic of the all-spirits path awakeners, surged to Jiang Mian's mind. So fragrant. Almost all awakeners of the all-spirits path were nurturers, vibrant and pure in life force, always the favorite food of calamities. When Jiang Mian saw this description in the materials, she felt nothing. Now that she had become half a calamity, she realized how unbearable this feeling was. "I can't. If I bite down, it's all over in." The teacher is a good person. She swallowed hard, trying her best to clear her mind and think of other things to distract herself. "You must be scared." Lin Yun felt the rigidity and silence of the girl in her arms, and seeing her somewhat dazed expression made her even more heartbroken. "Teacher Lin." After a few seconds, Jiang Mian finally spoke, gently pushing Lin Yun away, her voice only then did Lin Yun release Jiang Mian. Noticing her pale complexion, she asked, "Your face. Is your heart feeling uncomfortable again? Should I use my ability to help ease it?" He, standing nearby, furrowed his brow tightly. "This child, does she still have heart problems? If you're feeling unwell, the medical department in the bureau can arrange for a special examination." He suggested. No need." Jiang Mian quickly shook her head. According to Jiang Mian's character, she was averse to troubling others, and one could say she was a bit stubbornly extreme. However, from another's perspective, if she had heart problems and had gone through such an incident, it would certainly affect her already fragile heart. Thus, she needed to maintain appearances. As for how she managed to feign her pale complexion, it was simply a matter of stimulating her core. The Calamity Core, as the source of Jiang Mian's power, could be easily controlled, influencing the heart closest to it, thus affecting her whole body. Neither humans nor calamities would ever think of such a use for the Calamity Core. Humans did not possess such an organ as a core, the source of sequence abilities spread throughout their bodies. This is why calamities love to consume the flesh and blood of awakeners. Calamities, however, do not possess such rich emotions and merely imitate human behavior. This method was far more effective than simple acting. Teacher Lin, let Jiang Mian lie down in the lounge for a bit. I also want to discuss Li Hao's situation with you. Seeing Jiang Mian refuse, he did not insist further. Her current fragile appearance. He truly couldn't be tough about it. All right. Lin Yun nodded and gently said to Jiang Mian, go rest for a bit. They'll come over to keep you company soon. After settling Jiang Mian in the lounge, he and Lin Yun walked to the office area on the other side of the corridor. Teacher Lin, how did Li Hao perform at school before? Captain, to be honest, Li Hao had been pestering Jiang Mian at school, saying he wanted her to be his girlfriend. Anyone with eyes could see through his intentions. He wasn't genuinely pursuing her, it was purely. Lin Yun's face was already filled with anger at this point. At the school, considering his identity and background as an awakener, they only gave him a mild verbal warning. He's gaze tightened. This kind of handling by the school was an old tradition. Every time they encountered an awakener student causing trouble, they had this same attitude. No wonder they dared to be so arrogant. Lin Yun continued, I don't know what methods he used, but he actually went directly to Jiang Mian's home. Captain, this already violates public safety regulations, right? He nodded, adding, not only that, he also incited a fight in a public place causing injury to others. Even if he is an awakener, it is enough for him to spend some time in the bureau. In the lounge, Jiang Mian closed her eyes and pretended to doze off. Without thinking, she knew what the two were discussing. The base city No. 144 she resided in was neither here nor there in terms of order, and the privileges of those awakeners were severely lacking. However, given how big this incident had become, Li Hao would at least be locked up for a few days, which meant she could enjoy some peace for a while. But with his extreme personality, he would probably come looking for trouble the moment he got out. During this time, she would strive to progress to the second tier. From He's guilt-laden gaze, just now she could ascertain that he had no doubts about her being a mutant. This should be stable enough. Her persona was established. It would serve as her best camouflage. If she were to face another stimulus and accidentally awaken something, and Li Hao happened to be present during her awakening, this would absolutely be her most perfect excuse. Thinking of Li Hao's greedy gaze and ugly face looking at her, Jiang Mian couldn't help but feel disgusted. With memories and experiences of a male, she couldn't muster any interest even in those so-called handsome guys, let alone someone as detestable as Li Hao. Knowledge about the sequence abilities in this world was part of the basic curriculum. She wasn't wearing those glasses for nothing. The wind eye ability, Jiang Mian knew very well that it formed a wind field using the awakener's body as the wind eye and attacked by mixing wind blades into the wind field. The wind eye ability, Jiang Mian knew very well that it formed a wind field using the awakener's body as the wind eye and attacked by mix. However, the differences between the rankings in every 50 sequence abilities were not actually that significant. To achieve an instant kill upon awakening, one would need an ability ranked at least in the top 100. However, among the top 100, Jiang Mian found that wind eye was the most suitable. Though she had considered wildfire using ignite was meant for her hunting skills, so it was best not to bring it out in the open. With a high enough rank, similar effects, and much better than Li Hao's steel bone, which was ranked outside the top 100. By then, even if she accidentally crushed him, he could only blame himself for being outmatched, right? In the dimly lit old corridor, a scent of damp mildew lingered. Lin Yun insisted on escorting Jiang Mian to her doorstep. Thank you, teacher. I apologize for today's trouble. Jiang Mian turned around and bowed slightly to Lin Yun. She clearly remembered that before she had crossed over, Lin Yun had mentioned several times about providing her with some financial assistance, but the original her had refused. Even in her past life, this teacher Lin was similarly concerned for her. Although she knew very well that they were not strictly the same person, they were both kind-hearted. What are you saying? It's the teacher's fault for not taking good care of you. Lin Yun looked at the girl in the oversized yellow coat and the worn-out security door behind her, unable to help but ask, is this door lock a bit old? Is it safe? Lin Yun sighed, her tone becoming serious. According to what the teacher heard, the Public Security Bureau will handle the Li Hao. She had clearly given her time off to rest properly, yet Jiang Mian still went out to earn living expenses and even ended up in that situation with Li Hao. Jiang Mian. Lin Yun sighed, her tone becoming serious. According to what the teacher heard, the Public Security Bureau will handle the Li Hao matter, but his family has some background, so he probably won't be detained for long. Once he gets out, he will definitely come looking for trouble with you. This place is no longer safe. You should find a new place to live as soon as possible. Seemingly worried about Jiang Mian's rebuttal, Lin Yun added, if it's really not feasible, you can stay at the teacher's house for a few days. No need. Seemingly worried about Jiang Mian's rebuttal, Lin Yun added, if it's really not feasible, you can stay at the teacher's house for a few days. No need. She initially wanted to wait a bit longer to save up more money and move after the month ended. Now uncertain of when that guy would come out, she had to expedite her plans. Fortunately, she still had enough money to manage and could accept a change of location. However, she still needed to consider where to move to. Teacher, I understand. I will try to find a place in the next few days. With Jiang Mian's clear response, Lin Yun nodded and left. Jiang Mian returned to her small room, locked the door behind her, and the timid expression on her face completely faded away, leaving only a strange calmness. After acting for most of the day, she felt somewhat exhausted. She tossed her coat aside and sat down by the bed. Still 9 more disasters to go. She was lucky today to have stumbled upon this. Finding them one by one was far too time-consuming. The Special Operations Bureau, that name surfaced in her mind again. Salary was of little concern, as she was primarily after those corpses. If luck was on her side, and she encountered fresh corpses that had just been killed, it would be a veritable buffet for her. Moreover, they were looking for contractors or temporary workers, which made it easy for Jiang Mian to leave whenever she needed. Jiang Mian fumbled for her phone and checked the contact information she had obtained from those delivery riders. She greeted the other party, and after a brief communication, they sent her a location. Special Materials Processing Bureau, Base No. 144, address. In the northern part of the city. It's a bit far, better go early tomorrow. Jiang Mian put down her phone, lay back on her bed, and gazed at her delicate pale hands, which emanated a faint golden glow. Once she possessed the core, if she did not consciously suppress it, the power of the apocalypse would gradually seep into and strengthen her body. Especially when her energy was abundant, this strengthening would accelerate, but it would also make her hungry more quickly. The kindling is still not enough. The next afternoon, Jiang Mian arrived at what appeared to be a factory, according to her navigation. A sign reading Special Materials Processing Bureau Branch No. 144 hung on the iron gate. It was hard to imagine that all the special materials from such a large city were processed by such an inconspicuous factory. The air seemed to carry a faint smell of smoke and dust, with occasional transport vehicles bearing the Special Operations Bureau insignia. The air seemed to carry a faint smell of smoke and dust, with occasional transport vehicles bearing the Special Operations Bureau insignia coming in and out, creating a very oppressive atmosphere. After registering at the security office, she entered the adjacent office building, which housed simple offices. The person in charge of the interview was a middle-aged man in work attire with a tired expression. Jiang Mian, here to apply for the position of a mover. The man looked at Jiang Mian oddly and asked, "Little girl, do you know what we do here?" "I know. It's to handle those things. As long as you know, that's good. However, this work isn't easy. And sometimes when you encounter broken ones, you have to piece them together. Many big men can't handle it. Are you sure you want to do it?" The man frowned at Jiang Mian, who had small arms and legs and wore glasses, looking quiet and gentle. This job, let alone a young girl like Jiang Mian, even some grown men found it hard to accept. "I need the money. I don't mind getting tired or dirty." He explained the benefits as a matter of routine: an hourly wage of 16, no subsidies, but insurance would be provided, and the work intensity was variable. Wages would not. He explained the benefits as a matter of routine: an hourly wage of 16, no subsidies, but insurance would be provided, and the work intensity was variable. Wages would not be calculated if she didn't work a full day. After listening, Jiang Mian nodded gently. The 16 hourly wage was indeed quite low for this place, but for her at this moment money was not the main focus. "All right then, just sign this. Come at 6 tomorrow morning for a brief training session." Seeing Jiang Mian still looking determined, the man sighed and took out several agreements from his drawer, including a temporary work agreement and a confidentiality agreement. Jiang Mian took the pen and signed her name, her handwriting neat and elegant, just like herself. When she left the Special Operations Bureau, it was still early, and Jiang Mian took a stroll around the area to familiarize herself with her surroundings. Unlike the chaotic and crowded western part of the city, the roads here were smooth and wide, filled with various. If the western part of the city could be considered the manufacturing zone, then the northern part was the energy center, where energy stations, garbage stations, and special official entities like the Special Operations Bureau were concentrated. Compared to the western part, this area was arguably even less suitable for living. However, if she needed a temporary place to stay, renting a room here was also quite cheap, worth considering. The next day before dawn, Jiang Mian arrived at the Special Operations Bureau on time. The so-called training was very simple, emphasizing safety regulations and confidentiality clauses. The person in charge of the training repeatedly reminded them not to be curious, not to ask too much, and to follow instructions strictly. The factory had a total of 4 groups handling disasters: mutated individuals, awakened ones, and ordinary people. Groups 2 and 3 had the least work, and as a newcomer, Jiang Mian was assigned to Group 2 to become familiar with the work and would be moved wherever there was a shortage. Each of the 4 groups had its own area. Area 4 was open to the public, while areas 2 and 3 were like morgues with freezers requiring the wearing of thermal protective clothing, and area 1 housed the large incinerators. Jiang Mian followed a taciturn old employee to area 2, and the further they went in, the more the indescribable stink in the air intensified. The middle-aged man, referred to as Old Jiang, pushed open a metal door and turned to Jiang Mian, saying, "You must be Jiang, right? You just arrived today, just follow my instructions." Jiang Mian glanced inside It was a temporary morgue housing the bodies of the afflicted brought from various... First put on the labels starting with the number 144051042, adding up from the last 42. Once done, it'll take you to the processing area. Old Jiang handed over a bundle of labels, gesturing towards the grooves beneath the remains. His tone was flat, as if dealing with a batch of ordinary goods. He himself was busy recording something in a notebook. Jiang Mian took a label and approached the row of corpses. Due to her special frost-resistant suit, she could only smell a faint hint of decay. She had never seen other living afflicted individuals and had no idea what kind of aura they emitted when using them. However, upon smelling the scent of these remains, her instincts went into a frenzy akin to an ordinary person detecting the stench of death. Jiang Mian's expression changed slightly, her brows furrowed and her lips pressed tightly together. Old Jiang, observing her expression, assumed she was frightened, yet her lack of screams or retreat exceeded many others. He had been here for quite some time, witnessing all sorts of people. There were burly men who vomited until the world spun, timid individuals who didn't dare enter, and those who pretended to be calm but couldn't sleep at night. Jiang Mian, in comparison, had a decent mental fortitude. But Old Jiang's gaze lingered on Jiang Mian's youthful profile for a moment. This girl appeared to be around the same age as his own good-for-nothing son. At her age, she should be studying in school. How did she end up in such a hellish place dealing with these cold corpses? Probably because her family is poor. He silently sighed. He had also noticed Yi Qinyang's brief pause. He was unsure what the kid was thinking. However, based on what he had learned about Yi Qinyang during this time, the latter should be a composed person, not one to be distracted. For ordinary people, most high-paying jobs come with certain dangers, such as the cleaners outside the wall. Some fog creatures or disasters occasionally attack or attempt to infiltrate the city, many of which have been remotely killed by stationed awakened outside the wall. When their bodies accumulate too much, the emitted aura can interfere with the perception of the awakened. As communication and drone devices fail within the fog, someone must go outside the city to deal with it and bring back those remains that still hold some value. In comparison, various temporary jobs in the city have the lowest threshold and are the easiest to find, though the pay is relatively low. At least they could be considered official institutions. Providing insurance for temporary workers is already a sign of conscience. Not bad you didn't vomit outright. Old Jiang nodded, his tone more relaxed than when they first met. Staying here for long, even the living feel as cold as corpses. Jiang Mian pulled out a label and approached a corpse, reaching out to slot it into the groove of the bottom tray. She looked closely. It was a young male, his death quite brutal, with a gaping chest cavity completely hollow inside and the edges of his skin still charred. Loss of control, self-immolation. Jiang Mian immediately deduced the cause of death. This was one of the most common causes of death among the afflicted. If in a good mental state, one could manage to control it to some extent, delaying this loss of control. However, once the mind falters and allows the forces of disaster to rampage, the bodies of the afflicted struggle to withstand it unless they can endure the transformation into disaster. She may have integrated two souls, giving her slightly higher resilience than ordinary individuals, yet even so, after enduring for a month, she found it hard to cope and could only seek ways to obtain suppressants. Now Jiang Mian's body had already undergone partial disaster transformation, greatly enhancing her endurance, but she wondered if the mental erosion would continue to worsen. She needed to prepare further. At that moment, Old Jiang approached, noticing Jiang Mian's gaze lingering on the empty space in the corpse's chest cavity, and spoke, "Looks unsettling, doesn't it? You'll get used to it. Here, just don't regard them as humans." Jiang Mian lowered her head, her heavily gloved hands fumbling for the label, and with a somewhat fearful, or rather curious tone, asked Uncle Jiang, "Do these afflicted individuals all end up like this? Losing control then?" Old Jiang glanced at her. This girl seemed demure, yet her courage was admirable. She still had the presence of mind to ask questions in front of these things. "Pretty much. I've heard they act like lunatics, unpredictable when they might go berserk and harm people. We're fortunate here. What we see are all the immobile ones. Over at the Containment Bureau, they have to deal with all the living. The Containment Bureau is an operational agency specifically for containing the afflicted and responsible for their transfer to shelters. Unlike the law enforcement officers, they only recruit awakened and require certain combat experience. So, what if we encounter a living one outside? What else can we do? Run. The farther away the better." Old Jiang grimaced and said, "In my opinion, these things shouldn't be left in the city. It's bad luck. Who knows when they'll completely turn into the monsters in the fog." His words represented the attitude of the vast majority, including both ordinary people and the awakened. In the eyes of normal people, these afflicted individuals were no longer considered their kin. Moreover, in a sense, they could also be regarded as awakened, as after losing control, the destructive power of their abilities could easily crush those of the same tier. Thus, for this group of terrorists, they of course did not hide their disdain. Jiang Mian stopped asking questions and silently continued labeling. Monsters. That's how they all saw them. As for herself being at the pinnacle of the sequence, wasn't she just a monster among monsters? Jiang Mian felt a tinge of bitter self-mockery, having become an afflicted individual. She was destined to be lonely. Forget it, better focus on the task at hand. She continued her work, hoping that when the opportunity arose to transfer to Area 1, she could have access to the remains of disasters. Among these afflicted, besides those who died from losing control, there were also some with clean and decisive fatal wounds, clearly the results of the special task forces from the law enforcement agency. This place was like an exhibition hall displaying the various fates of the afflicted loss of control mutation execution. Some even had parts of their organs missing. As to who took them and for what purpose was unknown. For Jiang Mian, an afflicted individual, this was indeed a terrifying place. As she passed a corpse, she suddenly noticed a mark on the inside of its forearm, seemingly etched with some kind of disaster sequence ability, W130B07. It resembled a certain number. Earlier, Jiang Mian had asked old Jiang what the notebook in his hand was for. He said it was a record book, not important, but still needed to log according to the requirements above. The person before her was a hidden afflicted individual who was only shot dead by the Containment Bureau after completely transforming into a disaster. So what special significance did this string of numbers hold? Jiang Mian quietly noted down the series of numbers, her mind racing with speculation. Perhaps it was a secret means of contact. After all, wherever there are people, there exists society. The mutated individuals, despite being looked down upon in this world, formed a considerable group. She had perused some public cases before where among the mutated individuals some hid themselves in solitude, others cautiously blended into the crowd, and there were those who huddled together in the darkness for warmth. Otherwise, how could those inferior suppressants be manufactured and circulated? Where there is demand, a market will be born. The fact that even she could easily find such suppressants indicated one thing: even if the number of mutated individuals was far less than that of the awakened, over the years they had accumulated into a considerable scale. If only I could obtain cheaper suppressants through that group of huddled mutated individuals. For Jiang Mian, finding the locations of the black market was not easy, and it was also prone to attracting the attention of the Security Bureau. Having a stable channel was crucial. While she pondered, Jiang Mian had finished labeling her items. Old Jiang put away the recording book and told her to change out of her antifreeze suit, preparing to head to the processing room. The massive incinerator rumbled ominously, the air scorching, filled with a charred smell. Keep an eye on it, just follow the procedure I taught you, and don't stand too close. Old Jiang reminded her briefly before going to check the equipment. Jiang Mian pushed the cart, gazing at the people lying quietly. They were her kind, destined to turn to ashes in this merciless furnace. She still decided to give it a try. After all, her purpose here was to search for firewood. When the first corpse was sent into the furnace, although Jiang Mian felt somewhat conflicted, she still unleashed a wisp of her power. After all, her purpose here was to search for firewood. When the first corpse was sent into the furnace, although Jiang Mian felt somewhat conflicted, she still The corpses were sent into the furnace one by one, and soon the temperature inside began to rise. Strange. Old Jiang scratched his head in confusion, gazing at the control panel with a puzzled expression. Why is today's efficiency so high? The power hasn't been adjusted. Jiang Mian kept her head down, pretending to be busy, continuing to send the lined-up clients to the waiting area by the furnace. Her flames mingled among the furnace fire, burning quickly, of course. This was still the result of her intentional control. At maximum power, it could finish in seconds. Jiang Mian quietly sensed the feedback from her abilities. Perhaps due to the time of death, this batch of firewood didn't significantly enhance her flames. About 40 corpses of mutated individuals, roughly the amount of 2 first-tier calamities. After processing this batch, she estimated that although it wasn't much, it was still a bit of progress. I must say, secretly adding materials to the furnace proved to be a clever method. Just a day had passed, and Jiang Mian was only 5 corpses short of the first-tier calamity amount. Her timing was perfect, just as the last batch had left, and the previous corpses had yet to be processed. If she had come a few days later, there probably wouldn't have been as many. The next afternoon, due to Jiang Mian's covert actions, the incineration efficiency had increased significantly. Originally meant for 3 days, the workload was completed the next afternoon. Due to Jiang Mian's covert actions, the incineration efficiency had increased significantly. Originally meant for 3 days, the workload was completed in less than 2. When Jiang Mian finished processing the last batch, the supervisor, the weary-looking middle-aged man from the interview, arrived in Area 2. Jiang Mian. The supervisor's voice remained weak, devoid of any emotion. Supervisor Chun. A batch of calamity remains is to be delivered from East City. Soon, we need personnel for handover and inventory. Prepare yourself and come with me to Area 1. Area 1. Calamity remains. Jiang Mian's heart jumped, and she obediently replied, "Yes, Supervisor Chun." She picked up her belongings from the storage locker and followed the supervisor through the corridor. The closer they approached Area 1, the more intense the aura of calamity became. For humans, it might have a somewhat foul odor, but to Jiang Mian's senses now it bore a peculiar allure similar to stinky tofu and snail noodles. At this moment, the door to Area 1 was wide open. Shortly after Jiang Mian arrived, a black transport vehicle entered the facility, stopping beside the loading platform. Two individuals disembarked from the vehicle. One was lean and composed while the other looked quite young, even somewhat inexperienced, likely around the same age as Jiang Mian. It was Cheng Qiao and Yi Qinyang. Supervisor Chen approached and shook hands with Cheng Qiao. Team Cheng, thank you for making the trip. No problem, driving didn't take much time. Cheng Qiao waved his hand. Normally, as the captain of the Southern District Security Bureau's action team, he wouldn't need to do such tasks. Earlier this morning, there had been a situation in East District gathering a large number of low-tier calamity and mist creatures outside the city. After a morning's effort, they had mostly been eliminated, and now the transport team and cleanup personnel were being dispatched. As for their personnel in the Southern District, they had just returned from a morning's battle, making a detour to deliver this batch of remains. This batch was urgently cleared out this morning. Let's process it quickly as several more batches are coming later. Supervisor Chen nodded in understanding and turned to hand Jiang Mian a list, adding, "Little Jiang used this to collect the useful materials." Understood, Supervisor Chen. Jiang Mian took the list and glanced at it. In this world, while calamities posed a threat, their core or bodily parts could also serve as special materials, which after processing could be turned into unique weapons, armor, or specialized equipment. This job suited her perfectly. Even when directly handling the materials, she could discreetly embed a spark inside, activating it when it was time for destruction. Cheng Qiao shifted his gaze to Jiang Mian following Supervisor Chen's words. The girl still bore a hint of youthfulness, looking out of place in this environment. A newcomer. Yes, I just arrived 2 days ago. Supervisor Chen sighed and added, not many from the old district are willing to do this kind of work. It's tough to recruit people. Those slightly younger typically leave after 2 or 3 days. They have no choice but to lower their standards. It can't be helped. Is that so? A young girl like Jiang Mian, who was attractive yet willing to work diligently, was indeed a rare find. However, why did Jiang Mian's appearance feel somewhat familiar? Cheng Qiao recalled carefully. A few days ago, during that self-immolation case, the woman who reported it had mentioned that an external delivery person had come before the incident. The platform had not displayed her information. They could only investigate bit by bit, ultimately locating a rough address. Since there were no pending cases at the moment, Cheng Qiao had come to investigate yesterday, but found nothing. Young lady, how old are you this year? Cheng Qiao asked habitually. 18. Jiang Mian had already started sorting the materials. Noticing Cheng Qiao standing beside her like a guard, she felt somewhat strange. Had she exposed herself? That couldn't be possible. As Cheng Qiao was about to ask something further, Yi Qinyang had already helped those employees unload the goods. Although the feeling lasted only a brief moment, Yi Qinyang was certain it was real. In his past life, as a rank 8 powerhouse, he understood his abilities well enough to leap to rank 3 in no time if he wished. He simply did not want to draw attention now. The sensation from earlier seemed to be a strange resonance. Yi Qinyang couldn't help but glance again at Jiang. She was focused on picking materials, as the initial dismantling had already been done during the cleanup, so she didn't need. At that moment, Jiang Mian felt as if she had a thorn in her back. She could clearly sense the gaze stuck to her back, as if the person was curious about her. Curious about what? It couldn't be about her height and measurements, could it? Jiang Mian instinctively halted the operation of her core, feeling a momentary suffocation. She could also distinctly sense the other person's aura. Compared to the sweet scent of Teacher Lin, this guy's aura was like stir-fried chili with meat. It was a bit pungent, yet very fragrant. The rank should not be low. However, Jiang Mian dared not make any move and continued her work with an impassive face. After a few seconds, when the gaze shifted away, she finally released her control over the core. Ahem. Supervisor Chen cleared his throat, breaking the temporary silence. Team Cheng will handle this over here. You've all worked hard this morning. Hurry back and rest. Cheng Qiao nodded. Although his intuition told him Jiang Mian was a bit strange, it wasn't the right place to discuss it with so many people around. He had also noticed Yi Qinyang's brief pause. He was unsure what the kid was thinking. However, based on what he had learned about Yi Qinyang during this time, the latter should be a composed person, not one to be distracted by a pretty girl. All right, then we're leaving. Take care, Team Cheng. Supervisor Chen replied. Yi Qinyang reined in all his emotions and followed Cheng Qiao towards the transport vehicle. The two got into the vehicle and drove smoothly away from the Special Affairs Bureau. What's the matter? Are you interested in that girl? Cheng Qiao used one hand to steer the wheel, while the other rubbed his twitching right eye. I just find her a bit special. Yi Qinyang didn't elaborate much, merely shaking his head gently. Special? Cheng Qiao raised an eyebrow, still looking straight ahead. Even while unloading, he listened intently to Supervisor Chen's words without missing a single one. An ordinary person who has lived within the walls since childhood, seeing these things, can adapt so quickly without changing expression in just 2 or 3 days. It's remarkable. Just going by feelings doesn't mean much, does it? What if she was forced to do so because of her family's circumstances? Perhaps I'm overthinking it. It just feels a bit disjointed. Yi Qinyang had gone through something similar before awakening. Seeing such scenes always made him reflect. A seemingly demure girl working with the remains of monsters, how could she not feel estranged? Cheng Xiao changed the topic, seemingly hinting at something. In this world. It's all forced out of us. He smirked half-jokingly, saying, besides, even if that girl has something special about her, she certainly can't be a disaster looking for food, right? After watching the transport vehicle leave, Jiang Mian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had originally thought that delivering the remains was entirely the responsibility of the transport team, but unexpectedly the officer would moonlight as a courier too. Fortunately, the changes in her body, due to her abilities, were limited to her heart, showing no external abnormalities. As long as she made good use of her demure and obedient appearance, she could continue to hide. When she first crossed over, she still had some lingering feelings for her second brother, but soon she came to terms with it. After all, choosing to live rather than cling to something useless for over 2 decades was an easy decision, and she quickly integrated into her current life. Jiang Mian lowered her head, her gloved fingers sifting through the remains, sorting out the materials she needed. That Yi Chenyang. Although he looked young, why did he give her the feeling of being seen through? She had heard that among Awakeners of the Soul Path there were those with lie detector-like abilities, while Radiant Awakeners were extremely sensitive to the existence of disasters. Could he possibly be one of those? Jiang Mian was certain that when she wasn't using her abilities, her aura was completely concealed within her core, even kindred couldn't detect it. As time passed, Jiang Mian finally finished processing her materials. The useless remains were loaded onto a forklift and transported to the central processing area for incineration. She sat on a small stool nearby for a moment of rest. From a distance, she felt the embers seemed to have been ignited. According to Supervisor Chen, she still had to wait to handle the next batch and didn't need to go to the processing area, which meant her workstation was temporarily fixed. But Jiang Mian closed her eyes. It seemed she had received a trace of feedback, and it kept coming in. Jiang Mian had originally thought she could only harvest energy within 10 meters, but unexpectedly, she could also acquire energy remotely. Compared to the satisfaction of completely devouring a disaster core, this bit of feedback felt like a drop in the bucket, probably only 1/10. It seemed that taking the core had stripped these remains of most of their energy essence, leaving only this residue. Thankfully, this batch of remains was relatively fresh. If left for too long, the yield would likely be even less. This is still better than the mutated beings. Jiang Mian sighed inwardly, but even the smallest mosquito is still meat. The batch she had just dealt with, excluding the nearly non-existent gains from the mist creatures, had nearly 20 disasters, highlighting the severity of last night's battle. There were still a few more batches to come which could push her progress significantly forward. In this walled city, opportunities to capture complete disasters were rare, though every bit of energy supplementation was precious. Working at the Special Affairs Bureau was currently the only stable way for her to access fuel, even if it was just scraps. Her temporary contract was only for 3 days, and the gains from the first 2 days had already been satisfactory. The day's work was finally drawing to a close. Supervisor Chen took a look and, seeing the neatly stacked sorted materials, waved his hand to indicate she could clock out. Tomorrow at the same time, don't be late. All right, Supervisor Chen. Jiang Mian replied, turning to leave the factory area. She sat on her little scooter, not in a hurry to start it, but instead sensing the status within her body. Just a little more, and she would reach rank 2. The biggest surprise was uncovering the additional characteristics and absorption range of the Ignite skill. Just a little more, and she would reach rank 2. The biggest surprise was uncovering the additional characteristics and absorption range of the Ignite skill. Does this mean that if she wanted to harvest on a large scale in the future, all she needed to do was set a fire? Although she couldn't actively ignite beyond 10 meters, any external trigger would activate it. If this characteristic is utilized well combined with other skills, she could choose later whether for single target or area attacks, it could yield unexpected results. Finally feeling a bit accomplished. Time to go home. Jiang Mian, in a rare good mood, hummed a little tune as she rode her battle-scarred scooter, swaying as she left. When Jiang Mian returned to her dilapidated home in the west of the city, it seemed that the last batch of remains had been completely burned, and she finally touched the threshold of the second tier. The familiar insect-like characters were directly imprinted on her retina. Ignite has automatically upgraded to Fierce Flame. The marking range is increased to 20 meters, and the flames can spread with kindling with the intensity controllable. These characters existed for only a few seconds before rapidly changing. Please choose your initial skill, remaining time 30s. 1 Crystal Rock. Generate energy crystals for constructing temporary defenses or for active detonation. 3 Furious Wind. Acquire basic wind manipulation abilities, allowing perception to spread through the flowing wind, reducing the aura leaked from oneself, and creating a small wind field, achieving a brief levitation effect with attacks. As the frequency of ability usage increases, the strength of the body grows. 3 Furious Wind. Acquire basic wind manipulation abilities, allowing perception to spread through the flowing wind, reducing the aura leaked from oneself, and creating a small wind field, achieving a brief levitation effect with attacks, causing tearing damage. Indeed. Jiang Mian's lips curled upward. This was turning out quite well. After the advancement, not only did Ignite automatically upgrade, but the effects of the other options were also significantly improved compared to their first appearance. This crystal rock offers control and damage. If combined with the upgraded Fierce Flame, it could form a nice combo. The last two skills compared to the first tier also had some changes providing more effects. Although true men should fight hand-to-hand, this combat style easily exposes oneself, especially given her currently sensitive identity. Having more means is better. At present, what she needs most is the ability of Furious Wind. Moreover, among the new effects of Furious Wind there is the introduction of aura shielding and brief levitation. This means that her disguise will be more seamless, and even in an emergency, if she needs to drop from a height, she can use this ability to protect herself. In the face of potential future encounters involving stealth relocation, or even pursuit from others, this is undoubtedly a significant safety guarantee. Moreover, wind aids fire. If Furious Wind can remotely control the direction of Fierce Flame spread. With this thought, Jiang Mian concentrated her mind on Furious Wind without hesitation. It's decided, it is. Once the choice was made, a strange sensation surged from her heart reminiscent of the first time. It felt somewhat painful, but much lighter. Jiang Mian let out a muffled groan. Her body trembled slightly as she pressed her hand against her heart, cold sweat dripping from her back. She could sense two distinctly different forces converging at her core, coexisting in a peculiar way. Only after a few minutes did this discomfort gradually fade away. Huff! Jiang Mian sighed deeply. The fabric on her back was completely soaked, clinging to her body, which felt quite uncomfortable. Every time I advance, I go through this. It's really, she muttered with some dissatisfaction, but if enduring a bit of pain meant leveling up, she would gladly accept it. Jiang Mian casually picked up her nightgown and walked into the bathroom. Amidst the hazy steam, she looked at her reflection in the mirror, her right hand instinctively blocking a certain smooth, mysterious area. Quite fit, and the figure is quite good. Even after all this time, she still felt a bit dazed. The previous Jiang Mian had never interacted with the opposite sex, yet now she had to adapt to living with it. When she first arrived, she was quite unaccustomed, clumsy in everything she did. However, after the awakening, Jiang Mian had to hide her softer side, striving to learn all she could, honing her acting skills and mastering schemes to survive in this dreadful world. She often felt that she was neither Jiang Ming nor Jiang Mian anymore. Under the dual influence of nearsightedness and steam, the figure in the mirror appeared exceptionally blurry. Jiang Mian stepped a bit closer and examined carefully. The girl in the mirror had clear brows and eyes displaying a hint of weak innocence, but her figure was unexpectedly full, creating a striking contrast. Who would have thought that within this seemingly frail body resided the power of disaster, harboring a core belonging to Calamity? The former male soul and the current female body, human consciousness and monster instincts, various contradictions intertwined within her, often leaving her with a sense of confusion about the path ahead. Sometimes she would gaze out the window, feeling an inexplicable sadness rising in her heart. At other times, just a glance from someone else could ignite her underlying rage. Seriously, am I being influenced by something? Jiang Mian shook her head, casting aside this sudden wave of sentimentality. Regardless, this was a reality she had to confront. After a while, Jiang Mian's face turned slightly red as she walked out of the bathroom, wearing a pure white spaghetti strap nightgown. Since her arrival, her pressure had indeed been quite considerable. Although she had always wanted to explore and relieve some stress, she inexplicably felt fear and hesitated to act, as if something bad might happen. Forget it. They'll deal with it later. Jiang Mian nervously adjusted her dress and walked to the wardrobe. She had already picked out a place on her way back. About at the junction of the north and west of the city, the place was quite remote with few people, and the rent was reasonable, although water and electricity costs were a bit higher than here. Jiang Mian originally planned to stay away from the crowd, and that place suited her intentions. She could tidy up tonight and move in after work tomorrow. She rummaged through the cabinet, which was stuffed with various clothes, mostly old ones. The school uniform. She was about to graduate and wouldn't need it, so she'd keep just one set. The rest were casual clothes and a few skirts she hardly ever wore, adding up to not much. Jiang Mian didn't know why, but she neatly folded them all and put them away. When she had packed away the useful clothes, she suddenly spotted a few unopened stockings. Jiang Mian curiously unfolded them. Some were thick, some were thin, but they were mostly white. She had little impression of these. Upon careful reflection, she realized they seemed to be bought for her by her mother. After her mother's death, Jiang Mian had been in a state of isolation, causing many of her old belongings to be buried at the bottom of the wardrobe, gradually forgotten. Sigh. They'll keep them even though I might never wear them. Jiang Mian's heart was complicated as she carefully put them away. She shook her head, feeling sad was pointless and nostalgia wouldn't bring her back to the past. What was urgent was to quickly adapt to the power of Furious Wind, having accidentally killed Li Hao during the awakening. Each of the 5 paths has its own characteristics. If rankings are not considered, the war path is generally the strongest in the early stages, as their abilities mainly enhance the body, excelling in close combat. In contrast, the element path is for mages, which is not strong in the early stages and requires time to grow. However, those that can rank in the top 50 of the advanced sequences differ, as they already exhibit some characteristics of peak sequences. For example, Eye of the Wind, its power is not solely related to the energy reserves of the Awakener, but rather, although Jiang Mian had never seen it in person, most of the information aside from the apex sequences was publicly available, including detailed descriptions of the advanced sequences. Those with abilities ranking in the top 50 of the element pathways have a remarkably high affinity for what is referred to as elements. However, the nature of these elements is difficult to explain with current technology. People only know that after the mist descended, this formless and intangible substance appeared in the world. Only those awakened in the element pathways can manipulate them. The higher the level, the greater the quantity and intricacy of their control. For instance, the Eye of the Wind can effortlessly draw in the flowing air in the environment, continuously converging or dispersing air currents, triggering small storms with destructive power far exceeding its own rank. Moreover, a crucial point is that the ability to manipulate elements is closely tied to the mental state of the awakened. When they fall into extreme emotions, there is a slight chance of triggering a resonance with the surrounding elements, potentially leading to an elemental eruption. Such eruptions are extremely difficult to control, but the power released in an instant is enough to crush most opponents of the same rank. This can be considered a compensatory mechanism for the relatively weaker early stages of the element pathways, but it is limited to the top 50 sequences. In contrast, for disasters, the situation is entirely different. Their bodies are inherently capable of supporting and harnessing this violent power. Certain high-tier disasters can even transform the battlefield into their own domain. In simple terms, it is merely one of the highly consuming methods. As for the aberrants, their situation is far worse. They neither possess the stable mental state of the awakened, nor the unique structure of disaster cores, making them more prone to losing control or even self-detonation. They neither possess the stable mental state of the awakened, nor the unique structure of disaster cores, making them more prone to losing control or even self-detonation. The biggest difference for Jiang Mian is that she has already developed a disaster core, so, at least, she does not have to worry about exploding from within. No matter how tough Li Hao's steel bones are, he is ultimately just a newly awakened first-tier awakened. As thoughts flowed through her mind, Jiang Mian began to form her judgment. She was certain that no matter where she moved, that guy would definitely come knocking at her door. As an old classmate, she knew all too well about his vengeful nature. After tidying up her things, Jiang Mian curled up in bed, slowly closing her eyes. In the early hours, she was startled awake by a wave of pain. After a while, she finally began to recover slightly, or rather to gradually adapt to the pain. Jiang Mian struggled to sit up, only to find that beneath her was a chillingly sticky and horrifying dark red. After a while, she finally began to recover slightly, or rather to gradually adapt to the pain. Jiang Mian struggled to sit up, only to find that beneath her was a chillingly sticky and horrifying dark red. Oh no! Ever since she crossed over, her mind had been in a heightened state of tension, causing her to forget about such things. Considering the time since her last cycle, she was already several days late. That being said, her current body could still be considered human, just with an additional heart. If she wanted to significantly enhance her physical fitness and gain complete control, she would need to reach at least the 7th tier, which would make her one of the top powerhouses among humans. But she wondered how much her abilities would affect her at that time. Really? Why must I suffer through this? I'm not even having a child. Jiang Mian muttered softly, a wave of irritation rising in her heart. She staggered toward the bathroom, hastily tidied herself up, and changed into a new pair of panties with a sanitary pad. I don't want to go to work. Jiang Mian felt a hollow emptiness inside, suddenly devoid of motivation, unable to muster any strength. Wait, what am I thinking? It's just one day, though I should push through. She forced herself to change into clothes for going out, and quickly packed away the bloodstained garments and bedding. Thinking she wouldn't stay here tonight as it would be troublesome to carry things back and forth, Jiang Mian directly found a secluded spot and let the flames consume them entirely. Jiang Mian steeled herself and rode her bike to the Special Operations Bureau to complete her last day of work. Perhaps due to her physical discomfort, she felt that time passed particularly slowly today. Even the noise from the incinerator seemed a bit grating. Finally, after enduring a whole day, when she was settling her wages, Supervisor Chen took the time to say a few extra words, implying that he wanted her to work short-term with the possibility of signing long-term or even seeking a permanent position. Jiang Mian had already had her fill of such promises in her past life, especially since she would need to defeat about 25 second-tier disasters to advance to 3rd tier. The conditions here no longer met her needs. Thus, Jiang Mian directly declined due to health issues, and the other party did not say anything further. She took her wages and walked out of the Special Operations Bureau without looking back. Meanwhile, outside the detention center under the jurisdiction of the West District Public Security Bureau. I apologize for the trouble, Director Zhou. Li Tian nodded at Zhou Qiang. Although his words were polite, his demeanor was quite casual. Mr. Li, you're too kind. It's understandable for a young person to act impulsively, Zhou Qiang responded with a smile, gesturing for the nearby probationary officer to open the door to the private room. With a clang, the metal door swung open, and Li Hao stepped out, still wearing a hint of displeasure on his face. "Dad." Li Tian glanced at his troubled son with a furrowed brow, but chose not to reprimand him here. He had deliberately come 2 days late. After being locked up for so long, the boy should have learned his lesson right. "Let's talk at home, Director Zhou. We'll take our leave now." Li Tian nodded at Zhou Qiang, and then turned to walk straight out. Watching the father and son leave, Zhou Qiang's smile instantly faded. Beside him, the probationary officer who had opened the door couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Uncle, what is Mr. Li's background? Why are you being so polite to him?" Zhou Qiang glanced at him, lit a cigarette, and explained, "Li Tian, the head of the security section of the municipal..." Zhou Qiang glanced at him, lit a cigarette, and explained, "Li Tian, the head of the security section of the Municipal Construction Bureau." "Oh, is that so? A third tier awakened." Zhou Qingji raised an eyebrow, noting that the highest-ranked individual in base city 144 was only 4th tier, those above that had gone to higher-tier base cities. In this place, a 3rd tier awakened was already considered quite strong. Zhou Qiang flicked the ash off his cigarette, and continued, "Moreover, his ability is Sequence 100 Flanking Attack. His son may be a failure, but this one is not to be trifled with due to his connections." Outside the detention center, Li Hao followed behind Li Tian, feeling increasingly furious. Having been locked away for so many days, not only did his father not come to bail him out immediately, but at this moment, he hadn't even said a word of concern. "Dad, what took you so long?" "Shut up." Li Tian's voice was not loud, but his tone was icy, causing Li Hao to instinctively shrink his neck and swallow the rest of his sentence. Li Tian looked at Li Hao with a blank expression. It was clear that he was furious. "Because of a woman, you caused a scene at the Public Security Bureau, and you've embarrassed me." Li Hao instinctively averted his gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Li Tian was a 3rd tier awakened, and even a slight hint of his aura exerted an intense pressure. "Your brother at your age was already capable of single-handedly defeating a 1st tier disaster. What about you? Apart from causing trouble for me, what else can you do?" It was always about him. Whenever he did something wrong, Li Tian would bring up his cousin, who had also awakened the trapped formation. Li Hao ground his teeth in irritation, feeling an inexplicable gloom in his heart. Even though he had successfully awakened last month and his ability was close to steel bones, Li Tian still looked down on it. In Li Tian's eyes, that cousin was always the best, constantly using him to put pressure on Li Hao. "What's wrong with me?" Li Hao retorted unhappily. "Haven't I also successfully awakened? Steel bones, although not as impressive as your trapped formation, isn't weak either, right?" "Not weak." Li Tian scoffed. "It depends on the person. Your brother, after awakening, strictly demanded of himself, actively increasing his training load, even participating in the city defense team for practice, while you laze around all day and caused this mess for a woman. With your temperament, even the best abilities would be wasted on you." I. Li Hao opened his mouth to argue, but after countless instances of being suppressed and denied, he had long since resigned himself to his fate. "Humph." Seeing that Li Hao was speechless, Li Tian let out a cold snort and continued, "Look at yourself. What do you look like? Think it over carefully and act accordingly." "That I understand. I won't do it again in the future." Li Hao lowered his head, no longer debating. However, deep down, a more profound malice began to grow. That old man always suppressed him, messing with his mindset, making it impossible for him to hold his head high at home, so he simply let it go in one ear and out the other. Outside, he was a high and mighty awakened, doing whatever he pleased. As for effort, what a joke. He had already reached this point, and no amount of hard work would change anything. He might as well just give up. He thought of Jiang Mian's exquisite face along with her gentle and demure temperament. That appearance perfectly filled the void in his heart. The suppressed emotions within him needed an outlet, and he just happened to choose Jiang Mian to bear that burden. Seeing his obedient demeanor, Li Tian's anger gradually subsided. The suppressed emotions within him needed an outlet, and he just happened to choose Jiang Mian to bear that burden. Seeing his obedient demeanor, also, there might be a major move from above soon, so behave yourself and don't cause any more trouble. Do you hear me? After saying this, Li Tian kicked Li Hao out of the car and drove straight toward the construction bureau. Li Hao watched the car drive away, sneering in disdain. A major move? What does that have to do with him? The more his father pressed him, the more he wanted to retaliate. Right now, Li Hao's mind was filled with thoughts of Jiang Mian. He just wanted to repay her properly. Just wait. He couldn't believe she would escape this time. As long as he made Jiang Mian obediently submit, given her character, she would definitely not speak out. But before that, he needed to relax his tense nerves. Having spent so many days in detention, he was filled with pent-up frustration. Thinking of this, Li Hao took out his phone and dialed a number. Ajia, gather the brothers, meet at the usual place. Half an hour later, in a private room of a high-end club in the West District. Li Hao sank into the leather sofa, puffing out smoke, while several scantily clad hostesses were cautiously attending to him. How good today is. A green-haired one flatteringly lit him a new cigarette. Don't mention it or just got out of there, and that old man at home scolded me for a while, constantly bringing up how amazing my cousin is. A green-haired one flatteringly lit him a new cigarette. Don't mention it or just got out of there, and that old man at home scolded me for a while. He frowned in disgust and waved his hand, signaling her to back off. These superficial women were simply not. Seeing Li Hao's strange expression, the green-haired Jie rolled his eyes and lowered his voice, saying, "How go are you still thinking about that girl?" Jiang Mian, another red-haired little brother, also became interested and chimed in. "How good that picture we saw last time. Damn, it was stunning. Even that shabby ID photo looked so good. Ew, I've never seen anyone like that in my life. If you ask me, that so-called school beauty Shin Xiuyu from our school can't even compare to her in looks." Shin Xiuyu. Of course he had heard that name. She was a prominent figure in the school. Not only was she stunning, but more importantly, she had successfully awakened. Although her specific ability wasn't mentioned, her ranking seemed to be quite high, supposedly within the advanced sequence. That's a top 50 sequence. Even if she was just an ordinary person before awakening, such an ability could be considered a significant leap. Not to mention, her family already had some background. She was truly a daughter of heaven, and her high standards meant that she was on a completely different level from someone like him who just muddled through life. Indeed, the red-haired one continued to flatter. "How good your taste is sharp. Although she isn't an awakened, such beauty and purity are incredibly rare." With the alcohol kicking in and the flattery from his little brothers, Li Hao temporarily forgot his father's scolding, and his obsession with Jiang Mian grew stronger. "I may not be as good as my brother, can't beat the old man, but I can still take you on." Huff, even though I didn't break a sweat, I'm still exhausted. At the intersection of the North City and West City, in an old residential building, Jiang Mian set down her luggage and stretched her back. Although it was in a remote location, it was more spacious than her previous place with newer infrastructure, and most importantly, it was quiet without all the chaotic people. She looked around the room. It seemed like no one had lived here for quite some time, accumulating some dust, and the crevices were particularly dusty. Jiang Mian had an idea and walked to the center of the room, extending her right hand. A faint cyclone formed in the palm of her hand, and then a gentle breeze slowly spread, enveloping the entire room. It gently lifted the dust from the surfaces of the room and furniture, drawing it into the cyclone. This power belonged to Gale, as if it was innate. Upon awakening, Jiang Mian was able to manipulate it with such precision, even down to this extent. If others saw this, they would hardly believe it was a derivative ability of Doomsday. Jiang Mian gently released the cyclone in her hand, creating a small mound of dirt on the ground, while the rest of the room was already spotless. Complete victory. She clapped the non-existent dust off her hands, placing her hands on her hips, looking quite satisfied with the cleaning result. Jiang Mian glanced around the freshly renewed room, took off her coat, and prepared to wash up. Just then her phone, placed on the bedside, suddenly vibrated, showing a call from He. Jiang Mian picked up the phone, instantly switching her tone to a feeble one. "Hello. Team Leader He. I hope I'm not disturbing you." He maintained his calm demeanor, yet there was a hint of apology in his voice. "No, not at all, Team Leader He. What can I do for you?" Jiang Mian curled up on the bed, staring at her soft pink toes, her gaze somewhat unfocused. He sighed on the other end of the line, adjusting his tone to become more serious. There's something I need to tell you. Li Hao has already been released from the detention center this afternoon. So soon. Though Jiang Mian had anticipated it, her heart tightened at the confirmation. He seemed to imagine the pale face on the other end of the call, softening his voice with deep regret. "I know you don't want to hear this right now." He seemed to imagine the pale face on the other end of the call, softening his voice with deep regret. "I know you don't want to hear this right now." According to his behavior, he could have been detained longer, but his father pulled some strings. "I'm sorry." "It's fine, Team Leader He. You've already helped me a lot. Thank you for telling me specifically." Jiang Mian's voice trembled slightly, as if she were forcing herself to remain calm. "It's the least I could do." He asked with concern, "How have you been recently? Are you still living at the same place?" "I'm worried he might. So I wanted to check." "Me? I've moved." "You've already moved? That's good. The previous area was too chaotic. How's your new place? Is it safe?" "It's all right. It's in the north of the city, and the rent is still manageable." "The north of the city." He pondered for a moment, not asking for the specific address, only advising the place is a bit remote. "Be careful, and call me anytime if you need help." "I understand." After hanging up, Jiang Mian casually tossed her phone onto the bed, her gaze drifting towards the somewhat desolate scenery outside the window. Though awakening under everyone's watch was safer with Li Hao's character, he was probably already looking for her. Jiang Mian didn't know, nor did she want to know how he found her new address. She just needed to make good use of the fact that Li Hao would definitely come knocking, ensuring that there would be audience when the time came. As for who the audience was and how many there would be, it didn't matter. What mattered was that she had indeed been severely stimulated, thoroughly awakening her potential. In the Western District, Jiang Mian's former rented room, Li Hao stepped out of the door with a dark expression, kicking violently at the clutter piled up in the hallway. "Brother Hao, did that girl really run away?" asked the green-haired guy cautiously beside him. "Of course. He hadn't expected such coincidence. He just got out this afternoon, and Jiang Mian had moved away. He estimated that Jiang Mian was definitely no longer in this area, perhaps not even in the Western District. Damn, she runs fast. So, what do we do now? Investigate. Li Hao pulled out his phone, grinding his teeth. Let's check the rental records. I want to see where she could possibly hide. The next evening, as dusk fell, Jiang Mian, carrying shopping bags, strolled leisurely on her way home. Today she had informed teacher Lin of her new address, and the latter had said she would come by to visit later, and judging by the time it was about time. The fog obscured most of the sunlight, leaving the sky perpetually dim. By evening, combined with the unique desolation of the northern city, the atmosphere felt even more oppressive. However, this silence was soon shattered by a familiar voice. Jiang Mian, you really ran quite far. Li Hao's voice abruptly appeared in front of her, accompanied by two lackeys who blocked her path home. Perfect timing. Seeing Li Hao, Jiang Mian's expression instantly shifted to one of fear, stirring something in her heart. This guy had timed it perfectly, and she wouldn't need to do anything extra. In that case, she took a couple of steps back, her voice tremblingly. Li Hao, how did you? How did I find you? Li Hao advanced step by step, sneering. Did you think you could hide in the north of the city and be safe? So naive. His gaze locked onto Jiang Mian's eyes, which were now misty and looked pitiful. Yet instead of feeling pity, it only fueled his malicious intent. Daring to move. For someone like you who hasn't awakened, wouldn't it be better to obediently listen? Li Hao reached out his hand, unceremoniously grabbing Jiang Mian's wrist. Oh, let go of me. Jiang Mian winced in pain, instinctively dropping the bag in her hand, causing discounted bread and instant noodles to scatter everywhere. Li Hao scoffed, as if mocking her poor appearance, and his inner malice flared even more as he dragged her toward a dilapidated warehouse. Jiang Mian seemed to want to seek help, glancing around, her eyes meeting those of an old lady peeking through a window. The latter's expression changed, instantly retracting into her home, locking the window and drawing the curtains tightly. Meanwhile, several passers-by noticed the situation and quickened their pace as if they hadn't seen anything at all. In this world, people instinctively chose to distance themselves from unexpected troubles. Heroic acts. Not only do they not receive gratitude, but there's also a high chance of drawing trouble to themselves. In a district security bureau with only 100 or so people managing such a vast area, minor conflicts often go unaddressed in time, and retaliation often comes faster than they can respond. Jiang Mian felt no waves inside. She had long known this would be the outcome. But the show had to go on, and from here on it would depend on her. She struggled slightly, but couldn't break free from Li Hao's iron grip, trembling as she pleaded, please. Let go. You have no say in this. Seeing Jiang Mian attempt to escape, Li Hao completely lost his patience, quickening his steps as he pulled her into the dilapidated warehouse. The red-haired guy cleverly found a metal rod and handed it to Li Hao, while he and the green-haired guy stood guard outside, locking the door. With a loud clang, Li Hao secured the rusty door, isolating them inside. Inside the warehouse, the dim light made Li Hao's face appear particularly grim. Why aren't you running now? He cornered Jiang Mian against the wall, his face brimming with unmasked malice and excitement. You dare to call the police after this? Huh. Li Hao leaned down, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Now it's just the two of us. As he reached out to pinch Jiang Mian's cheek, his movement suddenly halted. He saw a delicate fair hand gripping his wrist, preventing him from advancing. What's happening? He was startled, looking into Jiang Mian's eyes, which were once filled with terror, but now radiated coldness and ferocity, as if she had transformed into a different person. Yes. It's just the two of us now. What do you mean? The icy tone left Li Hao momentarily stunned. In his mind, Jiang Mian should have been easily manipulated by him. Jiang Mian's expression now. He had never seen such a look on her before. Could it be that the innocent flower he randomly picked was actually thorned? Moreover, his instincts were sending him extreme warnings of danger. Li Hao instinctively activated his steel bone skill, causing his skin to take on a faint metallic sheen, further enhancing his physical abilities. Then he suddenly exerted force and pulled his hand away. However, it seemed Jiang Mian had anticipated this, releasing her grip at the same moment. Li Hao stumbled back a couple of steps to regain his footing, looking at her with uncertainty. You're not Jiang Mian. That force, just now. It even caused him a slight pain. How could this be? Seeing him flustered, Jiang Mian felt a surge of wicked delight. This guy who had tormented her for so long, it was time to collect a bit of interest. Jiang Mian tilted her head, a mix of curiosity and playfulness in her tone, as she said, do humans always get so anxious before fulfilling their educational desires? You humans. Li Hao's mind went blank in an instant. A disaster. Or perhaps a high-intelligence disaster that could disguise itself as a human. Did it occupy Jiang Mian's body, or is the person before me not Jiang Mian at all? As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of immense fear enveloped his heart. Trembling, he stuttered, Disaster. His awakening might be true, but he had no real combat experience. He usually relied on his haphazard fighting style or brute force. In the face of a true disaster, even one of a much lower sequence, he might not be able to win. Seeing Li Hao's terrified expression, a glimmer of pleasure flashed in Jiang Mian's eyes. Isn't this quite amusing? No wonder the books say many disasters enjoy playing pre-meal games. Huh. She couldn't help but laugh. The crisp laughter echoed in the spacious warehouse, instantly dissipating the previously tense atmosphere. Just kidding. Silly. Look at your little courage. Jiang Mian reined in her demeanor slightly, yet her face still wore a mischievous smirk, seemingly her true nature. Were you messing with me? Li Hao's brain crashed again. Jiang Mian's laughter felt like outright humiliation, twisting his expression and flushing his face. Were you messing with me? Li Hao's brain crashed again. Jiang Mian's... She adjusted her glasses, wiping a tear from the corner of her eye, tauntingly saying, "It seems you not only lack intelligence, but also have a courage smaller than a mouse." Jiang Mian looked at Li Hao's flushed face and his eyes that seemed to want to swallow her whole, nodding with satisfaction. "That's right, this expression of incompetent rage suits you best." Her tone was light, yet her words were pointed. "A good for nothing, who bullies the weak and fears the strong, this is all you amount to." A series of humiliations left Li Hao completely red-faced, losing all composure. "I will kill you," he shouted, recklessly lunging at Jiang Mian. Now he had only one thought: to tear this strange Jiang Mian before him into pieces. Just as his fist came crashing down, Jiang Mian calmly turned and slid to the side at an incredible angle. Bang! Li Hao's fist hit nothing but air, crashing into the wooden crate behind her. The crate shattered into pieces, sending splinters flying. He retracted his fist and spun around furiously, only to see Jiang Mian standing calmly to the side, still wearing that mocking smile. Li Hao was fuming, his teeth grinding, and he couldn't care less about Jiang Mian's situation anymore, roaring and lunging at her once again. A bizarre chase unfolded in the warehouse. Outside the door, Hong Mao and Lu Mao leaned against it, listening to the commotion inside with puzzled expression. Hey, Jia, listen to that noise." Hong Mao exhaled a puff of smoke, scratching his head. "Why is it laughter mixed with shouting, and now it's clanging non-stop? Can that girl handle it?" Jia pressed his ear against the door, but the door was too thick, and he could only hear faint noises. At first, when they heard Jiang Mian's laughter and Li Hao's shouts, they exchanged lewd smiles, thinking that brother Hao was training her, but then things started to feel off. Something's not right. This sounds like she's getting away. Is brother Hao chasing her? That can't be right. Jiang Mian has such thin arms and legs. How could she outrun brother Hao and awaken one? Jia expressed doubt. It's so small inside. How could she escape from brother Hao? Just then, another loud crash resonated from within the warehouse. The two exchanged glances, both realizing something was off. But the door was locked from the inside, so they could only search the vicinity for usable tools. Quick, find something to pry the door open. On the street near Jiang Mian's new home, Yi Qinyang stopped his motorcycle, opening his left hand, revealing a faint golden pattern glowing. He had just finished a day's work and was getting ready to return home. However, the power belonging to eternal day within him seemed to be throbbing unusually, guiding him in a specific direction. One of the main abilities of the Radiance Path is to provide coordinates for direction in the mist, and his ability as the pinnacle of the Radiance Path made his perception highly sensitive. However, this source felt neither like a disaster nor an awakened one, which was very strange and reminded him of Jiang Mian from before. Though he didn't know the person's name, the impression was very deep. It was just a fleeting glance at that time, but now he felt a slight overlap. Let's go take a look. Even though Base City 144 had always been quiet in his memory, it seemed there was a fierce undercurrent hidden beneath. In the warehouse, Jiang Mian's figure was like a nimble swallow, utilizing the extreme speed and agility brought by the gale to maneuver through. In the warehouse, Jiang Mian's figure was like a nimble swallow, utilizing the extreme speed and agility brought by the gale to maneuver through the narrow space. Li Hao at this moment was panting, appearing clumsy and awkward. Jiang Mian stood at the center of the warehouse, fixing her tousled hair. It's somewhat mystical. Through the extended ability of gale, she could clearly hear the sounds in the environment and feel the breath of the surroundings. Nearby were the sounds of Lu Mao and Hong Mao prying the door, while further away was the sound of a motorcycle engine reminiscent of the chili stir-fried meat she encountered at the special bureau. At the same time, there were two sets of hurried footsteps, one of which should be Lin Yun. The other was somewhat unfamiliar. Jiang Mian's lips curled slightly as she gestured times up. Moments ago, Lin Yun hurriedly walked along the street in the northern part of the city, her face betraying her unease. She had come to visit Jiang Mian's new residence as agreed, only to find that she was not home. Something's wrong, but she clearly promised to wait for me at home at this time. That child had always been honest and took their agreements seriously, unless, as she recalled the unstable factor Li Hao had been released, Lin Yun's anxiety deepened. Just as she was about to broaden her search, she spotted a security officer patrolling not far away. "Officer!" Lin Yun rushed over. The female officer, called Chen Qing, had short, crisp hair, and her badge indicated her name. "Hello, do you need assistance?" "Excuse me, have you seen a girl around here?" "About this tall, wearing glasses, looking quite quiet." Lin Yun quickly described Jiang Mian's appearance, her tone urgent. Chen Qing listened intently, subconsciously activating her abilities. Sequence 123, Element Path, Wind Language. This was a rare reconnaissance ability within the element path, allowing the Awakened to sense subtle changes in the surrounding airflow and capture fragments of information, quite useful in surveillance or search operations. At first, the information brought by the wind was merely the desolate sounds of the northern district and the occasional engine of a vehicle. But soon she captured a few hushed discussions. Over by the warehouse, several men are surrounding a girl. She looks quite pitiful, her head down, being dragged away. Mind your own business, don't get into trouble. Chen Qing's expression changed. From just these few words combined with Lin Yun's description, she could roughly deduce what had happened. She shook her head at Lin Yun, her expression serious. I'm sorry, I don't have any impression. However, Chen Qing pointed towards the direction of the warehouse district. Although there was some distance, she could clearly feel an unusual fluctuation. The person you are looking for might be over there, and her current situation could be dire. Please stick close to me and stay. I hope it's not too late. Chen Qing silently prayed, then she quickly led Lin Yun towards the warehouse district. As they approached, Chen Qing felt the airflow here was increasingly chaotic and agitated, seemingly affected by something. She inexplicably felt an ominous premonition. The source of this turbulent airflow seemed to exert a strong suppressive force against her, inhibiting the operation of her abilities. When Chen Qing and Lin Yun neared an old warehouse, they happened to witness the scene of a red-haired and green-haired individual prying open the door. What are you doing? Chen Qing shouted sharply, startling the two, who trembled all over. Officer. Ajia stammered, unable to explain. It's you two. Lin Yun's heart sank instantly. She recognized them at a glance. Although they weren't from her school, they often followed Li Hao around. Where's Li Hao? She looked towards the warehouse, her heart tightening as she began to suspect. Had she arrived too late? A strong sense of guilt surged within Lin Yun. She clearly knew what kind of person Li Hao was and understood that he would never let things go easily, yet she still failed to protect Jiang Mian. If Jiang Mian was harmed because of this, is Li Hao inside? What has he done to Jiang Mian? Lin Yun's voice sharpened with agitation, starkly contrasting with her usual gentle demeanor. Calm down. She attempted to rush forward, but was pulled back by Chen Qing. Chen Qing remained silent, fixating intently on the direction of the warehouse. Wind language conveyed to her extreme danger. It seemed as though something unknown was occurring inside the warehouse, the chaotic airflow converging with a sharpness that seemed poised to tear everything apart, tugging at the heavy iron door. Even though she had just entered the second tier as an awakened one, she found it rather troublesome. Not good. You two quickly step back. As soon as she finished speaking, an invisible wave of air suddenly erupted from the warehouse, knocking the two nearest individuals to the ground. Chen Qing stood in front of Lin Yun, using her abilities to slow the impact, barely maintaining her balance. Elemental explosion. Such a level. Even a typical first-tier awakened one would not be able to withstand it, and the sequence was extremely high, severely suppressing her abilities. Blood. The red-haired and green-haired individuals struggled to rise, only to find several cuts appearing on their bodies, seemingly widening, causing them to panic. At that moment, a sudden roar of motorcycles approached from a distance. Yi Qinyang executed a slick drift and came to a steady stop in the open space outside the warehouse. Seeing so many people on the scene, he frowned slightly. The situation seemed more complex than he had anticipated. He had encountered a few similar scenarios before. Although he was not an awakened one of the element path, he was still at the pinnacle sequence, possessing a perception just below that of the soul path's radiance. The turbulent winds in the air were clearly a man-made elemental explosion. But why was it causing fluctuations in his abilities? He distinctly remembered that the top sequence of element sequence 3 Wanshang had probably never been to base city 144. Yi Qinyang. Chen Qing glanced at Yi Qinyang's uniform and the badge on his chest. A newcomer, or from the southern district. Though confused, the urgent situation made having another person a good thing. Chen Qing quickly and succinctly shared the information. We suspect an awakened one is holding a female student hostage. The internal energy response is abnormal, possibly indicating a loss of control of wind element abilities. Is the girl you are looking for an awakened one? No, she isn't. She failed her awakening a month ago. Lin Yun answered hastily, but upon hearing Chen Qing's question, she recalled that possibility. Or a natural awakening triggered by extreme stimuli. Moreover, given the scale and force of the elements involved, the awakening sequence was likely unusual. Natural awakening. Yi Qinyang looked towards the warehouse not far away, where a sizable wind field had already formed. To trigger such a large-scale elemental explosion right after awakening, she must at least be an advanced sequence in the top 50. Yet his perception felt incredibly strange, driving him to want to explore the center of the storm. Bang! The warehouse door was violently blown open, and the raging airflow surged out, carrying dust and debris. Step back. Chen Qing instinctively shielded Lin Yun behind her. Yi Qinyang squinted slightly, a golden aura enveloping him, isolating the airwaves. Senior Chen. After a moment of thought, Yi Qinyang decided to venture in himself. My abilities have a certain resistance to all physical attacks. I can try to clear a path and check the situation inside. About time. What does that mean? Li Hao, still seething with rage, froze abruptly at the cryptic remark. Before he could process it, Jiang Mian's expression twisted instantly, as if struck by a profound shock, her voice piercing as she shrieked, Don't come near me. Please. In her voice cracked with sobs, reverting instantly to the fragile, helpless Jiang Mian of moments before. Li Hao felt like a fool, mocked, toyed with, and fury erupted within him. Acting. What the hell are you pretending at? Today I'll. And he never finished. A violent gust seized him, so fierce it nearly hurled him off his feet. Without warning, a gale howled through the warehouse, wailing like a chorus of specters. In from Jiang Mian's center spiraled a visible, cerulean vortex, a tempest made manifest. Li Hao staggered, then tumbled headlong into a stack of metal shelving. Cough, cough. And he clawed himself upright, eyes wide with disbelief. What kind of ability is this? Splinters and rusted nails swirled in the wind, sharpened into blades, slicing across his hardened skin, reinforced by his own ability. Unbelievably, these trivial fragments, normally harmless, now pierced his defenses with chilling ease, carving fine, bleeding lacerations across his flesh. Li Hao had barely finished secondary school, his grasp of other sequence abilities was shallow at best. Yet, judging from the chase just past, in this very moment, it pointed unmistakably toward wind manipulation along the elemental path. But shouldn't such an ability be weak in its early stages? At school, several peers had awakened elemental abilities. Fighting them felt like being tickled. How could this power possess such monstrous destructive force? This magnitude, even seasoned second-tier awakened couldn't generate such devastation. When did she? Before he could unravel the mystery, Jiang Mian's lips curved faintly upward. The chaotic winds coalesced, converging deliberately toward Li Hao, and forged several invisible wind blades. Li Hao's pupils contracted sharply. Though he'd never faced true death, the lethal intent coiled within that wind struck him like ice. Unmistakable, unrelenting. A chill prickled his spine. Instinctively he rolled sideways, but not fast enough. A wind blade grazed his thigh, shearing away flesh and exposing bone beneath a deep, ragged gash. Shhhk, ugh, ah, Li Hao cried out, raw, unfiltered agony tearing from his throat. Yet this was only the beginning. One after another wind blades descended, not aimed to kill outright, but to wear him down, to grind him slowly to. Gritting his teeth, he clutched the floor, dragging himself inch by agonizing inch toward the distant exit, leaving behind a crimson trail. Just reach that door. But Jiang Mian would grant him no reprieve. As his fingers brushed the threshold, the gale surged anew, lifting him bodily into the vortex. Spinning violently, like laundry in a centrifuge, he lost all sense of direction, even the pain of the blades blurred into numb disorientation. Stop. Please stop. And he begged, voice breaking. But Jiang Mian showed no mercy. Within seconds his cries dwindled to silence. His proudest defense, the very armor of his body, shattered like parchment before those uncanny blades. Li Hao felt life ebbing, each pulse weaker, each breath shallower, while flashes of memory flickered across his vision, bitter regret for ever targeting Jiang Mian. Li Hao felt life ebbing, each pulse weaker, each breath shallower, while flashes of memory flickered across his vision, bitter regret for. At that instant, through her gale, sensed Jiang Mian detected a familiar presence. La Jiaokuru, and the name surfaced instinctively, the young constable. Bushgorman. This ability, his golden body, and she sensed clearly the figure advanced effortlessly through her storm unimpeded. Time was short, but still within control. With a thought, a single wind blade formed and struck true, sliding silently into Li Hao's throat. His voice died mid-breath. His body crashed onto the far end of the blood-stained path, eyes vacant, limbs twitching once, then still. Seems Gale's lethality is higher than expected. Li Hao's so-called steel bones crumbled like tofu before her Gale, offering no resistance whatsoever. Still, for a sequence 48 vortex, this output may verge on overkill. Better temper it next time. As she pondered, Jiang Mian directed currents of air, hurling sharp metal shards toward Li Hao's corpse, then embedding foreign particles deep into the wounds. Still feels off. And that earlier transformation had been superficial. Fooling Li Hao perhaps, but still feels off. And that earlier transformation had been superficial. Fooling Li Hao perhaps, but two constables. Unlikely. Recalling this, she stimulated her Calamity Core. Her body trembled faintly, tears welled instantly in her eyes. Though he'd chosen light condensation, a first-tier skill focusing channeled strength into weapons or tools, to emulate radiant bladeness. Though he'd chosen light condensation, a first-tier skill focusing channeled strength into weapons or tools. Though he'd chosen light condensation, a first-tier skill focusing channeled strength into weapons or tools, to emulate radiant bladeness mastery, allowed echoes of past life techniques to surface, such as luminous cascade, a potent defensive art now shimmering around him. Nai Qinyang scanned the scene. Li Hao's massive frame stood out starkly. Seeing the crimson trail behind him, Yi Qinyang's first assumption was fatal hemorrhage. Wounds clustered across throat, chest, lungs, even groin, appeared multiple and mortal. Yet their haphazard nature littered with debris obscured the primary cause of death. He suppressed his doubts. Li Hao was undeniably dead. Now saving lives took precedence. And before entering, he'd already consulted Lin Yun for Jiang Mian's basic profile. Learning the circumstances, Yi Qinyang found it odd, but provisionally classified Jiang Mian as a spontaneous awakened, one who'd broken through in sheer desperation. Yes, elemental surges could obliterate peers, but awakening with such intensity and scale, that only high-tier sequences could summon storms of this magnitude. As he advanced, the gale softened, drawing near the eye of the vortex. Yi Qinyang entered the warehouse's heart, and the sight before him tightened his chest. Jiang Mian lowered her head, burying her face in her knees, her shoulders trembling occasionally as she let out soft sobs. The situation had become all too clear. In Yi Qinyang's eyes, her disheveled clothing and the faint red marks on her skin made her appear extremely fragile, as if she could shatter with just a touch. For some reason, a surge of protectiveness welled up within him. Considering Jiang Mian's experiences, it's likely that anyone with a conscience and moral boundaries would not feel at ease. In her past life, Yi Qinyang spent most of her time in training and battles, having encountered countless individuals, including various types of villains. The scene before him clearly depicted a girl undergoing an elemental eruption, forced by extreme fear, natural awakening. Eye of the wind. The surroundings were in disarray, with chaotic traces left by the wind varying in depth, clearly indicating that the power during the eruption was unstable. Jiang Mian had previously failed her awakening, yet now she had undergone a natural awakening. This was not impossible. Yi Qinyang had witnessed people who naturally awakened after experiencing immense shock, and the situation was fundamentally consistent with the current one. However, awakening in such a manner, the probability of becoming a mutant would significantly increase. Even if no mutation occurred, there would be substantial psychological trauma, and moreover, initial abilities would be extremely unstable, with control much weaker than that of an average awakener, requiring gradual practice to compensate. Li Hao's malice was evidently the catalyst for Jiang Mian's awakening. A wastrel relying on his status as an awakener and family background, he harbored ill intentions towards a lonely and vulnerable girl. Yi Qinyang frowned. In his past life, he had also been oppressed by such individuals before his awakening. Thus he inherently despised people like Li Hao, and now facing such a fate, it was purely self-inflicted. However, Jiang Mian always gave him a peculiar sense of strangeness combined with the abnormality of eternal day, prompting him to carefully recall the details from before. In his past life, he had never seen Jiang Mian and had not encountered her name in the official training program. At that time, due to the threat of the disaster sequence, the authorities attempted to allocate resources to the top-tier geniuses for concentrated cultivation, and he was among them. But since Jiang Mian had awakened the formidable Eye of the Wind, why had she not participated? Unfortunately, he had left shortly after his own awakening and had no acquaintance with Jiang Mian, leaving him unaware. Perhaps after this incident, Jiang Mian developed severe psychological barriers, even affecting her ability to perform. Or could it be she had not awakened Eye of the Wind, but rather storm corresponding to the disaster sequence? But that didn't seem right. If she were a mutant experiencing such a violent elemental eruption, she should have exploded and perished by now. Yi Qinyang pushed the thoughts aside for the moment. There would be plenty of opportunities to interact with her later. For now, he needed to first calm Jiang Mian. If this explosive state persisted long-term, it would undoubtedly impose a significant burden on her. He took a deep breath, the golden aura around him fading slightly as he slowed his pace, slowly approaching the curled-up figure. Jiang, it's okay now. Jiang Mian abruptly lifted her head, her glasses having fallen somewhere unknown, revealing most of her face that had been obscured. At that moment, her eyes were brimming with tears, her cheeks slightly flushed with traces of unshed tears still visible. So it's him. Jiang Mian silently grumbled within, feeling that the gaze from the other party was strange. She just didn't know what level of ability he possessed. Could it be a perception-type ability? If so, that would be troublesome. How to act convincingly now? Stay back. Jiang Mian instinctively recoiled, glaring warily at Yi Qinyang. With her shout, the wind around seemed to become even more agitated, and the already small calm area suddenly shrank further. Go away. You can't touch me. Her voice trembled, filled with panic and fear. Is it because of the recent experience that she has developed extreme distrust towards any approaching male? Or was it? Yi Qinyang paused, observing the golden light reflected in the girl's eyes. Perhaps his own barrier was making her somewhat uneasy. He felt a shift in his heart and withdrew, flowing light, trying to minimize any potential stimulation. Okay, I won't come closer. He raised both hands to indicate that he meant no harm. Jiang, look clearly, I am a peacekeeper here to help you. Your teacher is waiting for you outside. Right now you are safe, no one can harm you. After Yi Qinyang dimmed the glow, Jiang Mian seemed to calm down a bit. She huddled in the corner, wiping her tears, but the dust from her hands smudged her face, making her appear both disheveled and pitiful, yet still retaining a wary demeanor. Calm down, take a deep breath. Try to feel the wind around you. Let it settle. Yi Qinyang maintained a safe distance, offering soothing words, attempting to help Jiang Mian rein in her abilities. Jiang Mian feigned compliance, concentrating on sensing the wind around her, while her mind was racing, calculating her next course of action. A newly awakened Eye of the Wind ability user who had just triggered an elemental storm was likely at her physical and mental limits. Moreover, given her already fragile body after such a drain, it was only logical that she needed to sleep. With this thought, a pained expression surfaced on her face as she clutched her chest, her breathing becoming rapid. I can't control them. My head hurts. I feel so unwell. The wind around began to grow unstable, difficult to maintain, turning into scattered blades of wind that swept past nearby shelves, leaving shallow marks. Clearly their power had greatly diminished. Jiang Mian swayed softly, falling backward. The turbulent airflow around gradually calmed, leaving behind a profound silence. Yi Qinyang stepped forward just before she lost consciousness, catching her body in time, feeling her unusually light weight, as if she were weightless. At this moment he finally saw Jiang Mian's face clearly. It was terrifyingly pale, her lips matching completely, exhibiting signs of exhaustion. However, Jiang Mian's brows remained tightly knit, as if she were still bearing immense mental pressure. He extended his hand, reaching towards her neck. Her pulse was somewhat slow and erratic, and the power of the wind had been entirely expended. Meanwhile, Eternal Day seemed to have quieted, as if the previous warnings had never existed. Is the source of the resonance related to her abilities? Yi Qinyang had his suspicions, observing Jiang Mian's furrowed brow and instinctively wanting to help her relax, but then he thought of a better approach. A streak of golden light appeared between his fingers, a skill called Heart Lamp that he had only learned in the mid-phase of his past life. Its effect was to stabilize the mind, a rare form of mental soothing skill outside the path of soul. Yi Qinyang was currently at a low level and could only use a youthful version of it. However, when he pressed this golden light to Jiang Mian's forehead, she instantly became agitated. She felt as if something warm was entering her body, and then Jiang Mian let out a sharp explosion. The instant that golden light pierced her forehead, Jiang Mian felt her consciousness flooded with blinding rage. Though she could devour calamities and theoretically consume the flesh of awakened beings, Yi Qinyang's ability ranked exceptionally high. Her inner Calamity Core perceived his presence as an invasion of its domain and instinctively recoiled. Alarm surged through Jiang Mian's mind. Only by summoning every shred of willpower did she suppress her body's primal urge. No, this boy is still holding me. Though reluctant as one who had fainted, she possessed no means to resist. Any abnormal reaction would expose her, and all her efforts would vanish in an instant. Yet this very suppression caused the golden light to gradually spread. From that light, Jiang Mian sensed no hostility, only a soothing, calming force. Yet her body, inherently antithetical to it, turned her already pallid complexion even more ashen. At this rate, she truly would yawn. Only when Yi Qinyang withdrew his fingers did Jiang Mian release her restraint upon the Calamity Core, and instantly devoured the intruder. This Chilean pork ability, what exactly is it? Jiang Mian didn't yet know his name, so she referred. Upon entering, he had manifested a protective golden aura. Yet what he'd just employed upon her was not a physical barrier, but a mental pacification technique. Yet, she distinctly sensed he was merely rank 1. Could he possibly be another Apex Sequence? Was her luck truly this wretched? Across nearly 200 base necessities, humanity possessed only 5 Apex Sequences. How could she possibly encounter one on her very first encounter? She must be overthinking it. Yi Qinyang felt the heart lamp settle, and noticed almost imperceptibly Jiang Mian curl slightly within his arms. Before he could ponder further, 2 sets of hurried footsteps approached rapidly. Jiang Mian. Yi Qinyang. How is it inside? Is Jiang Mian? Yi Qinyang's gaze sharpened. He lifted Jiang Mian securely into a horizontal cradle, turned toward the 2 rushing in, and allowed a subtle weariness to soften his expression. The rank 1 ability of the luminescent blade was to condense light blades and grant moderate physical resistance. Yet traversing a storm of such elemental intensity without expenditure would defy credibility for any rank 1 luminescent blade awakener. Lin Yun's eyes immediately fell upon Jiang Mian, unconscious, in Yi Qinyang's arms. Seeing her ghastly pallor, Lin Yun rushed forward anxiously. How is she? Chen Xing followed closely behind, face grave, especially as her gaze swept across Li Hao's corpse, prompting a deepening frown. The rank 1 ability of the luminescent blade was to condense light blades and grant moderate physical resistance. Yet traversing a storm of such elemental intensity, though the recent gale had scattered most odors, the metallic tang of blood remained unmistakable. After examining Jiang Mian, Lin Yun concluded her collapse stemmed from severe exhaustion, triggering a self-protective slumber. Internal injuries remained undetermined. A full medical scan would be required. In Lin Yun's view, Jiang Mian had likely awakened under duress, physically unscathed yet psychologically scarred beyond doubt. An eerie silence settled over the scene. Lin Yun glanced outward. The rescue team she'd contacted earlier had, just as she turned to ask Qin, her gaze followed his, and landed upon Li Hao's corpse. As a support class Awakener, Lin Yun had served on city defenses years ago, but always from within the walls, aiding fellow Awakeners with healing. Her rank 2 ability temporarily dispelled pain, synergizing powerfully with more aggressive therapy. In those years, Lin Yun had treated countless grievously wounded soldiers. Yet Li Hao's manner of death looked excruciatingly painful. Karma. Though unprofessional from Jiang Mian's perspective, he had earned his fate. Qin stepped forward, crouched beside the corpse, and examined it closely. Multiple fatal wounds, compounded by secondary trauma from embedded debris. Yi Qinyang, was the scene like this when you entered? Yes. Yi Qinyang nodded, stating calmly, when I breached the wind field, Li Hao had already lost vital signs. And Jiang Mian was curled in the corner there, her mental state severely destabilized, before collapsing into unconsciousness from total depletion. The elemental storm triggered by the eye of the gale. No wonder my ability failed. Qin murmured, to trigger such a cataclysmic elemental eruption upon awakening. Sequence 48 truly lives up to its reputation. She sighed, leaving the rest unsaid. And Jiang Mian was curled in the corner there, her mental state severely destabilized, before collapsing into unconsciousness from total depletion. The elemental storm triggered the next day. Unfamiliar ceiling. Jiang Mian slowly opened her eyes, consciousness returning like tide reclaiming shore. The next day. Unfamiliar ceiling. Jiang Mian slowly opened her eyes, consciousness returning like tide reclaiming shore. Last night during the doctor's examination, she had been acutely tense, terrified of inadvertently revealing. Fortunately, her Calamity Core, having stabilized through recent reprieve, now evaded detection entirely. No machine could locate it without invasive surgery. The results unsurprisingly showed normalcy, save for chronic arrhythmia and malnutrition inherent to this body. Only then did Jiang Mian's taut nerves begin to ease. Yesterday's commotion had consumed far less raw power than mental stamina. The activation method of the gale was uniquely intimate, as if her consciousness extended into the surrounding environment, effortlessly guiding the elements themselves. To wield it at yesterday's intensity, without exhaustion, would be sheer deception. For now no one suspected her. Once this affair passed, she vowed to treat herself to something truly exquisite. The thought drifted her mind afar. In this mist-shrouded world, once common ingredients had become rare. Beyond the city walls, land drowned beneath perpetual fog, humanity huddled within towering fortifications. With limited population, crop yields sufficed, but meat remained a luxury. Even milk tea qualified as a 9% rarity. Hence her last meal had lifted her spirits unusually high. Still, Jiang Mian tugged absently at her blanket, staring blankly at the ceiling. If I convincingly pose as an Eye of the Gale Awakener, life should improve markedly. She rolled onto her side, casting such thoughts aside. Urgent priority: sustain the masquerade. Should Li Hao's Awakener father seek retribution? Teacher Lin, along with the 2 public security officers, all firmly believed she was the authentic Sequence 48, not someone Li Hao could ever rival. Such escalation might draw attention from higher authorities. Just as her thoughts scattered, her peripheral vision caught something dancing across the floor, a line of teddy bear-shaped cookies. They were holding hands, clumsily swaying left and right, as if performing a shamanic dance. Jiang Mian rubbed her eyes and looked again. The ground was so clean it reflected light. There were no dancing figures. The inhibitor has worn off so quickly. She stared at the ground as if nothing had ever appeared, but she knew in her heart that those dancing figures might leap out at any moment. The state of the afflicted person is divided into 3 stages, from hallucinations to auditory hallucinations, and finally, to localized calamity. Once this process begins, external forces must be used to halt and reset it. When she first arrived in this world, she had already reached the 2nd stage due to the prolonged absence of inhibitors. It was only after using that inhibitor that things calmed down for a few days. Little did she expect that less than 2 days after entering the 2nd stage, this inhibitor would fail outright. This medication is of such poor quality, and it cost me over 10,000. Jiang Mian gritted her teeth at the thought. That was enough to cover her rent for quite a while. Creak, a sound of the wooden door being gently pushed open came from the entrance of the ward. Lin Yun walked in, carrying a thermal container, visibly relieved to see Jiang Mian awake. Jiang Mian, you're awake. How do you feel? Noticing Jiang Mian's somewhat dazed expression, she leaned down and asked cautiously. After enduring so much, Jiang Mian had finally awakened, which could be considered a sweet relief after hardship. If her mental state were to falter now, then. Teacher, I am fine. Jiang Mian's voice was somewhat weak, as if she had not fully recovered. She shifted her gaze from the ground to Lin Yun's face, filled with concern, her eyes a bit vacant. Everything seemed a bit blurry. Oh no, where did she toss her glasses yesterday to make her act convincingly? Jiang Mian instinctively fumbled around by the head of the bed. It seemed this was her last spare pair of glasses. Glasses? Lin Yun recalled hurriedly sending Jiang Mian over in a rush yesterday, completely forgetting this detail. I'm sorry. Things were really chaotic on-site yesterday, or it might have accidentally fallen in the storage. She quickly stopped herself, fearing the word storage might trigger Jiang Mian, and corrected herself, it wasn't found. Once you feel better, teacher will take you to get a new pair, okay? No need, teacher, I can manage myself. Jiang Mian looked uninterested in bothering Lin Yun, appearing much the same as before. In Lin Yun's eyes, given how intense the elemental storm was yesterday, it was evident how emotional Jiang Mian had been at the time. The current calmness probably meant she had swallowed her emotions back down to digest them silently. She sighed inwardly, realizing that all she could do now was help Jiang Mian with emotional support and care for her within her capacity. Let's not think about yesterday's events. The most important thing right now is to rest well. Teacher brought you some porridge, or would you like some? Jiang Mian nodded obediently, allowing Lin Yun to adjust the height of her bed. She lowered her eyelids, her long eyelashes obscuring the spark in her eyes. Though losing her glasses was troublesome, she could still sense her surroundings through the wind, which had a decent range, so she didn't need to rely entirely on her eyes. However, the glasses were an important tool for enhancing her persona, and it was indeed a bit uncomfortable at the moment. She could get a new pair later. She also needed to figure out a way to acquire more inhibitors. Her wallet was about to suffer again. Meanwhile, inside the security bureau of the Northern District, Li Tian sat on a cold metal chair, his expression grave. He had just completed an escort mission early that morning and returned from the adjacent base city 143 when he received a summons from the security bureau with vague content mentioning something about Li Hao. Initially, he thought Li Hao had gotten into some trouble again and needed him to intervene, feeling a surge of anger. This kid had just come out a couple of days ago and was already restless. This time he had to teach him a good lesson, then confine him at home for some intense training. However, when Li Tian stepped into the security bureau, he sensed something was off, especially with the reception staff's hesitant expressions. It was clear that a serious problem had arisen. He felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Mr. Li, please remain calm. We need to take you to confirm your son's remains. The middle-aged security officer in charge of the reception spoke with a serious yet cautious tone. In the Northern District, even the team leader responsible for field operations was only at the second stage. If Li Tian were to cause a scene here, without restraint, no one would be able to contain him. Remains? What are you saying? Li Tian's eyes were like knives fixated on the security officer. This morning while we were patrolling, we discovered in the northern part of the city. The officer briefly detailed the incident, deliberately omitting information about Jiang Mian. This is impossible. After hearing this, Li Tian felt a wave of disbelief. My son is a first-stage awakened focusing on defense as a steel bone. How could he just be gone like that? Although Li Hao was aimless and idle, he was still his son. Now that Li Hao was dead, he could not remain in. The security officer shook his head, not rebutting him. The facts were as such, and arguing verbally with Li Tian would only aggravate him. After a while, as Li Tian's emotions slightly calmed down, the officer continued, Mr. Li, we offer our condolences. We have completed all examination procedures, and you can now process the paperwork to retrieve Li Hao's remains. His tone was somewhat formulaic, devoid of any personal emotion. In fact, deep down, he looked down on people. The events of last night had been organized very clearly, with witnesses Chen Qin, Yi Qinyang, and Lin Yun present, which could be said to have reached a definitive conclusion. Having worked in the security bureau for so many years, he had seen numerous young rascals like Li Hao. But this was the only time he had encountered someone hitting a brick wall. Most victims would simply let it go. Li Hao had previous offenses, and this time he was unexpectedly killed in retaliation. One could only say he brought it upon himself. Li Tian was aware of what the officer was thinking and chose to ignore it. Even though he had tried to remain calm, he couldn't help but tremble slightly when he saw Li Hao's remains. Li Tian was aware of what the officer was thinking and chose to ignore it. Even though he had tried to remain calm, he couldn't help but tremble. Even though he had been dead for some time, his skin and exposed bones still reflected a metallic sheen, indicating that Li Hao had exerted all his strength to operate his abilities before death. Yet the final outcome was that he couldn't hold on. High sequence, huh? Li Tian learned from the officer that Li Hao died due to an elemental explosion. In the world of Awaken, one's sequence rankings can directly indicate an Awaken one's potential. The top 50 sequence abilities are already rare, and versatile abilities like Eye of the Wind that can attack and assist are even more so. As the head of security in the construction bureau, he understood better than anyone the value of a high sequence awakened. The base city would never allow anyone to harm such a genius, especially since new regulations had already been implemented. However, even a high sequence was merely newly awakened. Just because he couldn't move against the other party didn't mean there wouldn't be any unexpected incidents. Li Tian's expression was dark and unclear, remaining silent for a long time, lost in thought. Finally, he hoarsely said, "Let's proceed with the paperwork." Jiang Mian sat alone on the hospital bed, flipping through the documents in her hands. Just now, a group of leaders, seemingly appearing from nowhere, suddenly crowded around her, from the construction bureau, the public security bureau, the education bureau, to the urban defense forces. They spoke earnestly, their attitudes attentive, treating her like a rare treasure. However, Jiang Mian knew very well that this sudden attention was closely related to the ability she had just awakened. The document in her hand was said to be a new regulation issued this year. The document mentioned that all Awakeners ranked in the top 50 would be included in a training program enjoying the highest level of resource allocation. Participants would not only receive generous scholarships and unknown guidance from senior Awakeners, but also get to take the Mist Special Line for free to the Central City area for special training. The Central City area. Jiang Mian had only heard of it. They were the first 7 base cities, and now they seemed to have developed to a civilization level comparable to that before the Mist equivalent to the current capital. For ordinary people living inside the walls, there would be no opportunity to visit other base cities in their lifetime, let alone that place. With such special attention combined with her own not low-ranking, Jiang Mian was indeed seen as having great potential. No wonder they are so anxious, Jiang Mian murmured. As someone who had just awakened as the 48th in the sequence, the Eye of the Storm, she happened to be at this critical juncture. These leaders clearly hoped to invest in her and establish connections in advance. Now with official protection evenly housed, father, whether a second-tier, third-tier, or even fourth-tier Awakener, would not dare to touch her. However, the attention she received would definitely be much more than before. She had to maintain a more perfect disguise and not reveal a single flaw. Unfortunately, her abilities were all related to elements. Aside from the Gale skill that could conceal her presence and aid in hiding or escaping, she had to rely on herself to blend in among the crowd. The door to the ward was gently pushed open, interrupting Jiang Mian's thoughts. Lin Yun returned, followed by someone else. It was Yi Qingyang. He was not in uniform today, but in a dark casual outfit. Had she just evaluated a man's appearance in her heart? Was this absurd? Could it be that staying in this body for too long had caused her perception to become confused, exuding a sense of righteousness without the dullness of a naive? She admitted that he was somewhat handsome. Wait, what was she thinking? Jiang Mian hurriedly suppressed this dangerous. Had she just evaluated a man's appearance in her heart? Was this absurd? Could it be that staying in this body for too long had caused her perception to become confused? It's time for medication. She silently averted her gaze, feeling it must be the fault of the suppressants failing. Jiang, classmate. Yi Qingyang sat down beside the bed, handing her a small bag and a severely damaged phone, his voice gentle. Jiang Mian took the items from his hand. The clothes she wore yesterday had all been changed. Those items were probably kept in a unified manner. However, she didn't have much, just a bit of money, a set of keys, and a broken phone. Thank you. She supported herself as she tried to get up, but Yi Qingyang gestured for her to lean back. Seeing that Jiang Mian was in good spirits, Lin Yun reminded her with a few cautionary words, mainly to avoid using her abilities lightly in the coming days, and then glanced at the time. She frowned slightly, looking a bit apologetic as she said, "Rest well, teacher has to go to school now. He'll come back to see you later." Only then did Lin Yun hurriedly leave, leaving only Jiang Mian and Yi Qingyang in the ward. The room suddenly felt a bit desolate. Jiang Mian lowered her eyes, running her fingers over the cracks on the phone screen, pondering the details of yesterday. She should not have revealed anything, right? She thought her performance yesterday was quite good, and she had been consciously controlling her state afterward. This kid was not very old, so he shouldn't be that perceptive. Jiang, classmate, do you feel better? Yi Qingyang casually asked, not inquiring about the intricacies of what happened. From the sense of her abilities, he felt that Jiang Mian was very special, making him want to understand her more. I'm okay, just a bit weak. Regarding your awakened abilities, do you have any plans for the future? I don't know. Jiang Mian shook her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes, inadvertently revealing a bit of vulnerability. My mind is still a bit chaotic. And the Eye of the Storm, I find it hard to believe. Perhaps it was just good luck, so. Yi Qingyang leaned slightly forward, resting on his knees, his expression serious. This is a potential that you inherently possess, not mere luck. However, I feel like I can't control it well. Jiang Mian appeared anxious, much like an ordinary person who had suddenly received a huge sum of money, not knowing how to use it. Seeing her like this, Yi Qingyang spoke to comfort her. The abilities in the top 50, especially those following the element path, are indeed difficult to control in the early stages. Moreover, the damage and range of skills depend on the Awakener's own ability to manipulate the elements. Even for the same type of ability, there will be some differences. Jiang Mian responded softly. She had already understood this, so she was still contemplating how to control her future performance. You just experienced an elemental eruption. You should know it carries a heavy burden and is easy to accidentally injure others. Yi Qingyang observed Jiang Mian's response. She seemed yet to recover from yesterday's incident, her reactions a bit dull. My ability is rank 49, Radiant Blade. Although the paths differ, there are many similarities in controlling abilities. Perhaps I can teach you some things. Rank 49, the same level of ability as hers, also a rare high-level sequence. It seemed quite reasonable, but Jiang Mian always felt something about his strength was off. Could a first-tier Radiant Blade navigate freely in her wind domain? Plus, did he possess additional mental skills? This guy must be hiding something. Despite her doubts, Jiang Mian did not reveal them. Instead, she appropriately expressed some surprise. At present, having a senior of the same high sequence voluntarily offering guidance, she seemed to have no other choice but to accept gratefully. Really? Thank you. No need to be polite. Before that, you must take care of your health. Yiqing turned his gaze to the documents beside Jiang Mian and reminded her, if you agree to participate in this program, you can go with me then. Including you, there are currently only 3 high-level sequences in our city. We can discuss the specifics after you recover. What you need most now is rest, so I won't disturb you too much. He got up, leaving Jiang Mian a note. This is my contact information. I reach out if you need anything. Yiqing did not say more and turned to leave the ward. Jiang Mian listened to his steady footsteps gradually fading away until they completely disappeared at the end of the corridor before slowly exhaling. Jiang Mian stayed in the hospital for only a few days, and after basically recovering her ability to move, she left. The reason was simple: the lunch at this world's hospital was simply too outrageous. Not to mention the oddly presented vegetables. Why did the meal have to include a lump of unidentifiable mush? For the past few days, she had either relied on Lin Yun for support or had to sneak out to fend for herself. Jiang Mian had good reason to deduce that if she stayed a few more days, she would probably starve to death there, which would be incredibly embarrassing. So she simply ran away. Although the battle-damaged phone in her hand was still usable, it was quite unsightly and might fail at a critical moment. Therefore, on her way back, she stopped by a second-hand market and spent a few hundred to find a decent-looking one, also getting a new pair of glasses, which were much lighter than the previous ones and looked better. Upon returning to her somewhat empty rental apartment, Jiang Mian didn't rush to wash up. Instead, she opened the newly purchased phone and accessed a discreet little website. This was the encrypted communication channel she had obtained from the scalper last time, meant for contacting again. Jiang Mian organized her thoughts and sent a message: is there still stock? Also, you should have some information for sale, right? I need to inquire about something for a fee. After sending the message, there was no response from the other side, only the cursor in the input box blinking incessantly. Jiang Mian patiently waited. When dealing with these people, patience was the most basic requirement. After a few minutes, the other side finally replied with 2 messages: there's stock, but the price has gone up 18,000 per unit. Recently, there have been strict checks, and the circulation of goods is low. What information do you want to know? Send it over, and I'll estimate the price. Jiang Mian had already prepared for this and directly sent over the string of numbers. This time, the reply from the other side was surprisingly quick. Where did you see this thing? Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes slightly. This kind of reaction. Why did it feel somewhat reluctant? I heard it from someone else. Don't worry about the details. Just tell me how you're selling it. By the way, that last inhibitor expired in just over a week, is it? She intended to probe the other side. Selling it for such a high price, while the effects were so diminished, made it hard for her to willingly part with her money. The other side seemed to think Jiang Mian wanted to negotiate and hurriedly replied, impossible. The quality of my stock is very stable. It must be an issue with your tolerance or your own sequence being high. Let's do this. I'll give you a discount, 17,000 per unit, and for the information, 22,000. Jiang Mian huffed coldly. Who did he think he was fooling? Wanting over 20,000 without saying anything. Money isn't the issue, but you have to at least give me a hint. What does this number roughly refer to? Otherwise, how would I know if it's worth that price? After sending the message, the other side remained silent for longer than any previous time. The price for the information regarding this number wasn't high, yet the response was hesitant. Jiang Mian speculated that it might either be worthless or could affect the other side's profit. She had previously guessed it might represent an address or contact information, but unfortunately no one could confirm that for her. After quite a while, the reply finally arrived. All right, if you sincerely want it, I can only say it's a communication address. If you want to find similar, you can check it out over there. Just as she suspected. If that's truly the case, this information would hold actual value for hidden afflicted individuals, perhaps even surpassing that of the inhibitor. However, for Jiang Mian, she had to consider this carefully. After all, she had successfully disguised herself as an awakened one, and going to such a place could likely expose her true identity. Soon Jiang Mian made her decision. She could choose not to go, but she couldn't remain uninformed. I bought it. Just this price. I could still negotiate down a bit. Seeing that she had not replied for a long time, the other side seemed a bit anxious and sent another message. So what do you think? This information is worth the price, right? The specific location and entry details will be provided to you during the transaction. Jiang Mian steadied her mind. She couldn't let the other side see her true thoughts, or it would be difficult to maneuver against them. She could easily trade with another dealer instead of going through the scalper. It's just an address. Why say it so mysteriously? Who knows if it's just made up? No, sister, I conduct business with integrity. If you buy from someone else, it at least costs 5,000. The other side seemed anxious. Jiang Mian slightly curved her lips and continued typing. The inhibitor is 13,000. The address information counts as 2,000, totaling 15,000. If you buy from someone else, it at least costs 5,000. The other side seemed anxious. Jiang Mian slightly curved her lips and continued typing. The inhibitor is 13,000. The address information counts Tomorrow night at 10 North City's old industrial area, Huan Shield Building Materials Co. Next to Warehouse No. 4, and the transaction method remains the same. The address and precautions will be given to you together. Understood. Exiting the interface, Jiang Mian lay back on her bed, placing the phone aside, subconsciously calculating her meager savings. Including what she had earned from part-time jobs, she probably still had about 20,000 mostly in cash. After all, black market transactions are all done in cash, and Jiang Mian had developed the habit of withdrawing her salary in cash each time. Including what she had earned from part-time jobs, she probably still had about 20,000 mostly in cash. After all, black market transactions are all done in cash, and Jiang Mian had developed the habit of withdrawing her salary in cash each time. Once the transaction was completed tomorrow, she would have less than 5,000 left. It seemed sufficient to support her for a while, but how long could the next inhibitor last? Half a month? Or just a week? If the effects remained unsatisfactory, she would soon face the challenge of mental erosion again. Money matters were easy to discuss, with the identity of an awakened one. Jiang Mian could apply to participate in the Public Security Bureau or City Defense training and perhaps get some subsidies, which wouldn't be small. But that training plan was a bit troublesome. She hadn't heard any rumors about it before, and it seemed to have been a hasty decision known only to the leadership of the base city for now. For a normal awakened one, this was an ascending ladder that was highly sought after. Yet, Jiang Mian's first reaction upon hearing about this plan was one of caution. The official control forces there were the strongest, and many experts gathered it was likely that just walking on the streets, one could meet high-level awakened individuals. With a disaster that harbored a core of doom hidden within her, mingling among a group of true prodigies felt like a scene from a nightmare. If all 5 pinnacle sequences of awakened ones were present facing them 1 against 5, she would likely be minced into pieces. In Base City No. 144, which was relatively marginal, she could still navigate carefully. But once she got there without a stable source of inhibitors, she would eventually expose herself. The risk is too high. I can't go, absolutely can't go. But how could she reasonably refuse or delay? According to the description in the documents, the intensive training would probably start shortly after the college entrance examination, and there was less than a month left until then. In the meantime, she had to think of a way. The following evening, torrential rain lashed the city. Huandun Construction Materials Co., Ltd. Warehouse No. 4. The company specialized in supplying building materials for city walls. In recent years, however, it had remained largely dormant due to minimal maintenance demand and few people ever visited. The adjacent auxiliary warehouse, originally intended for temporary material storage, had fallen into disrepair, plaster peeled from its walls, and rust corroded its ceiling. No streetlights illuminated the area. Darkness swallowed the surroundings, deepened further by the rains of damn this cursed weather. Inside the warehouse, a gaunt man spat contemptuously, clutching a small waterproof-wrapped package, the goods for tonight's transaction. Enough complaining. Finish this job and vanish. A deeper, gravelly voice replied, a broad-shouldered man whose raincoat could barely conceal the explosive musculature beneath. He stood at the entrance, scanning the rain-drenched expanse beyond with sharp vigilance, braced against any unforeseen intrusion. During the last Great Purge, many of their peers had been detained. Some wouldn't resurface for over a year. In its aftermath, caution became instinctive, and numerous operators suspended operations entirely, waiting for the dust to settle. As a result, market prices for suppressants surged, and so did the number of uncontrolled mutates. With concealment already perilous and authorities now intensifying crackdowns on mutates, dual pressures drastically reduced their numbers. That meant losing countless long-standing clients. Completing even a single deal had grown far more difficult than before. Brother Biao, the appointed time is nearly upon us. The gaunt man, Huang Niu, offered the reminder, then hesitated before asking, who is this woman? Weren't all those left behind at that mobile black market rounded up last time? Could she really be law enforcement, baiting us? Unlikely, Du Biao mused, shaking his head as his right hand unconsciously brushed the dagger strapped to his thigh. Too wordy, dragging out every exchange like this. She's just trying to haggle. If the authorities wanted intel, they'd have cleaner, subtler methods, not risk exposure through low-level intermediaries like us. So, she's a genuine patient. Possibly. But seasoned patients know their condition intimately. They gauge suppressant efficacy with precision, and everyone knows the city has only one licensed producer. Why would anyone question drug quality over duration? That makes no sense. After careful deduction, Du Biao concluded she's almost certainly a new patient, desperate for suppressants to stave off deterioration, while also hunting for information, and others like herself. Then with quiet gravity, he turned to Huang Niu. You must remember, half-drained ones are the most dangerous. They don't understand their own limits, making them prone to collapse, and to dragging others into chaos. Had it not been for Brother Biao's foresight and unwavering caution, and his willingness to keep him close, he'd have fallen countless times by now. Understood, Brother Biao. Had it not been for Brother Biao's foresight and unwavering caution, and his willingness to keep him close, he'd have fallen countless times by now. Understood, Brother Biao. I'll follow your lead. When she arrives, you handle the exchange, as usual. I'll watch from the shadows. Agreed. As the two spoke in hushed tones, neither noticed Jiang Mian, standing motionless atop the roof above them, clad in black rain gear, absorbing every word with perfect clarity. As the two spoke in hushed tones, neither noticed Jiang Mian, standing motionless atop the roof above them, clad in black rain gear, absorbing every word with perfect clarity. Such overt displays were unnecessary. The foundational wind manipulation skills described in Gale's codex encompassed all core techniques along that path, just as Blazing Fury did for fire. Given sufficient cultivation, she could master any technique within her chosen domain. Jiang Mian had arrived early, scouting the perimeter, memorizing sight lines and blind spots, before settling into ambush, hoping to glean useful intelligence from their conversation. If my awakening hadn't been Apocalypse, Brother Biao's analysis would have hit 7 or 8 out of 10. Her silent assessment acknowledged his perceptiveness. Yet the fact that only one manufacturer supplied suppressants was news to her. After all, this was only her second encounter with such figures. Ignorance in this case was perfectly understandable. A monopoly, meaning strict control over origin, pricing, and distribution, all guided by unseen hands. No wonder it's so expensive. Prices here ran roughly 1/3 of those in her past life. Yet even this degraded suppressant demanded a staggering sum. Brother Biao seems seasoned, hyper-alert. Likely an awakened being, probably a Tier 2 warfare sequence. Physical enhancement type, moderately formidable. As for the other, unremarkable. Even if awakened, he poses little threat. Below, the murmurs ceased. Jiang Mian knew the moment had arrived. With a thought, swirling winds lifted her weightlessly and set her down silently behind the warehouse. Then deliberately she stepped heavier, her boots splashing through puddles with measured rhythmic patter-patter sounds as she circled toward the entrance. Hearing footsteps outside, Du Biao gave Ah Gue an imperceptible nod, then melted into the shadows behind a pile of discarded construction materials, his breath and aura vanishing. Ah Gue advanced 2 paces, peering toward the doorway, where a figure in black rain gear now entered. Her face remained obscured, hood drawn, low, mask secured, revealing only a slender frame, a woman just over 1.6 meters tall. Yet something about her presence unsettled him. Though merely a Tier 340 velocity Awakener, he possessed baseline sensory acuity. At their last meeting she'd radiated no such faint, chilling pressure. This wasn't right. A novice. How could she change so drastically, in mere days? His gaze flickered instinctively toward Du Biao, before Jiang Mian's deliberately modulated icy voice cut through the dark. The goods. Without pause, she tossed a compact storage case. The payment is inside. Ah Gue caught it swiftly, the weight solid, dense. Jiang Mian said nothing, merely stood still, her silence speaking volumes. Obvious. Check it yourself. Realizing his nervousness had betrayed him, he opened the case without another word. After counting the contents and confirming accuracy, he handed over the small parcel, his tone edged with hesitant deference. Your suppressants, and the address, marked clearly inside. Jiang Mian reached out to take the small package, showing no intention of leaving as she opened it on the spot. Ah Gue watched her actions, unable to help but swallow hard. Inspecting goods face-to-face. This was not common in underground transactions, especially with regulars who had traded before, carrying a hint of distrust, which could even be seen as a provocation. But he dared not say much. The woman in black before him, even if she was a new patient based on the speed of her consumption, her ranking would surely not be low. Such individuals are stronger and more unstable than regular patients. Who knows if they might lose control over a slight annoyance. Thus those in this line of work, if they are not awakened themselves, might find themselves in danger. Jiang Mian first picked up the suppressant, the clear liquid, emitting a faint blue glow under the dim light. In her perception, this vial was identical to the previous one. Jiang Mian first picked up the suppressant, the clear liquid, emitting a faint blue glow under the dim light. In her perception, this vial was identical to the previous one. As for its effect, she would only know after trying it, but this place was not suitable. The suppressant could be taken orally or injected, with the latter showing quicker results. Jiang Mian habitually chose the former. She unfolded the slightly messy map marking the address of a small private hospital in the north of the city, with a line of small text beside it that was likely a code for entry. So this is where it is. She had passed by this place several times when she worked at the special department, as she never expected it to be in such a conspicuous location. Jiang Mian expressionlessly folded the map back up. Seeing this, Ah Gue hurriedly forced a smile and asked, trying to ease the atmosphere. Is everything all right, sis? She did not answer Ah Gue's question, but instead said the last suppressant was much less effective than you claimed. Ah Gue's heart skipped a beat and he licked his dry lips. However, thinking of the presence of Biao Gu in the shadows, he suddenly felt a bit more courageous. He straightened his back, his tone more eager than before. Sis, it's hard to say, or it depends on individual constitution. I've never seen someone consume it this fast like you. He hesitated for a moment, but couldn't suppress his curiosity, and bravely asked, if I may inquire, what's your ranking? Roughly in which range? If the ranking is high, then rapid tolerance and reduced effectiveness are normal. In the darkness, Du Biao almost choked at this remark, unable to resist the urge to rush out and give him a beating. What a fool, has he lost his mind? He could only force himself to hold back, cursing internally. How long has he been in this line of work? Have the rules been fed to the dogs? Does he want to live long? He felt somewhat fatigued. He had repeatedly warned Gui that inquiring about customer information was a huge taboo. This woman was clearly not easy to deal with, and with her rapid consumption of the suppressant, how low could her ranking possibly be? Asking this now, if she got angry and lost control here, they would all be in trouble. Had he known, he would have handled this himself. But the words had already slipped out, so he could only adapt. Thinking of this, Du Biao's hand rested on his weapon, muscles tense, ready to act and stabilize the situation. Jiang Mian seemed to see through Gui's cautious thoughts, letting out a cold snort. The next moment, a fiery and violent aura suddenly spread out, and the temperature in the warehouse instantly rose like a steamer. What is this? Gui felt a scorching pain in his breath. This clearly elemental ability. Natural disaster path. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Sorry, I spoke out of turn. He suddenly remembered that the other party was an unknown high-ranking mutated individual, while even his relied upon Biao only had a ranking of slightly over 200. Thus Gui directly chose to admit defeat and slide down. It won't happen again. Jiang Mian glanced meaningfully in the direction of Du Biao, disregarding Gui, who was trembling and nearly wetting himself, and turned to step into the dark rain outside. Have you learned your lesson? Du Biao emerged from the shadows, his expression grim, clearly on the brink of exploding. Biao, I'm sorry. Gui quickly admitted his mistake. Watch your mouth. If there's a next time, I'll be the first to sew it shut for you. Although the aura from earlier was still at the first tier, Du Biao could tell that such commotion could only be triggered by a ranking within the top 100. Moreover, it seemed the other party had noticed him. Not simple. On the street, Jiang Mian was walking briskly through the rain. Although she appeared somewhat disheveled from the rain, she had utilized the power of gale to create a layer of air film on her surface, keeping her clothes dry beneath the raincoat. I must say this skill is quite useful, encompassing combat, concealment, escape, and daily life. Very As her proficiency increased, her gale had begun to distort sound and isolate her aura, but it couldn't change her figure and her overly eye-catching face. Jiang Mian's appearance was striking. It was both her asset for disguise and a source of trouble. Even with deliberate concealment, some of her subtle features could still be remembered by observant individuals. If she wanted to operate long-term in the gray area, purchasing suppressants and gathering information would require a new identity completely unrelated to her public persona. If only there were a skill related to disguise, it would certainly make things much easier. Unfortunately, based on her current growth path, it seemed there was no trend in that direction. She could only be more cautious. The two individuals from earlier were somewhat unruly, but her new identity was already established as a fire-type, unstable, mutated individual. This impression was enough to make them behave more restrained during their next transaction. Until she found a more stable and lower-cost channel, she had to keep this line as a backup route for acquiring suppressants and information. The rain seemed to be getting heavier. Jiang Mian arrived at an intersection. Ahead was her small house, while turning right led to the private hospital. At this time, with the heavy rain, there shouldn't be many people. She thought for a moment and felt it would be just right to take the opportunity to scout the area and see if there were any abnormalities. Although she was still unsure whether to seek new channels for suppressants, having some information in advance was always better, with Gale supporting her as long as she was careful no one could catch her. Those kindred using an operational hospital as cover indeed made for a dark corner under the lamp. Jiang Mian withdrew her aura as much as possible, gliding toward the hospital like a ghost. Even with limited visibility, Jiang Mian could sense the surrounding information through the flowing wind. When she passed through a small alley, she felt a familiar aura outside. That security officer. Jiang Mian identified the figure, recalling the female officer who had brought teacher Lin to find her before. Is she on patrol? She still had a vial of suppressant on her, and she had intended to wait to take it, but unexpectedly encountered a patrolling officer midway. Jiang Mian did not want to bump into her Heaton. Just as she was considering taking a different route, an abrupt beam of light shone directly in her direction. His abilities were not particularly strong, aside from allowing him to hear sounds from a greater distance and perceive some vague emotional fluctuations. They were of no use. His abilities were not particularly strong, aside from allowing him to hear sounds from a greater distance and perceive some vague emotional fluctuations. They were of no use in direct confrontations. Among the awakened individuals with the same abilities, even the highest recorded level was only Tier 3, rendering the upper limit quite low. During this time, he often found himself reminiscing about that day in the classroom. He watched as Li Hao arrogantly pressured Jiang Mian, while he himself shrank back due to his own helplessness, lacking even the courage to step forward and intervene. The feeling of powerlessness and shame from that moment would stay with Wang Chun for the rest of his life. Afterwards, although Jiang Mian comforted him by saying this matter has nothing to do with you, he must have felt quite disappointed deep down. It was also after that day that Jiang Mian took an extended leave and he never saw her again. Wang Chun was overwhelmed by a vague, indescribable emotion. He loathed his own cowardice and desired to change, but due to his limited capabilities he did not know where to begin. When he saw that the Bureau of Law Enforcement was expanding its recruitment, especially opening internship positions to some low-tier students to compensate for the lack of personnel at the grassroots level, he signed up without hesitation. Perhaps his abilities were indeed useful in patrolling and vigilance. He quickly succeeded in joining and was assigned to the Northern District, interning alongside Qin. The other party's abilities were of the same type, but at a higher tier with a greater variety of skills and versatility. For example, at this moment Qin could still gather information through the sounds in the wind, while his own perception was thrown into disarray by the sound of the wind. Wang Chun could only concentrate his gaze, unconsciously drifting towards the dark alleys nearby. Sister Chun, it seems there is someone over there. Originally, he was merely shining the flashlight casually into the alley, but unexpectedly, he spotted someone crouching in the corner and momentarily thought he was mistaken. It was a person wearing a black raincoat, the brim of the hood pulled low, completely obscuring their face in shadow. As soon as the light hit her, she quickly retreated, disappearing into the depths of the alley, almost instantaneously lost to the cover of the rain. Oh! Chun-Xing's eyes narrowed as she instantly turned her gaze towards the direction indicated by Wang Chen's flashlight, her right hand instinctively resting on the weapon at her waist. Who's there? In the dead of night, someone sneaking about was likely up to no good. Just as she prepared to delve deeper into the alley, she seemed to remember something and instinctively glanced at the nearby hospital. Here for a checkup. Of course, this checkup was not meant in the literal sense. Qin was clearly aware of certain hidden matters, but chose to conceal them for unknown reasons. However, to evade the perception of wind language, it seemed the other party was not simple. Strange. Someone was here just now. Wang Chun approached the spot where Jiang Mian had just been. The sediment settling at the bottom of the puddle seemed to leave no footprints at all. Qin did not respond, but used her abilities to search for any residual traces left in the air. After a moment she frowned, and said, to be able to hide their tracks from my abilities they are likely also an awakened. Then, continue patrolling. This area is complex. You'll understand once you've waited long enough. For now, let's not probe too deeply. Wang Chun glanced back at the empty alley. He was simply young, not foolish. He could tell that Qin seemed to be hiding something. A matter that could silence a Tier 123 second-tier awakened individual was not something a mere probationary law enforcement officer could delve into. Jiang Mian, hidden in the alley, felt a slight relief when she saw they had not followed her. Her deskmate had indeed made something of herself, now serving as a law enforcement officer. She wouldn't easily take action against these familiar faces unless absolutely necessary. However, that Qin's attitude seemed somewhat odd. Her abilities were indeed extraordinary, but the other side was unaware. How could they so easily let her, a suspicious individual, go? Yet the other party hesitated for just a moment before giving up, even inexplicably saying here for a checkup and advising Wang Chun not to probe further. Coupled with the new information she had just acquired, Qin must know some inside details, right? If we were to boldly speculate, what if the Northern District Bureau of Law Enforcement was aware of what this place was? That would be quite unusual. Although the Bureau mainly dealt with ordinary people or awakened individuals, essentially concerning normal matters, the standard procedure when discovering a transformed individual was generally to transfer them to the Containment Bureau. However, in urgent situations, they also held the right to detain or even eliminate transformed individuals. Gathering transformed individuals would undoubtedly be the greatest source of instability. From the official stance, regardless of which official institution, the principle was to capture one upon discovery. If a nest was found, capture them all. Gathering transformed individuals would undoubtedly be the greatest source of instability. From the official stance, regardless of which official institution, the principle was to capture one upon. Why? Jiang Mian found a closed shop doorway where she could see the brightly lit hospital. She pondered, weighing the pros and cons. Initially, she thought this was merely a secret mutual assistance channel among transformed individuals, but now it seemed the situation was much deeper than she imagined. After much consideration, she identified 3 worst-case scenarios. The first was a trap to attract wild transformed individuals to be captured all at once after a certain period. The second was a transaction, perhaps the so-called sole producer was in fact the government, and their goal might be to have the transformed individuals do some things that shouldn't see the light of day. The third was a wild guess from Jiang Mian that they were cultivating a certain wind assault team after all. Every rampaging transformed individual was a human-shaped bomb, potentially effective against disasters. And those who were captured and sent to containment facilities were merely the eliminated, uniformly allocatable material for other uses. Incomprehensible. Jiang Mian shook her head, growing increasingly frightened as she thought, deciding to temporarily abandon the matter and turn back towards her home. She would rather be a fool in the black market than unnecessarily increase her risk of exposure. With too little information, acting rashly was tantamount to courting death. I hope I'm just scaring myself. Jiang Mian felt that if she remained in this state of ignorance, she would eventually frighten herself to death. She no longer lingered, her feet swift, as she moved quickly through the night. Soon she arrived at the front of her current. As it was late, nearly all the windows were dark, and with the absence of streetlights, it seemed exceptionally quiet. When Jiang Mian reached her door and was about to take out her keys, she suddenly sensed a strange presence through her fierce wind ability. Inside, there is someone. Jiang Mian's expression darkened and the wind around her surged, instantly dissipating her fatigue. She had always been cautious, having only recently moved to this place, spending most of her time in the hospital and rarely interacting with others. How had the other party set their sights on her, or rather why had they targeted her? They had even managed to breach her home. Jiang Mian's mind raced through several possibilities, ultimately fixating on the detestable face of Li Hao. In her father's eyes, Li Hao's death was ambiguous, ultimately classified as an accident. The new official regulations provided glaring protection for someone of her advanced awakening level, further applying pressure on her. Regardless of the reason the intruder had barged into her home and was brazenly staying inside, they were undoubtedly here for her. Regardless of the reason the intruder had barged into her home and was brazenly staying inside, they were undoubtedly here for her. There was no money in her home. Most of her cash had been taken out to buy suppressants. If their intention was to seek wealth, they would have left if they couldn't find any. With the keen perception granted by the furious wind, Jiang Mian assessed that the other party was likely just one step away from third tier. However, their aura seemed a bit violent, likely indicating they were a deviator and an old patient at that. This only reinforced her earlier suspicion that Li Tian must have employed a deviator through some special means to create an accident. If she were still at first tier, she would have to consider her options, but now, even if facing a third tier awakened one with her ability limited to one element, she could still outlast them. She could fight. Since the other party dared to invade her home, they must be prepared to stay forever. If she retreated, the ensuing troubles would be never-ending. With a decisive motion, she pushed her key into the lock, producing a clear sound. Inside, aided by the scant moonlight, she could barely make out the outlines of the furniture. The shadow in the corner seemed particularly thick as a gaunt man lifted his head from the darkness, staring at the twisting lock with a sickly excitement evident on his pale face. His exposed neck and arms were covered with irregular patches of gray-black scales, a characteristic of deviators who had entered the third stage, which could not be reversed even with suppressants. They're here. As a deviator, Lu Mu was supposed to hide his presence as much as possible. However, due to the severe mutation of his appearance, he had already grown some gray-black scales, making it impossible for him to work normally to buy suppressants. In order to survive and afford the expensive suppressants, he had no choice but to engage in this dangerous line of work. Fortunately, he was Sequence 234, a wanderer under the chaos path with the ability to switch between physical form and shadow, making him exceptionally suited for infiltration and assassination. Lu Mu initially felt uncomfortable, but after doing it repeatedly, he became numb, even finding some enjoyment in venting his inner desires through this means. Remembering the target information sent by his employer, the excitement brought on by spiritual erosion made him uncontrollably chuckle, instinctively scratching at the scales on his hands. Jiang Mian, female, 18 years old, just awakened, Sequence 48, Eye of the Storm, lacking combat experience, appearance. Generous compensation, a Tier 3 suppressant, plus 200,000, enough for him to enjoy life for a while. The Tier 3 suppressants were the most commonly circulated version on the black market, sufficient for a deviator beyond Sequence 200 to last half a month. Creak. Jiang Mian pushed open the door, looking fatigued, seemingly unaware of the observer lurking. She had already removed her raincoat before entering, revealing a simple sweatshirt and sweatpants, seemingly oblivious as she closed the door behind her. At the moment the door closed, the shadow beneath Jiang Mian's feet suddenly transformed into several tendril-like ropes springing up from the ground to bind her limbs, attempting to imprison her. Simultaneously, a purple-black mist enveloped the room, swallowing the surrounding walls, floor, and ceiling, as if entering another dimension. Using both skills right away, Jiang Mian realized that the other party did not intend to directly kill her, but rather to toy with her as their prey. He who was truly toying with whom was yet to be seen. Help! She was bound by this powerful force, unable to move, her face filled with terror as she attempted to call for help, struggling endlessly. But the shadow ropes seemed quite resilient, and the more she struggled, the tighter they became. Lu Mu let out a hoarse chuckle as he slowly stepped out from the shadows, savoring Jiang Mian's expression with a twisted smile. Don't waste your energy, little sister. My shadow mist has sealed off the surroundings. You won't be able to use your wind-blowing ability. He lowered his head, squinting as he examined Jiang Mian's face, his mouth twisting into an even wider grin. Shadow mist also had the effect of silencing sounds. Not only could she not call for help, but even if there was an explosion here, no one outside would hear it, which was why he felt so secure. Such delicate skin, it would be a shame to ruin it. However, for a high-level sequence like you, the taste must be quite good. You are a deviator. Why? Lu Mu grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, rubbing his hands together, and said, someone wants to buy your life. Sequence 48, a top genius. The price for a head is just this much money. Lu Mu always held a twisted jealousy towards such geniuses. To personally destroy a genius, especially a pretty young girl, and still earn some interest before finishing the job, just thinking about it was satisfying. I see. Jiang Mian could fully confirm that the other party's employer was likely Li Hao's father. To personally destroy a genius, especially a pretty young girl, and still earn some interest before finishing the job, just thinking about it was satisfying. I see. Jiang Mian could fully confirm that the other party's employer was likely. Just as he was lost in thought, an indescribable heat suddenly erupted from Jiang Mian, instantly igniting the shadow ropes that bound her limbs. Hiss hiss. The energy forming the ropes rapidly dissolved under the intense heat. However, when the orange-golden flames attached to Jiang Mian, they caused her no harm, not even singeing the hem of her clothes. Lu Mu's pupils constricted sharply as he saw the panic in the girl's originally terrified apricot eyes, now burning with a haunting dark golden light, exuding a terrifying aura akin to an ancient ferocious beast. No way. He instinctively took a step back, exclaiming, how could the Eye of the Storm possess such an ability? Is the intel wrong? Eye of the Storm. Jiang Mian's dark golden eyes locked onto Lu Mu, not bothering to elaborate. She was not some answer-every-question type, nor was she a talkative villain. Why should she clarify his doubts? As her light laughter fell, the orange-golden fierce flame erupted violently, igniting the surrounding purple-black shadow mist, and likewise igniting Lu Mu, who was trapped within the mist. Lu Mu was caught off guard as the orange-golden flames instantly engulfed his arm. The part covered by the flames quickly carbonized, turning black and losing sensation. Lu Mu was caught off guard as the orange-golden flames instantly engulfed his arm. The part covered by the flames quickly carbonized, turning. What Lu Mu did not know was that for the blazing flame, any living being or the abilities of a mutated person like him were excellent kindling. He stared intently at the figure at the center of the flames. The girl had long since freed herself from her restraints and was leisurely approaching him, her burning golden eyes devoid of any panic, instead filled with a familiar mockery, the kind of expression he wore when tormenting his prey. This starkly different demeanor. The other party was clearly a highly skilled deceiver. Everyone had been fooled by her. Your ability is not the Eye of the Wind at all. Lu Mu shouted in disbelief, trembling as he pointed his still sensitive left hand at Jiang Mian. A chilling conclusion surged in his mind. This aura is not from an awakened, but from a mutation. A very high-level mutation. And you've already reached the second tier. How could this be possible? Jiang Mian's data clearly stated that an elemental storm was triggered upon awakening. If she were a mutated person, such a degree of elemental eruption would be a one-time skill bound to go completely out of control and explode. How could she be so intact? Moreover, he had never seen a mutated individual capable of mastering two elements. Jiang Mian tilted her head, revealing a rather sunny smile, though her eyes held no mirth, only a hint of mockery. Did you discover my secret? She said cheerfully, even carrying a touch of shyness at being found out. She touched her slightly flushed cheek, savoring the feeling of shedding her disguise and revealing her true self. It was quite intoxicating. From the last encounter with Li Hao to the current kindred spirit, every time she saw them shift from inevitable victory to disbelief, Jiang Mian felt an inexplicable thrill rising within her. Could it be that deep down she was a thrill seeker? No, it was clearly the recognition of her acting skills from the other party that gave her a sense of accomplishment. Unfortunately, it's too late. Having played enough, it was time to send the other party on their way. The orange-golden flames gathered in her palm, emitting a terrifying heat. The temperature in the entire room was still rising sharply. Some cheap plastic furniture began to melt and deform, and the air within the room felt distorted, as if it might ignite as well. This was still the result of Jiang Mian's intentional control. If she unleashed her full power, the force would likely rival the wind field she had created before. Lu Mu's face was already filled with shock and fear. He had originally thought of himself as the hunter here to reap a sheep with golden fleece, but instead had encountered a terrifying beast disguised in sheep's clothing. Safe travels, no need to see you off. Jiang Mian waved at Lu Mu as if bidding farewell, but in Lu Mu's eyes it resembled the Grim Reaper beckoning to him. No, spare me. He began to plead, but the flames on his body suddenly blazed brightly, rapidly spreading until they completely consumed him. Lu Mu was still trying to struggle, wanting to use his ability to slip into the shadows, but against the bizarre flames, all resistance was futile. Jiang Mian carefully sensed it. The hunger emanating from the core subsided a little, enough to keep quiet for a few days. With a thought, she withdrew the power of the blazing flame, and her eyes returned to their usual. Jiang Mian carefully sensed it. The hunger emanating from the core subsided a little, enough to keep quiet for a few days. With a thought, she withdrew the power of the blaze. Jiang Mian carefully sensed it. The hunger emanating from the core subsided a little, enough to keep quiet for a few days. With a thought, she withdrew the power of the blazing flame, and her eyes returned to their usual state. With the flames dissipated, so too did the omnipresent shadow mist. Jiang Mian surveyed the room and stroked her smooth chin. The blazing flame has quite a high attack power, and can accelerate development, but it's too conspicuous when used one misstep, and it can easily set the place on fire. She had been very careful in her control, but the quality of the furniture was too poor. Just the high temperature radiated by the flames had caused this mess. It will have to be replaced. The other areas, however, were completely unscathed, not even a hint of char. Jiang Mian summoned the power of the gale, sweeping the ashes and strange odors from the room, merging them with the wind and rain outside through the open window, completely erasing the last traces of Lu Mu's existence. After completing all this, Jiang Mian walked to the window, gazing at the city skyline, still shrouded in rain, her expression calm. The trouble was temporarily resolved, but there was no guarantee there wouldn't be a second or third time. Since the other party could locate her residence and hire a mutated person for such a task, their resources were certainly not low. Generally speaking, the external affairs officer of the Public Security Bureau, like he, was usually a second-tier awakened. Jiang Mian estimated that the other party's strength topped out at the third tier. While she could handle it, it would still require some effort, especially since it would undoubtedly make a considerable noise. She knew the other party would definitely not take action personally, but if she took down this second-tier mutated person, it would surely raise their vigilance. If they hired a third-tier assassin, next time it would be troublesome. For someone as cautious as her, any opponent she couldn't take down in an instant was considered troublesome, as every additional second increased the risk of exposure. To be safe, it was better to reach the third tier as soon as possible. The Special Operations Bureau couldn't satisfy her appetite, but what about other official agencies with more opportunities to interact with disasters? For instance, the city defense. Beyond the city walls lies a world shrouded in fog, the domain of disasters. The city defense forces are stationed on the walls, ready to engage them at any moment, and manpower is always in short supply. Sometimes they even request personnel from the Public Security Bureau or the Containment Bureau, just like last time when she saw Captain Chung and the others coming over after finishing a support mission at the East Wall. This clearly shows how desperate they are for personnel. A genius awakened like her would surely not be turned down if she applied for an internship at the city defense. However, she was still officially just a rookie with no combat experience, and not the type to be aggressive, so suggesting it outright would be too abrupt. Wait, that guy earlier said he would teach her how to operate her abilities. While she didn't need anyone to teach her, she did require a witness. Under his witness, she could progress rapidly and gradually master her power, and thus develop the idea of using her abilities to make money quickly seemed much more reasonable. After all, everyone knew that although she had a timid personality, she was quite short on cash, willing to take on even the Special Operations Bureau's tasks for money. The salary at the city defense, even as an intern, was a 4-digit figure every day. Thinking of this, Jiang Mian rummaged through the drawer by her bedside and found a small business card pressed underneath, which bore a few lines of elegant writing along with his name, Yichen. The next day, despite the heavy rain that had fallen overnight, the sky remained shrouded in its usual mist. The presence of fog ensured that this world was perpetually cloaked in a gloomy hue. Only in some bustling urban areas at night could a semblance of illusory liveliness be created under the neon lights. Jiang Mian sent a brief message to Yichen using the contact information on the business card. The essence of the message was a request to meet under the pretense of seeking advice. The other party replied almost instantly, agreeing readily and suggesting a meeting at a beverage shop in the southern part of the city. When Jiang Mian arrived at the location, she experienced a surreal sense of returning to her past life. The shop's decor was simple, the lighting bright, and some unfamiliar music played in the background, but upon seeing the prices on the menu, Jiang Mian fell silent. The prices here were double what she remembered from the last place she delivered food for. To put it simply, a cup of the most ordinary milk tea was equivalent to 3 days' worth of her food expenses. Though resources were indeed scarce in this world, the prices felt inflated. Yet the number of customers in the shop was surprisingly substantial. Is this the life of the wealthy? She couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Yichen had already arrived, sitting by the window. Upon seeing Jiang Mian, he waved at her. Perhaps due to not working today, he appeared considerably brighter with a more relaxed demeanor. Jiang, classmate over here. Jiang Mian walked over and sat down opposite him, feeling a bit awkward. Yichen noted her subtle movements and picked up the menu, asking, "What would you like to drink?" "It's on me." Jiang Mian glanced at the menu and instinctively declined, saying, No need." She seemed somewhat shaken by the prices, her speech a bit stammered. As soon as she said this, she felt it was inappropriate and added, "Well, since I invited you out, let me treat you. It's fine." Yichen eyes flashed with surprise, as if he hadn't expected Jiang Mian, who was clearly startled by the prices, to insist on making such a proposal. He unconsciously softened his tone, saying, "Just call me by my name, Yichen. We're around the same age, so let's be friends." Counting it, this was only the 4th time he had met Jiang Mian. The first time was at the Special Affairs Bureau, where Jiang Mian worked quietly amidst the remnants of a disaster, leaving him with a profoundly deep first impression. The second and third times were both when he encountered her in a particularly vulnerable state. Now sitting opposite him, she appeared obedient and considerate, which made his previously tense heart relax a little. From these interactions, Yi Qingyang had roughly understood what kind of personality she had. However, he had no impression of her future at all. In his past life, he did not know Jiang Mian, or perhaps she had not yet matured when something unfortunate happened. He might need to pay more attention to her. It's not expensive. It's to celebrate your successful discharge from the hospital and your formal awakening. Yi Qingyang smiled, lightly, his tone quite relaxed. This small amount of money was nothing to him. Thank you. Then, Jiang Mian seemed to feel it was somewhat difficult to refuse, so she ordered the shop's signature drink, which was also the cheapest, but she still appeared embarrassed. All right. Yi Qingyang nodded, indicating it was no problem, and then placed the order. How do you feel after awakening? Has your perception of the surroundings changed significantly? He asked casually, as if making small talk. I feel like my body is a bit lighter, and I can see the flow of the wind. But, like last time, it's unstable, it keeps fluctuating. Jiang Mian extended her left hand, and made a vague grasping motion. The airflow around them subtly increased in speed, but soon became somewhat chaotic. The abilities of the high-level sequence are inherently difficult to tame, and the elemental path requires leveraging the environment to manipulate elements, which demands even higher precision. Your current situation is quite normal. The abilities of the high-level sequence are inherently difficult to tame, and the elemental path requires leveraging the environment to manipulate elements, which the fact that you can recover in such a short time and begin to attempt perception and control is already quite remarkable. Oh, there's such a saying. Jiang Mian, while researching earlier, seemed to have not heard of this side effect of natural awakening. From Yi Qingyang's tone, he seemed quite certain, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Strange. Jiang Mian displayed a hint of confusion and quietly said, so there's also this perspective. I had never heard of it before. This is a summary of the experiences of the predecessors. A very few materials mention it, so it's normal not to have heard of it. Yi Qingyang casually brushed off this detail and then steered the conversation back on track. In terms of controlling your ability, you can think of the wind as countless threads and try to pull one of them, then guide the other winds to move according to your intent. Is that so? Jiang Mian nodded thoughtfully. In fact, she had always done this. Merely stirring a bit of element could produce exaggerated effects. However, precise control required suppressing its violent nature, which was quite exhausting. This was likely one reason why her suppressants were being consumed so quickly. At this moment, their ordered drinks were just delivered, temporarily interrupting their conversation. Jiang Mian sipped her drink, the icy sweet taste seemingly alleviating some of the fatigue brought on by the mental erosion. She had not yet taken the suppressant she bought yesterday. Her plan was to wait until she was near the end of the second stage before consuming it, maximizing the time it could be utilized. After all, she had no idea how many days this suppressant could last. Every extra day was a gain as long as she didn't grow any strange anomalies. The atmosphere grew somewhat chilly, and after contemplating for a moment, Yi Qingyang spoke up, simply explaining things has its limits. I know a training ground nearby, specifically open to the awakened. If you don't mind, I'll take you there later. Jiang Mian was just worried about how to let the other person witness her rapid progress. Unexpectedly, he took the initiative to suggest it, and she naturally nodded in agreement. The training ground was not far from the commercial street where the beverage shop was located. Though called a training ground, it practically occupied an entire street with both outdoor and indoor facilities equipped quite comprehensively. The identity verification at the entrance was quite strict. Yi Qingyang brought Jiang Mian through the process, quickly leading her into a spacious indoor training area. Their arrival immediately attracted numerous curious gazes, whether openly or discreetly. A young man dressed in a black training vest approached from the nearby strength training area, greeting him with familiar. Then his gaze fell on Jiang Mian, who was behind Yi Qingyang, a knowing smile appearing on his face as he patted Yi Qingyang's shoulder, saying meaningfully, "This is the first time I've seen you bring a girl here. Why not go to the commercial street or catch a movie instead of coming to this rough place to show off? Why come to a place full of tough guys like us?" The young man's voice was soft, yet every awakened present, keenly perceptive, heard it with perfect clarity. His words instantly drew several curious glances. Yi Qingyang's ability was well known among regulars. Here, Sequence 49, Radiant Blade. Not only was he exceptional in Base City No. 144, a modest metropolis, but even among the elite 7 major base cities he ranked as a Onsen Tentasan prodigy. Compounding his rare talent was his quiet composure. He never flaunted his gifts, nor behaved arrogantly, earning him genuine warmth and camaraderie. Yet no one had anticipated that Yi Qingyang, who habitually maintained polite distance from the opposite sex, would deliberately bring an unfamiliar face here. Still, the young woman was undeniably striking, elegant, bespectacled, radiating scholarly serenity. Who would have guessed Yi Qingyang favored this kind of refinement? A flicker of wry resignation crossed Yi Qingyang's face as he gently raised a hand to deflect the youth attempting to sling an arm over his shoulder. "Gangzi, don't joke around. This is Jiang Mian, my friend newly awakened. I've brought her here to familiarize herself with her abilities." Only then did the youth sober up, turning his gaze fully upon Jiang Mian. Though Yi Qinyang hadn't disclosed her sequence, the fact that he treated her with such regard implied either deep personal affinity or an ability of extraordinary rarity. He flashed a broad, easy smile and gave Jiang Mian a respectful nod. My apologies, Jiang classmate. That was just banter. Please don't take it to heart. I'm Zhao Gang, Sequence 200, Warpath Crusher. He declared his ability outright, an act of remarkable candor. In this world where strength dictated stature, voluntarily revealing one's sequence signaled both esteem and goodwill. Jiang Mian, evidently ill at ease under collective scrutiny, lowered her gaze to the floor, her hands hovering uncertainly, as if searching for somewhere, anywhere, to rest. Yet out of courtesy, she murmured shyly, hello, I'm Jiang Mian. Element Path. Her voice trailed off, hesitant and faint, as though confessing her sequence in public felt like unveiling something deeply private. Yi Qinyang stepped forward, subtly shifting position to shield her gently from view. Let's head to the training zone first. Zhao Gang caught the cue, instantly grinning and stepping aside. Got it, you two go ahead. I won't intrude. Jiang Mian lifted her eyes fleetingly, watching Yi Qinyang's retreating back. Wait, was he that kind of guy? The quietly attentive type? Was he truly that perceptive? Without further comment, Yi Qinyang led her toward a training area lined with weapons, blades, spears, staffs, and rods. Nearly every conventional cold weapon laid out in meticulous array. Zhao Gang meant no offense. People here speak plainly, bluntly even. Seeing Jiang Mian's lingering unease, Yi Qinyang offered gentle reassurance. Though awakened abilities form the bedrock of power, mastering combat techniques and honing proficiency with weapons remains indispensable. Jiang Mian nodded, absorbing the truth in his words. Even abilities that spontaneously conjure weapons yield constructs inherently fragile, dissolving when their wielder's energy wanes. By contrast, weapons forged from specialized materials amplify effectiveness exponentially, especially vital for warpath adepts whose abilities primarily enhance physical prowess, thereby heightening dependence on armaments. Weaponry itself harbors subtle complexities. The residual fragments Jiang Mian had previously processed for the Special Affairs Bureau, harvested from Calamity remains, were refined into unique gear known as aberrant remnant arms. These arms retain vestigial traits of their original Calamities, synergizing powerfully with awakened abilities. Ranked by star tier simplicity, 2 to 5 stars, their efficacy escalates accordingly. As for why no 1-star tier exists, consider those merely standard issue arms. Most of Jiang Mian's prior batch was allocated toward mass-produced 2-star equipment. So what kind appeals to you? Yi Qinyang asked, noting her prolonged silence. Did your school's physical education curriculum cover fundamentals? Which discipline did you choose? Here PE included mandatory martial arts and cold weapon instruction, core curricula for all students. Though Jiang Mian had studied diligently, her mediocre physical constitution and unremarkable aptitude yielded only passable results. She tucked her hands, bashfully whispering boxing. Even Yi Qinyang, renowned for his unshakable equanimity, nearly faltered. Jiang Mian's slender frame had chosen the most physically demanding combat discipline imaginable. He pictured her throwing a punch, then glanced again at her delicate, timid demeanor, and wondered whether opponents might find her more exhilarating than threatening. Ahem. Boxing builds resilience certainly, but your reach is limited and it clashes poorly with your innate affinity. If no suitable close combat weapon presents itself, perhaps begin with firearms. He gestured toward a display cabinet tucked in the training zone's corner, filled with rifles and sidearms. Firearms. Jiang Mian lifted her head, her astonishment genuine this time. She'd expected recommendations like daggers, short swords, or trident spikes, light agile tools. Firearms. In this world they were decidedly niche. In short, scarcity ruled. Though functional, eliminating even a Tier 1 calamity, or merely a common mist creature, demanded staggering ammunition expenditure. With resources critically constrained, official allocations prioritized essentials, not firearms or bullets, resulting in drastically reduced production. Precisely, Yi Qinyang confirmed. Under ordinary circumstances, firearms suffer severe limitations, finite ammunition, resilient foes, abysmal cost efficiency. But, he paused meaningfully, doesn't your Tier 1 core ability, Eye of the Gale, generate localized wind fields? Jiang Mian nodded. Since awakening her windstorm ability, she'd already explored wind field manipulation. The subsequent Eye of the Gale techniques flowed naturally from that foundation. The crux lies in bullet kinetics. They're fixed. But what if you could channel your ability into the projectile itself? In other words, if she enveloped each round in a micro wind field, she could not only magnify its destructive force, but also minutely adjust its trajectory mid-flight. A brilliant notion. Was it hers, or borrowed wisdom? Jiang Mian grasped the concept readily, yet her expression remained dazed, as if still processing its implications. It sounds promising, she murmured softly, doubt coloring her tone. Internally, however, she calculated firearms consumed far fewer resources than aberrant remnant arms, and proved far more durable. Mastering marksmanship and simultaneously guiding wind to augment each shot. It feels impossibly difficult, far harder than generating wind fields alone. All beginnings are arduous, yet it merits pursuit. Once you grow fluent with firearms and refine your wind control to surgical precision, then merge the two. Yet it merits pursuit. Once you grow fluent with firearms and refine your wind. In the outdoor training ground, Yi Qinyang stood aside watching Jiang Mian's surrounding wind field spinning steadily, lost in silence. Has she really mastered it in just half a day's time? According to his past life experience, if one awakens naturally under stimulation, they would inevitably go through a phase of extreme instability in their abilities during the initial awakening period up until the second tier. During this period, extensive exploration and adaptation are necessary to basically control. For someone like Jiang Mian to go from being unable to stabilize control to being able to maintain a complete small wind field in just one day. Although the duration of this phase varies from person to person, the speed of progress seems rather unreasonable. Could it be? She is truly a genius. Among awakened individuals with the same sequence of abilities, there are still differences, but someone like Jiang Mian is something Yi Qinyang has never encountered. A peculiar feeling towards Jiang Mian rose again in his heart. This girl seems to be hiding something. At this moment, Jiang Mian was fully concentrating on maintaining her surrounding wind field, with fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead and her breathing becoming slightly hurried. According to the strength of the first tier eye of the wind, the maximum range of the wind field created is approximately 10 meters in radius, but if the power needs to be concentrated enough to shake a fellow awakened individual of the same tier, it would have to be significantly compressed. Thus, in Yi Qinyang's eyes, the elemental explosion that nearly toppled the warehouse was quite unexpected. Yi Qinyang stepped into Jiang Mian's wind field, his sleeves fluttering, his voice somewhat muffled by the wind. It's okay. Just a bit dizzy. It feels like my mental energy has been drained too much. He had seen many geniuses in his past life, even some at sequence 40, who could hold their own against those in the top 10, but someone like Jiang Mian, who grasps things instantly and progresses so rapidly, is indeed rare. Try to contract the wind field and concentrate the power. Act within your limits, don't overexert yourself. Isn't this a bit too fast? Jiang Mian couldn't help but doubt whether this guy had discovered something. She was still worried about progressing too quickly. She furrowed her brows slightly, but decided to follow Yi Qinyang's instructions and test him further. The surrounding circular wind field began to contract inward, with the airflow becoming increasingly rapid. Under her difficult control, it quickly shrank into a small cyan vortex the size of a human head hovering in front of her. The vortex seemed to possess a subtle pulling force, and with its extremely sharp edges, if Jiang Mian were to throw it, the effect would likely be akin to that of a high-explosive grenade. Is this a wind pressure vortex? Yi Qinyang's astonishment deepened. This kind of wind pressure vortex could only be achieved by a seasoned practitioner of the first tier, requiring an extremely fine control over the wind element. He had only casually mentioned it, but did not expect Jiang Mian to actually succeed. Is this right? I'm so tired. Jiang Mian was sweating profusely, breathing slightly heavily, struggling to maintain the vortex in her hand. Yes, that's right. If you're tired, then you can withdraw for now. Oh. Before Jiang Mian could finish her sentence, Yi Qinyang placed a layer of golden light over his hand and actively touched the center of the vortex that was about to explode. It seemed as if his action snuffed out the source of the vortex, causing its rotation speed to drop sharply, and the air pressure and rotation began to decrease and dissipate. Jiang Mian's eyes widened in surprise. Something felt off. Although she had pretended to struggle, the strength of this vortex was very real. Even if Brilliant Blade was an ability of the same tier as hers, it shouldn't be so easy to extinguish it. Moreover, the golden power earlier felt just like that time in the warehouse, giving her an extremely dangerous signal. Reluctant as she was to believe it, Jiang Mian had to admit that the other party had definitely concealed their abilities, and their actual sequence was definitely not low. But since they could perfectly mimic Brilliant Blade, the outcome was evident. Are they of the same type as me? But why are they hiding it? Jiang Mian found it hard to understand. Logically, if one awakened to a peak sequence, they could take off directly, getting anything they wanted, so why stay here? Who knows what this guy is planning? Playing the pig to eat the tiger. She could only consider herself unlucky and resolved not to let the other party discover her. When your energy is low, don't forcefully maintain a high compression form. It can easily backfire. Yi Qinyang calmly withdrew his hand and reminded her. I'm sorry. Was I too anxious? Jiang Mian lowered her head, staring at her toes, her face filled with self-reproach like a student who had made a mistake. Seeing her like this, Yi Qinyang's heart softened. He would have many more opportunities to interact with her in the future, so he decided to pay more attention. The slight doubt that had just arisen was suppressed again. No, I understand your feelings. Moreover, this precisely indicates that your talent is quite good. Yi Qinyang smiled and nodded in encouragement. All right, you've expended quite a bit of energy, so let's call it a day for now. Yi Qinyang smiled and nodded in encouragement. All right, you've expended quite a bit of energy, so let's call it a day for now. Jiang Mian nodded, and the residual wind currents around her gradually subsided. As the two walked side by side out of the training ground, the sky had darkened. What are your plans next? How have you considered the previous matter? They chatted as they walked, and the topic returned to the officially announced Talented Individuals Training Program. Jiang Mian shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion, as if she had not yet accepted the fact that she was a genius. In her heart, she was 100% unwilling about this matter. In Base City 144, she felt like she was walking on thin ice, and going there felt like stepping in a peak calamity that has not yet matured. Once discovered, containment research and processing would almost be an inevitable result. Moreover, the new regulations came so suddenly that it wouldn't be because the authorities had some means to detect peak calamities, would it? As her thoughts became more chaotic, she began to hear faint murmurs in her ears, seemingly affecting her mindset. Lumu was caught off guard as the orange-golden flames instantly engulfed his arm. The part covered by the flames quickly carbonized, turning black and losing sensation. Oh, I'm sorry, I spaced out. Jiang Mian's spirit jolted, finally returning to her senses. Her earlier emotions had been a bit off, and the murmurs in her ears. Was it time for the second phase? Should she take her medication? Yi Qinyang was unaware of the girl's inner thoughts, thinking instead that her fatigue was merely due to her excessive exertion that day. You're tired today too, let me take you home. I rode here on my bike, it's very convenient. He pointed to a black tricycle motorcycle parked outside the training ground. Clearly he had already made plans to bring Jiang Mian to the training ground when he came. No, it's fine, right? I live in the north of the city, it's a bit far. No problem, it's on the way. He quietly told a small lie. After awakening, he had moved from the west of the city to the south, seeking peace, as it was the best residential area in the city. If he were to take Jiang Mian home, he would have to take a long detour. Then, sorry for the trouble. It's a small effort. The sound of the motorcycle engine echoed clearly in the quiet streets of the northern city. Rest well when you get back. Jiang Mian slightly tilted her head, stealing a glance at Yi Qinyang's expression, which seemed to convey only simple concern without any other thoughts. Rest well when you get back. Jiang Mian slightly tilted her head, stealing a glance at Yi Qinyang's expression, which seemed to convey only simple concern without any other thoughts. Just as Yi Qinyang was about to offer a few more words of advice, a somewhat hesitant voice called out from a distance. Jiang Mian. Both turned their heads in unison. Wang Chun was seen standing not far away in a security officer's uniform, clearly on patrol. He was momentarily taken aback seeing Jiang Mian get off the motorcycle of a stranger. He assessed Jiang Mian, and after confirming she was fine, he secretly sighed in relief. Since that incident, Jiang Mian's figure had remained etched in his mind. He had also heard about the warehouse incident from a few days ago. Although he was just an intern and couldn't directly contact the core of the case, he had gathered a rough idea from Qinqing. Jiang Mian not only successfully awakened an incredibly powerful ability, but even fought back in an unconscious state, leading to Li Hao's death. That was a high-level sequence. Wang Chun had never even dared to imagine it before. She actually possessed such astonishing talent. For Jiang Mian, Wang Chun harbored a heavy sense of guilt. When she needed help the most, he had been unable to do anything due to his cowardice and lack of ability. However, it seemed that his deskmate, whom he hadn't seen for a while, had undergone some inexplicable changes. Jiang Mian wore a pair of round glasses he had never seen before, looking neat and tidy, while beside her, that person stood tall, a head taller than Jiang Mian. Even in simple casual wear, his outstanding appearance and demeanor couldn't be concealed. Just standing there exuded an inexplicable sense of reliability, as if everything was under control. This was exactly the image he had longed to embody before awakening. Yet seeing such a person beside Jiang Mian only made him feel a sense of inferiority. He couldn't help but wonder, who was this person? How did he know Jiang Mian? Surely he wasn't the same kind of person as Li Hao. After all, Jiang Mian didn't seem to reject him. He never found the courage or reason to ask, hesitating for a moment before stepping forward, saying, "What a coincidence, Jiang Mian. Are you feeling better?" "Yes, I'm fine now, thank you for your concern." Jiang Mian responded to this suddenly appeared old classmate with a gentle smile, maintaining her usual attitude, while secretly sighing in her heart. How could she not sense her deskmate's feelings? The awkwardness and tension when facing her, along with the fleeting scrutiny and self-doubt when looking at Yi Qinyang. It must be said it was too classic. In her past life, she had experienced the same in high school and could fully understand the mentality of boys during adolescence. Jiang Mian felt disgusted by those blatant malice and desires and would retaliate in extreme ways, while also finding some amusement within the oppressive disguise. But someone like Wang Chun, she found it a bit troublesome. She couldn't just eliminate him, could she? This slightly extreme thought flashed through her mind and was quickly suppressed. Calm down. Calm down. She still had to maintain her persona. She couldn't let it collapse. Fortunately, her awakened sequence was sufficiently high, and they were destined to be on different paths. As long as there weren't encounters like today, he would naturally retreat. What if she used Yi Qinyang as a shield? With this thought, she naturally turned to Yi Qinyang and introduced, "Yi Qinyang, this is my classmate Wang Chun. This is Yi Qinyang, friend, Wang Chun. Hello." Yi Qinyang's gaze fell on the intern security officer before him, but his heart stirred slightly. It's him. This somewhat slender youth who spoke with a slight stutter was familiar to Yi Qinyang. Or rather, he had an impression of the future version of him. In his past life, when they first met in Base City No. 1, Yi Qinyang was already at the 6th tier, while the other's level was only at the 3rd tier. However, Wang Chun had risen from Tier 3 to Tier 5 in less than a year, which even though his sequence was not low was still incredibly fast. In Yi Qinyang's memory, his ability should be the sequence 15 skill silent domain. Since the domain skill was core, it was an extremely late-stage ability. Its early performance was highly similar to that of low sequence skill listening, making it easy to be misjudged and overlooked. Only through continuous growth could the holder gradually reveal its power. Yi Qinyang found it hard to associate the boy before him with that genius. Considering this, it seemed that there were quite a few geniuses in Base City No. 144, yet he was unaware. Had he left too early in his past life? Hello. Wang Qin responded somewhat awkwardly. He seemed to have heard Yi Qinyang's name somewhere before. For some reason, when Yi Qinyang stood beside Jiang Mian, he felt surprisingly fitting, unable to harbor a shred of hostility. Is it self-doubt due to weak abilities? Yi Qinyang observed his awkwardness and understood. Initially, those lower sequence awakeners would be happy about their awakening, but after comparing themselves with other awakeners, it was inevitable they would start to doubt themselves. As for Wang Qin, though he had high potential, Yi Qinyang had no intention of intervening in his growth trajectory, as it could only bring about variables. Talents like him were the easiest to become conspicuous targets. As for Wang Qin, though he had high potential, Yi Qinyang had no intention of intervening in his growth trajectory, and his heart lamp was ultimately a lower-tier skill providing very limited defensive effects against a peak spiritual. Yi Qinyang even suspected that the distinctly different insane personality of the other in his past life was very likely influenced by Wang Chuan. After a brief greeting, the atmosphere grew a bit cold. Jiang Mian felt a headache coming on. She had no idea how long this stalemate would last. She could only speak up, Wang Chen, are you currently interning at the North District Security Bureau? Yes, I am. Wang Chen nodded quickly. After all, my ability is quite suited for this job, and the pay is good, so I chose to intern here. How about you? How have you been lately? Originally, it was just a casual question, but Jiang Mian sensed a glimmer of opportunity with. She had originally worried that proposing to intern at the city defense would seem a bit abrupt, thinking she would take it step by step and bring it up when the time was right. Now, with an observer present in a chance encounter, it would seem natural to mention it, as if it was a spontaneous idea. Jiang Mian instinctively tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. I'm still adapting to my abilities these days. It's just that after awakening, I feel particularly hungry and my expenses are a bit high. Eating has almost become a problem. This was indeed the truth. Although her main expense now was still on suppressants in daily life, she not only had to hunt for calamities to satisfy her core needs, but also had the normal physiological requirements of being human. Especially after entering the 2nd tier, her stomach felt like a bottomless pit, and no matter how much she ate, she could never feel full, causing her wallet to rapidly thin out. Although the official treatment for awakeners is generous, it is not something one can obtain by merely lying back. No matter what type of subsidy it is, one must participate in work or various tasks to receive it. As for the disability compensation and allowances that Jiang Mian was previously deprived of, the leaders tacitly avoided mentioning them, only saying that they would apply for a new subsidy for her later. She was well aware that they simply wouldn't admit it. If they compensated her, it would be tantamount to admitting their negligence and would offend her, a genius with great potential. Jiang Mian found it laughable. Setting aside the issue of offending someone, it was so blatant what they had done before. Now they kept silent, thinking she was a fool who could be easily deceived. No wait. Perhaps they really think so. Jiang Mian casually glanced at Wang Chen's badge on his chest, as if reminded of something. Speaking of which, I remember that the treatment at the city defense should be the best, right? City defense. In the eyes of ordinary people and low-tier awakeners within the walls, this was the most dangerous job bar none. Behind the high compensation lies a visibly high casualty rate. It is a stage for the strong and a graveyard for the weak. For someone like Wang Chun, who was low on the tier and not particularly strong, it was quite cruel. Hearing Jiang Mian express such thoughts, Wang Chun immediately became tense, almost blurting out, "It's too dangerous over there. Not only might you face real calamities at any moment, but..." He suddenly realized he had spoken too hastily, his voice softening a bit as he continued, "You've only just awakened, there's no need to rush. But I want to become stronger quickly and am short on money." Jiang Mian's tone softened as she implied, "I don't want to go through what happened with Li Hao again." At this statement, Wang Chun silently closed his mouth. If it hadn't been for her awakening, she might have fallen prey to that beast when Li Hao brought her into the warehouse. This, perhaps, was her greatest motivation to become stronger quickly. The advancement and ability of the first 3 tiers of awakeners relate to the awakener's cycle of using, recovering, using, which accumulates and consumes mental energy while also building up progress for upgrades. The speed of progress is also related to the ranking in the sequence. Someone like Jiang Mian, a genius, might catch up to others' years of accumulation in just a few months or even weeks. Now she wanted to become stronger quickly. There was no reason nor qualification for someone at her tiny sequence of 335 to hinder her. Yi Qinyang took all of this in. It seemed that although Jiang Mian did not show it on the surface, the last incident must have left her with a significant psychological shadow. Fighting is indeed a way to rapidly improve. Yi Qinyang did not directly oppose Jiang Mian's risk. In his view, calamities were opponents that all awakeners would face sooner or later. The level of calamities near the base city was not particularly high, and moreover Jiang Mian's ability was aimed towards long-range positions, which was relatively safe. After all, the existence of the city walls could provide some reaction time, if it were the fog exploration team. Unless there was the protection of a radiant awakener, one would almost be in intimate communication face-to-face with the calamities in the fog, which was truly unpredictable danger. Your control over your abilities is progressing quickly, which is good, but the use of weapons and combat skills still require training. How about this? He'll make a training plan for you over the next few days, then help you get familiar with it. Once you're fully prepared, we can try it out. This means he is expressing support. Jiang Mian looked at Yi Qinyang in surprise. She originally just wanted to give the two a heads up, so she wouldn't seem so abrupt when she went to the city defense later, but unexpectedly he would support her and even help formulate a training plan. That set aside from that time in the warehouse when she felt a bit unsatisfied, and he interrupted today's progress was exceptionally smooth. He also didn't delve into how she managed to do it. Perhaps, as he said, she had classified herself among the exceptionally gifted. Dealing with smart people is reassuring. If one does not show obvious flaws, the other party won't say much, but will automatically fill in the gaps, patching up any discrepancies. Thank you. I will study seriously. Wang Chun, standing by, watched this scene. His lips moved, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. He actually had some guesses in his heart. He had heard that this year only 2 people awakened to a high sequence in Base City 144, aside from Shun Xiuyu from their school, and the newly awakened Jiang Mian. There was only one surnamed Yi from the neighboring one high school. It should be this person in front of him. Looking at it this way, Yi Qinyang indeed possessed the demeanor of a genius. Not only was his appearance outstanding, but his character was also stable and kind. In contrast, he, a weak awakener at a low sequence who could only retreat when Jiang Mian was in danger, seemed so insignificant. Do geniuses attract each other? A strange emotion rose in Wang Chen's heart, blocking in his chest and making it hard for him to breathe. It's getting late. Let's head back to rest first. Yi Qinyang looked at Jiang Mian, whose eyes were filled with gratitude and excitement, and couldn't help but chuckle. At first, approaching Jiang Mian was simply out of curiosity, as she clearly had talent, while he had no impression at all. If she were an acquaintance, he might have chosen to observe changes, like with Wang Chun never easily intervening in her fate. After spending time together, Yi Qinyang had to admit that Jiang Mian indeed held a unique attraction for him. Goodbye. Jiang Mian waved at the two, politely bidding farewell. After watching them leave in the opposite direction, she finally went upstairs. Once back home, she tossed her glasses aside and flopped onto the bed. After a day of acting, the mental fatigue far exceeded the physical. After burying her face in the bedding for a while, she finally lifted her head, still wearing a hint of weariness. Looking back, that guy Yi Qinyang, as a holder of the top sequence, aside from hiding his strength, the fact that he spent so much time accompanying a novice like her, and his attitude could even be described as considerate. The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. If she were a normal girl after all this, she would probably not only develop feelings, but also increase her fondness, right? Jiang Mian had always been suspicious, quickly replaying every detail of her interactions today to ensure she had not revealed any flaws and that he had not harbored any doubts. So, what exactly is he after? Days passed in the blink of an eye. Under Yi Qinyang's careful guidance, Jiang Mian's progress was nothing short of astonishing. Not only could she now maintain a small wind field for extended periods, but she could also compress it and attach it to small objects, a process Yi Qinyang had referred to as enchanting bullets. Simultaneously, she was learning about firearms, including basic theory and hands-on practice. Although her accuracy still needed improvement, her single-shot power was already sufficient to pose a threat to first-tier disasters that lacked defensive specialization. Of course, this was Yi Qinyang's perspective. Perhaps due to the recently taken suppressants, Jiang Mian's mental state had been particularly good lately, allowing her to learn quickly. If she wanted within the perception range of Tempest, she could basically hit whatever she pointed at. As for the specific range of Tempest, even Jiang Mian herself found it hard to estimate. At the very least, she could cover an entire block. Thus, she deliberately controlled her strength to avoid overexerting herself like on the first day. During this time, she had casually asked Yi Qinyang how he managed to find the time. The answer was that for high-tier awakened individuals, the authorities usually granted considerable autonomy. His work was driven by personal will and the purpose of experience. If Jiang Mian found it hard to adapt after joining the city defense, she could also request a transfer. Jiang Mian did not voice her opinion. Once she was ready, she set off alone to the city defense office in the east of the city. Unlike the independent buildings of the Public Security Bureau and the Special Affairs Bureau, the City Defense Office was backed by the city wall, or rather embedded within it. The towering city wall was a heavy gray-black, reflecting a deep metallic sheen. At the base of the wall, ordinary soldiers responsible for basic defense were coming and going. They constituted the vast majority of the city defense, handling daily patrols, vigilance, equipment maintenance, and construction work. They were the cornerstone of the defense line, while awakened individuals were organized differently. Jiang Mian pushed open the heavy glass door of the office. The interior was simply laid out, and most of the personnel passing through were dressed in standard combat uniforms, looking hurried. She approached the consultation desk and stated her purpose. "Hello, my name is Jiang Mian, and I am here for my internship onboarding." The female clerk at the desk looked up at Jiang Mian, seemingly surprised, but after receiving Jiang Mian's identification and the invitation letter bearing the official seal, her expression immediately became serious. Speaking of which, during her previous hospitalization, the officials had given her a pile of invitation letters, which now proved to be quite convenient. "All right, just a moment. Sequence 48, Thigh of the Storm." The clerk glanced at the documents before her tone infused with respect. Everyone knew that individuals possessing such high-tier sequences would, barring any untimely demise, at least achieve a level 7 in the future. The number was indeed scarce. This year their city had only 3, which was quite rare. This individual before her, if they were to grow, the leaders would surely mention her frequently, or even post her picture on the wall. "Yes," Jiang Mian nodded slightly. "Please wait, I will process your paperwork immediately." Her efficiency was high. She soon retrieved a contract and briefly explained, "Miss Jiang, according to your requirements, the internship period is set for 1 month. During this time, you will be part of the 5th squad of the 3rd team in the Eastern District. The internship stipend is calculated daily at 1,200 yuan, and if you participate in combat and contribute, there will be additional bonuses. Daily, 1,200. That amounts to 36,000 for the month." Jiang Mian's mind raced with calculations. Based on her recent 10 days of suppressants, it would perfectly cover her expenses in that regard. "Thank you. I will work hard to learn, but I don't have much combat experience." "No need to worry, Captain Sheen has trained many newcomers and will arrange everything well. Moreover, the main tasks for interns are observation, learning, and assistance, and generally you won't be placed in direct danger." The clerk skillfully reassured her and then handed Jiang Mian a temporary identity badge and manual. "The paperwork is done. Please head directly to the No. 3 lookout tower on the eastern city wall and report to Captain Qin Wu. I wish you a smooth internship." "All right, thank you." Jiang Mian collected her items and turned to walk up the passageway at the back of the office, quickly arriving at the platform was made of the same dark metal as the city wall, appearing particularly rugged. Jiang Mian looked up and could only see a circular slice of sky through the opening above. After waiting for a short while, the platform emitted a low hum and began to ascend at a steady pace. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the platform came to a stable stop. The scene before her suddenly opened up, and a fierce wind instantly tousled Jiang Mian's hair. She glanced towards the outside of the wall. The visibility nearby was decent, but as the distance increased, the fog thickened, rolling like a living entity, filled with an unknown terror. In the past few days, she had filled in a lot of knowledge gaps with Yi Qinyang. The reason the base city could be established relied on something called Glorious Monument. These were the manifestations of certain high-tier glorious awakened abilities capable of creating a special stance that formed safe zones for human survival. To delineate boundaries and block the encroachment of disasters, people built towering city walls. The individuals on the walls were distinctly divided into 2 groups. Most were ordinary soldiers dressed in standard combat uniforms who showed little reaction upon seeing Jiang Ming. The other group consisted of awakened individuals gathered in small clusters. Without tasks, they had ample. A standard squad generally consisted of 5 members. To allow for more diverse tactical arrangements, the abilities of the awakened in each team rarely overlapped. Jiang Mian was already strikingly beautiful, and with a pair of glasses that seemed out of place in this environment, it was inevitable that she caught the attention of those around her. Tempest's perception quietly released, capturing their hushed discussions about her. New face. Here for a burly man crouching in a corner, maintaining his weapon, merely glanced at her before withdrawing his gaze. Looks too frail. How can she manage? Not necessarily. Don't forget there was a review before she came up. Unless it's a very high sequence, otherwise it's basically impossible to get up here without combat skills. Who knows? Hope she doesn't get assigned to our team. Taking a rookie like this into missions would be nerve-wracking. Jiang Mian subtly glanced over, realizing that not just anyone could join the city defense, that at least they had to have a strong point. If one were like Wang Chun, just a simple enhancement of sensory abilities, they would definitely not pass the initial screening. Awakened individuals on the front line like the city defense spoke with strength, and the majority were of the war sequence, which focused on enhancing physical attributes. With growth in abilities, there would also be slight changes to the awakened individual's appearances. For instance, those focused on strength appeared taller and sturdier, while those emphasizing speed had more balanced physiques. With her appearance, if she didn't reveal her sequence abilities, it would be completely normal for people to discuss her. Jiang Mian ignored the comments from the onlookers and walked towards the location marked on the manual's map. Upon entering the lookout tower, she soon found a lounge where a metal plaque was engraved with the words Eastern 3rd 5 Team. Jiang Mian raised her hand and gently knocked on the door panel. "Please come in." A steady male voice came from behind the door. She pushed open the heavy metal door as instructed. The lounge was not lit darker than the outside light. The furnishings were quite simple, consisting only of a few tables and chairs along with a storage cabinet against the wall. The moment she entered, several gazes immediately fell upon her. Inside were 4 individuals, their auras far more substantial than those awakened ones she had encountered outside. After completing her sensing, Jiang Mian closed off her perception and aura to prevent the scent of the awakened ones from affecting her performance. The burly man at the forefront exuded a faint sense of oppression. She could be sure that he was definitely a 3rd-tier awakened one. Perhaps because she bore the title of genius, even as a trainee she had been assigned to an elite team by the higher-up. Jiang Mian slightly lowered her head and quickly put on a reserved and uneasy expression. "Are you the new trainee? I am Qin Wu, the captain here." Qin Wu's voice was loud, yet his tone was quite friendly, in stark contrast to the attitudes of the awakened ones outside. "Hello." She slightly bowed, but Qin Wu waved his hand saying, "No need to be so reserved. When we're not on a mission, our team's atmosphere is relatively relaxed. You'll understand after spending some time with us." After speaking, he turned to look at the other 3. "Everyone, don't just stand there. Come over and meet our new team." A young man standing by the window gazing outside was the first to turn around and step forward. "Li Huan, Sequence 100, Warpath Assault." Jiang Mian felt a shiver in her heart. Why did this person feel somewhat familiar? Was it just... Before she could ponder further, the older-looking man beside Li Huan continued smiling as he spoke. "Guan, Sequence 234, Radiance Path Explorer." Next, the only female in the group also stood up. She appeared to be around 27 or 28 with gentle features, and softly said, "Su Wanning, Sequence 186, All Spirits Path Healing." This team was indeed an elite squad. She recalled that ordinary teams wouldn't include a healer of the all-spirit sequence. If facing Calamity, they would be the primary target. Only sufficiently strong teams would have such a position. Once everyone introduced themselves, Qin Wu spoke again, clearly declaring, "I am Sequence 120, Warpath Knight. From now on, we are one team. Take your time to get familiar, and feel free to ask anything you're unsure about." Jiang Mian then revealed a slightly shy smile and introduced herself. "Jiang Mian, Sequence 48, the Element Path, Eye of the Wind." "How many?" As soon as she finished speaking, Gu An's question burst out. Then he quickly realized he had been a bit too extreme, composed himself, and patted Qin Wu's shoulder, saying, "All right, old Qin, no wonder you were so mysterious before. It turns out a genius has joined our team." Qin Wu smiled and did not confirm or deny. He knew that with Jiang Mian's talent, she would likely only be here for training for a while and wouldn't stay too long. Qin Wu smiled and did not confirm or deny. He knew that with Jiang Mian's talent, she would likely only be here for training for a while and wouldn't stay too long. Would be stronger than many ordinary 2nd-tier awake. Su Wanning also covered her mouth slightly and whispered in amazement, "Heavens." Sequence 48. Meanwhile, Li Huan, standing nearby, changed expression the moment he heard Jiang Mian's name. The matter of his cousin was not a secret at home. Although his second uncle was frustrated with his cousin's lack of ambition, he still cared about him. Li Huan couldn't shake the feeling that after that incident his second uncle had been acting a bit strange. If one were to speak of it, it was indeed his cousin who was at fault first, leading to that accident, so Li Huan did not plan to do anything. After all, that incident had nothing to do with him or the team. He only needed to interact with her as he would with any ordinary teammate. Jiang Mian keenly detected the fleeting anomaly in Li Huan's demeanor. Although she felt somewhat puzzled, she maintained her usual expression, appearing completely unaware. "All right." Qin Wu clapped his hands, redirecting everyone's attention. "Okay, everyone stop dawdling. Little Jiang just arrived and isn't familiar with this place. Let's take her to the training ground for a tour and also to get her equipment." After saying this, he pushed open the door and strode out with the others quickly following, while Su Wanning stayed behind in the lounge to keep watch. The group traveled through the internal passage of the city wall and arrived at a spacious and brightly lit training ground. Jiang Mian had initially thought that most of the city wall was solid. She had not expected it to be a veritable military base inside. According to Qin Wu, this city wall was divided into several levels. The lowest was the logistics area, the middle was the living area, and the top was the actual front line. However, even with such stringent defenses, some calamities could still sneak in, whether through disguise or underground tunnels, using every means possible. These are standard 2-star equipment. While not top grade, they are stable and reliable in performance. You can choose any one that suits you to use for now. Qin Wu pointed to the weapon rack at the edge of the training ground. Following his direction, Jiang Mian saw rows of weapons of various designs on the rack. Most were cold weapons made from unknown metals, some even retained the fierce characteristics of the Calamity's physique, creating quite an unusual visual. However, she directly bypassed these cold weapons and walked straight towards a rugged-looking large-caliber sniper rifle, much to the surprise of her teammates. "Captain, I choose this." Jiang Mian asked uncertainly as she attempted to lift it. It felt somewhat heavy. Had she not been enhanced previously, she probably wouldn't even be able to lift it, let alone use it. Qin Wu raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised, and asked, "Cannon, are you sure you want to choose this? While it's not bad in quality, it's single shot, and its practical effectiveness might be rather average." The weapon Jiang Mian held was a rare firearm type aberrant weapon. Due to its special materials, the gun body was exceptionally sturdy, making it possible to use it as a blunt weapon. However, the corresponding ammunition was much more precious. Ordinary bullets could work, but their power would be significantly reduced. Indeed, Guan agreed. When on missions outside the wall, calamities and mist creatures usually appear in groups. Using this might be quite challenging. As is well known, even low-sequence low-level calamities possess remarkably resilient vitality. Unless special ammunition is used, it is difficult to resolve them with a single bullet. Although the weapon Jiang Mian held was called cannon, it was merely a nickname derived from its exaggerated design. The determining factor for output still lay in the special ammunition. "I understand what everyone is saying." She shook her head, not rushing to refute. "But my abilities actually match it quite well. Captain, can I please try it first?" After saying this, Jiang Mian looked up, her eyes eagerly fixed on Qin Wu. Qin Wu found it somewhat difficult to resist such a gaze. Seeing her full of confidence, it was clear she had undergone special training, so he nodded and handed her 3 ordinary bullets. "Thank you." She took the bullets, skillfully checked the firearm, and after confirming everything was in order, she began to load it, her movements incredibly proficient. Then she turned to the side, crouching on the ground, aiming the gun at several dummies in the center of the training field, her posture remarkably standard. "Huh, what is this?" Qin Wu stood beside Jiang Mian, initially worried that she would be thrown off by the recoil of the cannon. But at the moment Jiang Mian crouched, it seemed that an invisible cushion appeared where her shoulder touched the butt of the gun. At the same time, the airflow around the muzzle was disturbed, emitting a deep, mournful sound. Boom! As Jiang Mian pulled the trigger, the cannon in her hand let out a shockingly powerful roar. The muzzle abruptly lifted, but the wind field around her stabilized it, significantly reducing the recoil. The bullet, upon exiting the barrel, began to spin at high speed, producing a piercing sound as it shot toward bang. The moment it pierced through the dummy's exterior, the compressed wind field carried by the bullet rapidly expanded. The specially made dummy, capable of withstanding a full-force blow from a second-tier awakened, could not even hold for a second after being hit. It instantly expanded from within, transforming into a shower of metallic fragments. The other 2 dummies nearby were also not spared, being violently shredded by the wind, mixed with metal shards. When the wind subsided, only 2 nearly destroyed dummies and a ground full of metal debris remained. Hissed this attacking power. Guan took a while to come back to his senses. This cannon was a first tier, truly worthy of the advanced series. Even Li Huan, usually composed, showed a hint of unease when looking at the sniper rifle in Jiang Mian's hands. Ordinary second-tier beings, whether human or calamity, would likely suffer fatal injuries or be left unable to rise if they were hit directly by this. An ordinary cannon does not have such power. Is it a compressed wind field released instantly after firing? Qin Wu, the only third-tier awakened on the field, was remarkably calm. He had observed Jiang Mian's series of actions just now. Before she loaded the ammunition, he had already activated his ability and compressed it into the bullet. Therefore, she could use ordinary ammunition to achieve effects comparable to, or even surpassing those of specially made ammunition. No wonder Jiang Mian was so confident. Her control over her ability was astonishingly precise. Qin Wu had seen quite a few wind-type awakened from other elemental paths. They typically relied on their high mobility, often using light weapons or throwing weapons to flexibly pull their opponents. In Jiang Mian's case, she completely abandoned mobility, opting for a powerful weapon like the cannon, which could be seen as quite an unconventional approach. However, this also requires significant talent and skill. The vast majority of wind-type awakened could barely manage to accelerate weapons or form wind blades. If forced to compress, the result would only be a loss of control within the chamber, leading to a potential explosion. Yet Jiang Mian, with the unique talent and fine control of the advanced series, effortlessly overcame this challenge. "Captain." Jiang Mian noticed Qin Wu had been silent for a long time and waved her hand in front of his eyes. "Oh." Qin Wu came back to his senses and quickly said, "Xiao Jiang, this cannon belongs to you now. What kind of special ammunition do you want? They'll help you apply for it." Jiang Mian's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible joy, clearly enamored with the cannon. She had always liked such things but could only play with them in games before. She never expected to use one in this world, and even a plus version at that. After firing one shot, it was quite exhilarating. Jiang Mian restrained her excitement and softly said, "Ordinary bullets will suffice. My ability enhancement is enough. However, if possible, could you prepare some special ammunition?" "Sure, just tell me." Qin Wu nodded, indicating for her to continue. "Armor-piercing rounds and incendiary rounds." She held up two fingers, not explaining their uses, yet Qin Wu understood her meaning. One was for attacking defense specialized calamities, while the other was for clearing groups of calamities or those with regenerative capabilities. Her reasoning was rather clear. He nodded at Jiang Mian, thinking even more highly of her. This girl, although extraordinarily talented, had a temperament as gentle as her appearance, making her easy to get along with, unlike some newcomers who were clumsy and overly arrogant. "No problem." Qin Wu readily agreed, a look of appreciation on his face. "Thank you, Captain Qin." Jiang Mian actually had other ideas regarding the incendiary rounds. She hadn't forgotten that her second purpose in coming here, besides making money, was to come into contact with calamities. Even as a first-year, Jiang Mian could silently hide fire seeds within the remains of calamities, then profit quietly. Now she was even more adept at it. Strictly speaking, these special ammunition also contained small amounts of calamity components perfectly suitable for her to bury fire seeds. If ignited during battle, those calamities could become her fuel, while on the surface it would merely appear as if the incendiary rounds enhanced by the Eye of the Wind were simply too powerful. "Hey, no need to be polite. You can just call me Uncle Qin." Qin Wu laughed heartily before recalling another important matter. "By the way, since you just arrived, you haven't been assigned a dormitory, right? Your sister Sue has an empty bed in her dorm. Would you like me to reserve a spot for you?" Jiang Mian pondered for a moment. She had just finished her medicine a few days ago, and should be fine. After all, she only considered the dormitory a temporary residence, and wouldn't be staying often. That works. That's great. Follow me. Oh, first take your bullets, then let Wan Ning take you to see the dormitory, and also collect a set of daily necessities. The group returned to the lounge, and after Qin Wu gave some instructions, Su Wan Ning led Jiang Mian winding through the corridors and arriving at the logistics office. Upon reaching the logistics office, Jiang Mian received 2 boxes of special ammunition totaling 60 rounds, several ordinary bullets, and a full set of daily necessities, all conveniently packed on a small cart. "Follow me. The dormitory area is this way." Su Wan Ning smiled, indicating the direction, and took the initiative to help Jiang Mian push the cart. Jiang Mian thanked her and followed behind, beginning to memorize the route. Strangely, she could remember it initially, but later it became somewhat confusing. "Oh no, am I going to get lost?" Jiang Mian considered herself to have a decent memory. She had no issues delivering food before. But here it felt like any direction was the same. She felt dizzy and thought that if she had to find her way back to the lounge on her own, it would take quite a while. "What's wrong?" Su Wan Ning noticed that the person behind her was slowing down, turned back, and gently asked, It's nothing." Outside the wall, the No. 14 outpost is currently undergoing a fierce battle. Damn, how many waves have we faced already? It's just never-ending. A blood-soaked, robust man is desperately holding the entrance of the outpost, spitting on the ground. Then he tossed aside the empty rifle that made a click sound and reached behind the door to pull out a massive battle axe. The moment he grasped the battle axe, his muscles bulged, clearly indicating its considerable weight. "This thing is so unreliable. I have to personally go and chop down these damned creatures." Before him was a large group of distorted humanoid creatures, as if they had been skinned alive. Sequence 340, Slaughter Path, the runners. They were incredibly fast, yet their defenses were extremely weak, usually manageable with ordinary firearms. However, today they seemed to be stimulated, charging towards the outpost all at once. Their numbers were overwhelming, and they excelled at running, appearing to be endless wave after wave. After several rounds of charges, the limited ammunition in the outpost had run low, forcing them to resort to hand-to-hand combat. "It's been so long, haven't reinforcements arrived yet?" Another team member gazed towards the direction of the base city, only to see the ever-thick fog. Within the fog, all electronic devices were rendered useless, and information transmission relied entirely on the awakened ones of the Radiance Path. Although their abilities varied, the core characteristic they shared was the ability to break through the fog. With proper training, they could master special communication methods. As the outermost warning outpost of the base city, the personnel typically consisted of a 5-member Awakened team, plus 1 low-tier Radiance Awakened. However, prior to this, the Radiance Awakened in their team had been severely wounded by an unknown calamity from the Nightmare Path, injuring his psyche and rendering him unconscious. Before losing consciousness, he still managed to send out a distress signal. They could abandon the outpost. The base city was not far and the direction was clear, but in reality, without the protection of Radiance, they would surely get lost in the fog. This was the most troublesome aspect of the fog, and to this day, no one had figured out the principle behind it. The robust man let out a roar, swinging the giant axe as he charged into the enemy horde like a whirlwind. The axe blade carved a semicircle, cleaving several runners in half, yet more runners, undeterred by death, surged forward, nearly overwhelming him. The robust man shook his body and swung the giant axe again, clearing a space. As a second-tier awakens specializing in enhanced physical abilities, a group of first-tier calamities was not enough to defeat him so quickly. However, his teammates were struggling. Xiong team. The right side. The right side can't hold. Xiong Yu turned his head only to see the side wall collapsing under the impact of the Crimson Sea, creating a breach and forcing the two team members on that side to retreat repeatedly. He felt it was about to break, wishing to turn back and assist, but the enemies in front surged again, preventing him from aiding his comrades. A wave of pessimism rose in his heart. They couldn't hold out. Just as his mind was shaken, a muffled sound came from deep within the fog. Boom. Following this, a roar that tore through the air approached rapidly, striking precisely at the ground just in front of the breach. Before Xiong Yu could comprehend what had happened, a chaotic and violent wind accompanied by orange-golden flames erupted among the calamities. A dozen runners huddled together, caught off guard, were engulfed by the flames, burning to ashes, leaving only a haunting blackened remnant. What is this? A new type of incendiary bomb. One team member, somewhat stunned, murmured. His teammate beside him quickly reacted. Reinforcements have arrived. Although he didn't know what team could bring out such heavy artillery, especially something he had never seen before, there was no time to think too much. As long as it was reinforcements, that was enough. Everyone stay focused. He suppressed his emotions and shouted, "Reinforcements have arrived, hold the line. Don't embarrass yourselves in front of allies." In the fog, a modified off-road vehicle exuding a faint golden light was breaking through the mist, speeding towards the No. 14 outpost. Jiang Mian leaned halfway out of the sunroof, the cannon in her hand, emitting a faint white smoke. Clearly that last shot was her masterpiece. As she expected, the ignition was quite powerful, instantly consuming those dozen runners. However, due to their low tier and sequence, the feedback was not as significant as she had imagined. Based on her estimation, such low sequence targets, 20 of them, would only equate to one normal second-tier calamity, still far from her target of 25. Did I really hit? In the back seat, Qin Wu squinted, gazing into the distant fog. Originally, Jiang Mian claimed she could hit wherever she pointed, and he was somewhat skeptical. After Guan reported a point, Jiang Mian nearly didn't adjust and fired. Now it seemed. I hit, Guan affirmed. His Explorer was true to its name, with the basic ability to pierce through the fog within a certain range. The No. 14 outpost was already quite close. He could see the general area and reported a point to Jiang Mian, ensuring it was distance from the outpost walls. So long as it wasn't too off, it wouldn't injure allies. Of course, Jiang Mian's ability to sense targets through the airflow remained functional in the fog, which was the fundamental reason. Upon hearing Guan's response, Qin Wu finally felt relieved. He had originally worried that with the vehicle moving and bumping along with Jiang Mian's first combat experience, there would likely be mistakes. Now it appeared his concerns were unnecessary. This girl indeed had decent marksmanship, and her mental fortitude far surpassed her peers. As for Jiang Mian's glasses, or rather her vision issues, he subconsciously overlooked. Talent and instinct in shooting were always enigmatic, and as time went on, such problems would naturally fade with the enhancement of abilities. Alright, Li Huan Guan prepared to disembark and face the enemy head-on. The outline of the outpost was now clearly visible, and Qin Wu began to issue commands methodically. Received. The two responded in unison. Su Wanning, take Jiang Mian, find a suitable position, and be ready to heal the injured at any time. After the battle, come to regroup with us. Understood. Su Wanning nodded in the driver's seat, subtly easing the vehicle's speed. Jiang Mian ejected the hot shell casing and loaded another incendiary round. With the distance so close, she no longer needed to hold back. She would shoot however she pleased. Under Su Wanning's control, the vehicle performed a swift drift and stopped behind a slightly elevated dirt slope. Almost as soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Li Huan burst out of the car like an arrow. Li Huan let out a low growl, an invisible aura of ferocity surrounding him, the second-tier momentum unleashed without reservation. He charged into a group of runners, first his spear adorned with streaks of blood red, and with a gentle swing, he instantly dismembered several nearby runners. Guan closely followed, assisting him in eliminating the remaining threats. At the top of the dirt slope, Jiang Mian set up her sniper rifle, aiming at the densest cluster of runners, and gently pulled the trigger. Though the number of rampagers surging toward the outpost was vast, most were merely Tier 1. Squad 5, already an elite unit composed entirely of Tier 2 operatives, including the formidable Tier 3 Qin Wu, possessed overwhelming combat superiority. Moreover, these low-tier calamities possessed scant intelligence, far inferior to the painted skin Jiang Mian had encountered before. Naturally, calamities of the Nightmare Path were inherently more intelligent than others, closest to humanity in temperament and cognition. Under Li Huan's and Qin Wu's relentless charge, a path was swiftly carved through the chaos, allowing them to successfully link up with Xiong Yu's squad stationed inside the outpost. The advance took little time, more a forceful, unbroken surge than a protracted battle. The remaining rampagers, sensing imminent peril, receded like a tide, leaving behind only desolation and ruin. Jiang Mian managed only 5 shots of her incendiary rounds, yet the yield proved remarkably satisfying. Never before had she feasted so deeply. Her core felt saturated, her soul trembled with euphoric resonance, and her advancement progress surged by nearly 1/3. A single engagement had yielded extraordinary returns. At this pace, her next ascension would arrive imminently. Sister Su, they've retreated. Understood. Jiang Mian holstered her rifle and slipped back into the vehicle. Su Wanning nodded wordlessly, started the engine, and steered toward the outpost. Yet suddenly Jiang Mian sensed a faint peculiar aura, and instinctively turned her gaze toward the window. If the rampager's presence reeked of raw fish, this new aura carried the same pungent fermented tang as the earlier painted skin, like stinky tofu, subtle, yet unmistakable. A calamity of the nightmare path, she deduced instantly. Indeed, such mindless creatures would never gather in mass without purpose, let alone launch a coordinated assault on a fully fortified outpost. At the outpost gate, Xiongyu wiped blood and sweat from his face, relief softening his features. Old Qin. Oh, Old Qin. Old Xiong, what happened? A swarm of rampagers shouldn't have driven you to the brink like this, should it? Exactly. Xiongyu slapped his thigh, jaw clenched with fury. They're being directed. Otherwise these brainless things could never have breached our defenses. We noticed. Their movements were too disciplined. What's orchestrating them? Xiongyu shook his head. Likely a heart eroder. We don't know where it's hiding. One of our Luminance brothers fell to it. Sequence 137, Nightmare Path, the heart eroder, capable of warping minds and commanding lesser calamities. Once entrenched, it became exceedingly dangerous. Qin Wu well understood its threat, but the entity had already vanished into the mist. Pursuit now would entail unacceptable risk. By the way, Xiongyu recalled those devastating incendiary blasts and asked, "Did you bring heavy ordnance on this sort?" Not at all. Qin Wu tilted his chin toward the approaching SUV. Our new recruit fired those rounds, using her cannon. Cannon? Xiongyu blinked in confusion. Then realization dawned, his expression shifting to utter, "That thing packs that much punch." Having served city defense for years, he knew every standard-issue weapon intimately. Even with top-tier specialized ammunition, that rifle could never produce such explosive artillery-like devastation. Qin Wu offered no further explanation, instead turning his gaze toward the SUV, now idling beside them. Its rear door swung open, and the first thing Xiongyu saw was a pair of immaculate black combat boots. Then emerged a young woman clad in sleek black tactical gear, cradling in her arms a sniper rifle he recognized instantly, a model far taller than she was. Her features were delicate, her round spectacles lending her an air of scholarly serenity, jarringly incongruous amid the grim aftermath. Xiongyu's eyes darted between the slender girl and the colossal rifle she held, speechless for the first time in years. In his imagination, such firepower demanded immense recoil control, surely wielded only by a burly, broad-shouldered man. Yet before him stood someone utterly different. "Hello," Jiang Mian murmured, tightening her grip on the rifle and offering a polite, measured greeting under his intense scrutiny. "This is Jiang Mian, our newest probationary operative. Sequence 48, the Eye of the Storm." Qin Wu's voice clarified the mystery beside him. "Oh, an advanced sequence. That changed everything. Pleased to meet you. Truly an honor." Xiongyu hastily swallowed his questions and responded with effusive warmth. He couldn't fathom how, but if legends spoke true, advanced sequences could amplify mundane weaponry beyond mortal limits. Still, Jiang Mian's refined appearance made it impossible to reconcile her with the image of a living artillery platform. No matter, his squad bore wounds needing urgent care, and post-battle cleanup awaited. Su Wanning immediately began triage and treatment. Li Huan and Guan swept the battlefield. The rampagers yielded virtually no salvageable components. No need to summon the sanitation team. Qin Wu conferred rapidly with Xiongyu, coordinating next steps for recovery and security. Within minutes, municipal reinforcements arrived, commencing repairs on the outpost fortifications while Squad 5 assumed perimeter watch. Jiang Mian stood silently atop the outpost, observing the bustling figures below. From their conversation, she learned such incidents had grown increasingly frequent, now treated as routine. Or were they strangers entirely? Jiang Mian knew the outpost served not only as a sentinel, but also as a beacon within the fog. In recent years, intercity exchanges among neighboring bases, including one, or were they strangers entirely? Jiang Mian knew the outpost served not only as a sentinel, but also as a beacon within the fog. In recent years, intercity exchanges among neighboring bases, including 144, had deepened considerably. Visitors were hardly unexpected. The convoy halted on the open ground outside the outpost. Among them were awakened operatives in tactical gear, and weary civilian workers bearing tools. Construction Bureau personnel. She recognized them instantly, their uniforms identical to those worn by her. Their leader stood tall, radiating unmistakable Tier 3 energy. The moment Jiang Mian's gaze fell upon him, he sensed it, lifting his head to meet her eyes, pupils contracting slightly. It's her. Li Tian remembered her face vividly, recognized her at once. What went wrong? His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He'd issued a bounty at that location just last time, surely enough to lure desperate mercenaries. Yet here she stood, unharmed, clad in city defense uniform, apparently serving as a probationary operative within an awakened squad. Li Tian's expression remained unchanged, but a flurry of thoughts flashed through his mind. He had been busy with tasks these past few days, either supervising at the external watchtower or socializing at the nearby Base 143, without returning to the city. According to the price he had previously posted, someone should have already taken action by now. Could it be that they haven't found an opportunity to strike? Or perhaps Jiang Mian's strength had far exceeded expectations, and she had managed to turn the tables on the assassin. If she had been stationed at the city defense, it might indeed be the former. However, if it were the latter, Li Tian, to be safe, had previously set the bounty with a minimum requirement of second tier. He couldn't believe that Jiang Mian, a newcomer who had only awakened a few days ago, could defeat a professional of at least second tier. This, Jiang Mian, is problematic. Li Tian turned away, no longer glancing at Jiang Mian, and commanded the workers to rest in his usual tone, as if his earlier gaze had merely been a casual sweep. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes slightly, watching Li Tian among the crowd below. Thanks to the enhancement from Furious Wind, she was now quite sensitive to both presence and emotions. In that brief moment of eye contact, just now she distinctly sensed a flash of malice. Why? Jiang Mian thought for a moment. She didn't know that person, but he was leading a group from the construction bureau, clearly a mid to high level and with third-tier strength. She remembered the messages from school. Li Hao had been so arrogant because his father was a high-ranking official in the construction bureau, and he was also a respectable awakened one. Li Hao's father. Only this identity could explain the malice he had shown earlier, as well as the incident with the mutant. This unexpected encounter put Jiang Mian at ease. Knowing the appearance and strength of her opponent made things easier. Right now she was at the city defense under everyone's watchful eyes, and the other side couldn't do much. If an opportunity truly arose for them to act, they were not fourth tier, and she could handle it. Of course, to be safe, she should accumulate some progress towards advancement and focus on strengthening her power. Li Tian settled his subordinates, and then turned his attention to the gap in the wall, where Li Huan stood with his arms crossed, looking bored. At the outside next to him was the chattering Guan. Team 5, huh? He thought to himself. He had interacted with this team a few times. Their strength was among the top in the East City Wall defense area, and Qin Wu was famously upright. After his nephew Li Huan joined the team, he progressed rapidly. At just over 20, he was on the verge of breaking through to third tier. He never expected he would now be teammates with Jiang Mian. Li Tian understood Li Huan's character. He fought fiercely, but had his own set of principles. To put it bluntly, he was stubborn. However, perhaps he could gauge the team's attitude towards Jiang Mian through Li Huan. Huan. Upon hearing this, Li Huan turned his head and saw Li Tian approaching, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Second uncle. You just finished a mission. Yes. Passing by here, just taking a break. Li Tian nodded, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the gap in the wall and the workers transporting materials nearby. Just finished. It looks like it was quite a commotion. Yes, a group of runners attacked the watchtower, but it has been dealt with. That's good to hear. How have you all been lately? I noticed there's a new face, that girl with glasses on the rooftop just now. Is she part of your... He pointed towards Jiang Mian's direction. Upon hearing this, Li Huan frowned, sensing something was amiss. Although the Public Security Bureau had lightly brushed over Li Hao's incident and classified it as an accident, given second uncle's concern for Li Hao, it was impossible that he hadn't looked into it privately. Moreover, Jiang Mian's appearance was quite recognizable. Li Tian couldn't possibly not recognize her. Why was he pretending not to know her? A series of thoughts flashed through Li Huan's mind. Second uncle appeared perfectly normal at the moment, in stark contrast to the gloom he had shown when first learning of Li Hao's passing. Could it be that? A sense of vigilance arose in his heart. Jiang Mian had great talent. Her sequence ability was exceptionally high, and her future was promising. She must not die in a meaningless internal conflict, especially since the one wanting to act against her was her own second uncle, whom he should prevent. She's a new intern named Jiang Mian. Li Huan slightly turned his body, calmly looking at Li Tian. Second uncle should have heard her name. Yes, it's her. A high-level sequence. I wonder how she's performing in your team. Li Huan detected the probing tone in his words, pondered for a moment, and replied, her control over her abilities is exceptionally outstanding. One could say her talent surpasses that of most people I've seen. Second uncle, you should know better than I about the growth rate of high-level sequences. Such individuals will be vigorously trained and protected by the authorities. The implication was unmistakable. Jiang Mian's potential had already begun to manifest, and she couldn't be touched. Is that so? Li Tian responded lightly, his tone revealing no emotion. He did not continue on this topic, patting Li Huan on the shoulder and saying him off. Take care of yourself. Li Huan felt he had hinted quite clearly, and second uncle should be able to weigh the pros and cons. However, watching Li Tian's departing figure, Li Huan still felt a lingering sense of unease. Li Tian leaned against his car, lighting a cigarette, the white smoke rising from his fingertips, blurring his vision. He looked up towards Jiang Mian's direction, but she was no longer there. Li Tian indeed felt hatred. Although his son was disappointing, he had at least awakened. He always thought about when he would be done with his work, and help Li Hao with some connections to have him by his side for some guidance and gradual correction. Yet he had unexpectedly vanished so lightly like dust, while a mere insignificant orphan had awakened to a high-level sequence and soared to great heights. Li Tian originally thought that even if Jiang Mian awakened to a high-level sequence, a backgroundless orphan could be made to disappear unexpectedly before she matured. But now that she had joined the city defense, even as an intern, especially with the authorities placing significant emphasis on training programs, if he wanted to act against her, he had to weigh his own influence. Team 5 did not linger for long. After finishing their tasks, a new team arrived to take their place, but by the time they returned, it was completely dark. In the car, Jiang Mian found Li Huan's expression quite strange. Clearly, she had overheard every word of their conversation. The world truly is small. Having just taken down Li Hao, relevant people began to appear one after another. But all of this hinged on hiding her identity and strength. If that proved impossible, she would have to resort to some special strategies. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat dull, with Su Wanning still driving, but all of this hinged on hiding her identity and strength. If that proved impossible, she would have to resort to some special strategies. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat dull, with Su Wanning still driving, while Guan was in the passenger seat responsible for clearing the way. Jiang Mian glanced at Qin Wu and Li Huan, who were resting with their eyes closed, and asked a question that had been buried in her heart for a long time. Captain Qin. What is it? Qin Wu opened his eyes, turning to look at Jiang Mian. Your ability. Isn't it night? Why is it still Sister Su driving on the way back? As is widely known, the names of sequence abilities are typically concise, directly revealing their core function. The Knight occupies sequence rank 120, a position by no means weak in potency. Those who awaken this ability gain at its first tier innate adaptability to all vehicles. Upon advancement, they may further enhance every aspect of vehicular performance. Indeed, given sufficiently open terrain, the Knight's combat efficacy becomes remarkably formidable. Should one master its mobility to perfection, even challenging higher-ranked sequences is not beyond possibility. Thus, when Jiang Mian posed the question, an unspoken tension rippled through the vehicle's interior. Well, Qin Wu flushed faintly, his gaze flickering evasively. Guan, seated in the front passenger seat, struggled valiantly to suppress a smile, yet failed. Even Li Huan, ever silent and reserved, allowed the faintest upward curve to grace his lips. Qin Wu rubbed his temples and sighed. In theory, yes. My ability does enhance vehicles. But once engaged, if I dismount mid-operation, ordinary vehicles cannot sustain the strain. Minor failures ensue at best. At worst, they simply fall apart. Jiang Mian blinked. So he was a vehicular harbinger of ruin, bound irrevocably to the driver's seat once his power activated. It appeared official records offered only broad outlines, omitting crucial operational constraints. For Qin Wu, finding suitable heteroskeletal armaments proved exceptionally difficult. Current RD efforts focused predominantly on cold weapons, firearms, and vehicles, scarce in number and demanding in craftsmanship, carried exorbitant price tags. Su Wanning smoothly redirected the conversation with a gentle smile. Moreover, old Gu needs his ability to clear paths, and Huan prefers high-speed driving. So all things considered, in the most suitable choice. Qin Wu spread his hands in quiet resignation. Such is the reality, and nothing can be done. Jiang Mian nodded, fully understanding. The brief interlude passed swiftly. The off-road vehicle resumed its course toward base, and soon rolled to a halt within the fortified walls. Jiang Mian stepped out, surprised to find the interior corridor bathed in brilliant light. Su Wanning closed the car door, glanced at the time displayed on her terminal, then turned toward Jiang Mian, who stood quietly, seemingly lost in thought, and spoke warmly. Jiang Mian, it's late. We want make it back. Su Wanning closed the car door, glanced at the time displayed on her terminal, then turned toward Jiang Mian, who stood quietly, seemingly lost in thought, and spoke warmly. Jiang Mian, it's late. We want make it back into the city tonight. Why not stay in the dormitory? We've nearly finished preparing the vacant beds and collected fresh sets of essentials, surely enough to manage comfortably. All right. Jiang Mian agreed, without hesitation. You go ahead. They'll fetch some daily necessities. And seeing Jiang Mian remain rooted in place, Su Wanning tilted her head, puzzled. Aren't you coming? Senior Sister Su. Jiang Mian lowered her gaze, hands tucked into her pockets. I might not remember the way to the dormitory. Could I accompany you first, to collect the supplies, and then walk back together? Su Wanning paused, then laughed softly. So that was it. The internal corridors resembled a labyrinth. No wonder newcomers so easily lost their bearings. My fault. I hurried this morning and forgot to guide you properly. She offered no reproach, only gentle reassurance. Let's go together. A few more walks and familiarity will follow naturally. Moments later, Jiang Mian carried several toiletry kits trailing quietly behind Su Wanning. She offered no reproach, only gentle reassurance, let's go together. A few more walks and familiarity will follow naturally. Moments later, Jiang Mian carried several toiletry. The City Defense Administration managed awakened individuals quite differently from conventional military structures. While discipline and schedules remained strict, personal freedoms were notably relaxed. It was now designated rest time. Hallways bustled with female awakened individuals freshly returned from ablutions, most strikingly young, nearly all under 30. Given the dormitory's relative seclusion, attire ran refreshingly informal. Years of mission-driven conditioning, or bodily optimization conferred by their abilities, had sculpted lithe, harmonious physiques. Scarcely a single figure fell short of graceful proportion. In her previous life, spanning over 20 years, Jiang Mian had lived as a man, and she recalled her sexual orientation as entirely conventional. Yet before her now unfolded a scene brimming with unguarded ease, relaxed postures, casual dress, and unself-conscious openness. Details that instinctively drew her lingering gaze, or stirred faint masculine ripples within her chest. But none arose. Perhaps quite literally because the equipment was gone. Her inner stillness remained absolute. She merely registered their fine figures, nothing more. She even found herself comparing her own. Well, smaller, victory assured. Wait, Badui. Jiang Mian froze entirely. What on earth had she just thought? A rare tremor of panic flickered deep within her. Why had such an inexplicable impulse to compare surfaced? It defied all logic. Jiang Mian suddenly realized her cognitive patterns had subtly shifted, almost imperceptibly. She had begun merely playing Jiang Mian. The thoughts, the worldview, all still hers. But now, were he? Ah, yes. Jiang Mian snapped back to awareness, nearly colliding with Su Wanning's back. She had visited the dormitory earlier that day, but hadn't truly observed it. Now it struck her as surprisingly spacious. Each occupant allotted a bed and desk. She'd heard of 2 other roommates, though duty had kept them away during her daytime visit. Their personalities could be gleaned at least tentatively from desk arrangements. On the left desk sat a neat row of books, novels or story collections judging by their titles. The right desk overflowed with eclectic items. Unfamiliar snacks, plush pillows adorned with whimsical patterns, bordering on delightful chaos. They should have returned by now. Su Wanning called inward. Xiaoyu, we're here, senior sister Su. A bright voice chimed from beyond the doorway. Then a girl with a high ponytail wearing an oversized t-shirt and shorts pushed open the balcony door and leaned in. Spotting Jiang Mian behind Su Wanning, her eyes lit up, and she darted inside. You must be the new roommate. Hello. Lin Xiaoyu. Sequence 84, The Radiance Path, 10,000 Rainbows. We're dorm mates now. Please take care of me. Jiang Mian had never encountered such effervescent warmth. She stood momentarily speechless, her voice emerging soft and unguarded, utterly unforced. Hello. Jiang Mian. Sequence 48, The Elemental Path, Eye of the Storm. Wow. Another high-rank sequence. Lin Xiaoyu gasped, her expression theatrically wide-eyed. Another. Jiang Mian frowned. Did her other roommate also possess? Xiaoyu, don't overwhelm her. A calm, measured voice drifted from behind. Jiang Mian turned. Just as a tall, elegant young woman, her features were exquisitely refined, a subtle coolness lingered in her eyes and brow, her hair still damp with moisture, her entire presence radiating an ineffable poised grace. Who is she? Xiaoyu. Jiang Mian had some impression of her, the recognized school beauty of Base City No. 144's 5th high school, not only excelling in academics, but seemingly also having awakened quite impressive sequence abilities. However, it was said that her personality was the type that was cold and taciturn, rarely communicating with others. Unexpectedly, she chose to come to the city defense for an internship and ended up sharing a dormitory with Jiang Mian. Xiaoyu. Sequence 33, Oi Element Path, Heavenly Fire. Qia's introduction was quite succinct, just as her demeanor suggested, and her voice was clear and pleasant to hear. However, when her gaze lingered on Jiang Mian, he seemed to sense a faint warmth in her eyes. It appeared that her personality was not as cold as it seemed, as evidenced by the books on her desk. After all, truly cold individuals probably wouldn't be interested in the fictional joys and sorrows. That being said, Sequence 33, Heavenly Fire. This ability is higher tier than Jiang Mian's Disguised Wind, truly a high-level elemental ability. Its most notable feature is having a high explosive power early on with decent endurance, commonly referred to as a melee mage, a typical example of exciting combat. Hello, I am Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian raised his head to look at Xiaoyu, feeling somewhat vexed. Now that she had arrived, she directly became the shortest in the dormitory, followed by Lin Xiaoyu, then Xiaoyu, and Su Wanning, both of whom had probably surpassed 1.7 meters. I know. Qia's response surprised Jiang Mian. I saw your photo on the school's honor roll. It doesn't look quite like you in person. Jiang Mian was taken aback. Although he had decent grades in the past, and occasionally appeared on the honor roll in this world where Awakeners were esteemed, not many paid attention to such things. He didn't expect Shin Xiaoyu to notice him, and even remember him now. Is that so? It must be. That photo is quite old, right? Jiang Mian adjusted his glasses. After the awakening, he no longer had to be as low-key as before. Just changing to a refreshing pair of glasses made him appear much brighter. The group chatted for a while, mainly Lin Xiaoya chattering away to liven up the atmosphere. Before long, they were nearly sharing details about their underwear colors. Jiang Mian learned that she and Shin Xiaoyu were classmates and good friends, having chosen this place for their internship. Due to their early awakenings and decent abilities, they had been here for about a month. Shin Qia's personality was much more approachable than it appeared, at least towards those she was familiar with. She tolerated Lin Xiaoya's antics and would occasionally engage in conversation, demonstrating a delicate heart, a classic case of being cold on the outside, yet warm on the inside. After a quick rinse, because there were others around, she didn't change into something as casual as at home, but instead donned a relatively conservative set of pajamas. However, due to the lightweight fabric, her body shape was still vaguely outlined in movement, especially when As soon as she stepped out, Jiang Mian felt an unmistakably scrutinizing gaze. She looked up to see Lin Xiaoya sitting on her bed, hugging a pillow, staring at her in a daze. Jiang Mian, your figure is so good. She blinked and generously complimented. I didn't notice when you were wearing your combat uniform, but now. It's amazing. Jiang Mian. She looked down at her pajama top, which was being pushed up in a noticeable arc, especially from up to now. She had basically adapted, but she had never paid special attention. After all her energy had been focused on disguising and earning money for medicine. To be honest, Jiang Mian had not yet reached the third stage of mutation, due to timely medication, and externally, there was little difference from an ordinary person, even appearing quite perfect. Xiaoya. Shin Qia's voice came from the nearby bed, carrying a hint of helplessness. Oh, Xiaoyu, I'm just speaking the truth. Lin Xiaoya stuck out her tongue, her gaze still glued to Jiang Mian. By the way, how tall are you, Jiang Mian? You seem so small, I didn't expect. Jiang Mian felt somewhat uncomfortable under that gaze, instinctively covering her chest, her ears turning slight. M1. 65 meters. In reality, she was just a bit over 6 meters, but rounding it off was close enough. You don't believe me? Lin Xiaoya muttered softly. Alright, let's sleep now. Su Weining came out of the bathroom, noticing Jiang Mian's slightly flushed face. She understood what Lin Xiaoya had probably been up to. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoya didn't continue on the topic, giggling as she rolled back to her own bed. Jiang Mian hurriedly tidied up her changed clothes and curled up on her bed, pulling the blanket high, revealing almost only her eyes. She stared blankly at the ceiling, her mind not at peace. Her earlier reaction was not acted out. Whether in her past life or now, she had little experience interacting with peers of the same age. In her past life, relationships were cold and indifferent. She lived alone, somewhat free, whereas now she was trapped by the secret of mutation and the pressure of survival, usually choosing to keep her distance from others unless necessary. Like today, being openly complimented on her figure by a newly acquainted roommate. She never imagined she would encounter such a situation. What made her feel even more awkward was that when Lin Xiaoya said those flattering words, she surprisingly felt little aversion, instead feeling a bit proud. The next day, Su Weining looked at Jiang Mian, who was still cocooned in bed. Although she had been awake for a while, she still appeared somewhat drowsy. Did you not sleep well last night? I guess it's the bed, right? Jiang Mian rubbed her eyes, her voice a bit muffled. In reality, it was quite the opposite. Last night, a jumble of chaotic thoughts emerged from who knows where, almost incessantly echoing in her mind, keeping her awake for half the night. That's normal. Lin Xiaoya easily jumped out of bed, tying her hair into a ponytail. This bed is really hard, you'll get used to it. Shin Xiaoyu had just put on her short boots and looked at Jiang Mian's dazed appearance. Without saying much, she simply picked up a small jar from her desk and placed it at Jiang Mian's bedside. Special mint candy, you can try it if you're sleepy. Thank you. You're welcome. After some effort, Jiang Mian finally broke free from the confines of the blanket. While washing up, Lin Xiaoya leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Are you really okay last night? I saw you tossing and turning." It was really just the bed. She shook her head, keeping her expression normal. That's good. Oh, I thought maybe I said something wrong that upset you. Lin Xiaoya sighed in relief, patting her flat chest. No way, just not used to it. MMHM, you'll get. I tell you, our dorm is really nice. Oh, Qiaoyu may look cold, but she's actually very warm-hearted, and Su Jie goes, without saying, like a mom. My. Just as she was about to say something shocking, Su Weining happened to peek in from the doorway. Gentle and reliable, especially good at taking care of others right. In the following week, as Jiang Mian gradually adapted to life here, she felt that time was passing noticeably faster. However, the intensity of the tasks was not as great as she had imagined. It made sense. Squad 5 was an elite team, and typically they wouldn't be assigned ordinary cleanup missions. Only in situations like the last time at Station 14, where even the Awakened of Glory couldn't send out signals in time, would a team of their caliber be needed to investigate. This left Jiang Mian feeling somewhat uneasy. After all, one of her main purposes for coming here was to have more contact with the Calamities and nourish her core. She hadn't encountered a situation where she could feast as she did before, not even once. It seemed it would depend on luck. Although it was somewhat unethical, she still hoped that the heart-eater that had escaped before would stir up some trouble. In the span of a week, her advancement progress barely reached 4/5, still some distance from the third stage. Even though she was faster than normal awakened beings, it was still not enough for her. During this time, Jiang Mian had somewhat re-experienced collective life, and since her roommates were all good people, the pressure from being overly cautious previously had eased a bit. Of course, there was also money to be earned. Whenever she returned, she had to enjoy it thoroughly. One day, she finished her shift early. It wasn't dark yet, so Jiang Mian said goodbye to Su Wanning and Qin Wu and set off for home. The reason was simple: tomorrow was a day off, and with the frequent use of her abilities lately, the suppressants were starting to wear off. Although she could suppress it with her will before reaching the second stage, she still felt an underlying unease. The effects seemed to be getting worse. At present, she was at a loss regarding this issue, or rather she couldn't fundamentally solve it. She could only endure or rely on new suppressants. The effects seemed to be getting worse. At present, she was at a loss regarding this issue, or rather she couldn't fundamentally solve it. She could only endure or rely on new suppressants. She needed power, and if she did not feed, she would suffer unbearable hunger, potentially losing control, or even starving to death. Yet if she consumed enough to advance, her body would metabolize the suppressants more quickly, shortening their effective duration. For now, she couldn't think too much until she found a way to overcome the erosion. She could only find ways to maintain her normal state with suppressants. Thus, Jiang Mian chose to go out today, planning to stock up in advance. The wages for awakened beings in the city defense were paid daily. Although it was somewhat troublesome, there weren't many people, and the efficiency was passable. With the various subsidies for being a new awakened one, her wallet had become somewhat fuller. Adding it all up, considering the previous prices, she could buy 2 suppressants and still have half left. However, Jiang Mian looked around the streets. Although the north of the city was originally desolate, there shouldn't be no one at all, right? Something felt off. Normally at this hour, even in this relatively remote area, there would be some scattered night owls or small stalls. Yet today the streets were excessively empty, as if it were a dead city. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. The calamity activities outside the city seemed normal. How could the city have turned into this ghostly appearance after just a few days of her absence? No one answered her questions. Jiang Mian quickened her pace and returned to her residence. After securely locking the door, she first logged into that secret communication channel from before and sent a message to the dealer she had traded with earlier. "Are you there? How's the market lately?" This time the other party didn't make her wait long and quickly replied, "It's dropped 12,000 per unit. The price has decreased." Although not by much, such a situation was quite rare in the underground market. Especially for suppressants which were essential for the infected, the prices had always remained quite stable. Every change indirectly reflected the occurrence of special events. Jiang Mian immediately associated it with the anomalies in the city. Although she was somewhat puzzled, this kind of black market dealer was not a suitable person to inquire. A name suddenly popped into her mind. The other party worked at the Public Security Bureau and should know some details. Thinking of this, Jiang Mian temporarily exited the encrypted channel and opened a green chat application, locating the contact saved as spicy stir-fried pork. In a small community on the southern edge of the city, Du Biao held a cigarette, staring at the unread messages in the chat box with a frown. Recently, several fools unable to afford suppressants retaliated by self-detonating in busy areas, causing their own deaths were secondary, with the authorities already cracking down. Their actions directly endangered other infected individuals. The enforcers and the containment agency were like mad dogs, grabbing people everywhere, creating an atmosphere of fear, making every infected person anxious. The goods in his hands were stockpiled before the incident. He had originally planned to make a quick profit before his competitors emerged, but then this situation occurred. His clients were either arrested or too afraid to show their faces, or they couldn't withstand the pressure and fled to the western part of the city to band together. But everyone knew what kind of temperament those infected had. It was said that just within that group of lunatics, the resource conflicts had already resulted in much bloodshed. Trading with those people, Du Biao felt that although he wanted to offload this batch quickly, he wasn't ready to die yet. That place was now a powder keg. If he went, he would either fall victim to a black market deal or face an official crackdown, a dead end. As for this buyer, although his younger brother had angered her last time, she ultimately didn't take action. Among the infected, she was considered one of the few with a good temperament, and was even a high-ranking member of Wildfire. If possible, he truly did not want to give up this client. But why had she stopped replying? Du Biao couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and sent another message, lowering his tone and even adding a hint of earnestness. "If you're not satisfied, we can discuss it further. Please act quickly, there aren't many items left." Jiang Mian looked at the conversation on the screen, her gaze fixed on the last sentence. Recently, there had been joint inspections targeting certain special groups. Try to avoid going to the west of the city if be careful. She had just roughly understood the situation from Yicheng Yang. Probably due to the riots, most ordinary people had reduced their travel frequency, They didn't even dare to step outside except for work. A group of awakened individuals with varying strengths was banding together, no different from a rebellion. Moreover, they were not exactly known for their good temper, and the western part of the city was in utter chaos. She was somewhat unclear about the authorities' intentions. It had been stable for so long, why did they have to implement such measures that would clearly escalate tensions now? After this incident, it would likely be difficult for her to obtain suppressants steadily. She needed to find a way to stock up. In almost an instant, the other party reacted. Jiang Mian remained expressionless, as she had not expected the deal to be made at such a price. It was merely a tactic to lower expectations. The more anxious the other party appeared, the more severe the situation seemed. As one of the few normal clients left, she could still supply. After all, with the current circumstances in the city, there were not just one, but many dealers eager to sell the suppressants. What price are you offering? If it falls within my range, I might buy more. This time the other party remained silent for a long while before sending a message. 10,000. That's my bottom line, and it's already at cost price. 9,000 per unit, 5 units, take it or leave it. In the dimly lit room, Du Biao stared intently at the words on the screen. 5 units. The other party's demand seemed to far exceed his expectations. According to her past habits, each transaction was typically for 1 unit, and she would haggle for a long time over a few thousand. He had thought that the other party was perhaps hiding her identity limited to ordinary work in the city and had no money to spend. But this time was exceptionally unusual. She had directly thrown out a large order of 45,000. A mutant was not an ordinary customer. Buying 1 or 2 units was considered normal. The increasing frequency and quantity of purchases indicated that her condition might be rapidly deteriorating. Given the situation in the city, it was also possible she was stockpiling medicine. But Du Biao had to consider whether the other party had intentions of black market dealings. With the current chaos in the city, those desperate mutants could resort to any madness, let alone simply robbing a black market dealer's medicine. However, purchasing 5 units at once was an immense temptation for him. Since this woman could calmly negotiate like last time, even subtly gauge his reactions, her mental state should be relatively stable. Done. Deal. 11 o'clock tomorrow night. They'll send you the location at the time. The trading method remains the same. Du Biao was uncertain if there were people behind the other party. He could only ensure that she could not set up or scout the place in advance. Though it was troublesome, it was safe. As for sending a subordinate, the other party had already discovered his previous transaction, and if he sent that guy a Gue, something unexpected could easily happen. A few seconds later, Jiang Mian's reply came, still just that brief statement. Okay. The conversation ended. Jiang Mian exited the channel, glanced at the time, and noted it wasn't too late. If tomorrow's transaction goes smoothly, possessing 5 units of suppressants should last her for a while. But then what? Channels like Du Biao's, under the tightening grip of the officials, would likely be completely cut off soon. If tomorrow's transaction goes smoothly, possessing 5 units of suppressants should last her for a while. But then what? Channels like Du Biao's, under the tightening grip of the officials, would likely be completely once the Public Security Bureau, Containment Bureau, and even City Defense took action, the number of mutants in the city, whether uncontrollable or hidden, would plummet to unprecedented levels. Correspondingly, the underground market for suppressants would dramatically shrink, perhaps even temporarily shutting down. Where would she find medicine then? The reason for saying temporarily was that as long as humanity existed, mutants would continue to arise. Correspondingly, the underground market for suppressants would dramatically shrink, perhaps even temporarily shutting down. Where would she find medicine then? Perhaps. I need to find a way to trace back to the source. The next afternoon, the sky was gloomy. Jiang Mian stood at the entrance of the drink shop, from last time looking up at the sky. It's going to rain again. She could smell the dampness carried by the flowing wind, and it was still rising. By the time she went to pick up the goods later, it would likely be pouring. However, she had already prepared a raincoat in her bag, so it should be sufficient. She pushed open the shop door. There weren't many people inside, likely due to the recent unrest in the city, and the owner's attitude was exceptionally warm. Jiang Mian walked straight to the innermost booth, ordering the same as last time. Shortly after, Yi Qinyang pushed the door open and walked in, wearing a black hoodie that resembled Jiang Mian's. Good afternoon. Jiang Mian greeted him, sliding the freshly brewed hot coffee over. Yours. Thank you. Yi Qinyang sat down across from her. Last night, Jiang Mian had just finished her break and appeared curious about the situation in the city, which led her to ask him for some updates. But she did not know why she had asked him to meet. Looking at the girl's expression, she seemed to be in a rather bad mood. Had she encountered some troubling issues? However, she remained silent, and he hesitated to ask. Should he find a topic to discuss? Yi Qinyang took a sip and seemed to. Sweeter than last time. I added sugar. Jiang Mian bit the straw, her voice slightly muffled. Last time you didn't seem to like it, so I took the liberty to add a bit. That was thoughtful. Yi Qinyang glanced at the coffee in his hand, and then at Jiang Mian, who was clearly preoccupied. The girl still had a slight frown, or it seemed her mental state wasn't very good. Has it been tough at the city defense recently? Not too bad. Jiang Mian released the straw and let out a sigh. She had come this time to gather some information from him. There were matters that were inconvenient to discuss online, and As a courtesy, she wasn't the type to take advantage of others. Yi Qinyang had previously taken the initiative to teach her how to use her abilities. Speaking of which, the gale combined with firearms was indeed intriguing. Reciprocating was only natural. It just feels like the atmosphere in the city is inexplicably oppressive. Is something big about to happen? Yi Qinyang did not respond directly about the Public Security Bureau's matters. Even Jiang Mian, who was currently interning at the city defense, couldn't say. During this time, due to the information regarding the Steely, the higher-ups were quite focused on the mutant population, operating under the idea of addressing internal issues first before external ones. The personnel from the Public Security Bureau, including him, were often reassigned to participate in various suppression tasks. He pondered for a moment before speaking to comfort her. Don't think too much. The higher-ups have their considerations. You've just awakened not long ago. Just take care of yourself. Jiang Mian looked up at Yi Qinyang's concerned gaze, and for a moment, she felt a stir in her heart. Throughout her journey, she had indeed encountered many kind-hearted individuals with varying identities, such as officers and teachers. So, what identity did this person before her hold? A friend. The more Jiang Mian thought about it, the more uneasy she became. When Li Hao had threatened her, she could eliminate him without hesitation. But when it came to this softer approach, Jiang Mian found herself at a loss. Moreover, the likelihood was high that the other party was a hidden sequence for the pinnacle of the Radiance pathway, not only possessing great potential, but also giving her a constant impulse to consume him. In a physical sense, it felt like he would taste exceptionally good. Certainly more nutritious than those trash. Although Jiang Mian might hesitate now, she was certain that if Yi Qinyang posed a threat to her, or if her identity were exposed, she would not hesitate to eliminate him, perhaps even absorb him as fuel. Monsters do not need friends. Surviving is the most important thing. Thank you. Jiang Mian said little. Despite the turmoil of thoughts within her, her expression remained maintaining this mask had almost become her instinct. She held her cup of milk tea and gazed at the desolate street. The clouds in the sky darkened further, yet the rain did not fall, as if preparing for a torrential downpour. Yi Qinyang's phone vibrated twice on the table. He merely glanced at it, and then turned off the screen. After a while, Jiang Mian casually spoke. Brother Yi, do you think, in the eyes of normal people, should the mutated be eliminated? She carried a hint of hesitation, seemingly puzzled by the question. At first, she was a bit unfamiliar with Yi Qinyang generally addressing him by his full name, or simply using you to speak. However, due to the persona she was playing, calling him by that full name felt a bit distant after they grew more familiar, especially since his name was not just two characters like hers. Thus, after a few days of training, she naturally changed how she addressed him. Asking this question was not a spurothermic decision, but a way to see how rational Yi Qinyang would respond. She estimated he would not respond with emotional hatred, but would stand on the side, representing the majority. Just imagine if one day her identity were exposed, what would Yi Qinyang's attitude be? Would he execute the elimination without hesitation? Or would there be a tinge of doubt? If it were the former, she could also act without hesitation to deal with him. As for the restraint of radiance against disaster, her level was currently higher than his, and she would soon reach the 3rd tier. He was only at the 1st tier. Even at the pinnacle of that tier, he would need time to develop right. Therefore, Jiang Mian felt the advantage was hers. However, if it were the latter, while she could not act without any psychological burden, she could still take advantage of the situation. With her current acting skills, as long as this obedient and gentle mask remained, she believed he would not be unmoved. Jiang Mian's question was simple, but Yi Qinyang had much more to consider. He glanced at Jiang Mian's profile, recalling their initial meetings. Initially, he found something inexplicably strange about Jiang Mian, but as they became familiar, that feeling gradually faded, and Eternal Day did not provide any further hints. For this, Yi Qinyang found it difficult to explain, and could only temporarily assume that Jiang Mian experienced too much stimulus during her awakening, leading to signs of mutation, but ultimately she succeeded in awakening. As for why she would ask this question, that was even easier to explain. Before awakening, Jiang Mian had worked as a temporary employee at the Special Administration Bureau, and was assigned to a group only during their last delivery of remains. Considering that the 3rd and 4th groups were mostly old employees, it was easy to deduce what Jiang Mian had dealt with. Among those corpses, there might have been individuals who struggled to maintain their sanity, those who could not afford inhibitors and could only wait for death, and those who chose to end their lives before completely losing control. Jiang Mian had spent time in that environment, coming into contact with the last traces they left in the world, and now she posed this question to herself. Following this line of thought, Yi Qinyang felt he might understand Jiang Mian's feelings. Perhaps this incident had awakened unpleasant memories, or perhaps she had developed sympathy for the mutated. Outside the window, the first drop of rain finally fell. Yi Qinyang lifted his cup, took a sip, and did not directly answer Jiang Mian's question. Instead, he approached it from an angle she did not expect. Do you know how much a Type 1 inhibitor costs? Jiang Mian was taken aback for a moment, and shook her head. She was still clear about the basic classification of inhibitors. The Type 3 inhibitor she had previously purchased cost around 20,000, but it could be negotiated down significantly with the right channels. That was also the reason she had haggled each time before. The standard effective duration for inhibitors, taking those of sequence 100 and above as examples, was half a month for a type 3 inhibitor, which was also unstable. As for type 1, it lasts 6 months regardless of sequence. For Jiang Mian, now it was an unattainable miracle drug. Yi Qinyang leaned slightly forward, raising his right hand. 500,000. Jiang Mian was slightly shocked. 500,000. With her current monthly salary of around 36,000 plus various subsidies, she could barely scrape together 50,000. Even so, she would need to work for 10 months to afford one, not counting other expenses. Moreover, for mutated individuals wanting to hide their identities, the cost through underground channels would be even greater. Not to mention that their income channels were originally limited, and they usually had to rely on the relatively ineffective type 3 inhibitors. Yi Qinyang straightened up, observing Jiang Mian's expression, and continued, from the moment mutated individuals awaken, they are on a tilted slide. In theory, their demand for inhibitors will increase with the elevation of their levels, but upon reaching the 6th tier, their mental strength greatly enhances, potentially countering the erosion and maintaining the mental state just before advancement or being assimilated into disaster. Hearing this, Jiang Mian was taken aback. Regarding mutated individuals becoming disasters, the official documents only provided a vague statement. This was the first time she heard a concrete number. Could it be that at the 6th tier, one might be able to rid themselves of inhibitors? But most mutated individuals do not survive to that point. Ultimately, they are just a group of pitiful people trapped by an incurable disease. And the authorities. Consider things from the perspective of the majority of normal people. There were still some things Yi Qinyang had not finished saying. Normally, when the stone tablet does not reveal abnormalities, the authorities turn a blind eye to the trade of inhibitors and even deliberately leave a way out. In addition to the Containment Bureau, every city also sets up a special management area open to eligible mutated individuals. And the special management area of Base City No. 144 is located. Jiang Mian lowered her head unconsciously, and the sweetness on her tongue suddenly turned a bit bitter. Standing on one side, one considers things from that side's perspective. But was it truly the out-of-control mutated individuals that prompted the authorities to decisively act? Not necessarily. This cleanup seemed premeditated from the checks on the mobile black market, since her awakening to the recent riots and crackdowns indicating a clear plan. In the long term, the number of mutated individuals has been steadily accumulating. Even if the increase is not high, more people survive than die. Thus, they need a sufficient reason to initiate a cleanup, keeping the number of wild mutated individuals firmly within a controllable range. Or I don't think too much. You are an awakened one now. The road ahead is still long, so focus on the present. MHM. Jiang Mian nodded, not asking anything further. The two chatted idly for a while until the sky outside gradually darkened. Yi Qinyang glanced outside. The rain was pouring heavily. Did you bring an umbrella? Do you want me to take you home? No need. Jiang Mian shook her head, pulling out a yellow raincoat from her bag. I have to get up early tomorrow for duty. Ready to go. Yi Qinyang nodded and walked with her to the store entrance. Watching her figure in the yellow raincoat disappear into the rain curtain, he then opened his umbrella and walked towards a black car in the distance. What are you doing over here, you rascal? Yi Qinyang gathered his umbrella and had just settled into the passenger seat when Cheng Qiao's voice rang in his ear. He turned his head and saw Cheng Qiao resting both hands on the steering while slightly leaning towards him with a half smile, his eyes gleaming, as if to say, I saw everything. Just meeting someone. Haha. Cheng Qiao chuckled softly, tilting his chin towards the beverage shop. I've been here for a while already. I happened to see you sending that girl off, standing at the door to see her off. Quite thoughtful, huh? Isn't that normal? Don't overthink it, we're just ordinary friends. Normal. Ordinary friends. Cheng Qiao raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Before Yi Qinyang could respond, he continued, I mean, you wouldn't happen to have feelings for that girl, would you? You've asked her out several times now. Also, tell me the truth, did you take leave before to be her practice partner? Yi Qinyang was momentarily taken aback. He had previously stated that he took leave for personal reasons without specifying what he was doing. Where did Cheng Qiao hear this from? Cheng Qiao seemed to sense Yi Qinyang's confusion and chuckled, saying, my nephew told me. Is it true or not? Yi Qinyang felt a bit speechless. It turned out someone had leaked information. The nephew Cheng Qiao referred to was the young man he had encountered last time, Zhao Gang. This kid really has a big mouth, and one wonders how he has portrayed his relationship with Jiang Mian. By the way, that girl. Her name is Jiang Mian, right? I heard she's one of the top-tier talents in our city this year. Jiang Mian's awakening had caused quite a stir, so her name and rank were not really secrets. No wonder you care so much. A top-tier talent in your rank, high potential, good-looking, and with a nice personality, it's natural to be interested. Captain Cheng, it's really not what you think. Yi Qinyang rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He had never thought of it that way. His concern for Jiang Mian was purely out of a sense of responsibility, helping her through thick and thin. You used to think those little girls were a hassle, didn't you? Why are you being so proactive with her? Proactive. His attention towards Jiang Mian seemed indeed unusually high. When did this start? Was it when they first met and she was quietly working amidst the disaster remnants? Or was it during that time in the warehouse when she curled up and trembled in the eye of the storm? Or, it seemed that ever since their first meeting his gaze would instinctively linger on her. As soon as the words left his mouth, Cheng Xiao nearly burst out laughing. Yi Qinyang realized the ambiguity in his words and was about to explain, but Cheng Xiao waved his hand. All right, I won't tease you anymore. It's normal for young people to make friends, especially with such outstanding peers. With that, he twisted the car key and the vehicle slowly drove away from the roadside, heading towards the South District Public Security Bureau. After a moment of silence, Cheng Xiao spoke again, but the topic had shifted to official business. Did you see the task notification for tonight? Yeah. Yi Qinyang straightened his back. Cheng Xiao had sent him a text earlier, but he hadn't gone into detail, wanting to discuss it face to face. Target information. Du Biao involved in underground business. Underground. Suppressants. Yi Qinyang thought for a moment and understood what Du Biao was up to. Yes. Recently the crackdown has been severe, the dealers of suppressants have basically gone into hiding, and only a few are still active. This guy has quite the nerve. Is he an Awakener? Second tier strength rank 235 hunter. He's not very strong, but his senses are sharp and slippery. He's escaped several times. Second tier. Yi Qinyang raised an eyebrow. Generally speaking, an Awakener of this level would earn a decent income just by taking on some jobs. Selling suppressants would yield about 60% profit per unit, but the risks are also high. That's quite rare. This person used to be a clerk in the City Supervision Bureau, but 7 years ago he was dismissed for trafficking controlled substances and served 5 years. Cheng Xiao took over the conversation, adding after he got out he couldn't find a legitimate job, relying instead on trafficking suppressants to make a living. He's been going along without making any major mistakes. Yi Qinyang nodded. Although the management within the system wasn't too strict, the red lines were still clear. Once crossed, not only would one face serious prison time, but their identity would also be marked, making it difficult to find employment with most legitimate organizations. It made sense that he resorted to his old ways out of desperation. Was this mission initiated urgently because his hideout has been confirmed? Or is there a deal tonight? Intel suggests he has a big deal tonight, but the other party is also very cautious, so the location for the transaction is to be determined at the last minute. The colleagues keeping an eye on him have roughly locked in a range. Cheng Xiao paused and spat out 4 words: Xingfu Community. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinyang's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Xingfu Community is a well-known red light district located at the junction of the southern and western parts of the city, notoriously chaotic. In the current city situation, the surviving gangs from the west side originally feared the rampant mutated individuals and had congregated there. Is the other party trying to use this to confuse their sight? What kind of expression is that on your face? Cheng Xiao glanced at Yi Qinyang and continued, in this period that person will definitely be on guard. Tonight, we must subdue him. If all goes smoothly, we might uncover a lot of information on hidden mutants. Cheng Xiao's tone grew serious, clearly placing great importance on tonight's operation. Understood. Later that night, at 9:30, Jiang Mian nestled in her blankets, watching as a new message finally popped up in the encrypted channel. Southwestern City, East Gate of Xingfu Community, enter from Alley 1. The message was brief, and both sides understood this was the last transaction, so only a simple address was provided. Jiang Mian exited the channel and deleted her visit record. She kicked off the covers, rolled out of bed, and grabbed another black raincoat from the door. It was the one she wore during her. The fabric was thick and nearly opaque with a wide brim. She always found it quite useful, easily concealing her face. Of course, it could also be because she had bought it too large. After making a few adjustments, she left her home. She deliberately took a detour from the east of the city, arriving near the destination around 10:30. The walls of the buildings in the target community were weathered and plastered with various small advertisements, and the puddles on the road were deep enough to submerge her ankles. This was the Xingfu community. Although it was called a community, it was essentially a chaotic old apartment complex. Jiang Mian released her long-sealed senses. Normally, to suppress any unnecessary cravings for awakeners, she would use furious wind to seal her senses, especially her sense of smell. At this moment, a variety of sounds flowed into her ears through the wind. For example, a strange crashing sound seemed to emanate from the alley in front of her, accompanied by the overlapping gasps of men and women. Jiang Mian paused her steps, nearly stepping into a puddle of murky water. She was not a child after all, and naturally understood what that commotion represented. However, knowing was one thing, encountering such an unrestrained scene was a first for her. She had long heard that this area was chaotic, but to such an extent. She truly felt like she had traveled through time. So this is what pleasure looks like. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, glancing at the sign at the alley's entrance. No. 1. It seemed she had no choice but to enter. Thinking about the possibility of witnessing something eye-watering, a flicker of thought crossed her mind, and the barrier of fierce wind instantly enveloped her. With a slight push of her foot, she vanished from the spot like a gust of wind. In the narrow alley under a rain canopy, a heavily made-up woman lifted her leg to adjust her stockings and smoothed out her skirt, turning to leave. Wait. A man beside her slipped on a worn work jacket, dark circles under his eyes, looking as if he hadn't rested properly in a long time. What's wrong? Want to go for another round? The woman turned around, seeing the man's somewhat greenish gaze, and thought he was still unsatisfied. She spread her hands and said that was just for one time. Although she said this, she was secretly wondering if there was something wrong with his body, since he had finished before she even reacted. After all, the price remained the same, so she had nothing to lose. The man's voice was hoarse as he let out a silly laugh, reaching out to grab the woman's forearm. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing that hand moving up her arm, the woman hurriedly tried to shake it off, but his grip was becoming increasingly stronger. The woman finally realized that something was off. This was not a gaze of unfulfilled desire, but one of lost sanity. The person before her was a mutant. You, stay back. She screamed desperately, trying to pull her arm away to escape. But his strength was terrifying, making it impossible to break free. The man's nails gradually became sharp, a layer of disgusting green light shimmering on them, giving off a nauseating and dangerous vibe. At this moment, terror had consumed the woman's heart, and she trembled all over, allowing the man's mutated hand to caress her skin. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept around them. In a daze, the woman seemed to see a shadowy figure like an illusion. Help! Help! Instinctively, she shouted those two words. The mutated man abruptly turned his head, finally noticing the shadow passing by. His hazy consciousness could scarcely support his thoughts. He instinctively made a decision to kill this intruder, disturbing his enjoyment of the prey. Amidst the rain curtain, Jiang Mian slightly tilted her head. With the barrier's protection, she completely masked her aura, and merely passing by the mad mutant could not detect her presence. She originally did not want to involve herself, but it was just a moment's matter. The man let out a low growl and lunged forward. Jiang Mian did not dodge as she focused her mind, and a sense of searing heat subtly rose amidst the rain. Before the man could reach Jiang Mian, he felt a surge of heat within him, instinctively clawing at his chest. However, his nails had already mutated into sharp claws, and with that scratch he tore open his own shirt, revealing skin speckled with black spots on his chest. Before he could make another move, a flicker of orange-gold flame suddenly erupted from an unknown part of his body. In almost an instant, the flame grew extremely vigorous, soaring high and completely engulfing him. He didn't even have time to struggle before turning into wisps of ash washed away by the rain. The woman stared in shock, to be able to so easily eliminate a mad mutant. What kind of awakened one must this be? It seemed that her earlier fear had triggered some bodily mechanism. She bravely lifted her head to look at Jiang Mian. The face was completely shrouded in the darkness of the hood, but in the eye area there were two burning dark golden lights. Thank you. The woman trembled as she spoke, recalling the earlier scene, her body uncontrollably shaking again. Jiang Mian did not respond, nor did she even glance at her, and continued walking deeper into the alley. After walking a short distance, Jiang Mian took out a pair of gloves from the inner side of her raincoat and put them on. To avoid any unexpected incidents without hindering her movements, she wrapped herself tightly, layer upon layer, fearing detection. Aside from black long pants and long sleeves, she wore short boots that she rarely donned, tucking the pant legs inside, looking much neater. She checked the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. There was no time to scout ahead this time, so she could only quickly complete the transaction and leave the scene. For some reason, she had an ominous premonition. Jiang Mian couldn't help but quicken her pace, soon reaching the other side of the alley. The alley's exit was next to a bar, the colorful signs very eye-catching, making her briefly suspect she had come to the wrong place. Over here. A deliberately lowered, deep voice suddenly came from behind her, and she instinctively associated this voice with Du Biao. Oh, he actually came in person. Jiang Mian turned around, and Du Biao was standing at the back door of the bar, cautiously surveying his surroundings. She said little, striding towards Du Biao. Upon entering, Jiang Mian followed him through a narrow corridor into an empty storage room. Inside were several stacked cardboard boxes, a set of cleaning tools, and an old table. Du Biao took a box from one of the cardboard boxes and placed it on the table. 5 doses of type 3 suppressants. Want to check? Jiang Mian reached out to touch the box's latch. Click. The box opened. Inside were 5 vials emitting a soft blue glow, the packaging being the most meticulous. She nodded and took out a small package from the inner pocket of her raincoat. Du Biao reached out to take it, opening a gap to peek inside where the old bills were neatly stacked. He didn't count it thoroughly, but directly stuffed it into his pocket. All right, next time. Probably won't be a next time. I think this business has come to an end. Jiang Mian slightly raised her head, but only the outline of her mask was visible at her chin. You, be careful too. Things have been quite unstable lately. Du Biao's tone carried a hint of sentiment. This woman liked to bargain, no doubt, but whatever price was agreed upon was the price, and she never made unnecessary comments during offline transactions. Honestly, interacting with her was much more comfortable than with those clients who always went back on their word. In the current environment, it could be considered quite rare. Seeing that Jiang Mian did not respond, he shook his head, pocketing the money and preparing to leave. Wait. A cold voice from behind reached him, startling Du Biao, and he turned around. You are being watched. What? Du Biao suddenly looked towards the door. For this transaction, he had clearly made ample preparations and had set up eyes around. Logically, even if he was being watched, the surrounding eyes should have sensed something. This woman before him. How could her perception be so keen? Moreover, her sensing range was even greater than his eyes. That shouldn't be possible. Last time Jiang Mian acted, he assessed that her ability should be wildfire. Simply put, it was fire. He hadn't heard that it could enhance perception, though. But to be safe, he chose to trust her to some extent. The goods in his hands had already been handed over, and except for the money in his pocket, he should be of no value to her. Since she took the initiative to warn him, it indicated that the situation was urgent, severe enough to possibly implicate her as well. He tensed his body and asked in a low voice, who is it? How many people? Jiang Mian did not respond immediately. Just now, from the information brought by the wind, she sensed a hint of something unusual. Among the bar's front desk and the passers-by outside, there seemed to be quite a number of Awakeners hiding. This place had some gangs that had migrated from the west side of the city, so it was normal for there to be Awakeners among them. However, in Jiang Mian's eyes, their behavior was too abnormal, especially the aura, which was completely different from those gang members who licked blood from blades. To put it simply, even if they had the same abilities, the scent on those gang members was particularly murky, like a messy stew. In contrast, those outside were quite normal, with a few being particularly pure. If one were to say these people were cultivated by the gang, no one would believe it. There are quite a few. After sensing the distribution of these people's positions, Jiang Mian finally spoke up. In the front hall, back door, and on the street, there are about 10 people. We are surrounded. When she came earlier, there were none of these people. They must have used some means to quickly surround this area. It seemed they had locked on to Du Biao himself, or the location of the transaction had been leaked. Hearing this, Du Biao's expression suddenly darkened. In this period, setting up such a net against him was likely the work of the Public Security Bureau. The information about the transaction location was known only to him, and, thinking of this, his expression darkened, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it, ungrateful wolf. Cursing aside, his back could not help but break out in a cold sweat, but he still tried to maintain a calm demeanor, forcing a mocking smile. More than 10 people. These officers really think highly of me. Jiang Mian ignored him, standing quietly in place, sensing the situation outside. To the west, there seemed to be faintly a familiar scent of stir-fried chili meat. He came too. What a coincidence. This is troublesome. This was certainly not good news for her. Yi Qinjiang's strength was unknown, and he was somewhat familiar with her. Once a fight broke out, she would have to control the use of whirlwind to avoid exposing herself. Jiang Mian had just reminded Du Biao, not only out of concern for him being caught, but also for her own safety. Her true intention was to pry information about the source of goods from him to see if she could obtain inhibitors through his. However, before that, she needed to find a way to escape. She had just noticed that those officers seemed to have never communicated verbally, yet they worked together with remarkable tacit understanding. One of their auras was very familiar. It was Cheng Qiao, whom she had met once. South District Public Security Bureau. Jiang Mian suddenly spoke, and Du Biao's gaze towards her changed again. He hadn't even sensed what the person before him had done, yet she had managed to figure out the information about those people. Such terrifying perception. Do you know what level the captain of their field action team is? Yes. She asked the question, and since Cheng Qiao was the captain, his level was beyond doubt, at least second tier, and his abilities would not be weak. I know. Sequence 137, Path of Soul Heart Network, second tier. As soon as these words were spoken, Du Biao reacted himself. The ability to easily shield his eyes' perception. He couldn't possibly be at the third tier, could he? Damn. Could his luck really be this bad? Jiang Mian slightly turned her head. Heart Network. No wonder those people could act in an orderly fashion without communication. Oh, it turned out to be an internal network. What are you planning? Du Biao looked at Jiang Mian with a complex expression. Since she had been so calm, she must have a way to escape. Since he had spoken, Jiang Mian was straightforward. I can take you away. But first, tell me about your source of goods and some other information I want to know. Huh? Du Biao was somewhat stunned, staring blankly at the petite figure wrapped in a black raincoat before him, not responding immediately. Take him away. Surrounded by more than 10 Awakeners from the Public Security Bureau. Although most were first tier, they were elites, especially skilled in combat and well-equipped. The person before him. He remembered she was still first tier. Even if she had reached second tier now, her strength was still somewhat lacking, wasn't it? In his eyes, Jiang Mian's words were simply absurd. But her assured tone, filled with an inexplicable confidence, made a flicker of hope rise uncontrollably in Du Biao's heart. What if she really was strong? From her earlier powerful perception, it seemed her ability was not wildfire, but a stronger sequence. As long as he agreed, all he would have to give up were some inconsequential pieces of information. He had already decided to leave this line of work, so giving up the source didn't matter. Thinking of this, Du Biao took a deep breath and slowly said, fine, I will tell you about the 2 channels I have. As for other information, we can talk about it when we are outside. Then he quickly began to relay the information he had won was his most frequently used channel, a legitimate pharmaceutical company in the west side of the city. Getting medicine from there was not only cheap, but since there were people backing it, the safety was relatively high. However, recently the situation had tightened, and the contact person there had long since fled reportedly to another base city. The other one was far more dangerous, a mutant underground coalition called the Mutual Aid Association. The scale was currently unknown, but it was said that after the channel opened a few years ago, it seemed to have expanded several times, acting covertly, and reportedly had its own production line for inhibitors with a substantial supply. However, contact with them could only be made through internal introductions, and due to their deep-seated aversion to Awakeners, he could only interact with some fringe characters. Moreover, because the goods from there came from outside the city, the prices were indeed high, so he hadn't been in contact. I can give you their contact information, but whether you can join or not is up to you. Jiang Mian listened in silence. The pharmaceutical company in the west side was something she had expected. When the pressure from above tightened, such black factories relying on legitimate cover would be the first to flee. However, unexpectedly, besides local producers, this guy also had channels in other base cities, which was a pleasant surprise. She noted down the string of URLs Du Biao mentioned along with the password for verification. Although she had other questions, it was evident that this was not a place to linger. Now how do we leave? After Du Biao finished speaking, he closely watched Jiang Mian, as it was time for her to fulfill her promise. Follow me, don't exceed 3 steps. As soon as the words fell, Du Biao felt his body lighten, as if he could soar with a gentle leap. Ching, the target has appeared. A young man holding an umbrella stood across the street, casually glancing into the dark and deep alley. He did not speak aloud, merely a thought stirred within him, and his voice resonated in the mental network. Location: behind the bar, following a suspicious figure clad in a black raincoat. Act swiftly. Initial assessment indicates that the other party is a buyer of the mutated individuals involved in this transaction, attempting to move westward along alley number 1. On the rooftop of a nearby 5-story building, Cheng Xiao crouched at the edge, raindrops cascading from the brim of his raincoat. However, all his attention was focused on the terminal before him. The screen displayed a simple map centered around the bar, radiating outward, excluding himself, with a total of 15 green dots arranged in groups of 3. Before the operation commenced, he had connected his team members to a mental network through the Mind Network. The first-level basic ability of the Mind Network is to connect with up to 5 targets, enabling information sharing and transmission. At the second level, this capacity expands to 10 targets, also granting shared vision. Recently, due to his accumulation of experience, he naturally broke through to the third level, enhancing his connections and gaining the skill of mental detection and sharing. This ability was particularly suitable for tactical command. Through the eyes of his teammates, Cheng Xiao could clearly see the scene ahead. Yet he did not rush to give the order to act. Most of his team were first-level awakened individuals, and there was a high-level anomaly among them. Including himself, who was not skilled in combat, there were only 3 second-level members. The details of the mutated individual were still unknown, but based on the information from the insider, they were somewhere between first and second level. If they were second level, it would be difficult to control if they went berserk here. Received. All groups report their positions. Group 1 in position. The main entrance of the hotel and the western exit of alley number 1 have been secured. Group 2 in position. After a round of reports, the individuals he had arranged had basically blocked all exits of alley number 1. However, Cheng Xiao narrowed his eyes as he watched 2 figures in the darkness. Within 10 seconds, the 2 had already plunged deep into the alley. This speed was clearly abnormal. Even a first-level awakened individual specialized in speed could not match it. A mere hunter could not possibly possess such speed. The problem must lie with the second target, and the other party should have discovered their setup. How did they find out? Was it the eyes set up by Du Biao? The first-level skill of a hunter allows them to train hounds as their eyes. Since dogs are rare these days, black market traders like him prefer to use rats, which are far less effective, but come at almost no cost. As a third-level awakened individual, Cheng Xiao could easily command his teammates to evade these eyes, and if necessary sever Du Biao's connection to them. With tonight's torrential rain, the success rate of this operation could be considered 99%. So the problem lay with the other person. It seemed they needed to tighten the encirclement. Since the other party had known of their existence in advance, they would surely try to escape. The 2 targets are moving abnormally fast. It is suspected that the second target is using abilities to assist in their movement. Cheng Xiao made a judgment and issued a command in the mental network. Group 1, be alert. The target is moving in your direction. Expected contact in half a minute. Subdue them first. Restrictive measures may be taken if necessary. Group 5, converge towards Group 1 at maximum speed. Everyone else tighten up. Received. Deep within the alley, Du Biao never expected that one day a burly man like him would be carried away by a petite woman as if he were a chick. Ahead, Jiang Mian moved lightly, the hem of her black raincoat swaying gently, making her appear ghostly amidst the rain. Beside her, Du Biao's feet barely touched the ground, his entire body leaning forward in an unnatural posture, as if gripped by an invisible hand. He felt his body was inexplicably light, as though an invisible cushion supported his feet. Du Biao pondered and could not fathom what her ability was. Apart from fire, did she also have the capability of wind control? But he distinctly remembered that ordinary elements, or calamities, could only control one element, right? Could it be the imitator of Sequence 47? It was said that they could easily replicate the ability manifestations of other awakened individuals, which seemed plausible. I can run by myself. Du Biao managed to squeeze out a sentence through clenched teeth. Being carried away by a woman while fleeing was indeed a blow to his pride. No, you're too slow. Jiang Mian coldly rejected. This guy's sequence was too low and he was not of the speed enhancement type, so the boost to his body was quite limited. He simply could not keep up with her pace. Du Biao did not argue. The other party seemed to be a high-level mutated individual, a significant burden. If he said something she did not want to hear, she might just throw him aside. As they neared the alley's mouth, Jiang Mian sensed several scents growing stronger. Yi Qingyang and two others, one of whom was second level, were guarding the alley's entrance and moving in rapidly. Trouble. When she came out, she had chosen this direction to take advantage of the chaos to rush towards the western part of the city, planning to extract Du Biao's value before circling back to the northern part. Do we have to fight? Jiang Mian contemplated the escape route. Theoretically, Gale could allow her to hover temporarily, achieving a short gliding effect. With her current output power, carrying someone would not be an issue. However, she was unsure if Yi Qingyang or other law enforcers had aerial capabilities. If they shot her down, it would be a huge problem. Firearms were of little concern, not to mention her body was already enveloped in a wind field, providing sufficient protection. Moreover, as long as her reflexes were quick enough, once within her shooting range, Fierce Flame could instantly turn any incoming bullets to ashes. However, this alley was too narrow. Even if she took off, maneuvering would be difficult. The breath of the three on the opposite side was growing closer. As soon as he spotted Jiang Mian, and Du Biao, the last first-level law enforcer in the squad, drew an electric gun, without hesitation quickly aimed, and pulled the trigger. Zing! Watch out! Du Biao hurriedly shouted a warning. If Jiang Mian were just an ordinary first-level mutated individual taking this hit, Heaton might knock her out. In the split second the electric bolt struck, her thoughts flickered and a strand of orange-gold flame appeared out of nowhere, colliding with the electric bolt amidst the rain and erupting into a blinding flash of light. The instantaneous high temperature vaporized the surrounding rainwater, forming a dense, white mist that obscured their vision. Fire element. Is it a calamity path? The second-level law enforcer at the front spoke with confusion. Second level. Wildfire. Having worked in the front lines for so many years, he had encountered all sorts of mutated individuals. His intuition told him that the mutated individual in the black raincoat was unexplainably strange. No, Senior Xiao. Yi Qingyang shook his head. The other party had somehow used some means to obscure perception, making it difficult for him at his level to see clearly. She is very strong. She is most likely a high-level sequence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi, the older security officer, felt a jolt in his heart. Although this kid was just an intern, his talent was exceptional, and he was quite adept at both the application of abilities and fundamental skills. In previous internal sparring sessions, he had even defeated many second-tier veterans. From the perspective of ability alone, he was indeed superior to some of the security officers with years of experience, and his demeanor was steady and exceptionally mature, far from that of a recent high school graduate. Thus, when he said this, Xiao Yi had no doubt it was highly likely to be true. A high-tier aberrant, especially a second-tier one. If they got serious, the three of them might struggle to cope. On the side of 5 Group, there was another second-tier officer still on the way. Although the team leader was third-tier, he was not skilled in direct combat. Xiao Yi himself had a standard ability, ranking 155, with the Path of War, and classified as a survivor capable of both offense and defense, a standard melee berserker. Faced with this long-range adept aberrant of the Calamity Path, especially a high-tier one, he was at a significant disadvantage. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Yi Qingyang, his presence so intense that the surrounding rain seemed to take on a faint red hue. Yi Qingyang was a top-tier genius with immense potential. He could not be allowed to come to harm here. Xiao Yi did not look back, but his voice reached Yi Qingyang's mind through the heart network. Can you tell what kind of ability it is? He vaguely remembered the abilities of those ranked higher in the list, but the attack method just used was somewhat strange and hard to judge. Not clear. Yi Qingyang did not tell the truth. He had an unsettling suspicion, the orange-gold flames. Among the known top 50 high-tier abilities, there were actually not many fire-based ones, only 2. Moreover, the manifestations of abilities were distinct. One was the blood-red purgatory, while the other was the green netherworld. If it were an awaken, the performance of heavenly fire would indeed be similar. However, knowing that the other party was an aberrant, the only conclusion was, he didn't know how to describe his own luck. Before even leaving his hometown, he encountered the most mysterious ultimate disaster from his past life, and it seemed the other party had only recently awakened. He never expected this individual to also be an aberrant, and from the same city as himself. Calculating this way, aside from the unknown Wangchuan, the remaining 4 had a 1-to-1 ratio of aberrants to original disasters. Based on the current information, he could infer that the other party was also troubled by the suppressants given the situation in the city and was even risking buying drugs from black market dealers. The previous case of the skin demon self-immolation should also have been her hunting. It was at this moment that Yi Qingyang understood. Goodness, a peak disaster sequence even more low-key than those low-sequence aberrants. No wonder she could survive until the end. In his past life, when he fell in battle, both Wangchuan and Apocalypse were still alive, and their identities were. He had reason to suspect that if the other party awakened the ability of Wangchuan with her caution, she could at least survive for decades. Importantly, it seemed the other party did not hold any hostility towards him. In just a few seconds, Yi Qingyang's thoughts whirled. He could not use his strongest limiting skill and had no absolute confidence in keeping her. Based on her previous performance, she should have already mastered 2 elements, one being fire and the other almost certainly wind. Under desperate circumstances, it was very likely she could escape. Moreover, if she was pushed to the limit, it would only exacerbate the conflict, directly pushing her to the opposing side of humanity while also exposing himself. Therefore, meanwhile, Jiang Mian sensed that something was amiss. Yi Qingyang's aura seemed to have weakened a bit. What is this guy doing? Holding back. She did not quite understand Yi Qingyang's line of thought. Logically speaking, shouldn't he be shaking in fear and then come out to show off? Though with her present, he wouldn't be able to show off anyway. How do we go from here? Du Biao saw Jiang Mian lost in thought and couldn't help but remind her. With Cheng Xiao around, the others in the security bureau would definitely be on the way as well. Charge forward, it'll hold them off. Jiang Mian chose the simplest method. As long as they could reach an open area, they could soar upwards. Du Biao was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Okay, let's go. He initially thought this awakened one had not been awake for long and was only first year, but at this point even a fool could see she was definitely more than that. If they charged hard, there was a 99% chance they would not be stopped. Jiang Mian's typically cold tone showed a rare fluctuation, but it quickly returned to normal. Having already intervened to help him, she had appeared unwilling just a moment ago now. It was just right to punish him and make him remember and later force him to spill everything he knew. Wait, what are you doing? Du Biao sensed something was wrong. The cushion beneath him seemed to be compressing. Bang! The wind field suddenly released beneath him, propelling Du Biao out at an incredible speed, so fast that even Xiao Yi, who stood not far away, did not have time to react. Taking advantage of the others' attention being on the flying Du Biao, Jiang Mian waved her right hand through the rain curtain. An orange-golden dragon of flames appeared out of thin air, roaring as it tore through the rain, heading straight for the 3 of them. She did not choose to ignite them directly. She was very clear on who should be killed and who should not. This strike was already controlled. It looked terrifying, but was kept within a certain range, only incapacitated. Speaking of which, this was her first time shaping her flames. Prior to this, she had never properly trained her fire control abilities, either using them to burn corpses or directly using fire seeds to detonate targets. As expected of me, Jiang Mian secretly placed her hands on her hips. Based on the other examples Yi Qingyang had provided, achieving this, even for high-tier awakened, required at least weeks of training. Thus, whether in terms of sequence or control over abilities, she could be considered a genius. The moment the flame dragon formed, Xiao Yi, who was at the front, felt his pupils constrict as his vision was instantly filled with a sea of orange gold. Such might, even as a second year, being able to use it in the rainy environment demonstrated its power. If he were to take this blow, even he, a resilient survivor, would lose the ability to act on the spot. He was about to dodge, but considering the 2 behind him were still first year, they would definitely not react as quickly as he could. Should he hide? No, he could endure it. If he dodged, the 2 first-tier kids behind him might not be so lucky. Before Xiao Yi could react, the fire dragon instantly engulfed his position. He instinctively closed his eyes, but did not retreat a single step. At the moment the fire dragon roared, Jiang Mian felt a gust of wind under her feet and charged towards the gap where several people stood. She also noticed the golden light enveloping Xiao Yi, further confirming that Yi Qingyang was indeed acting. But where did all these skills come from? Could it be that he has leveled up? Moreover, this protective barrier seems quite formidable, capable of repeatedly blocking her elemental attacks without harm. If it lasts long, what a threat that would be. It was just like being locked in a blood barrier, utterly impossible to strike back. In the crowd, Yi Qingyang seemed to be unable to open his eyes due to the scorching flames, but secretly, he was exerting all his senses trying to remember her aura. In the palm of Jiang Mian's hand, a character new was radiating a faint glow and warmth. After being reborn, although his level needed to be rebuilt, he could sense that his ability was significantly stronger than during this period in his past life. Furthermore, he could utilize simplified versions of most skills from the early stages. For instance, the rune in his palm originated from a skill called Torchbearer. Once activated, it could disperse fog within a certain range and greatly enhance his physical form. Even in a dormant state, it could improve his perception. However, the aura he sensed now seemed somewhat familiar, especially when the other person brushed past him so closely. This feeling was particularly strong. Unfortunately, the chaotic winds surrounding her leaked very little aura, and it was quite disordered, even somewhat violent, causing significant interference. Is it an illusion? Or? A sense of foreboding rose within Yi Qinyang. Beneath the black raincoat, there was clearly some empty space. Evidently, the figure wrapped inside was quite petite, and based on height, it resembled an acquaintance. He didn't have many friends, and there was only one person within that height range. However, even during their interactions, Jiang Mian had used her abilities, and the torchbearer in his palm showed no reaction, making their interactions feel quite natural. For some reason, Yi Qinyang subconsciously resisted this answer. Perhaps I'm overthinking you, I'll just wait and see. Unlike the myriad thoughts swirling in Yi Qinyang's mind, Jiang Mian, after brushing past them, dashed straight towards the open area outside the alley. Though she didn't understand why this guy wasn't taking action, was it due to excessive caution? Or did he intend to wait until he reached a higher tier before striking? He doesn't seem to have that kind of personality. How strange. In just a few seconds, Jiang Mian once again saw the uneven street outside, and the streetlight that looked more decorative than functional barely illuminating the surroundings. She raised her head, adjusted the brim of her hat, and looked towards Du Biao, who was still flying in the sky. The wind gathered beneath her feet, compressed, and released suddenly, causing her figure to flicker and quickly vanish into the night sky. Du Biao's mouth was filled with wind mixed with rain, and it took him a while to adapt. Looking at the rapidly approaching buildings below, his face turned green. He would never have thought that as a second-tier awakened, he would end up dying from a fall. Just when he thought he would become Du Biao paced, he suddenly felt his body lighten, as if lifted by something. In the blink of an eye, his body rose swiftly, returning to the previous height, but his mind was still spinning, and his stomach was churning violently. Big shot. Shut up. Jiang Mian coldly remarked upon seeing Du Biao's pale face as he desperately covered his mouth. She would have no hesitation in dropping him if he vomited. This was her first attempt at using the wind to hover, and the consumption was not insignificant, especially while carrying another person. The exhaustion was considerable. She estimated that once they got out of this street, she would need to rest for a while. Meanwhile, on the other side. What is this? Xiao Yi opened his eyes, looking at his body, which was completely unscathed. Not even a corner of his clothes burned, utterly shocked. Even so, he still remembered the task's objective, but now apart from the three of them still on the scene, who else was there? Did they escape? The opponent's actions and behavior were filled with doubts. They did not seem keen on fighting, looking merely to flee. Moreover, that light. He instinctively turned to Yi Qinyang. In the team, only Yi Qinyang's abilities were related to light, yet he was only first tier. Shouldn't he only have basic skills? Wait, Qinyang, you leveled up to second tier? Yes. Hearing this, Yi Qinyang's aura revealed itself. Second tier. Then what was that earlier? It was the second tier skill of Radiant Blade Flowing Light. He said this without changing his expression, explaining the aberrant over there probably didn't use his full strength. It was merely an illusion. Is that so? Xiao Yi was skeptical. That temperature was no illusion. Its might was extremely terrifying. However, Yi Qinyang's eyes were clear, his tone certain, indirectly alleviating some of his doubts. You kid, how long have you been awakened, and you're already at second tier? Truly a prodigy. He couldn't help but exclaim, what a pity it's too late, otherwise we could have tested the waters. Indeed. Yi Qinyang forced a smile. He had originally intended to keep a low profile, but he had seen Xiao Yi's intentions. Although that fire dragon wouldn't have taken his life, Yi Qinyang couldn't bear to see someone suffer unnecessarily because of him. Thus he acted. As for the risk of exposure, since he had told a lie to cover it up, he had to use other lies to compensate. Rather than being scrutinized for the anomaly of using multiple skills as a first year, it was better to be regarded as someone with exceptional talent and rapid advancement. It is true that the higher the rank, the easier the leveling up, but it varies by person. There had been top talents like him in the Radiant Blade class who with certain assistance shot up to second tier in under a month. He had been awakened for nearly 2 months now, breaking through at this point seemed about right. Moreover, only he knew that the skill he had just used was called Holy Radiance, which could be seen as the ultimate version of Flowing Light. Its effect was simple and brutal. It could temporarily grant immunity to damage, but due to his lower level it only had a 3-second duration. However, the downside was also apparent. It could not resist curses like withering, only delaying time. By the way, did you see where those two ran off to? That black-clad aberrant had evidently used some means to launch Du Biao out, and he had flown away. They could only stare helplessly from the ground. Yi Qinyang turned around and looked towards the night sky outside the alley, his gaze seemingly penetrating the rain curtain, locking onto the two slowly descending figures. They went west. Are you all right? After about half a minute, Cheng Xiao hurriedly arrived with his team. In terms of distance, Cheng Xiao was indeed quite fast. However, when Jiang Mian and Du Biao left the bar, they used the wind to enhance their speed, making it difficult for non-speed specialized awakeners to keep up. Given that the skirmish ended in just a few seconds, the time difference was naturally significant. Team Chung. Xiao Yi shook his head, signaling that there was no major issue, then looked down at the ground. The residual waves from the fire dragon had left scorched marks on the ground. The other party has retreated to the west of the city. Cheng Xiao nodded, realizing that since they had fled west, they wouldn't be caught anytime soon. After all, the situation there was quite chaotic. Aside from the factory area, merely walking on the streets might lead to encounters with battling mutants. He did not blame the few people involved who, under the circumstances where the opponent was of a high rank and possessed second-tier strength, any trio would not be a match. It could even be said that the combined strength of the second-tier Awakeners present might not be able to contend with her. If they provoked her, causing a ruckus here, it would be even harder to manage. Unexpectedly, just to catch Du Biao, they discovered such a big fish, one that could be dangerous. I roughly saw the situation through the mind network. Qinyang, did you manage to catch that strike? Yi Qinyang slightly nodded. It seems the opponent didn't intend to kill outright. They were more focused on creating an opportunity to escape. There's no need for modesty. You for being able to react so quickly and help Xiao Yi block that strike unharmed is indeed commendable. Cheng Xiao patted his shoulder, his tone filled with approval, though his gaze carried a hint of complexity. This kid managed to deceive Xiao Yi, but not him. He had watched the entire process through the mind network, and it was clear that Yi Chunyang was still holding back. However, he wouldn't call him out on it. After all, geniuses often had their little secrets. Let's go, stop dawdling. Let's clean up the scene first, then go back and review what happened. Tonight's events are far from over. On the other side, as Du Biao stepped onto solid ground, he nearly collapsed to his knees. It was incredibly difficult. Who knows how much rainwater he had drunk on the way. You are safe now. Jiang Mian's cold voice rang out beside him. Cough, yes. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Du Biao wiped his mouth, hurriedly bending down, his tone and attitude significantly more respectful than before, resembling a sycophant. The person before him was a big shot. Even if they were mutants, just the fact that they followed through on their words made them more trustworthy than many Awakeners. All right. Jiang Mian adjusted her hood, ensuring her outfit was in order, then casually asked, you remember the address I asked about earlier, right? I remember. Du Biao quickly nodded, realizing that this topic came up because they hadn't had the chance to go after receiving news last time. How should I put it? That place is considered a gray area. Many mutants have been there, and many of them have unusual identities. Indeed. Jiang Mian's expression sharpened. She had sensed something amiss from Chen Qing's attitude earlier. That place was definitely an officially tolerated safe zone. It was quite different from her initial guess, yet it seemed to make sense. While the probability of mutation during awakening was low, it was very fair. Even the descendants of the privileged classes faced the same odds. Seeing her silent, Du Biao quickly added, besides those people, there are many ordinary individuals as well. As long as they are willing to disclose their identities and accept regulation, they qualify to enter. Oh, Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow under her raincoat hood. So aside from the young masters and ladies, there was also a batch of law-abiding mutants under official control. As the saying goes, surround three to cut one. The authorities clearly intended to leave a path for survival, obviously, to utilize the useful forces among the mutants. Speaking of which, they wouldn't use mutants to fight other mutants, would they? It was possible and not unlikely. However, Jiang Mian chose not to consider that matter for now. She wouldn't entrust her life to others, nor would she reveal her secret of being the end of days. This information was of no use to her, but what a pity about that $2,000. Next, what's the situation over in the west of the city? Jiang Mian asked this question not merely out of curiosity. She was only 5 second-tier units away from third tier. If she could take advantage of the trip back to have a feast, it would be quite nice. Although Yi Qinyang was unaware of where all this information came from, it inexplicably seemed reliable. 6th tier. It sounded somewhat distant, but at least there was hope. Upon hearing this, Du Biao dared not speculate on the thoughts of the big shot, and honestly replied, currently the west of the city is mainly divided into 3 areas. On the old street side, it's occupied by a gang called the Blood Gang. The leader used to be an underground fighter, but now he has risen to the 3rd tier, commanding about 100 men. Further west, nearing the factory area, is the territory of the Black Kill. Their leader is also at the 3rd tier, and it's said that he used to do dirty work for some big shots, though it's unclear if they've fallen out. Dirty work. Assassinations. At this point, Jiang Mian recalled the mutant that had attempted to assassinate her last time. Could it be one of this person's subordinates? Du Biao felt a tightening in his heart as Jiang Mian inquired about the Black Kill. This person surely had some past grievances with them, right? Yes, it's about solving problems for others. Besides that, as long as the money and suppressants are in place, they'll take on any job. One could say, none of them are clean. Apart from these groups, there are also some scattered small factions whose leaders are generally at the 2nd tier and often clash. But strangely, the Containment Bureau has not intervened to rectify the situation. At this point, Jiang Mian already understood most of it. The higher-ups were likely still observing, waiting for these mutants to continue their internal strife. First, by cracking down on black market vendors, making the resources for suppressants increasingly scarce and difficult to obtain. These mutants would inevitably start fighting, and without suppressants they would be unable to think clearly, only escalating their violence. By that time, even if they did not take action, those rioting mutants would self-destruct through infighting, leaving only a few sickly weeds that could be easily uprooted. What a clever scheme. Jiang Mian sighed softly. Even if they reacted now, they would likely not be able to escape. However, adhering to the principle of conservation, perhaps she could pick up some scraps. Alright, let's leave it at that. She waved her hand at Du Biao and said, when you return tonight, you're a smart person, so you know what to do, right? Du Biao raised his head, catching a glimpse of the dark golden glow beneath the hood, repeatedly bowing, but he didn't speak. Heh. Jiang Mian chuckled lightly, no longer paying him any mind, turning to disappear into the rain. She knew that after tonight, Du Biao would no longer exist in Base City 144. In the west of the city, Jiang Mian stood quietly atop a five-story building. The torrential rain continued, but the wind field around her isolated her from the raindrops. The black raincoat she wore served more to conceal her figure. Jiang Mian slightly lowered her head, gazing down at the chaotic scene below. In the past 10 minutes, she had circled around and witnessed at least 3 brutal fights. There were chaotic skirmishes and primal physical confrontations. In short, as Du Biao said, it was those guys were like raving bulls, nearly devoid of rational thought, attacking anything that resembled their own kind, until one side was completely vanquished. This was the state of those who had completely succumbed to stage 3 mutations, where reason was devoured, their bodies transformed, and an insatiable craving for fresh flesh and blood arose, sparing not even their own kind. Could the chaos in those lower-ranked base cities be any worse? She recalled some of the content described in official documents. The lowest-ranked base cities were essentially places of exile, filled with the most vicious individuals. To put it bluntly, once there, even those capable of putting up a fight against disasters would be completely drained in the physical sense. Their cores and bodies possessed value for creating mutated weapons, and some even crushed the remnants of flesh and blood to use as fertilizer for cultivating special crops. As for those who could not survive, they were merely garbage that needed to be disposed of periodically. It was that cruel. After all, the higher the number assigned, the closer it was to the outskirts, thus increasing the probability of encountering higher-tier disasters, with the constant threat of mist tides and disaster waves attacking the city. In terms of safety, although the mid-ranked base cities were poor, at least law and order were somewhat guaranteed. I absolutely cannot end up like this. Jiang Mian clenched her fists. Once her mind faltered, she would truly become a disaster. Whether she would still be herself at that point was uncertain. Although she had obtained 5 suppressants tonight, she was approaching stage 3, and the effectiveness would likely be shorter. She felt uneasy if she didn't stock up a bit more. Fortunately, the chaos in the west of the city had only started a few days ago, so there should still be a fair amount of circulating suppressants. Large organizations like He Sha must have substantial reserves. Last time, if she hadn't been able to protect herself, or if a stronger assassin had come, she might have been the one to be killed first. This time she was ready to collect some interest. To be on the safe side, she chose to advance to stage 3 before taking action. She was not afraid of the crowd. Her skills were all large area attacks, especially the special effect of Mighty Flame, which made her more excited the more people there were. She looked down at the street fight below. It was a clash between 2 small groups of mutated individuals nearing the end of their battle, with many bodies sprawled on the ground. The leaders were both at stage 2. One was a robust man over 2 meters tall, and the other was pale, somewhat frail, with grotesque bone protrusions all over his body. Based on their fighting styles, the former should be a frenzy of sequence 155, while the latter was likely a bone manipulator of sequence 135. Yet strangely, despite both being at stage 2, the latter seemed utterly defenseless. Through her perception of the wind, Jiang Mian could clearly hear the sounds of flesh splattering and the dull cracks of bones breaking. For some reason, the bone manipulator appeared hesitant in his attack, but as soon as he spoke, Jiang Mian was struck. A chong about the past. Shut up. The robust man bellowed, his eyes bloodshot. You haven't finished deceiving me yet, and you dare bring— As he spoke, the blood-red aura emanating from him intensified, obviously on the verge of a berserk state triggered by his emotions. You have to let me explain. Oh, what's that? Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, not rushing to act. But as the bone manipulator continued to explain, and the robust man's near-uncontrolled rage escalated, her expression grew increasingly grim. What do you mean his is bigger than mine? No, what did you both do? To be honest, both of them looked rather repulsive. How could they go that far? Jiang Mian couldn't help but reveal a look of disgust, hastily cutting off her perception, but she couldn't shake off the conversation between the two from her mind. She felt as if she had become tainted. As expected, these old patients were perverts. Not a single normal one. A Chong suddenly seized the bone manipulator by the throat, exerting great force, and with a crack the frail mutated body went limp, seemingly lifeless. Is it over? No, wait. A strange sensation suddenly crossed Jiang Mian's mind. The aura on the bone manipulator had not been completely extinguished, but rather was becoming increasingly chaotic. Could it be that in the moment before dying he completed stage 3 and transformed into a disaster? Just as Jiang Mian's conjecture was confirmed, A Chong seemed to sense something was off and hurriedly loosened his grip, trying to throw the corpse away. But the next second, 2 bone spikes shot out from the corpse's mouth, piercing through his palm. "Ow!" He screamed in pain, regaining a sliver of rationality, and frantically shook his wrist, trying to break free. But then an extremely horrifying scene unfolded. The corpse of the bone manipulator split apart. Beneath the head, a string of white bony vertebrae remained. In that moment of separation, it instantly transformed into 8 long, sharp, bony limbs wildly thrashing in the air, creating an extraordinarily eerie sight. Is this the transformation into a disaster? Witnessing the entire process, Jiang Mian felt a chill run down her spine. Disregarding the body, the head had seemingly completely transformed into the disaster bone manipulator, resembling the terrifying head spider. The jaw of the head spider suddenly tore open, revealing its ghastly mandibles. 8 bony limbs tightly constricted around A Chong's burly body, rendering him immobile. He didn't even have time to let out a second scream before the head spider clamped down on his head, and his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. Crack, crack. The sound of the skull shattering and the inexplicable squelching noises were nauseating in the rainy night. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes atop the building. Her capacity for acceptance was strong. In just a few seconds, she transitioned from discomfort to calm observation. Although it was indeed disgusting, it was just that. It was said that certain distortions along the chaos paths were even more horrifying. Would there be an opportunity? If she remembered correctly, the core ability of the bone manipulator was. The head spider seemed to have finished feeding, retracting its limbs and writhing towards the headless corpse. A Chong's body twitched eerily, then swayed unsteadily to stand up, but the head atop his shoulders was instantly. It opened its mandibles, mumbling something. Although Jiang Mian couldn't hear it clearly, she understood the meaning. Where is the new body? Jiang Mian recalled that the core ability of a bone manipulator lay in commanding corpses whose power level did not exceed its own. As long as the corpse possessed a skeletal structure, and the disparity in strength was not overwhelming, it could be brought under control. They did not fuse with these corpses, rather they used them as temporary vessels, directing movement through articulated white bone limbs, and even borrowing fragments of the deceased's former abilities during combat. Thus, until a more suitable vessel was found, they would refrain from exhausting their current host to the brink. Upon reflection, this mechanism, though formidable, was rendered manageable only by the inherent physical limitations of the entity itself. Were it capable of manipulating beings of vastly higher sequences, the implications would be truly terrifying. Yet as a pathogen, if such an ability awakened solely within its own skeleton, its full potential remained tragically unrealized, rendering it easily overpowered by other pathogens of fate, both inevitable and unsurprising. Still, if pathogens here had already begun transmuting into calamities, similar transformations were surely unfolding elsewhere. Perhaps the Containment Bureau had already sealed off the surrounding districts. Time to move. With that thought, Jiang Mian ceased observing the battle and leapt forward, the ambient wind instinctively cradling her form, guiding her descent with ethereal lightness onto the rain-licked ground. A sharp gasp escaped Chong, the body now puppeteered by the bone manipulator, halting mid-stride and slowly turning its pallid head, its hollow gaze locking unblinkingly onto Jiang Mian. A faint knowing smile curved Jiang Mian's lips as she dispelled the wind veil that had masked her presence. Its eyes flared emerald green, its jaw unhinged wide, revealing a serpentine tongue that slithered forth to lick its own upper jaw, droplets falling from its tip indistinguishable as rain or saliva. Delicious, delicious. Without hesitation, it lunged straight at Jiang Mian. Mindless brute, she scoffed, not shifting so much as a single step. Among calamities ranked beyond sequence 100, only those following the path of nightmare dread possessed rudimentary intellect. All others acted purely on primal instinct, devoid of reason, bereft of cunning. The instant it crossed Jiang Mian's designated kill zone, a flicker of tangerine gold flame erupted across its commandeered frame, then surged violently, engulfing the entire figure in incandescent conflagration. Raindrops striking its burning form vaporized instantly, rising as wisps of white mist. Though Jiang Mian had not amplified the blaze with her gale art, the inferno art's combustion remained fiercely undiminished, even beneath the downpour. Sensing imminent annihilation, the severed head wrenched itself free, abandoning the charred husk without hesitation. Propelling itself solely upon 8 skeletal limbs, it scuttled frantically across the wet pavement, instinctively fleeing Jiang Mian, the source of lethal peril. But it was already too late. Once ignited by Jiang Mian, her flames burned relentlessly, ceasing only when she willed them extinguished or until every last ember of fuel had been consumed. Agony contorted its features as it writhed and shrieked upon the ground. Yet the fire clung like a curse, burning ever brighter, ever deeper, searing into bone and marrow alike. Jiang Mian watched the shrieking bone manipulator with mild curiosity. Its tenacity surprised her. Ordinarily, such foes fell in an instant. Perhaps it had nearly reached Tier 3 after full calamity transmutation. The headless corpse had already reduced to ash. Freshly slain, its yield was respectable standard for a tier. She made no further strike. Instead, she strode onward down the rain-lashed street. Her fire already anchored the kill, merely a matter of time. Behind her, corpses ignited in rapid succession, coalescing into a roaring sea of flame. There had been survivors, at first. But witnessing Chang's brutal reversal, his remaining underlings scattered without pause. After all, everyone came here to survive, not to die for a fallen leader. The fight was over, the spoils claimed, loyalty expired with authority. Why risk everything? Moments later, the inferno receded, its heat quenched by rain, leaving behind only scorched earth where bodies once lay. Jiang Mian lowered her gaze, her hand resting lightly over her chest, just beside her heart, where the Calamity Core pulsed with gentle radiant warmth. That single harvest had sated her hunger halfway. Her appetite had evolved dramatically. A single Tier 2 offering sustained her for roughly 3 days, but fell far short of her true storage capacity. Those fallen pathogen corpses, plus the unknown fate of the bone manipulator, had pushed her progress forward by 3/5. Only a sliver remained. Onward. She exhaled sharply, steeling herself. At Tier 3, who in this city could possibly threaten her? Even Tier 4 hunters would find her impossible to capture. Yet Jiang Mian reminded herself sternly, pride was perilous. The official order cultivated within the mist for over a century could not possibly be superficial, as a Doombringer discovery would spell catastrophe. Witnessing that pathogen's uncontrolled collapse had only deepened her resolve. Absolute concealment was non-negotiable, especially before shedding the inhibitor. Should she fully calamify, no one, not even she, could predict what monstrosity might emerge. Clinging to that conviction, Jiang Mian dissolved her aura, once more vanishing into the storm-laced gloom, this time heading westward toward Black Slaughter's stronghold. Near the factory district sprawled a cluster of dilapidated bungalows, unassuming from without, yet concealing a starkly different reality within. Inside, opulence defied decay. Interiors were meticulously refined, even the ceiling-mounted chandeliers exuding quiet sophistication. "Hello, boss." On the second floor, a modestly dressed, middle-aged man answered the call. His name was Chen Gong, the leader of... Long before the uprising erupted, he and his crew had entrenched themselves here, masking their operations behind legitimate enterprises, until the district emptied, granting them license to act boldly. Others remained oblivious. Chen Gong knew the truth well. This sector would inevitably be purged, so he operated with ruthless diligence, seeking only one thing: relocation rights. Speaking. The voice on the other end was digitally altered, gender indiscernible. Status: well. Chen Gong hesitated, then reported, "Boss Lu Mu did enter the target's residence, but never emerged. No trace remains, neither living nor dead. A near Tier 3 wandering sentinel shouldn't fall to a freshly awakened Tier 1 Wendai." The voice cut him off, thick with impatience. "I paid you to resolve problems, not to offer excuses. Not only have your operatives failed to eliminate a mere novice, but they cannot even determine why. What use are you?" Clearly dissatisfied, the caller left no room for rebuttal. "Boss, grant us just a little more time. We'll try again." Though fury simmered beneath his calm tone, Chen Gong bowed his deference. He had no choice. The caller held the sole key, the legal sanctioned exit from Base City 144, a prize Chen Gong coveted above all else. Either the target harbored hidden anomalies, or someone powerful shielded her. Either way, the situation was dire. Yet with no alternative, he pressed forward, against all odds. What nonsense. Chen Gong was momentarily stunned by the boss' words. Logically, shouldn't he insist until the end? Has he changed his mind? No longer wanting to kill that little girl? It's rare to see such a change of heart halfway through. How did Lu Mu die? I still can't figure that out, yet he's sending people to kill her. You're going yourself? Also, the Containment Bureau has already taken action. If you want to seek death, don't blame me. The boss revealed a heavy piece of news as soon as he spoke. The Containment Bureau. They are among the highest average strength in the city aside from the elite teams for city defense. Chen Gong's heart tightened. Once the internal strife among the infected was over, the Containment Bureau would officially step in. He understood that after this wave of cleansing, the power and wealth accumulated by the Black Kill would vanish in an instant. Chen Gong only wanted to survive, to live freely. As a third tier infected, the suppressants he had accumulated were his most valuable asset. As long as he lived, he could quickly rise again, even if he had to change cities. Boss, can you give me a clear answer? Chen Gong softened his tone from the other party's earlier tone. It was clear he was somewhat reluctant. For this commission, are you planning to continue, or postpone? On the other end of the line, Li Tian frowned upon hearing this, not replying immediately. What he had originally thought would be an easy task had now become quite tricky. He had previously suspected that Jiang Mian had issues, but he wasn't sure if the assassin had acted and how it had failed. Upon returning to investigate this group of people, he discovered that things were far from simple. How could a backgroundless girl with no one to protect her quietly turn the tables on a peak second-tier infected? Unfortunately, he couldn't take action himself to probe. now with the city under martial law, Black Hill was also trapped in the west of the city. Moreover, Jiang Mian was now in the city defense for training and would soon participate in that ridiculous cultivation plan sent to the big city where the higher-ups were. Unless she walked into his hands, there would be no opportunity to take action. And if Jiang Mian really killed Lu Mu herself, she would surely have guessed that it was him, Li Tian, who hired the assassin. If Jiang Mian had truly hidden her strength, her personality must be far from simple. On the surface, she seemed innocent, but what was her true nature behind the scenes? Who could say for certain? If she held a grudge and really grew stronger later, she would undoubtedly come back to take revenge. Postpone. Though he said so, he had already formed a thought. Shungong's strength was not weak, and now he needed something from him. So, during this time, don't act rashly. Then, about leaving the city. Shungong's heart sank. He had worked so hard for this, wasn't it just to leave? Haha, you took the money but didn't complete the task, and you still want a chance to leave the city. Li Tian scoffed, seemingly uninterested in continuing the conversation. Boss, this time it was my fault, I admit it. Shungong lowered his posture greatly. There was no choice, the situation was pressing. If it were any other time, even with the other party in power, he wouldn't have to be so submissive as a third tier. You just said that forcing it now is courting death. Just give me a chance, he'll do anything. On the other end, Li Tian sensed his longing for leaving the city and knew there was hope. An experienced third-tier infected risking his life to act, yet he couldn't take down that blonde-haired girl. He understood the psychology of people like Shungong. What these people fear the most is not death, but seeing hope clearly slipping away from them. Once he offered a lifeline, the other party would desperately climb up, even if the endpoint was uncertain. Opportunity. I do have a plan, but what? The moment Li Tian relaxed, Shungong sensed something was off. It was a hook, but he had to bite, as it was his only chance. They'll give you an address. Come over quickly. As for what happens next, we need to plan for the long term. As for the people under you, you know what to do. This meant he had to leave alone tonight, abandoning everything he had built over the years. Shungong swallowed hard, gritting his teeth, replied yes. Yes. After hanging up, he froze in place for a few seconds, then suddenly punched the desk in front of him. The desk couldn't withstand his strength and shattered instantly. Damn it. Shungong, the Black Hill leader who had carved his way out with blood, had never been so humiliated since stepping into the third tier. He clearly saw the boss' intentions. What nonsense plan, what long-term considerations. He clearly saw his strength and wanted to use him as a disposable assassin. Once the task was completed, or once he lost value, that so-called opportunity to leave the city would probably turn into a light and airy cannon fodder. Shungong closed his eyes, rubbing his swollen temples. I've struggled for half my life, and in the end I have to be someone else's cannon fodder. Indeed, a faint female voice whispered in his ear, even maliciously blowing a cold breath against the back of his neck. Why not let me eat you now? Do it. Shungong's hair stood on end, and he quickly turned around. There was only a bookshelf and a wall behind him, nothing else. His heart raced as if in a frenzy of warning. He turned back, and a tall figure had appeared in front of the shattered desk. She wore all black with a hood obscuring her face. Water dripped from her body, forming a dark puddle, as if she had just crawled out of the water, giving off a strange sense of oppression. How is this possible? As a third-tier infected, he hadn't sensed this person's arrival at all. But this person? No, this thing seemed to have appeared out of thin air, without footsteps, without a breath, only the unsettling sound of dripping water. He clearly heard her earlier words about eating him. She was either a terminally ill infected, or a calamity that had infiltrated the city, and it had to be within the top 100 in ranking. In just a few breaths, countless possibilities flashed through Shungong's mind. The other party had a desire for him. Oh, was it the latter? He had to risk it. With that thought, a fierce gleam flashed in his eyes. He exerted force in his legs, instantly leaping up. Simultaneously, his sleeves tore, revealing a pair of menacing bony blades glimmering with a greenish cold light, slashing towards the shadow ahead. Sequence 115, Slaughter Path Poison Blade. Shungong was a purely melee-type infected. Even if the opponent was a higher-rank calamity, as long as they were not fourth tier, he could still fight. But the shadow showed no intention of dodging. As his blade struck down, it felt as if he had chopped into a water balloon. The figure instantly collapsed, splattering water all over his face. Fake it. Shungong immediately realized something was off. Oh, after slashing through that unknown shadow, the air in the room seemed to have turned abnormal. The splattered water quickly gathered at an alarming speed, forming a giant water blade wrapped in sharp, flowing winds. Shungong's face changed dramatically as he tried to break a window to escape, only to find himself unable to move. A powerful wind pressure had somehow formed around him, completely immobilizing him. He looked up, his pupils reflecting the black water blade that was about to fall. 10 minutes earlier, Jiang Mian strode down the street, methodically clearing the corpses of mutated beings scattered across the pavement. Some ill-fated mutants even dared to target her. These afflicted were indeed tragic, but they had lost all reason and were on the verge of transforming into calamities beyond any cure. She felt no hesitation dispatching them with swift, decisive finality. Her core was now fully saturated. Jiang Mian stood motionless at the center of the street as familiar lines of text shimmered into view before her. Blazing Fury has automatically upgraded to Ashen Conflagration. Marking radius extended to 40 meters upon extinguishment. Flames leave behind an ember zone persisting for 3 days. Those who enter it will contract the spark and ignite. Raging Gale has automatically upgraded to Cyclonic Tempest. Windfield range and destructive power increased. Perception range and control precision enhanced. Elemental fusion now possible during activation. Upgraded. This time she could distinctly feel her abilities' reach had doubled. Moreover, though its description remained concise, Cyclonic Tempest's underlying parameters had surged dramatically. Tasks once impossible now flowed effortlessly from her hands. Take windfield generation alone, previously limited to simple gusts and razor-sharp wind blades. She could now attempt vacuum extraction at the vortex's heart. Such advancement suggested she might soon soar all the way back to North City, if she chose to fly. Of course, the energy cost would remain steep. After all, flight demanded sheer unrefined force. Precision 2 had improved. This refined airflow not only conveyed environmental intelligence, but also carried her voice. Beyond information relay, further applications awaited discovery. The text dissolved swiftly. Jiang Mian's gaze sharpened. The true test began. Select your innate ability. Time remaining 30 seconds. Crystal Rock. Grants foundational earth manipulation. Generate crystalline stone walls for temporary defense, or detonate them at will. May also target any entity within 40 meters, encasing it in crystal to immobilize. 2. Tidal Surge. Grants foundational water manipulation and enhances physical resilience. In combat, offensive power accumulates progressively. Water may be shaped into solid constructs, customizable form, capable of executing basic commands. 3. Blizzard Wrath. Grants foundational ice manipulation. Unleash extreme cold shockwaves within 40 meters, inflicting freeze and slow effects. Jiang Mian scanned all 3 options in a single glance. Options I and 3 were both control-based, and both would draw considerable attention. Especially option 3, 40 meters, denoted detection range, not effective radius. Yet she dismissed it outright. Though formidable, Crystal Rock and Blizzard Wrath held no immediate utility, especially not for someone publicly identified solely by Wind Eye. Tidal Surge, however, offered distinct advantages. Beyond water manipulation and bodily enhancement, it conferred hydroforming, the ability to sculpt water into solid shapes. Leaving aside elemental control, mere physical reinforcement would significantly bolster her close combat prowess and self-preservation, without drawing suspicion. To onlookers, she remained the same quiet, fragile, unassuming girl. As for conjured constructs, wasn't that essentially summoning? Customization opened wider possibilities, a decoy to mislead observers, or a proxy to act when she herself could not disengage. Though her own ability's exact range remained unknown, as a derivative of Apocalypse, it ought to surpass that. Decision made. Jiang Mian selected Tidal Surge without hesitation. Instantly the text fragmented into luminous particles, and a familiar piercing ache bloomed deep within her chest. It begins again. Instinctively she pressed her palm against her sternum, fingers curling tightly, yet the sensation refused relief. Unlike last time, this pain was not unbearable. Rather, it prickled and swelled faintly as though her core were. After roughly 10 seconds, the sensation gradually receded. Jiang Mian adjusted her clothing and exhaled deeply. Awakened cultivators reportedly experienced euphoric clarity upon ascension. For her, as a mutated being, each evolution brought greater strength, yet also intensified the calamity's corrosive grip upon her flesh. Comfort was never part of the bargain. She gave it little thought. Her sole ambition was growth, to reach the 6th tier, swiftly shedding dependence on suppressants. A little pain meant nothing. Jiang Mian squeezed her forearm. No visible change, yet power hummed beneath her skin. Hard to gauge precisely, as she'd tested shortly. Then she raised her hand palm downward. Raindrops falling nearby bent subtly to an unseen force gathering silently before her. Within moments the water coalesced into a column matching her height. With a thought it stretched and reshaped, beginning to assume human contours. Lacking external references, she modeled it after herself, then refined its proportions. Close enough. She appraised the construct, translucent, yet structurally stable, its surface smooth and flawlessly even. Yet mimicking her own likeness felt inappropriate. A sudden notion struck her. Since customization was permitted, why not experiment with another form? She acted instantly, guiding the aqueous mass with renewed focus. Height extended, approximately 1.7 meters, a waist narrowed, a shoulder line refined. She hesitated briefly, then accentuated the curves of hips and bust with deliberate elegance. Seconds later, a statuesque, voluptuous, mature woman stood before her. featureless except for a mouth, yet astonishingly complete in silhouette and proportion. Not bad. Jiang Mian circled the figure, tilting her head in appraisal, then reached out and gently poked its chest. Surprisingly resilient. Composed entirely of liquid water, it resembled some ethereal doll. Remarkable, she murmured, sensing a subtle spiritual link, a conduit through which commands flowed. Its durability was respectable. Ordinary humans couldn't disrupt it, but against even first-tier awakened it stood no chance. Merely a tool. Wait, could she embed compressed wind fields inside it? Release them mid-flight as explosive projectiles. That would grant real combat utility. That insight unlocked new possibilities. Cyclonic Tempest was profoundly versatile, not only amplifying flame intensity, but also carrying water, sand, or debris to enhance wind blade lethality. After all, a blade laden with matter inflicted far greater damage than pure air. And another idea stirred: she could clad this water construct in a synthetic dermis, allowing it to attend negotiations like tonight's, sparing her direct exposure. She recalled that armor forged from skin-weaving cores granted full-body disguise capabilities. Skin-weaving ranked at Sequence 97, meaning its resulting aberrant armaments achieved 3-star quality, 1 tier above standard issue 2-star gear. Price aside, she couldn't afford it now. Higher sequence calamities yielded 4-star aberrant armament. By extrapolation, a core from her apex tier sequence would theoretically serve as essential material for 5-star aberrant armaments. To certain factions, then, she truly was a priceless treasure. Jiang Mian did not think much, or as long as she could continue to hide, she would not end up being dug out and turned. If she could break free from the suppressants after reaching the 6th tier, should she encounter an unbeatable opponent, escaping into the mist or retreating to the lower-ranked chaotic base city would be good options. As for the conditions for her next advancement, she had just learned that it required 43rd-tier targets, 5 of which had to be high-quality targets ranked within the top 100. This was also the first time there were quality requirements, and it was likely to increase gradually in the future. Her appetite is growing. Jiang Mian couldn't help but complain. With her small stature, the consumption was indeed considerable. Fortunately, her abilities were practical, and the method of enhancement was simple and straightforward. Just eat enough, and there was a certain undeniable aesthetic to the numerical values. For the newly acquired illusion ability, she conducted a serious experiment, and found that as long as she was within the perception range of Whirling Storm, she could maintain a remarkably stable connection. Once she exceeded this range, she could no longer control it, and it started to dissipate. But now, if her previous perception range was about 1 street, now it was nearly half of the western city. Upon reaching the 4th tier, it would be even more exaggerated. As for the duration from when she formed it until now, it had existed for about 5 minutes, and Jiang Mian had not felt much consumption, likely due to environmental enhancements. She estimated that as long as she wasn't hit too hard, maintaining it for at least half a day would not be a problem. When Jiang Mian withdrew her control, it quickly collapsed, turning into a puddle of water that rapidly seeped into the ground, leaving no trace. The rain continued to fall. Jiang Mian looked up at a nearby dilapidated bungalow. There gathered quite a number of mutated individuals. From their conversations, it seemed to be the base of the Black Kill. Having reached the 3rd tier and selected her skills, it was time to settle the score with them. She was quite vengeful. At this thought, the rain and wind around her momentarily paused. In the next moment, her figure vanished from the spot. Time returned to the present. The blade formed from wind and water was just millimeters away from Chun Gong's throat. He could clearly feel the chilling presence of the flowing wind, causing his body to tremble. Just a little bit more. Just a tiny bit, and that water blade would cut through his throat. What did the other party intend to do? He began to doubt his earlier judgment. If the Calamity wanted to devour people, how could it possibly stop? At that moment, the office door creaked open. A petite figure draped in a raincoat stepped inside, stopping in front of Chun Gong, removing her hood and mask to reveal a delicate pale face. However, this was not important. The first words spoken by the other party nearly made him kneel. Jiang Mian tilted her head slightly, revealing an innocuous smile. Hello. Is she really so polite? No. What good is that? He was almost dead. Chun Gong dared not relax at all. That earlier technique clearly came from her. He was still being pressured by this wind to be able to achieve this. She was at least at the 3rd tier, if not the 4th, and from a high rank. Who are you? His throat tightened, and it took a while to squeeze out that sentence. Wait. Looking at Jiang Mian's face, memories surged in his mind. Was this not the task target he had just discussed with his boss? Wasn't it said to be a 1st-tier eye of wind? Was the intel wrong? This was way too absurd. You recognize me. Seeing the change in his expression, Jiang Mian chuckled softly, unwinding her raincoat and reassembling the scattered water into a human form. Unlike the earlier black one, this water figure was transparent. Evidently, she had employed some special means to compress the density of the elements to an astonishing degree, all just to satisfy her little prank. Jiang Mian casually tossed the raincoat to it and found a sofa to sit down. I heard everything from the earlier conversation. Chun Gong's pupils contracted. Jiang Mian. She should not be that kind of innocent. No Lu Mu's death was suspicious. He probably died under her treacherous means. He could hardly believe that the little girl who could be so easily dealt with as mentioned by the boss would be such a monster. He didn't even know how she had struck. He was directly pinned down. But since she didn't act immediately, it proved that he still had value. What do you want? Jiang Mian's smile deepened, as if she found his forced calmness quite amusing. With a blade already at his throat, he still dared to be so tough. She did not answer, but slightly tilted her head, and the water blade suspended in midair moved forward by 0.5 millimeter with her motion. The skin on Chen Gong's neck instantly turned red. Wait. Spare my life. Spare my life. Chen Gong stiffened and immediately slid to his knees. As long as the other party thought about it, she could separate his body from his soul. At the brink of life and death, he could not afford to consider who Jiang Mian really was. It was my fault for not seeing clearly. I took on a job I shouldn't have. I apologize. I admit my mistake. He spoke rapidly, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Seeing Jiang Mian still wearing a faint smile, the glasses beneath her lenses showed no trace of amusement, as if she were watching a clown perform. I am just a runner doing my job for money, trying to make a living. I beg you to spare me and give me a way out. All my savings over the years, cash, abnormal equipment, calamity materials, are all here. It's all yours. I can take you to get it right now. Jiang Mian boredly scratched her nails, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. She could clearly sense that this guy was putting on an act. It was no wonder he was called the old patient. He could bend and stretch, and the act was quite well done. By the way, although that voice had been processed, it was undoubtedly Li Tian. The other party must have already suspected her. Keeping him around would be a big trouble. Since they had crossed paths, it was best to resolve it tonight to avoid any long-term worries. Of course, before leaving, she could drain the value of this guy in front of her. After all, he was the head of a mutated organization. He shouldn't be too poor, right? Fine, take me to have a look if the items can satisfy me. Jiang Mian thought she was quite kind. If the other party didn't disgust her like Li Hao and could provide some entertainment, she would give him a quick death. As soon as her words fell, the surrounding wind pressure suddenly disappeared. Chen Gong's legs went soft, and he directly knelt before Jiang Mian. Then he quickly regained his balance and stood up as if nothing had happened. Okay, this way please. He rubbed his hands, bowing and scraping, leading Jiang Mian towards the basement where he hid his things. With his back to Jiang Mian, a dark glint flashed in Chen Gong's eyes. This Jiang Mian looked very strange no matter how one looked at her. Putting aside whether she was the genuine article, just from her aura, she was clearly only recently at the 3rd tier. Chen Gong's heart sank suddenly. No matter how strong that girl was, it was impossible for her to silently eliminate all of his subordinates without leaving a trace of a struggle. One must understand that among the guards there were 2 of his brothers who were also at the 3rd tier. Even if they couldn't win, they should at least have created some noise to raise the alarm. Moreover, the scene here looked as if it had been burned by fire. Could it be that she had some hidden means? He then recalled some overlooked details. Just now, she had swaggered in, which meant that. He stiffly turned his head to look behind him. Jiang Mian had her hands behind her back, a slight smirk at the corner of her mouth, humming a light and eerie little tune, looking quite pleased with herself. But in Chen Gong's eyes it was truly terrifying. Chen Gong swallowed hard and asked hoarsely, Where are my brothers? Although he knew he shouldn't ask, the other party shouldn't act directly before obtaining what they wanted. Jiang Mian paused, her gaze on Chen Gong's pale face, and spoke nonchalantly, Of course. They have been eaten. Even if someone in a critical condition had done such a thing in a dazed state, they would feel uneasy upon waking, not casually say it like she did. If what she said was true, then cold sweat instantly soaked Chen Gong's back. Seeing his reaction, a hint of pleasure flickered in Jiang Mian's eyes. Indeed, nothing was more thrilling than shedding a disguise to find amusement. I was just kidding. Did you really believe it? Jiang Mian's tone was light, as if it were indeed so. Upon hearing this, Chen Gong froze and placed a lump stuck in his throat, unable to go up or down. Kidding him. He quietly cast his gaze toward Jiang Mian's face, trying to discern the truth from her. Yet she smiled brightly like a mischievous girl who had just pulled off a prank, and the chilling words from earlier seemed merely a harmless joke. But was it really a joke? He couldn't tell. Chen Gong's mind was a chaotic mess, and he stopped pondering whether the Jiang Mian before him was a transformed being or a disaster, silently turning around and continuing toward the basement. Did this break the fun? How boring. Jiang Mian huffed lightly, hands in her pockets, continuing to move downward. She had thought that a 3rd-tier opponent could give her more time to play. After advancing to the 3rd tier, she could eliminate anyone of the same level in an instant. Just now she had indeed stealthily infiltrated. By taking out everyone who saw her, wouldn't that suffice? The group of assassins had brought her considerable gains, 2 3rd tier, a group of 2nd tier, and some miscellaneous 1st tier, barely gathering enough for 4. The group of assassins had brought her considerable gains, 2 3rd tier, a group of 2nd tier, and some miscellaneous 1st. Although advancing consumed some resources, she could at most consume the equivalent of 4 3rd-tier beings. Any more would be uncomfortable. Such a rare opportunity, Jiang Mian certainly wouldn't waste it. By the way, the whirlwind technique was indeed useful. She could now precisely lock down her office, essentially creating a soundproof room without any external noise. Chen Gong had been talking to Li Tian and had completely failed to notice the unusual silence inside. This led to a series of subsequent events. As for matters concerning Li Tian, she already had a plan. However, this guy's collection truly piqued her interest. If the suppressants were sufficient, she would have enough time to slowly probe the so-called mutual aid society. Given Jiang Mian's caution, she certainly wouldn't foolishly seek out that group of unidentified transformed beings. What if they were a villainous organization? Although theoretically she was one of the biggest villains. Click. A soft sound echoed as Chen Gong unlocked the basement door. Jiang Mian glanced around. The basement's lighting was dim and filled with a dampness unusually spacious. The floor had several dark splatters, and combined with the knives hanging nearby, it was easy to infer what this place was used for. Chen Gong seemed to sense the gaze behind him and continued forward, quickening his pace. He reached an inconspicuous corner, moved aside the rusty knives beside him, and then kicked the wall. Immediately, it seemed something was triggered. Almost half of the wall swung outward like a door, revealing a brand new safe behind it. It was quite large, and Jiang Mian sensed that the material used to make the safe seemed to have incorporated some core of a disaster. The exact effect was unknown. As the two approached, an orange-red pattern on the safe faintly lit up, and the surrounding temperature began to rise noticeably. This is made from fragments of the disaster core of wildfire fused with a special alloy. Chen Gong explained in a low voice. Though the strength is average upon receiving external force attacks, it will explode powerful enough to destroy everything inside. There was another point he did not mention. The explosive power could severely injure even a third tier. Jiang Mian raised her chin slightly, saying nothing. Chen Gong stepped forward, and after a series of actions the pattern lit up momentarily before quickly dimming. Hiss! A sound of air releasing echoed, and the safe's door loosened, which Chen Gong then pulled open. He stepped back 2 paces, yielding position, and bowed slightly, saying, "Everything is here, please. Have a look." Despite bowing, a hint of reluctance remained on Chen Gong's face. Clearly he was not one to submit easily. Jiang Mian's gaze passed over Chen Gong, revealing a space about half the size of the basement. The lights had automatically turned on, revealing a neat pile of cache, various anomalous weaponry, and suppressants. There was quite a lot, but this was not the time to count, as there was still a small trouble nearby. She stepped forward with a light and quick pace. As she passed in front of Chen Gong, just a few steps away, the respectful mask on his face instantly shattered, leaving only the snarl of a cornered beast. Power speed, and the toxins attached to the bony blade, all the enhancement skills of a third-tier transformed being, were instantly catalyzed to their peak, aimed directly at Jiang Mian's vulnerable neck and temple. The angle was particularly tricky. He had waited for this opportunity for a long time. Die. Chen Gong's eyes were bloodshot, filled with the madness of a gambler. The wind system was not good at close combat, and this was his only chance. Jiang Mian seemed to be caught off guard, standing motionless. Just as he grinned and extended his arm with the blade, he suddenly felt as if he had plunged into a quagmire, and the resistance grew stronger until he was just a hair's breadth away from his target, unable to advance further. At the same time, the pressure from the wind descended once more, rendering him immobile. Jiang Mian turned around, and in Chen Gong's horrified gaze, she stretched out her delicate finger and gently pinched the tip of the blade. The entire process transpired in the blink of an eye. From Chen Gong's sudden outburst to his subsequent subjugation, Jiang Mian hardly made any significant movements. But that was not the most terrifying aspect. Chen Gong's bony arm blades were a product of his own abilities, relieving him of the burden of equipment and providing him with considerable combat strength from the very beginning. Yet now these bone blades were shattered by Jiang Mian as easily as potato chips. Such power. Perhaps even he himself could not achieve that. Jiang Mian's gaze fell upon his distorted face, a dangerous golden glint igniting in her eyes only to quickly fade away. Chen Gong could not fathom Jiang Mian's thoughts, but his instincts were screaming in alarm, as if the figure before him was not a beautiful and delicate girl, but a ferocious beast ready to devour. It's a pity. You could have died more painlessly. Jiang Mian discarded the shattered bone blade in her hand, turned to receive a raincoat from the waterman standing nearby, and walked towards the safe, without looking back. Please drink some water, don't overdo it. Wait. Ugh. Chen Gong was about to ask what she meant when the waterman instantly transformed into a water snake, the thickness of a cup's opening burrowing into his mouth. Cold liquid was forcefully poured into his mouth, and Chen Gong's eyes widened in shock. He wanted to close his mouth, but his throat was already forced open, and he could not muster any strength, feeling as if his abdomen was swelling like a balloon. He instinctively struggled, but was suppressed by the wind pressure, and could only twitch helplessly, unable to make a sound. Boom. As the water snake was completely swallowed, Chen Gong's body finally could not withstand it, turning into a mass of chaos under the wind pressure. Due to the constraints of the wind field, it did not splatter everywhere, but was soon ignited by a ball of orange-golden flames, completely turning to nothingness. Even a third-tier mutant primarily focused on enhancement was powerless against this living water entering their body only to be violently burst apart. Inside the safe, Jiang Mian was counting the spoils of this battle. This guy had hidden a lot of things as she glanced over the 200,000 cash and focused on 3 pieces of anomalous weaponry. Among them, the only one she could recognize at a glance was a set of simulacrum skin. In simple terms, it was a disguise tool made from the core of the skin painting technique and special leather materials. How lucky am I today? She had always been unlucky, never encountered such good fortune where what she wished for came true. It was a pity, though it would have been even better if there were Type 1 inhibitors. Jiang Mian did not think too much, as it was an assassination organization and was bound to have some professional tools. She looked at the other 2 items. One was a uniquely shaped bony dagger, and the other was a pair of black fingerless gloves. Her understanding of anomalous weaponry was mostly limited to 2-star standard equipment, so these higher-level items were beyond her knowledge. I will review the materials when I return. Jiang Mian stored these 2 items away and meticulously organized the simulacrum skin, folding it up. She was unsure how to use this thing, so she decided to research it slowly when she got back. Jiang Mian glanced at a small box nearby. Upon opening it, she found 3 dozen Type 3 inhibitors neatly arranged inside. Is that all? She couldn't help but complain. This safe was equivalent to a 3-star mutant. How could it contain so little? Although she had mentally prepared herself on the way here as the leader of a mutant organization and being a third-tier herself, how could the spoils be so meager? How could he sustain such a large group of people? No, wait. This safe is so conspicuous, perhaps it's just a smokescreen. Moreover, among them were still 2 third-tiers, and to win people's hearts they would certainly have to pay a price. However, those 2 had already eliminated themselves. Forget it, this is already quite a lot. Jiang Mian shook her head, stuffed the 5 inhibitors she had taken earlier into the safe, and closed the lid. These inhibitors would be enough to sustain her for a while. She only hoped that before reaching the 6th tier the demand would not evolve to 1 a day. Today was indeed fruitful. Not only had she advanced, but she had also replenished her resources and obtained a considerable amount of inhibitors. Once she completed the last task, she could go home and sleep well. She had noted the address given by Li Tian earlier, the warehouse in the northern part of the city. This place again. It seemed that the father and son had quite the affinity for warehouses, and the location was also close to her home, conveniently on the way. As for whether eliminating Li Tian would cause trouble, such a rare opportunity, she did not want to give it up. For her, Li Tian must die. Now that her strength was sufficient, she had to swiftly eliminate this person who knew about her abnormalities, doing her best to leave no obvious flaws. Jiang Mian carried a small box filled with inhibitors, slowly walking out of the basement. She looked up at the sky. The rain had lightened a bit, but it still effectively concealed her presence. In such an environment, even without using Ember, she could instantaneously take out a third-tier, as demonstrated by Chen Gong just now. Li Tian's strength seemed about the same to her. After their last unexpected encounter, she had roughly guessed his position. He should be from the security section of the construction bureau. Jiang Mian remembered clearly that back when her father was still there they had a 4th-tier awakened leader. But after that incident, there had been no more 4th-tier. She did not delve into the reasons, as it was of no use to her. She only needed to know that the security section's strength was no longer what it once was. With that thought, Jiang Mian gathered the wind around her feet. As the black hem of her clothing fluttered, her figure merged into the night sky. In the northern old industrial area at the junction with the western part of the city, Li Tian stood in front of a warehouse, casually discarding the cigarette, but in his hand, as he gazed towards the west. He was acutely aware of the situation in the city, so he did not bother to conceal himself much, only deliberately avoiding the few surveillance cameras on his way here. Those mutants had been causing a ruckus for several days, and their numbers had sharply declined. It shouldn't have happened so quickly, but the clearing of the black market had already begun weeks before. At that time, many mutants had reached their limits due to being unable to buy medicine. The outbreak was too sudden, and those who were the first to be eliminated were precisely that batch. Furthermore, the internal strife among the mutants had exacerbated their internal depletion. Now the mutants with any resistance power were mostly gathered around the old residential area, which was the core area of the western city. Even if Chen Gong knew he might not fulfill his promise, he would definitely come tonight. The worth of the containment bureau goes without saying. You just pulling out a small team would consist of a 3rd tier and several 2nd tiers. And against an organization like Black Hill with decent strength, at least 3 small teams would be dispatched. Chen Gong's ragtag group, although numerous, would only be at the mercy of a few well-trained and experienced teams. As for an organization leader like Chen Gong, he was always the prime target for setting an example. Thus, even if it was to survive a few more days and seek a glimmer of hope temporarily, letting go of those external possessions might be his best choice. However, Li Tian glanced at the time. It seemed a bit too long. He had intentionally arrived late, but now he had yet to see anyone. The rain has stopped. Since the mist descended, the weather has taken on a strangely stable quality. Most of the time, heavy dark clouds loom over the city, while the remainder consists of continuous rain that seems never-ending. But now the rain has stopped, It ceased without warning, quite bizarrely. With the perception of a third-tier awakened one, Li Tian could clearly sense the abnormalities in his surroundings. The airflow around him seemed unusually calm. The most intuitive manifestation of this was the absence of wind, not a wisp. The distant noises had also abruptly ceased, and Li Tian felt his breath growing heavier, as if he were isolated in another world. A strange chill crept up his spine. Someone had controlled the wind in this area. How could this be possible? What kind of ability has such a terrifying range of release? He suddenly looked up, gazing into the pitch-black sky, as if a pair of eyes were watching him intently. In the next second, Li Tian's instincts went into overdrive. He grabbed the umbrella leaning against the wall beside him and dashed into the warehouse. He saw that just where he had been standing, a thin, transparent line of water fell like a shooting star, but upon hitting the ground it transformed into an ordinary droplet. Li Tian turned to look back, his expression grave. This strike seemed ordinary, but the power within it. While it wasn't enough to kill him, if it had struck his head, it would have rendered him immobile for quite some time. Immediately after, the rain from above began to fall again, but in a terrifying volume. In just a few seconds, the rainwater pooled around the warehouse, ominously threatening to submerge it. This is, Li Tian observed clearly. The infrastructure of the base city was indeed poor, but the drainage system was undeniably the most well-funded and maintained. This water was obviously problematic, as if manipulated by someone's ability. With both wind and water at play, could there be more than one person targeting him? He hadn't provoked any awakened ones of the same level in recent years, right? Those stronger than him were even less likely. Who could it be? Suddenly a name popped into his mind. No, it can't be. Li Tian quickly dismissed this answer. A mere orphan, even if she had hidden her strength to take down that second-tier assassin, it was impossible for her to exhibit such capabilities. To temporarily change the weather. Could this really be something an awakened one could accomplish? Although he was a sequence 100 in the ambush formation, if he waited a bit longer, he could attempt to break through to the fourth tier. But the true opponent had yet to reveal themselves. How could he fight? Moreover, Li Tian looked outside the warehouse, where the accumulating water was already high enough to cover his calves. The surface of the water was pitch black, resembling a deep abyss with a mouth ready to devour. It was clear that this water was under someone's control, and entering it would be akin to seeking death. Yet the warehouse beneath his feet felt like an isolated island, completely surrounded. The situation was far from favorable. What to do? Li Tian remembered that outside there was still an unknown wind ability sealing off his escape. He could either wait to die or charge out and see if he could break through. Given that the water hadn't risen too high, yet being trapped by that wind in the water and drowning would be the most frustrating outcome. He gritted his teeth, standing on the steps at the entrance of the warehouse, and shouted into the air before him. "Friend, is there some kind of misunderstanding between us? Li Tian may not be a good person, but I haven't provoked anyone. If you're after money or connections, as long as I have it, everything can be discussed. Why escalate to the point of deadly force?" The air fell silent for a few seconds. Misunderstanding. A calm voice came from right in front of him. He saw a figure in a black raincoat appear in the rain, having seemingly emerged from nowhere. This figure was not standing in the water, but rather directly on the surface. "You? Who are you?" Li Tian could hardly believe his eyes, this height, this voice. Jiang Mian pulled back the hood of her raincoat, a slight smile playing on her lips. "It's me, surprised." The face under the hood was gentle with a hint of youthful innocence. How could he not Jiang Mian, good evening, Mr. Li. Jiang Mian smiled lightly, her tone relaxed, as if greeting a neighbor. "You?" Li Tian's mind was in utter disarray. Jiang Mian was the awakened one controlling the rain and flowing wind. How could this be possible? By common sense, to create such a large disturbance, there should at least be 2 fourth-tier or higher awakened ones involved, and they would have to be of a high sequence to even have a chance. Jiang Mian, a newly 18-year-old student, even if she had awakened early in secret, it shouldn't be this outrageous. He couldn't help but exclaim, "How could it be you? What about Qingong? The Black Killers?" "Them." Jiang Mian brushed her disheveled hair back, her tone cheerful as she said, "I just went to see them. They are all sleeping quite peacefully." "Sleeping? Peacefully? Does that mean she single-handedly took down the entire Black Kill?" Li Tian looked at the rising water around him and the strange wind field enveloping the entire warehouse area, feeling a chill run through him. "You are not the Eye of the Wind. What exactly are you?" "Me." Jiang Mian blinked, and her originally dark eyes sparkled with a burning golden hue. She did not answer Li Tian's question, but slowly raised her left hand, in the palm of which orange, gold, azure, and dark black elements condensed to their extremes, gently rotating. After reaching the 3rd tier, her precision in manipulation had evidently increased significantly. Her previous method of compressing the wind field now also adapted to other elements. Seeing the 3 elements in Jiang Mian's hand obedient like a pet, Li Tian's eyes widened. Even among high sequences, only single elements are managed. Yet Jiang Mian could so easily control 3 different elements, each not low in strength, with even some mutually exclusive water and fire. the answer was evident. A pinnacle sequence. Not to mention did his pet turtle bring him such good luck directly entangling him with a contemporary pinnacle sequence. This was a pinnacle sequence. The last appearance was over 100 years ago. Li Tian did not recognize Jiang Mian's identity as a mutated individual. After skillfully mastering the wind abilities aura concealment, she rarely let out her own aura. This was partly to avoid those disasters drooling over her, and partly. That guy Yi Qinyang seemed unusually perceptive if he sensed her. She would have no choice but to eliminate him. Why did she say eliminate him? It must be because that guy knows too many secrets and information. She wanted to dig a little more to squeeze out his value. Yes, that's it. Jiang Mian cast aside the strange emotions that suddenly emerged and turned to Li Tian, smiling gently. Mister Li, you should know why I'm here. How about this'll give you 3 options. She slightly extended her hand, holding the 3 colored elements, her voice soft. Is it the golden one or the azure one? Or this black one? Choose one. Isn't this just a choice of death? At this moment Li Tian finally understood. His son had initially provoked Jiang Mian, but in the end he was turned against and used by her, staging a grand drama of being stimulated into awakening. He believed that Jiang Mian had definitely awakened after using the awakening agent, or even earlier. Otherwise, even a peak sequence could not grow to such a terrifying extent in such a short time. Jiang Mian. For some reason he felt calm. You did this deliberately regarding my son, didn't you? Jiang Mian sneered upon hearing this, not answering. The 3-colored brilliance in her hand flowed slowly, reflecting on her seemingly obedient face, revealing a starkly cold demeanor. What significance does it have to ask this now? Li Tian fell silent. Indeed, what significance was there? Li Hao was already dead, the assassins had been dispatched, and now even the Black Kill had been wiped out by her alone. He had no doubt about the truth of Jiang Mian's words. From the abilities she just displayed, being able to easily seal off a vast area and condense elements to such an extent was already far beyond what an ordinary 3rd tier could contend with. At this point the roles of hunter and prey had long since reversed. He just didn't expect that he would meet such a death. Li Tian glanced at the 3-colored halo in her hand, his voice dry. So, these 3 options are actually 3 ways to die, right? You could interpret it that way. Jiang Mian felt a bit bored. This guy had given up so quickly. It was less interesting than that Black Kill leader from earlier. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, she reminded him, I suggest you choose the 2nd option. Why? To experience how that guy Li Hao died. After all, father and son, it's also a kind of inheritance. Li Tian instantly clenched his fists. Looking at the undisguised mockery on Jiang Mian's face, a surge of anger inexplicably rose in his heart. He originally just wanted a quick end, but unexpectedly Jiang Mian not only didn't rush to attack, but even had the leisure to humiliate him. This vile appearance was her true nature. Everyone had been deceived by her. What do you mean? The dark golden color in Jiang Mian's eyes became increasingly brilliant, and her tone gradually turned cold. By the way, did you send someone to kill me out of hatred? Or are you unwilling to admit that Li Hao died because you raised him to be a useless person? Shut up. Li Tian roared, the aura of a 3rd tier explosively erupting as a faint blood-colored mist began to rise around him. At the same time, the umbrella in his hand was enhanced by his ability, sprouting sinister dark red patterns. The basic skill of ambush is to enhance any held object, even if it's just an ordinary umbrella. This irrational appearance in Jiang Mian's eyes was eerily similar to Li Hao. That's more like it. Jiang Mian nodded. If someone passed by and saw that earlier scene, they might mistakenly think she was the real villain. Seeing Li Tian go from forcefully maintaining calm to breaking down, she couldn't help but want to laugh. The reason she was so composed was that during that earlier time, she had thoroughly assessed the surrounding environment and even set up a wind field to isolate this warehouse, ensuring that no sound would escape. Li Tian suddenly exerted force, his figure shooting towards Jiang Mian like an arrow. However, at the moment he took off, it felt as if he had entered a quagmire. Clearly he had forgotten that the air was also Jiang Mian's domain. Just as Li Tian was only a few meters away from her, a heavy pressure descended forcefully, pushing him into the water. At this moment the water around the warehouse had risen to thigh height, and his body was instantly completely submerged. See? Glub glub. Puke. Li Tian was about to curse, but the water seemed alive, rushing into his mouth, reaching his stomach. Just as he was struggling in pain, that pressure suddenly vanished. Li Tian instinctively rose, soaked to the skin, water dripping from him, looking utterly disheveled. Are you in a hurry? Jiang Mian slowly walked in front of him, looking down at him from above. I was just kindly reminding you, if you don't choose, you'll randomly pick one, okay? Li Tian opened his mouth to curse, wanting to vent his emotions. Since he was about to die, he might as well have a quick end before dying. But his head was directly enveloped by Jiang Mian's wind field, the air instantly sucked out, and his face turned purple. Look, you're anxious again. Jiang Mian gently stroked the 3-colored orb in her hand, its spinning speed obviously increasing a notch like a lottery, before finally slowing down. The azure light orb was clearly at the top. Looks like you have good luck. Then, goodbye. Li Tian raised his head, and Jiang Mian waved at him, then turned to leave. In his pupils reflected a small wind field centered around him with countless wind blades, and it was visibly shrinking inward. Without even glancing back at the scene behind her, Jiang Mian withdrew her control over the water underfoot. The converging water flow immediately scattered, and the water level visibly dropped. On her way here, she also tested the limits of her control. If it was a single skill, the impact it could cause was quite limited. Forcibly changing the weather like the earlier area stopping the rain was very, very strenuous. In less than half a minute, it would consume most of her power. However, with Whirlwind assisting, it became much easier. Using it as the core and integrating other skills would yield completely different results. The earlier stopping of the rain and rising water were achieved by stacking tide. Moi. Jiang Mian glanced in the direction of Li Tian. The wind blades dispersed, and the opponent was no longer human-like, but still alive. So resilient. While she remembered that those with ambush had the most notable characteristic of being hard to kill, like an advanced version of Survivor. At the third tier, they could even learn Resurrection. Since that's the case, then, let's burn you to ashes directly. With a flicker of thought, orange-gold flames ignited instantly, consuming the utterly defenseless Li Tian. Pretty plump. She felt carefully, and it seemed to provide much more than an ordinary third tier. After all, he was a Sequence 100 gatekeeper. She didn't think too much, controlling the wind to sweep away the traces left at the scene. The warehouse was left in disarray by Li Tian, so Jiang Mian simply set it ablaze to clean it up thoroughly, even blowing on it to ensure the warehouse owner would find it spotless upon return. The air currents around gradually became natural, seamlessly blending back with the external environment, and the rain fell again as if nothing had happened. Jiang Mian jumped onto the roof, retrieved her temporarily stored spoils, and then vanished in a flash towards the direction of her little hideout. Finally back. Jiang Mian pushed open the door of her home, her black raincoat, now nowhere. Though it was a very ordinary design, too many people had seen it tonight, so to avoid any unnecessary complications, it had to be disposed of. And this outfit she was wearing for safety, Sake, could not remain either. But before that, she needed to return home and clean herself up as well as sort through her spoils. She couldn't just burn the clothes first and then come back, could she? This was no different from being an exhibitionist. Considering it, Jiang Mian had indeed run all over the city tonight, first detouring from the east of the city to find Du Biao, then heading to the west to level up, and after reaching the third tier, she took down He Sha on her way back, finally getting rid of Li Tian on the return journey. It was a fulfilling night, and she had avenged herself. Only Li Tian probably knew about hiring a killer, but given his status, his disappearance would soon attract attention. While it wouldn't directly point to her, it was wise to be prepared. Jiang Mian set down her spoils and lined them up. 41 type, 3 suppressants, 3 anomalies remains, 2 of which she didn't recognize, in money. For her current situation, it amounted to quite a fortune. But she wondered how much the frequency of using the suppressants would increase after leveling up. Jiang Mian optimistically estimated that these should last her at least 6 months, enough time to find new channels. When she awakened before the training plan documents were delivered to her, equivalent to an admission notice from a prestigious, Jiang Mian had previously thought about how to dodge or refuse, but based on her understanding during this time, it seemed to be semi-mandatory. If she refused, they would probably send someone to conduct psychological conditioning on her repeatedly, making it impossible to find any peace. The reasoning was quite simple. Just like some top-performing students who could have entered the capital university, but due to hardware limitations could only receive training locally. Now that there was an opportunity, everyone would want her to see the world, whether for her own sake or for the future of those. If she won, her biggest issue before was suppressants, which was temporarily resolved now. As for the risk of exposure, the instruments couldn't detect the core of the calamity, and she had perfectly mastered the breath shielding. As long as she didn't stick it on herself, especially near the core around her chest, her identity as a variant wouldn't be revealed. As for certain methods for probing the soul pathways, they could only be activated by being close to the body and had a certain build-up time, such as the Sequence 32 hard image. All high-level sequences were like this, and the latter ones were even more so. Unless she encountered a Sequence 2 Awakener directly, the risk of exposure would be significantly elevated. Thinking about it this way, her current gender had its advantages. At least no one would casually reach for her. Of course, Jiang Mian considered her mental state to be quite good. If she maintained her distance, she shouldn't expose. Moreover, if she wanted to continue leveling up, there weren't many Type 3 suppressants available to her. She would either have to climb higher or move toward the edge near the mist. But the latter was still somewhat dangerous for her at present, as both the humans over there and the Calamity were filled with pure malice toward other lives, and the average level wouldn't be low. There, the weak had long been eliminated first. With Jiang Mian's cautious nature, she wouldn't recklessly venture there without understanding the situation. After organizing the suppressants and the new bills, Jiang Mian hid them away. As for the 3 anomalous remains, she planned to study them slowly after her bath. After running around all night, although she hadn't sweated much thanks to her abilities, she still felt sticky. Jiang Mian casually took off her black clothes, leaving only a set of light-colored fitted garments. She didn't tuck them away but directly activated them. Before long the outfit turned to ashes and vanished into the air. It was a bit of a pity as it was the most securely packed outfit she had. Maybe she could buy a couple more sets later. Since moving here she had discarded many clothes, and now her wardrobe was... But buying clothes had always been her most headache-inducing task, as she usually bought them with her eyes closed, just ensuring the size was roughly correct. She grabbed a clean nightgown and a pair of panties, then turned to walk into the bathroom. Moments later Jiang Mian curled up in bed browsing the official guide to anomalous armaments. It included all standard equipment of anomalous armaments, most of which were 2 stars, and a few were 3 stars. Higher level ones would require a fee to unlock. However, this was sufficient for now. The first thing she looked for was the usage method of the illusionary skin. According to the description, all that was needed was to release her ability and contact it, and it would automatically conform to her shape while adjusting her appearance and skin tone. The downside was that it couldn't change body shape, and once shaped for the first time it became fixed with a limited lifespan. But this wasn't a problem for Jiang Mian. There shouldn't be many opportunities to use it, and besides it wasn't for her to wear. Those creations made from water could freely adjust their shape. If she wanted something more curious, replicating the previous head spider was also an option. Jiang Mian looked at the next one from the guide. She found the introduction to the Bone Dagger Viper Fong, made from Sequence 81 Omen. Not only was it exceptionally sharp, but it also granted attacks a certain erosion effect. Simply put, it was a tetanus blade suitable for assassin-type awakeners. And the pair of black fingerless gloves looked unremarkable, yet unexpectedly were also 3 stars. They were named Binding Hands, made from the core of Sequence 68 in Angry River. The wearer could absorb impacts with them and store their abilities for charging, increasing their attack power. In other words, this item could completely be used as a gauntlet, which matched her water abilities quite well. The wearer could absorb impacts with them and store their abilities for charging, increasing their attack power. In other words, this item could completely be used. After all, she was just a delicate eye of the storm, lacking the strength of those war awakeners. Jiang Mian set down her phone, crawled out of bed, and spread the illusionary skin on the table. She planned to try it now, since it was just putting it on the wear on its lifespan could be considered negligible. Drawing water from the rain outside would be too conspicuous, so she simply opened all the faucets in her home. The water meter might explode, but she wasn't short on money and could afford it. Before long, the water on the floor gathered into a familiar humanoid shape, precisely resembling the figure of a mature woman she had previously molded. As long as she had molded it once, Jiang Mian could remember the general shape, and subsequent generations would become faster with the improvement of her proficiency. Jiang Mian commanded the water figure to stand still, picked up the illusionary skin from the table, stood on her tiptoes, and draped it directly over its body. Then the skin automatically conformed and swiftly extended downward to envelop it. It really works. Jiang Mian had only imagined it, but it seemed she could indeed create a clone. But how could she shape the image? She scratched her head. Aside from her roommate in the city defense and teacher Lin, she couldn't seem to think of anyone else. It wouldn't do to reference them, to distance herself from her identity. The differences should be as great as possible. So Jiang Mian looked at the Yetobi-activated figure before her, resembling a blank mannequin, and gently touched its chest. The surface of its skin began to change, the skin tone gradually turning cold white, and the contours of its features gradually emerged, forming a face with a hint of seduction. In just 10 seconds, a lifelike person stood before her. Good, it's done. Jiang Mian took a half step back, scrutinizing carefully. Aside from lacking normal physiological responses, it was remarkably lifelike. However, those eyes, though beautiful, lacked focus, appearing somewhat vacant. After all, it was a puppet made of water. The eyes were merely ornamental, unable to share her vision, and could only be remotely controlled through the medium of flowing wind. But to make it more lifelike, she needed to make some adjustments. For instance, body temperature could be sustained by adding a bit of fire along with breath, rhythm, language ability, and perhaps some technology. When the time comes to check the city defense, some equipment there can be purchased directly, and it might come in handy. Speaking of which, if she were to create a puppet composed of highly compressed water, it would indeed resemble a naked painted skin, both being faceless black humanoids. However, now that a layer of skin had been added, the visual perception was entirely different. Jiang Mian subtly moved her thoughts and tried to make it walk. In the previous uses, she had already been able to manipulate it freely. However, it seemed like something was still missing. Clothes. Jiang Mian paused, her gaze falling on its fair body. It seemed like she had made it too large. Forgetting about the lining, just the outer clothing, if she were to dress it in the clothes from her wardrobe, it would probably not fit snugly around the belly. Jiang Mian rubbed her forehead. Buying clothes was already a headache, and now she needed to match outfits for another image completely unrelated to herself. How did this happen? She had only wanted to mold a unique image. Why did it subconsciously turn out this way? Jiang Mian lifted her head, looking at its face. The slightly upward curve at the corners of its eyes, combined with the unfocused gaze, seemed to possess a unique beauty. I don't feel anything. Speaking of which, wouldn't a smaller body type be more appropriate? After all, it would be more deceptive, and with a flat attribute, even the fabric could be saved. Perhaps it was her inexplicable competitiveness. Though she had all these accessories, and they weren't small, she still felt somewhat regretful about her height, always thinking about being taller. Coupled with a hint of obsessive-compulsive disorder, she wanted to correct her figure to make it perfect, resulting in this appearance. As for why she didn't shape it as male, when she traded with Du Biao, Jiang Mian could still suppress her voice, making it sound aloof and detached. But once she relaxed that force, her tone would revert to a soft and fluffy pitch. If she wanted to simulate other voices, she could do it, but it always felt a bit strange, vastly different from her past self, uncomfortably awkward, and prone to revealing her disguise. Alright, truthfully, she didn't want to admit that some parts of her had already unconsciously changed. Even if she molded a fake to deceive herself, she found it somewhat challenging, as the facts were what they were. Forget it, it doesn't matter as long as it works. Jiang Mian didn't let it maintain its form for long, waved her hand, and let it flow into the bathroom, transforming into ordinary water with a splash as it scattered on the ground, causing the skin to also collapse. Jiang Mian picked it up, shook it, and it returned to dryness. After putting everything away, she kicked off her slippers and dove into the still warm bed. Speaking of which, the weather in this world was indeed strange. Even approaching summer, it fluctuated between hot and cold, causing her to constantly change blankets and clothes. Especially during the time when she first crossed over, she encountered 2 weeks of rainy weather, leaving her shivering, a memory that lingered vividly. With her current constitution, although she wasn't afraid of the cold, she still subconsciously craved warmth. This was also the reason she often stayed in bed. Enough of this time to sleep. The next day in the morning, Jiang Mian was awakened by the sound of a ringing phone. Ugh, is it 8 already? Do I have to go to work? She mumbled groggily, turning over and reaching for her phone. The caller ID displayed Qin Wu. Strange, she wasn't late. Didn't they say work started at 8:30? Jiang Mian thought little of it and answered the call. Hello, Uncle Qin. Good morning, Xiao Jiang, I hope I didn't disturb you. She rubbed her eyes and glanced out the window, mumbling, no, I just got so diligent. As expected of you. Qin Wu seemed to carry a hint of amusement, casually complimenting her with the faint sound of pages turning in the background. I have something to tell you. There's a shift adjustment today, and the holiday has been extended by a day. I'll report back to... Huh. Jiang Mian sat up, instantly awake. The arrangements for city defense were generally fixed, and temporary adjustments were rare. Is there another arrangement? Yes. Qin Wu replied simply. Tomorrow morning at 7, report to the No. 3 assembly area at the East City Wall. Just put on your combat uniform. Big mission. Jiang Mian felt a bit puzzled. Usually missions were concentrated at night, and it was rare to gather early. Yes. Qin Wu paused, his voice suddenly lowering. They say they need to transport a batch of important supplies from Base City 143. Oh, and several squads will participate in this task, all configured like ours. For a task of this scale, it's quite a stir, and under normal circumstances it should be relatively safe. Jiang Mian understood it meant training. In fact, the function of city defense was not merely to guard the city or clear threats around the walls. A few years ago, with the completion of the Mist Passage constructions, the city defense troops began to participate in the escort work along the passage. If a disaster forcibly strikes, they would also need to assist in the aftermath. After all, this work is too dangerous. If they let the construction bureau's personnel go, they might not even start before being consumed by the disaster. Even if the area the road is in has the protection of radiance, some powerful disasters can still temporarily break through the limitations and force their way in. Alright, I understand. Qin Wu's tone softened a bit. No one can predict what's in the mist, so the necessary vigilance cannot be lacking. You prepare yourself. I'll rest well today and see you tomorrow. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Mian hugged her phone and curled back in. Transport mission. What could they be transporting at this time? She had a vague feeling it might be related to the chaos in the city, but it probably wouldn't be equipment. During her time in the city defense, Jiang Mian had visited the logistics area under the city wall, which was filled with equipment, and there was no need for replenishment at all. Lacking any thoughts, Jiang Mian shook her head, deciding not to ponder on these matters. These issues would be handled by those above, and they had nothing to do with her as long as they weren't used to hit her. Jiang Mian lingered in bed for a while longer before reluctantly getting up. Since she had time, it would be good to go out and buy some useful clothes. It wasn't that she didn't want to buy online. The logistics system in this world was indeed lacking, taking several days even within the same city. Even if she wasn't impatient, she didn't want to wait. On the way, she could also indulge in some good food. It had been a long time since she had eaten meat, although it might be quite expensive. She had been thinking about this for a while, but unfortunately she had been too busy and had no time. In the northern part of the city, on a street, Yi Qinyang parked his motorcycle at an angle by the roadside, staring at the empty street ahead, a rare hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. After wrapping up the operation and reviewing it last night, Cheng Qiao had let him go back to rest. The other party believed that he had just made a breakthrough and needed some time to adapt, so they proactively granted him a leave. Though he didn't really need it, he accepted it anyway. In the later half of the night he did not return, but went to the west of the city towards the direction where the so-called apocalypse, infected beings had last vanished. However, upon entering the western part of the city, all Yi Qinyang saw were desolate streets. It was as if an invisible hand had erased those infected beings, leaving not a trace behind. Could it be? They were eaten. The apocalypse. The first generation of the apocalypse, over 100 years ago, belonged to the primal disaster, enormous in size and resembling some mythical creature from an ancient text. But it was a disaster, a man-eating disaster with a brutal and primitive way of devouring. He was somewhat uncertain about how this generation of infected beings, the apocalypse, fed. Generally speaking, infected beings that had not fully transformed into disasters, although capable of digesting the flesh and blood of their kind or the cores of disasters to enhance themselves, had limited efficiency. Due to the inherent strength of their bodies and the absence of the crucial core organ, they could easily go berserk and subsequently explode and perish. The infected beings that perished last night in the western part of the city were likely not few, and even the corpses by the roadside had vanished without a trace. Moreover, Yi Qinyang remembered that near the factory area there was a sizable group with 3 third-tier members stationed, which also disappeared overnight. Thinking about it sends chills down his spine. This apocalypse has a rather large appetite. Having wiped out so many infected beings, and with all the corpses vanished, could it have already reached the 3rd tier? Yi Qinyang felt that this possibility was nearly 100%, yet he also detected some anomalies within. There had never been a large-scale death event in the city before. In other words, the other party had remained very discreet before reaching the 2nd tier, quietly developing to this extent. To ascend to the 3rd tier, the resources required would drastically increase, and she would take advantage of the chaos in the western part of the city to hunt on a large scale. Prior to this, the only time she had slipped up was during the incident involving the painted skin self-immolation. That time there were still some traces left. Only the core part of the painted skin was burned, but a charred shell remained. Could it be fire? Yi Qinyang had a hypothesis. If the opponents she killed with fire could transform into nourishment for her growth, then everything would make sense. As a top-tier entity, having some special means is quite normal. With her growth, the power of the flames would become increasingly potent, incinerating everything more thoroughly. The exhibited effect was just as he had seen last night. For entities of their caliber, each advancement at least doubled their fundamental abilities. Coupled with the evolution of her original skills, the later stages would indeed be frightening. Ordinary awakeners would stand no chance, even those of higher tiers. Suppose she chose water as the new ability upon reaching the 3rd tier, then in an environment like last night, concealing her tracks would be effortless. Without a doubt, Yi Qinyang concluded that the other party would choose a water manipulation ability. It took him several hours to traverse the entire western part of the city, and he had checked thoroughly, yet found no traces, not even a hint of breath left behind. This level of caution could likely put even Wang Chuan to shame. Continuing to search like this was not a solution. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure by the roadside in the distance. Jiang Mian. Yi Qinyang glanced at the time. It was already past 8. Was she heading to the city defense? It didn't seem like it. This road was the closest route from the north of the city to the south, and Jiang Mian appearing here clearly indicated she was not heading east. He looked at Jiang Mian. The girl was dressed in a simple white short-sleeve shirt and jeans with a thin jacket draped over, casually tied in a low ponytail. She looked as if she had thrown on whatever was available, quite casual, resembling an ordinary home outfit. He didn't directly call out to her, but quietly started his motorcycle, slowly approaching her and stopping beside her. Jiang Mian. Moi. Yi go. What a coincidence. What are you doing here? Jiang Mian turned her head, blinking with a hint of confusion. She had actually noticed Yi Qinyang long ago, a slight wariness rising in her heart. Why would he appear here out of nowhere? Had he been recognized last night? When Yi Qinyang had taken her back, before he said it was on the way, he must have been lying. She had been living in this area for some time, and usually she had never sensed this guy's presence. There was no way he could be from this part of town. In the residential area of the northern city, aside from certain factory dormitories, most were concentrated in this area well within her sensory range. So, why was he here? It couldn't be a deliberate coincidence, could it? Yi Qinyang looked at Jiang Mian, a peculiar feeling lingering in his heart. Due to the momentary suspicion from last night, he felt a bit uneasy in his heart. However, her demeanor seemed natural, appearing harmless. Is it an illusion? I'm on break today, just wandering around. This area is quiet, just right for a breeze. And you? Didn't you say you had duty? A morning ride. Enjoying the scenery. Who are you trying to fool? Jiang Mian definitely didn't believe it. A morning ride on a motorcycle. It was so cold last night that it had kept her cozied up in bed for a while. Wait, last night? He wouldn't have come from the western part of the city, would he? She glanced at the motorcycle beneath. Yi Qinyang, feeling the likelihood was quite high. Had he gotten involved with her? The intuition of the radiant path is quite sharp, especially concerning matters related to fog. Some even surpass the comparable soul path, let alone the top-tier entities. She had cleaned everything up last night, but those infected corpses had also been cleared away as if a road had been opened. Jiang Mian's route last night started from the southwest, heading west, then crossing from the air connecting to the northern warehouse area. That final area had relatively few people as it belonged to the territory of the Black Kill. If Yi Qingyang investigated afterward, he would likely follow the path she had cleared north. If he were returning to the southern city, it would precisely lead to this spot. However, Jiang Mian couldn't understand why this guy who had just graduated from high school seemed to hide many secrets. Having good talent is one thing, but to be so knowledgeable about information not publicly available online. It couldn't possibly be some old grandpa, could it? Though it sounded a bit far-fetched, she had read quite a few novels before she had traversed through time herself, so other possibilities should also exist, and she had to be cautious. Jiang Mian thought for a moment and decided to hold her position, adopting her usual demeanor to see what this guy was really up to. My shift was suddenly adjusted. I'm still on break today. I only found out this morning. Oh, I see. Yi Qingyang nodded tactfully, not asking further. By the way, are you heading to the southern city? How about I give you a ride? Edge. Jiang Mian was taken aback, showing a shy smile, as if feeling a bit embarrassed. So, is it a bother? She had originally planned to ride her little electric scooter, but after some thought she decided against it. Ever since she unlocked the second stage of Gale, her little scooter had honorably retired. Its speed was slower than her own enhanced pace. I happen to need to go to the south of the city to buy some things. Jiang Mian did not question why Yi Qingyang's appearance was so strange, but naturally accepted his kindness. After all, it wasn't their first time. They were somewhat familiar, so there was no need to be so distant. She sat on the back seat, subtly shifting back to maintain some distance. The motorcycle started and a cool breeze blew in, but it was mostly blocked by the tall figure in front. Jiang Mian looked at the rapidly retreating scenery beside her, but her thoughts were racing. Did this guy have any suspicions about her? The cleared path vaguely pointed towards the north of the city, which indeed was a miscalculation on her part. However, those infected individuals had not provoked her. Killing them indiscriminately and depriving others of their lives would be nothing but slaughter, wouldn't it? What difference was there from a true calamity? Even if most of them would eventually be dealt with, Jiang Mian did not want to lose her moral ground. The only remedy now was to continue acting. However, she always felt that the way he looked at her was a bit strange. How to put it? It was quite complicated. Generally, he seemed calm, but sometimes he kept staring at her face. Oh no, this kid wouldn't want to follow in someone else's footsteps, would he? Jiang Mian suddenly realized a problem. Is there really such a thing as pure friendship between men and women? If he didn't suspect her, then his attitude towards her could only be. She suddenly felt the seat beneath her was a bit too warm. What to do? Wang Chun was easy to handle. Once he realized the gap between them, she didn't even need to speak, as he would distance himself out of inferiority. But Yi Qingyang was different. With the abilities of a peak sequence and unknown trump cards, if he really got entangled, Jiang Mian couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. Another one. What on earth is happening in this world? Is it just because she looked too good right now? Or was it because her disguised personality truly evoked a sense of protectiveness in others? It seemed both were true. She couldn't help but imagine if she really had to take him down in the future, how would he react once she revealed her true face? We've arrived. It seemed both were true. She couldn't help but imagine if she really had to take him down in the future, how would he react once she revealed. He slightly tilted his head and noticed the girl lowering her head, biting her lip, seemingly a bit scared. Scared of what? Yi Qingyang's heart tightened. Could there really be a problem? What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Jiang Mian waved her hand and got off the motorcycle. She was never a procrastinator. If she confirmed the other party had doubts about her, she would act decisively and eliminate him directly to avoid any complications. From the strange golden light from last time, this kid's defenses were definitely not weak. If things went awry, it would. But if it were another possibility, she would have to prepare in advance, deciding whether to eliminate him or run based on the situation later. Before that, for the sake of safety, it was better to test the waters a few more times. Brother Yi. Moi. Yi Qingyang parked the motorcycle and noticed Jiang Mian standing still, seemingly wanting to ask him something. Moreover, her previous reasoning was somewhat awkward. Assuming it was true, it must have already raised her alertness, and she was trying her best to eliminate any suspicion. Seeing the subtle change in Yi Qingyang's aura, Jiang Mian's heart tightened. With a shift in thought, her face revealed a hint of hesitation. She bit her lip, lowered her head, and softly asked, "Are we considered friends?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyang's mind went blank, and the vigilance that had been subtly rising instantly fizzled out. What does this mean? Looking at Jiang Mian's expression, he inexplicably felt a sense of guilt rising within him. Strange, where did that come from? Was it because he had doubted her in his heart just now? Her words carried a sense of insecurity. Was it because she had been lonely for too long and was confused and scared about friendship? He had learned a bit about Jiang Mian through Lin Yun, and she had basically no friends, and the only people she could converse with were a few classmates around her, and she didn't talk much usually. During the time of her failed awakening, she seemed to be slacking off, sleeping through the days. Considering what happened with Li Hao before, perhaps she had already left psychological scars, but was unwilling to show it. Now, since he was also somewhat familiar with her, it should be quite normal to unintentionally reveal a bit, right? As for matters of the heart, Yi Qingyang had never considered them until now. He considered himself a rather rigid person, not particularly likable in personality, and in terms of attributes, he was only slightly more talented and looked slightly better than average. Those who had interacted with him would probably find him quite boring. Yi Qingyang felt that the time he had spent with Jiang Mian was mostly just those few days of training abilities. In just this short period of interaction, their relationship could only be described as ordinary friends. However, seeing Jiang Mian's anxious and shrinking appearance, the inexplicable urge to protect her seemed to have taken over. He sighed, unconsciously softening his tone. Of course, why do you ask suddenly? Upon hearing his softened tone, Jiang Mian knew her goal had been achieved. She had cleaned up very well last night, and currently there was no direct evidence pointing to her. Perhaps Yi Qingyang was just starting to get a hint. As long as she extinguished it quickly and paid more attention in the future, avoiding direct involvement, there should be no problem. Last time at the beverage shop, she had also roughly grasped Yi Qingyang's personality and stance. He wasn't extreme and could even be considered quite kind, valuing emotions and loyalty, so playing the emotional card should be fine. Just don't go too far. If he took it seriously, it would be hard to handle. I've got this. Jiang Mian maintained a strong facade on the surface. She did not look Yi Qingyang in the eye and spoke to herself. I'm sorry. I seem to have asked a strange question. I just worry about causing you trouble. Don't say that. Yi Qingyang comforted her. Helping you is my choice, and it's just a small favor, nothing troubles. If you run into anything in the future or just want someone to talk to, I'm totally fine with that. Thank you. Jiang Mian's previously fragile demeanor retreated somewhat, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. You're welcome. Yi Qingyang smiled and nodded. The doubts that had just arisen were dispelled by Jiang Mian's sudden little emotion. By the roadside, Yi Qingyang stood under a tree, pacing back and forth, occasionally sighing. He really was foolish, truly. Had he known Jiang Mian was here to buy that item, he would have kept his mouth shut. Yi Qingyang thought that she had dressed casually today, probably just to buy some small items before returning home to hide away again. Although she hadn't said much earlier, she must have felt a bit shy, right? Otherwise, she wouldn't have shown that kind of expression earlier. After walking back and forth for a while, he let out a long breath and stopped. Considering that Jiang Mian had just experienced some emotional turmoil, it was indeed inappropriate to leave without saying a word. But if he stayed, he felt a bit awkward about the earlier incident. After all, their relationship hadn't grown to that stage yet. After weighing his options, Yi Qingyang decided to stay. He could swing his sword without hesitation against those who deserved death and disaster. However, when it came to familiar people or someone as fragile as Jiang Mian, he always found himself overly soft-hearted. Moments later, Jiang Mian emerged from the store, her cheeks slightly flushed, holding a shopping bag. After all, it was her first time in such a store, so it was natural to feel a bit uncomfortable. Especially since her main target wasn't herself. The size was clearly wrong, and the store clerk's strange gaze made her reluctant to explain. Following the principle of being here already, she also picked out a few sets of sportswear for herself. Previously, Jiang Mian had noticed that her wardrobe was indeed lacking. Especially when she was at the city defense, due to the increased physical activity, it always felt a bit uncomfortable. When she saw Yi Qingyang not far away, Jiang Mian was momentarily stunned. Why was he still here? Remembering her earlier teasing words, it seemed quite easy to lead to misunderstanding. If it were her former self, having a girl like this ask such questions might have sparked all sorts of fantasies. Jiang Mian. Yi Qingyang stuttered slightly, which was rare for him. About earlier, I'm sorry. Jiang Mian was taken aback, but was he apologizing for that? Did he feel embarrassed on her behalf? It seemed so. She hadn't even noticed this issue. Her earlier shy reaction felt more like a reflex. A reflex. Had this weak and timid mask become a second nature after wearing it for so long? Jiang Mian felt a strange emptiness in her heart. The original self seemed to be drifting further away. But this wasn't the time to dwell on that. Yi Qingyang's reaction was somewhat unexpected. She had thought he would be mature in every aspect. If her gender hadn't changed and her identity was still that of a normal person, perhaps she would have tried to hug his leg. Who would have thought there were things that left him flustered? Jiang Mian waved her hand and smiled. It's fine, you didn't know before. Seeing the girl in front of him with such understanding, Yi Qingyang felt something stir within, almost ticklish. He murmured a low hum, his voice slightly hoarse. His state today seemed a bit off. Was it because he was too tired last night? Or was it? Yi Qingyang wasn't foolish. With experience far beyond his peers, he naturally understood certain things. From the very beginning, his attitude towards Jiang Mian had been somewhat special. It started with some skepticism, then gradually became familiar, and the strange sense of awkwardness seemed to have vanished without a trace. Now he would unconsciously align himself with her emotions. He let out a silent sigh. His heart was a bit chaotic, as if it was already affecting his judgment. If Jiang Mian knew, would she feel repulsed, or even nauseated due to past shadows? Would she be scared away and stop trusting anyone? He didn't say much, deciding to let things unfold naturally. If they clicked, feelings would gradually warm up. The atmosphere between the two momentarily turned silent. Jiang Mian quietly extended her perception, and Yi Qinyang's aura seemed to carry an inexplicable bitterness. No, what was this change? Dude, are you serious? Stir-fried pork with peppers turned into bitter melon stir-fry. This sudden shift left Jiang Mian somewhat flustered. She was just guessing, not expecting such a trend. No, she had to quickly suppress this. How to do it? She couldn't seem to think of a way for the moment. She wasn't clear how her affection had grown. She guessed it was probably because her persona easily garnered sympathy and affection, plus her looks, which naturally led to an increase. Jiang Mian couldn't do anything that contradicted her persona, so she could only choose to change the topic, pulling their atmosphere back into the mode of everyday interaction. Since it wasn't convenient for him to leave, she decided to browse around a bit first, and when the time was right, she would go buy clothes alone afterward. Yiga, do you have time to walk around with me? Jiang Mian asked somewhat cautiously. Yes, I do. Yi Qinyang quickly nodded. He soon adjusted his state, his tone returning to its usual calm. Just wandering around this area was still quite bustling. The two walked side by side, but since Jiang Mian was shorter than him, she always had to look up when speaking. Looking at his profile, Jiang Mian felt an inexplicable twinge of envy rise within her. If she hadn't unexpectedly become like this, hadn't become a mutant, and if her awakening wasn't of the disaster sequence, perhaps her life would have been different. But why was this guy deliberately hiding his abilities? Last night had clearly been a good opportunity for him to showcase himself, yet he chose to hold back and keep a low profile. Could it be that there were insiders at the higher levels? That seemed a bit far-fetched. If there were truly insiders, they would probably gather those unformed top sequences together and take them all out at once. Wait, something seemed off. Yi Qinyang vaguely sensed the flickering little gaze beside him, yet he didn't turn to look at her, pretending not to notice. He had initially been quite resolute, but now he wasn't clear about Jiang Mian's true feelings towards him. It should still be friendship, right? At least for now it seemed so. With their own thoughts, the two wandered around the street, and soon it was noon. Grilled meat. Jiang Mian glanced at the menu in the store. A set meal started at 700, which was definitely considered very expensive according to this world's prices. Although normal food had little nutritional value for her now, she was still a bit tempted. Having come to this world for so long, she had been thinking about this, just wanting to taste something. The strange crops she usually ate had basically no flavor, but their appearance was truly disheartening. In contrast, this kind of normal food could be called a delicacy. It was said that the related industries still needed some awakeners from the universal spirit to assist. Yi Qinyang observed her expression closely, and his doubts faded a bit. Compared to her usual quietness, she seemed to have gained a bit more cuteness at this moment. How could she possibly be related to the apocalypse, right? Yiga, the meat is ready, why aren't you eating? Jiang Mian blinked, looking at Yi Qinyang with some confusion. At this moment his gaze seemed unfocused, as if he were pondering something. Hearing Jiang Mian's words, Yi Qinyang shook his head. It's fine, I'm not hungry, you go ahead and eat. He temporarily set aside his previous suspicions. In his view, Jiang Mian's personality was like that of a rabbit. She didn't have much courage during normal times, but when her life was in danger, she would fight desperately. The last incident involving the Special Affairs Bureau and Li Hao was a case in point. If she awakened as a mutant, she would likely be very scared and would do everything possible to hide it from those familiar with her, secretly concealing herself. However, that would undoubtedly leave many flaws, as her personality was not suited for deception, unless she had been pretending the entire time. Yi Qinyang raised his head and looked at Jiang Mian. She was carefully picking up a slightly charred piece of grilled meat and slowly chewing it, with a hint of satisfaction visible in her eyes. Could she really be a mutant? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yi go. Jiang Mian called out again. Looking into Jiang Mian's clear and innocent eyes, Yi Qinyang's final doubts were dispelled. The foresight brought by his rebirth sometimes became a burden, making him see everyone as a potential threat. Jiang Mian was just an unlucky girl who wanted to live possessing some talent, nothing more. He inexplicably felt a pang of guilt. How about sending some practical little gifts? That way he could feel a bit more at ease. Alright, I'll give it a try. He picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. The aroma of the fat melted on his tongue. It was indeed quite delicious. Yi Qinyang had never had high demands regarding food. If it weren't for Jiang Mian bringing him here, he would have settled for a simple lunch. Of course, this little bit wouldn't fill him up. It would be better to let Jiang Mian eat to her heart's content. She had never been to other cities, and her family's situation was limited. She probably hadn't tasted such things before. In a corner, he was unaware of Jiang Mian secretly wore a smug smile. There was no helping it. Her appearance was simply too advantageous, and with her vacant, innocent eyes, this guy had completely stopped suspecting her. Jiang Mian. Huh. Yi Qinyang flipped his hand and seemingly produced a bracelet made of golden crystal material from nowhere. Inside the bracelet, something resembling runes seemed to flow, and its design was quite extravagant. What is this? A little gift I made myself. Meanwhile, at the Public Security Bureau of Bay City No. 144, In the command room, Xin Yuan stood in front of a blackboard displaying all the unresolved anomalous case reports from recent years. However, most of the entries had been crossed out with white chalk. He furrowed his brow slightly and added another name at the bottom, Li Tian. This morning, Li Tian's subordinate reported that there was a task that required his direct handling, but they had been unable. In this era, due to disasters and the presence of mutants within the city, any report was worth paying attention to, especially when it concerned a capable awakened individual like Li Tian. Currently, the city was under martial law, making it a sensitive period. Cases involving third-tier awakened individuals and above had to be handled by Xin Yuan. He was one of the highest-ranking individuals in Base City No. 144, with a fourth-tier strength and a power level of 88, classified as heavy water. Xin Yuan rubbed his temples. Li Tian seemed to have something on his mind. His subordinates had scoured the surveillance footage near the Li residence, but even those right at the door hadn't captured any footage of him leaving. It was evident that he had taken a detour from elsewhere. So where on earth did he go last night? Xin Yuan turned around and glanced at the files on the table. Li Tian, 30-year sequence, 100 ambush chief of the Construction Bureau's security department. His son Li Hao, first-year sequence, 135 Steelbone, died in an accident 2 weeks ago. His gaze lingered on the entry for Li Hao before looking at the detailed introduction below. Accident. Elemental explosion. There were not many third-tier individuals within the base city, most were in city defense. Thus he had some impression of Li Tian, known for being honest with his peers, but not so much with his subordinates. According to investigations, when Li Hao had just died, the other party's emotional state seemed somewhat unstable, but within just a day or two, he returned to normal. Could it be? He blamed the girl who caused the elemental storm for his son's death. He remembered the girl's name. It seemed to be Jiang Mian, currently interning at the city defense, and also the roommate of his own daughter. A plethora of information flashed. When Li Tian first started out, he had a bad temper and had offended many people. It wasn't until he was retaliated against losing his wife and nearly losing his son that he gradually became subdued and low-key. 6 years ago, the former chief died in the mist tide, and he took the opportunity to rise through the ranks and secure the chief position. However, the nature of someone is hard to change. Xin Yuan didn't believe Li Tian's personality had truly transformed. Perhaps it was his subjective inference, but from any angle the likelihood was quite high. Li Tian was not a complete fool. It was unlikely he would personally seek revenge against that girl. After all, she was one of the 3 high-level sequences this year. If he really did that, he would be the first to be suspected, as Ambush's attack methods were easily recognizable. Because once she returned to the city, defense taking action would be tantamount to seeking death. However, that was not the case. According to reports from the agents sent to investigate, Jiang Mian was not only safe and sound, but had also, because once she returned to the city, defense taking action would be tantamount to seeking death. However, that was not the case. According to reports from the agents sent to investigate, Jiang Mian was not only safe and sound, but had also gone shopping with another high-level sequence boy that morning. So he speculated that Li Tian very likely went to that chaotic area in the west of the city looking for those black gloves, but it seemed the negotiation had fallen through. As for whether anyone had died, or what had happened, there were no clues, making it hard to deduce. However, it could not be ruled out that there were simpler, more direct possibilities, such as being devoured by a disaster. Thinking of this, Xin Yuan raised his head and looked at the blackboard in front of him. In the left column, the only line of text that had not been crossed out stood out sharply: imitator. This was a case from about 2 months ago. This kind of disaster with a sequence of 47 was already considered a high-level sequence resembling a human and capable of changing its appearance. After devouring the flesh and blood of awakened ones, it could temporarily borrow their abilities and appearance. With its third-tier strength, it could possess up to 3 abilities at once, albeit with greatly diminished power. However, its intelligence made up for the lack of combat strength, making it quite tricky. With its third-tier strength, it could possess up to 3 abilities at once, albeit with greatly diminished power. However, its intelligence made up for the lack of combat strength, making it They had only been a step away from capturing it, but then chaos broke out in the west of the city, giving it the opportunity to hide. Even though the west side had already been sealed off by the Containment Bureau, caution was still necessary. With the incident involving Li Tian, he certainly had to lead a team to investigate. However, before that, Xin Yuan decided to personally visit Jiang Mian to ensure her safety and to confirm that she was fine. After all, what attracted the imitator the most was the flesh and blood of high-level sequences, even if they were only Jiang Mian stood beneath her building holding a pile of shopping bags. She raised her hand to wipe away the non-existent sweat from her forehead, letting out a sigh. Her gaze fell upon the bracelet in her hand, and Jiang Mian couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain. Although it was indeed beautiful, reflecting a dazzling golden sheen, accepting a gift from a man for no reason. To be honest, Jiang Mian felt a strong resistance in her heart. She always felt that she was merely playing the role of a soft girl out of necessity for survival, and never wanted to be a real girl, even if this thing was quite valuable. No merit, no reward. Oh, she hadn't done anything for Yi Qinyang, yet he inexplicably sent her something. Even if they were friends, that shouldn't be the case, right? Though Yi Qinyang didn't say it, she recognized that the material of this bracelet was something called radiant crystal. Essentially, it was the crystallization of a radiant path awakener's power and a low-tier version of the radiant monument. It had only two effects. Once activated, it could dispel mist within a certain range and sense the nearest monument's location. In simple terms, it was a compass in the mist. Only high-tier radiant awakeners could create solid-state crystals. Those in lower tiers would produce crystals in a liquid state, needing secondary processing to solidify. However, even after processing, while they might look similar, their effects were far inferior to those of the former. No pretense at all. Although the amount in Jiang Mian's hand was small, its quality was exceptionally high, clearly not something a second-tier radiant blade could produce. But Yi Qinyang told her he made it himself. Was he really thinking she was a fool? Couldn't he even distinguish the quality of a radiant crystal? At this thought, Jiang Mian suddenly realized something was off with herself. Normally, she should have immediately started gauging the other person's psychology and rehearsing countermeasures rather than getting entangled in this. Could it be that her power had increased, and she had unknowingly let her guard down? No, absolutely not. To prevent Yi Qinyang from becoming suspicious, Jiang Mian accepted the item, putting on a foolishly cheerful facade. After finally freeing herself, she hurriedly gathered the items she needed to buy. She knew it was just a temporary ruse. The attitude of the other party was clearly off. Who knew if it was genuine concern or just a test? Previously, when she was at the East City Wall, she often got lost, initially suspecting it was the fault of the Radiant Monument. It was said that the abilities of radiant beings not only guided humans, but could also confuse certain disasters. A monument infused with their power would exhibit special effects. As a top-tier awakener, Jiang Mian believed he could certainly do that. But this one seemed to have no effect on her for now. Could it really just be a beautiful ornament in addition to a compass? It shouldn't be a test, right? If the other party intended to test her, it should have taken effect the moment he handed it over. But if not, then it was purely for her sake. Worried, he was concerned about her encountering accidents while performing tasks in the mist. After all, it was a crystal crafted by a top-tier awakener, and even if his own level was limited, its effects would surely be quite good. With this thought, Jiang Mian felt slightly relaxed, glad she hadn't suspected herself. It seems I forgot something, but whatever. She stopped thinking about it, lifted her leg to go upstairs, preparing to organize her things and see how the effect of the item looked on the puppet. Now that the suppressants were temporarily sufficient, the main issue was how to bring the suppressants when going to the core city circle, or to inquire if there were channels for obtaining medication there. She heard that traveling there required taking the Mist special line, and security checks were inevitable. The Mutual Aid Society might be a good entry point. With a clone, she could test how they transported goods. If all else fails, she would have to resort to some risky moves. As soon as she entered the building, she caught a whiff of two distinctly different fragrances, one of which. Usually Jiang Mian kept her perceptions as restrained as possible, otherwise she would have been tempted by the scent of Awakeners long ago. Thus her normal range of perception would be confined to about 100 meters. Now she distinctly felt that the other scent had reached the 4th tier. Moreover, it seemed the other party had deliberately obscured it. Had she not had strong enough perception, she might have walked right into it without notice. What's going on? Have I been discovered? Or is it because of Li Tian's matter? The 4th tier already represented the top experts in this base city, and typically wouldn't be deployed. Jiang Mian hesitated for a moment, but decided to continue upstairs. The reason was simple: even if the other party was 4th tier, they couldn't hold her back. If she ran away now, it would only raise suspicion, making it obvious to others that there was something wrong with her. As she went upstairs, she saw two figures in uniforms, one of whom was a familiar face. How strange. Wasn't he from the West City Security Bureau? Why had he come to the North City? Cross-district case handling. Jiang classmate. Shen Ming's voice was as gentle as ever. Jiang Mian looked at him, her face naturally showing a hint of confusion as she hesitantly approached. Director Shen, are you here to find me? Shen Ming nodded, stepping aside to introduce. Don't be nervous, it's just that this Inspector Shen wants to talk to you about something. She looked at the middle-aged man standing inside, tall and with a restrained aura. Clearly this was the 4th tier individual she had just sensed. There were only a handful of 4th tier experts in the base city. Jiang Mian should have seen this one in some report, and had Shen Yuan, a 4th tier Awakener sequence 88, heavy water. Why was he here in person for no reason? Shen Yuan took a step forward, his imposing figure bringing a slight sense of pressure. His gaze lingered on her bracelet for a moment, but quickly shifted away. He looked into Jiang Mian's eyes and said calmly, Jiang Mian classmate, I apologize for the intrusion. There are some safety matters I need to remind you about. What issues warranted a 4th tier coming to remind her? Jiang Mian felt a tinge of vigilance rising within her, sensing something deliberate about his demeanor. Since just now, even if his gaze hadn't locked onto her, she felt as if she was being watched in a vague, yet she frowned slightly, revealing a hint of unease. Safety. Director, has something happened in the city again? Recently. Besides the incidents involving the mutated individuals, there's also the danger of 3rd tier disasters appearing. Yes. He nodded, elaborating further, essentially conveying that someone like her with a lower tier was merely a walking snack to third-tier disasters, urging her to be cautious and avoid going out alone or visiting remote places. It seemed the two were really just there to remind her. After finishing, they exchanged a few pleasantries before leaving. Once they were far away, Jiang Mian finally entered her small room. Strange, how did she manage to slip past without even trying this time? She glanced at the bracelet on her wrist. It seemed Shen Yuan's gaze had lingered on it. Could it be? It's credit. Shen Ming followed Shen Yuan down the stairs, and once seated in the black government car, couldn't help but ask, is this girl going to be all right? He had only seen Jiang Mian once, but the impression was deeply etched in his mind. The last time she entered the bureau for the second time, Shen Ming had already been reassigned to work with Shen Yuan at the headquarters, so he had missed that encounter. However, he had thoroughly researched her profile and subsequent developments. To be honest, for a girl who had experienced so much in a short time and adapted so remarkably after her unexpected awakening, it was impressive that she was already capable of going outside the city to confront disasters. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. As an ordinary person who had lived within high walls since childhood, she was already quite brave. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan glanced at him, but did not respond immediately. That gaze was not particularly stern, yet it made Shen Ming instinctively sit up straighter, much like a student caught off guard during a recitation. Xiaoming, what do you think? He did not answer Shen Ming's question, but instead countered with a question of his own. Shen Ming organized his thoughts and replied, it's normal to feel more confident than before the awakening. However, when he heard about the third-level disaster, the expression of worry and fear on her face did not seem feigned. From his perspective, even if Jiang Mian had already gained a certain level of combat ability, it was entirely normal to react this way when faced with a disaster whose strength far exceeded her own and lurked in the shadows. After all, fear is an instinct of living beings. Think again, is there anything particularly special? Upon hearing this, he carefully recalled. The bracelet on her wrist should be made from radiant crystals. The quality seems quite high. That's correct, Shen Yuan nodded. The quality of radiant crystals is easy to discern. The higher the sequence, the more crystalline and transparent the crystals become. However, if they are secondarily processed, their transparency diminishes significantly. Some of the coarser quality ones look like frosted glass at first glance. Most radiant crystals circulating in the market are products made by mid to low-level awakened individuals, which are then processed into form. Since the manufacturing process consumes a tremendous amount of time and effort, and there are only so many awakened ones, production capacity has never been able to meet demand. Most importantly, these things are consumables and not very durable. Currently, the quotas within the city are mainly concentrated in the City Defense and Construction Bureau. The Public Security Bureau is needless to mention, as they do not enter the fog. Aside from dealing with certain special disasters, they hardly have any use for them. Top-quality radiant crystals have an internal flow of power that can even be seen with the naked eye, so the one Jiang Mian possesses is certainly not ordinary. If she really had a problem, she wouldn't be wearing this thing. Is that so? Shen Ming pondered. He had considered this aspect as well, and the reasoning was simple. Imitators are disasters of the nightmare path whose abilities are bizarre, but are primarily spiritual in nature, making them quite sensitive to the powers of awakened individuals. High-quality radiant crystals possess purifying powers which counteract the nightmare path, most effectively followed by the chaos path. If they avoid this thing like the plague, how could she possibly wear it? Thus, from the very first moment they met, Shen Yuan dismissed the possibility that Jiang Mian had been replaced by an imitator. Now that the conversation had turned this way, they could conveniently head to the west side of the city to investigate Li Tian's matter. Colleagues from the Containment Bureau mentioned that there seemed to have been a significant incident last night. Let's go head to the west side of the city. At home, Jiang Mian stood on her toes to hang up the freshly washed clothes. The wind outside seemed to have picked up a bit, but just enough not to blow the clothes away. It had only been a few minutes since she unpacked. Speaking of which, her current skills not only allowed her to fight, but also made daily life much more convenient. She no longer needed to wash and clean by hand, or a mere thought would suffice. She was also curious about how awakened individuals of Sequence 3 would utilize their skills and what choices they would make. In any case, she felt that any ability that made her life more comfortable was a good one. With half a day of her vacation left, Jiang Mian naturally wouldn't waste it. With about half a month remaining, she decided to send a clone tonight to explore the so-called Mutual Aid Association. As long as the clone acted discreetly, the risk of exposure would be quite low. Earlier, when the two security officers left, Jiang Mian had been observing their movements. They were headed towards the west side of the city. Perhaps they were investigating Li Tian's case, or maybe the deaths of a large number of mutated individuals yesterday had attracted official attention, prompting the dispatch of a fourth-level external aid. Regardless of either possibility, she couldn't be suspected for the time being. Before taking action, she still needed to become familiar with the manipulation of this water puppet. As for the sensory issues with the puppet, they could be alleviated through other means. She turned around and rummaged through the shopping bag on the table, taking out a brand new surveillance device. This device also had monitoring capabilities and was originally prepared for the wealthy in the southern city. Its quality was quite good, though a bit pricey, equivalent to an ordinary person's monthly salary. For her, it was still acceptable. When the time came, she could just insert it into her body. At 7 in the evening in the northern city, Jiang Mian nestled in her bed, watching the scene on the screen, and raised her phone in confusion. The view tilted upwards, focusing on the brightly lit private hospital in the distance. In fact, she could control it with just a thought. Doing it this way was merely to appear lively and avoid boredom. It's dark under the lights. Logically speaking, the northern hospital belonged to the official gray area, housing a considerable number of mutated individuals. There must be powerful awakened individuals stationed there to prevent chaos. However, in the afternoon, she had contacted an introducer through the method previously given by Du Biao. The other party did not directly provide her with the address, but arranged to meet in a remote location, and only then brought her to the entrance of a mental hospital. It was quite close to that private hospital, almost visible across the street. What was the difference between this and being in their face? Arrogant yet cautious, truly a bunch of old patients. Their thought processes were indeed unique. The hospital was still within her sensory range, but it was already at the limit. As the perspective in the image drew closer to the entrance of the mental hospital, Jiang Mian fully opened her perception and focused on that area. Here we are. We can begin now. At the side door of the hospital, a tall woman pushed the door open. She wore a slightly tight shirt with the sleeves casually rolled up to her elbows and wide-leg pants that looked excessive. Jiang Mian glanced around. Aside from the front desk, the entire lobby was eerily quiet. The contact person who had met her left right after bringing her in, but in Jiang Mian's perception, that person was still outside, seemingly worried that she would run off as soon as she learned the address. After all, it was a special period, and they were clearly a group of powerful mutated individuals. If they attracted a siege, it would be troublesome. So cautious. She ignored that person and walked straight to the front desk, where a young girl dressed as a nurse was sitting, looking no different from a normal person. The nurse, engrossed in her phone, instinctively finished reading a series of words before realizing something was off. The woman before her had a figure that could be described as perfect, her pale skin seeming to glow under the dim light, almost devoid of color, giving her a rather sickly appearance. While her features could only be called delicate, her eyes were particularly special, with the corners slightly raised, naturally possessing a hint of allure. However, her gaze appeared somewhat vacant, adding a sense of fragility. "Hello, I'm here to buy some medicine." Jiang Mian repeated, her voice weak and listless, as if she had just woken up. Moreover, due to intentional adjustments, the voice emitted by her doppelganger was vastly different from her true self, carrying a lazy tone that matched her appearance. The nurse's gaze fell upon her, clearly taken aback. Ahem. She cleared her throat and quickly regained, "Miss, this is a psychiatric hospital. Are you sure you haven't come to the wrong place?" Jiang Mian shook her head, and after a while quietly replied, "I had a restless sleep last night. I just need some medicine." "Then let me ask you. Number 8 referred me here." Before the nurse could finish, Jiang Mian interrupted. Number 8 was the nickname of the referrer. Before entering, the person had told her a series of cryptic codes, but after she listened, they waved their hands, saying it didn't matter much, and that she could simply state his title upon reaching the third round. From the state of the referrer, it was evident that the members of this organization had concerning mental states. How had they developed into this state? Jiang Mian found it a bit unreliable. Never mind, she was still lying at home anyway, so it wasn't really wasting her rest time. After being interrupted, the nurse said nothing, simply going through the motions. As for why she felt the other person's gaze was strange, she believed that for the altered, any mental state was not surprising. "Follow me." She stood up and led Jiang Mian into the elevator. Oh my. The moment Jiang Mian stepped into the elevator, she felt the entire space suddenly shake, as if something incredibly heavy had entered, prompting her to gasp. She glanced at Jiang Mian's slender waist and long legs. How could she possibly resemble a tank? Was her ability affecting her weight to such an extent? Jiang Mian seemed to sense something, slightly tilting her head and casting a faint look at the nurse, who hurriedly turned her head, swiped a card, and began rapidly pressing the buttons. Jiang Mian withdrew her gaze. This puppet body of hers, in order to avoid being scattered by unforeseen accidents and to enhance its strength, had compressed and stored a considerable amount of elements, even including a hand of empowerment. However, to avoid drawing attention, it was not placed on the surface, but hidden beneath a simulated skin. As a result, this puppet possessed a certain combat capability, and the combination of different elements could simulate certain abilities of the natural disasters pathway, allowing it to masquerade as an altered. During the elevator ride, the nurse briefly introduced herself, Su Miao number 44. To facilitate address, everyone in the Mutual Aid Association referred to each other by their numeric codes, with only close acquaintances knowing each other's names. Since she was visibly on duty, everyone knew her name, which was displayed on the wall. Her sequence was quite low and her abilities had little effect on her appearance, so she was stationed there. For newcomers entering here, as long as number 8 deemed them suitable, they could be directly brought in. However, Jiang Mian felt that things were not that simple. When they had previously met, the other party had tested her, but after she entered they still blocked the door, clearly ready to act at any moment. She speculated that as long as she did not successfully join the association, she might not be able to leave. This organization was definitely not benign. But what about this Su Miao in front of her? A mascot. For some reason this person always gave Jiang Mian a strange feeling. But since she was not present here, the perception had become somewhat diluted over the distance. Ding. Before she could ponder further, the elevator came to a stop. The screen displayed a floor without a button, likely in some interstitial layer or deeper underground. Outside was a narrow corridor, impeccably clean, the floor almost reflecting light. Some patient rooms were tightly closed while others had their doors open with few people coming in and out. Most people appeared relatively normal, but their complexions were somewhat poor, especially with bloodshot eyes, looking as if they had not slept enough. Alright, I'll take you this far. Someone will take over from here. Su Miao waved her hand at Jiang Mian, stopping in Okay. Jiang Mian simply replied and pushed open the office door. Inside, a thin, middle-aged man sat behind a desk. Facing him was a burly man. Strangely, the man's face was covered in grotesque, blood-red patterns resembling swollen veins, making him look horrifying, clearly at stage 3. Yet he was able to converse normally with the middle-aged man across from him, showing no signs of madness. She walked up. The menacing, burly man glanced at her, his expression unchanging, silently walked towards the door, closed it, and stood there blocking it completely. Sit. The thin man gestured to the chair opposite him, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Among the altered women, especially those who were beautiful, were quite rare. After all, in order to obtain suppressants and sustain their lives, they had long been consumed to the point of being unrecognizable, let alone maintaining a clean and beautiful appearance. This woman before him must possess some means or strength. But since she had come here, it indicated a need to join. You can call me number 2. If you want to join, we'll follow the rules. First, answer a few questions. Number 2 observed Jiang Mian's expressionless face and continued, first, how long have you been ill? What stage are you at now? Over a year, stage 2, and I haven't reached stage 3 yet. He instantly straightened up, a rare ripple of surprise rising in his heart. It is well known that excluding those who awaken naturally, the awakening time is generally around 18. Only having been ill for a year. Is she really 19? He didn't dwell on this for long and continued to ask abilities. Levels. Sequence 63, natural disasters, pathway, mist concealment, stage 2. No wonder. Since entering, the man had hardly felt any aura from her. It turned out to be this ability. Altered ones are usually low-key. Randomly encountering 1 or 2 with high sequences is not unexpected. For those closer to the front, the consumption of suppressants would certainly be significant. Seeking them out when unable to survive is also reasonable. It's a pity, if she were at stage 3, it would be perfect. Mist concealment is a rare assassin ability within the natural disasters pathway, but the core skill vaporization only unlocks at stage 3. At that time, her stealth capabilities would be greatly enhanced. However, stage 2 is not weak either, and since she is still young, if she were an Awakener, she would definitely be considered a genius. Demonstrate basic skill. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian's thoughts stirred, and a hazy white mist quietly began to rise in the room, thickening at a visible rate. The operations principle was somewhat different. If she were here in her original form, she could directly draw on the elements from the surrounding environment. But as a mere doppelganger, she could only utilize her own reserves. Fortunately, the consumption was not great. Before the mist could fully rise, it was called to a halt. Stop, stop, stop. Number 2 waved his hand, and a sudden gust of wind blew through the room, dispersing the newly formed mist. It's indeed mist concealment. He did not allow Jiang Mian to demonstrate her stage 2 skill. Although the toxic mist wouldn't kill him, it would definitely be unpleasant. Number 2 opened a drawer beneath the desk and took out a sealed test tube. The liquid inside was a vivid blood red, refracting a strange twisted luster under the office lights. He gently pushed the test tube in front of Jiang Mian, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, and said, "Drink this, and you will be able to join us." Jiang Mian picked up the red vial and examined it closely in front of her. The packaging resembled that of an inhibitor, but its consistency was much thicker, akin to some sort of syrup. What is this? An inhibitor? Number 2 did not elaborate further. His gaze conveyed everything. If you don't drink it, whether you can leave this room is uncertain. In his eyes, although they mist enshrouded, was rare. She was merely a second tier now, unable to vaporize, and her skill's cast time was quite long. Even with agile movements, she could not unleash her full strength in such a confined space. Moreover, there was a formidable figure blocking the entrance. Jiang Mian had anticipated this. This group must have means to control their members, otherwise, given the nature of this organization, once someone steps outside, they'd likely defect to the adjacent special management area. Thus, this thing is definitely not a simple inhibitor, it's just uncertain what effects drinking it might have. No, the effects might be quite apparent. The person at the door was a typical example. When he first arrived, he seemed like a normal person, but after the door closed, he became as still as a puppet, his eyes vacant. And those haggard-looking infected individuals. She said little more quietly, taking note of number 2 in her mind before uncapping the vial and tilting her head to drink it. Shortly after entering her body, the inhibitor was enveloped in bubbles by Jiang Mian, temporarily stored within the puppet's body to be examined later. Number 2 focused on her throat, observing the swallowing motion for any signs of deceit, and nodded in satisfaction. She appeared quite refined, but unexpectedly honest, likely dulled by the illness afflicting her. A wise choice. This inhibitor's effects can last for 3 months. How do you feel? I don't feel anything. Her tone was flat, lacking any discernible emotion. On the other side, Jiang Mian stroked her chin. 3 months. That's equivalent to a type 2 inhibitor, isn't it? A single vial must cost close to 300,000. No, it should be a substitute. It definitely wouldn't be the same as the official formula. Who knows what strange materials were used. Within the mist, there were all kinds of bizarre calamities and mist creatures. She had previously heard of a peculiar mist plant that could even be used to cultivate various organs. As for whether it could be used, that's unknown. She didn't know where this inhibitor was produced. It couldn't possibly be from the city. What she was most concerned about was the channels for entry and transport. However, having just joined, she likely wouldn't have access to such core information and would have to wait for an opportunity. Since she's already infiltrated, there must be a way. Number 2 did not suspect Jiang Mian's unusually flat tone. He never considered others to be fools. The other party must have also recognized the inhibitor's oddities, just feeling a bit resistant and petulant. Number 2 turned to the side and took out 3 cards from a nearby drawer. Draw 1. It will determine your number. Draw. Number 2 was never a patient individual, but perhaps due to her pleasing appearance, he rarely explained, "You're aware of the naming situation. The mortality rate for the infected. Even with inhibitors, many do not live long. So if someone ahead meets an unfortunate death, the vacant numbers will be filled by new arrivals. That means that those with earlier numbers are not necessarily stronger. This complicates things, as who knows if there are powerful individuals among the later numbers." However, this was irrelevant to Jiang Mian. As long as they didn't cause her trouble, it was fine. Jiang Mian extended her hand and randomly drew 1. 6. He looks like you're lucky. This position just opened up and you drew it. Number 2 chuckled softly. However, there was something odd about what she heard. Number 4, take her to get acquainted. Number 2 called out to the muscular man at the door and waved to dismiss them. Upon hearing this, Number 4 turned around, opened the door, and without caring whether Jiang Mian followed, walked out on his own. Jiang Mian followed Number 4 out of the office, the door closing silently behind her. The corridor was exceptionally quiet, with only the sounds of their footsteps trailing behind each other. Number 4's pace was remarkably, even almost mechanical, giving her an indescribable sense of stiffness. Jiang Mian walked half a meter behind him. After walking a distance, Number 4's body suddenly shuddered, as if he had snapped back to reality. "Number 4, she asked uncertainly. Number 4 turned back, his eyes still a bit dazed. It seemed he had returned to normal. "Who are you?" "Newcomer Number 6. "Oh right, I remember now. The new arrival was indeed you. Sigh, my memory is getting worse." Number 4 patted. "What exactly is going on here?" Jiang Mian asked, her tone somewhat uncertain. Although Number 4 looked a bit rough, his mental state didn't seem that severe. Since he had also been affected by that strange inhibitor, it couldn't be that he was willingly submissive, right? Upon hearing her question, Number 4 let out a deep sigh. "You just drank the inhibitor given by Number 2, right?" Jiang Mian nodded. "Sigh, there's no escaping it." As he spoke about the inhibitor, Number 4 seemed to open up, rattling off a bunch of information. From this, Jiang Mian pieced together a rough outline. In this base city 144, it was merely a small branch totaling about 50 members, all quite capable. Except for the one at the door. A month ago, news came from the main association claiming they had developed a new type of inhibitor with better effects, capable of substituting or even surpassing the type 2 inhibitor. Once administered, it could stabilize for nearly 3 months. No infected individual could resist such temptation. In the world of the infected, inhibitors represented the duration of their own lives, though once they succumbed to calamity, they would no longer be themselves. Number 4 had been here for a long time, naturally one of the first to use it. Initially, he felt an unprecedented stability, but gradually he noticed some subtle differences. Occasionally in the dead of night, he would hear calls from afar, and it seemed his consciousness was being subtly influenced by something. Some originally firm thoughts would inexplicably waver, and he found himself unable to question the directives from above, becoming like he was before. Jiang Mian pointed at herself. Number 4 opened the door to an activity room, gesturing for her to sit, while he took a seat opposite her. You should be fine for now. It won't affect your life." He didn't elaborate much, merely judging by his own experience that the degree of influence varied among infected individuals on different paths. The memories from earlier weren't non-existent, just a bit hazy. Number 4 vaguely remembered that this newcomer belonged to the Calamity path. For those like him on the Chaos path, the influence was the greatest, the Calamity. Perhaps it wasn't as severe. After all, besides Number 2, it seemed there were no other Calamity individuals. Looking across the entire Calamity sequence, the power of Calamity was the most violent, and the bodies of the infected were relatively fragile, so coupled with the propensity to go berserk, the survival rate was extremely low, making it indeed quite rare. Is that so? Jiang Mian pondered, surveying the layout of the activity room, which had little decoration resembling a classroom, with a small blackboard on the side. However, upon seeing the content on the blackboard, Jiang Mian could not help but sit up straight. On the blackboard, 3 photos hung brightly. On the left was Yi Qinyang, on the right was Shun Xiuyu, and at the top in the center was Jiang Mian herself. What is going on here? Out of nowhere. Why has she been targeted by this group of mutated individuals? Jiang Mian scratched her head. She had never interacted with these mutated beings before tonight. Since Yi Qinyang and Shun Qi's photos are also present, it indicates that this group's target is quite clear: the awakened individuals in this year's advanced sequence. This piqued her interest. Why would a usually low-profile group of mutated individuals suddenly focus on them who are listed as seeds in the official training program? Jiang Mian controlled her avatar to tilt her head slightly, casually glancing at the blackboard, feigning confusion as she asked, "Who are they?" Task targets. For glanced at the blackboard, following her gaze, responding succinctly, "Mission. Do you know what we usually do?" Jiang Mian shook her head. Aside from some less mutated individuals working as caregivers to earn a bit of money, we also have to handle certain tasks. However, this is the first time we've targeted those awakened geniuses. When she received this assignment this morning, 4 was also feeling apprehensive. The Mutual Aid Society has always operated secretly, sheltering their compatriots while trying to avoid conflict with the authorities. In fact, many members of the society had already guessed. At some point, the upper management stopped seeing them as compatriots, viewing them instead as pawns to achieve certain objectives. He didn't think too much about it, or as long as he could survive, that was enough. After all, having taken the drug, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. He could only survive one day at a time. With this mindset, he had surprisingly become one of the longest-staying members here. The mission requires us to secretly administer a new type of suppressant to them without being discovered. If successful, it can be transformed into... What was it again? For scratched his head, pondering carefully before recalling a lamb. A lamb? That doesn't sound good at all. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian's mind raced with countless possibilities. The Mutual Aid Society was simply aiming to make a big move, or perhaps taking advantage of the authorities' ignorance regarding the new suppressant. They planned to set a trap to achieve some undisclosed goal. Could it be? Are they really the villains? Jiang Mian couldn't help but complain. It certainly seemed that way at the moment. If this plan were to be exposed, it might lead to an even more intense purge. She understood that the authorities might simply be a bit slow to react, but when they took action, their power would undoubtedly be overwhelming. Who knows where the headquarters of this Mutual Aid Society is to dare undertake such a reckless act? Jiang Mian still had some doubts about the suppressant. For does this suppressant also have that kind of effect on awakened individuals? Perhaps because she had already taken the suppressant, 4 had little to hide from her. It can work, but it's not 100% guaranteed. Especially at the second tier, the probability decreases significantly. After all, awakened individuals are different from mutated beings. Mutated beings experience heightened mental erosion before the 6th tier, while awakened individuals become increasingly stable, with their mental resistance steadily increasing. 4 pointed at the photos on the blackboard. "You are just in time for this mission. It's just me and 8. As for you." He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. 2 had instructed him to bring her along, so. Seeing Jiang Mian showing no intention of refusing, 4 turned to introduce the mission. Of course, even if she wanted to refuse, she couldn't. In fact, one target was sufficient. He directly ruled out Yi Qinyang. Radiance inherently carries a certain level of mental resistance, making the success rate the lowest. Then there was Shun Xiuyu, who had awakened quite early and had recently advanced to the 2nd tier. So we should choose the one who is easiest to control. 4's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he removed the photos of Yi Qinyang and Shun Xiuyu, pointing at the last one. "Jiang Mian, are you suggesting I target myself? Is this for real?" A familiar feeling. Her luck was simply indescribable. Final, take it as a bonus. Jiang Mian silently noted this down in her mind. This time, it was on 4. This guy seemed inexplicably excited at the prospect of taking action, completely unlike someone who was being controlled. He was definitely thinking of something bad. 4 noticed Jiang Mian staring at him, realizing that he had just smiled in a rather lewd manner, and hurriedly cleared his throat. "Ahem. Any questions? When do we take action?" 4 looked at Jiang Mian in surprise, as she was getting into the groove so quickly. In the past, wasn't it the case that new recruits would make a fuss about it? It should be noted that typical mutated beings are self-centered. They know they won't live long, so they might as well live indulgently. If suddenly controlled by such means, it would be absolutely hard to accept. This woman had not shown any emotional fluctuations since she arrived. Has she consumed too much low-quality? 4 generally disliked thinking too much, so he simply assumed that she was just highly adaptable. Since there was no escape, she might as well accept it. He was not afraid that the other party would go all out. There had been precedents before where individuals had exploded before implementation. Jiang Mian couldn't be bothered to explain, The more she said, the more mistakes she might make, so she let for fill in the blanks himself. Surprisingly, they reached a consensus and directly got to the point. For pulled out a map from somewhere and said tomorrow outside the city. Tomorrow, this group responsible for city defense will be divided into 2 batches, one large and one small. Despite the large number of people, they could take a chance. If luck was on their side, the target would be among the smaller batch, which wouldn't have many people. However, since there was no Radiance presence among the mutated beings, they would need to use special means to navigate through. Jiang Mian looked at the content of the map. It was the route of the underground pipeline of the base city. How could they obtain this information about the task she was to execute tomorrow? Due to heavy rainfall, the drainage system of the base city is intricate, and because of the disasters, many sections of the pipes have been equipped with manually adjustable modules, and there are patrols. The routes are also adjusted on the same day. Being able to exit through this area only proves there's a leak. Jiang Mian had no interest in the matters above. What did it have to do with her? She didn't expect the method of exiting the city to be so simple. As long as they had the information, it was no longer a difficult task. Of course, there were other methods such as mixing items into the water and sneaking out with the flow, but the practical operation was somewhat challenging, and given the range limitations, things could easily be lost. Oi, give me some reaction, newbie. For notice, Jiang Mian's gaze was a bit dazed, as if she was in a daze and couldn't help. Jiang Mian looked at him with a distant expression, already marking him with a cross in her mind. However, she had to think carefully about how to handle things when the time came. Jiang Mian did not let his clone linger for too long. After roughly assessing the situation, he quietly returned. Both Sequence 4 and Sequence 8 should be significant, as both are at the 3rd level adept in the path of chaos and skilled in stealth. Thus, as long as they do not encounter an Awakener skilled in perception when leaving the city, there should generally be no unexpected events. Interestingly, they had initially planned to test the situation as soon as they received the task, and if feasible, handle the matter on the spot. However, before they emerged from the shadows, they nearly collided with Xun Yuan and Xin Ming, who had come looking for her, and then the 2 of them chose to flee. Given the current situation in the city, they dared not confront a 4th level Awakener Heathen. Naturally, they would not dare under normal circumstances either. So they decided to move the location outside the city. The 2 had also considered delaying for a few days, waiting for Team 5 to venture out alone before seizing the opportunity. However, due to the recent surge in cases of missing Awakeners suspected to involve a lurking calamity that was quite active, the higher-ups initiated a small personnel shift. From now on, patrol numbers would be increased, dispersing the original team overseeing the pipelines to train newcomers, which affected the inserted undercover agent, leading to their direct reassignment, making it harder to access the pipeline routes. Once Jiang Mian confirmed that no one was following him while controlling the clone, he returned home via a side path. Upon entering, the clone spontaneously shed its clothing and then removed the simulated skin, revealing the structure inside. The water had been compressed into a black form, showing slight translucence after 2 rounds of probing consumption. According to Jiang Mian's design, this amount was sufficient to simulate abilities related to water about 7 to 8 times. Once the release was nearly completed, the strength of the puppet's body would maintain a normal level. If it was merely simulating the basic skill of mist concealment, the number of uses could be even more. With a thought, the black water puppet spat out a blood-red sphere, its surface covered with a thin membrane resembling a water balloon. Jiang Mian did not wish to touch it. For some reason, this object always gave her an ominous premonition. She simply let the sphere hover in the air, gently shaking it, confirming its viscosity. It had almost no fluidity. Moreover, it seemed her water control ability could not be directly applied. This was not right. Her foundational water control encompassed almost all methods of manipulating water, except for solid state. Gaseous and liquid states were practically at her command. How could she not extract water from this elixir? Ignite! Jiang Mian commanded in her mind, and the empowering hand worn by the puppet's right hand emitted a flicker of heat. It was the fire she had stored within. Compared to what she could produce herself, the temperature and explosive force would be somewhat lower, but it was still sufficient. The moment the water puppet ignited the flames, the red elixir immediately reacted. It began to writhe and struggle as if it were alive. Suddenly, a sharp spike emerged, piercing through the covering bubble and plummeting downwards. The moment it hit the ground, it seemed to grow legs and quickly moved across the floor with the bathroom as its target. Trying to escape, Jiang Mian immediately reacted, commanding the water puppet to pounce, fiercely capturing it and remaking a reinforced bubble, at least one that wouldn't burst at a mere poke. What is this thing? Jiang Mian took a step forward, noticing it resembled some black symbiotic entity, but its texture was that of a viscous liquid. To be honest, it was a bit revolting. Just thinking that the organization's members drank this stuff and even planned to feed it to themselves made Jiang Mian feel a shiver run down her spine. This was not a suppressor at all, but rather a part of a Calamity's physical body or a product of its abilities. What could it be? After some thought, she could only find a similar case. Sequence 36, The Path of Silence, Blood Tai Sui. The mature form of this calamity resembles a mushroom, with its core ability being its spores can parasitically control the infected. However, the problem is that this thing's spore cluster has no autonomous movement or attack capability, but can only be actively swallowed or inhaled by the host, and once expelled it can only wait to die. Moreover, she had not heard that this could be used as a suppressor. Otherwise, the infected would have tried it long ago. Could it? It's not impossible. The world is vast, and the calamities shrouded in mist are countless. Having one or two special individuals should be normal, right? Jiang Mian was not an academic, so she was not well versed in this, and could not easily ask others. After observing for a while, she decided to burn it. Originally, she thought it was merely an accessory, but she was surprised to find that this small mass was equivalent to half a first-level calamity. Quite substantial. No wonder it could be controlled by a third-level mutant. If its main body. Jiang Mian felt somewhat tempted, but she would never act rashly until she understood all its information. This thing might have already controlled all members of the Mutual Aid Society, which was chilling to think about. She didn't dwell too long on it, directing the water puppet to neatly arrange and store it before retreating back into her bed. Remotely controlling this entity was mentally taxing, especially after continuous operation for so long, making her feel somewhat drowsy. The moment her head touched the pillow, her consciousness quickly sank into darkness. The sky was blood red. After Jiang Mian awoke, she found herself in this place. She wore slippers on her feet and her nightgown from before sleeping. Although she did not have her glasses, her vision seemed to have returned to normal. Am I dreaming? She pinched her thigh, feeling it was extraordinarily real. Before her lay an endless wasteland, the only oddity being a bottomless pool of water. Jiang Mian lifted her foot and slowly approached. In the center of the pool, a splash of red abruptly appeared, and then a mass glimmering with water light slowly floated up. She could see the full form of this thing, resembling a massive chunk of flesh growing countless slippery tentacles, and it was emitting indistinct murmurs. She could be certain that this was absolutely not blood Tai Sui. Moreover, the closer she got, the clearer the strange murmurs became in her ears. She did not understand what language it was, but she could grasp the meaning. Stick together. Merge. What the hell? Jiang Mian immediately displayed a look of disgust. Was this thing trying to parasitize her? Go die. The mere thought of it made the surrounding air heat up, and orange-golden flames instantly enveloped her body. Centered around her, the flames swiftly engulfed the area, igniting the disgusting flesh ball, and quickly spreading to the body hidden underwater. The flesh ball let out a piercing shriek as its tentacles curled and darkened at a visible speed, its massive body violently contracting inward. Of course, the annoying murmurs suddenly ceased. Only then did Jiang Mian feel a significant calmness. When the flesh ball was completely burned away, the surroundings returned to a dead silence. Morning 6 o'clock. Jiang Mian opened her eyes and glanced at the dim morning light outside. She had woken up once after finishing the dream last night, and still vividly recalled that dream. She rubbed her eyes, stretched her waist, and then sat up. Spiritual pollution. I should avoid eating random things in the future. Jiang Mian brushed through her somewhat messy hair. That thing seemed to affect not only the body, but also had a certain degree of erosion on the spirit. Even something as powerful as the burning ash still left a small wave of pollution after burning, requiring a secondary combustion to clean it completely. Given her current skill level, it was impossible for such a situation to occur unless the opponent's original body was significantly higher in rank, while also not low in series. Jiang Mian recalled the shape of that object in her dream. Was it really the blood Tai Sui? It didn't seem so. The characteristics were more akin to a disaster from the Chaos Path, with two key features present: lurking shadows and disorderly forms. For instance, Sequence 49, Crimson Touch, was just a shapeless mass of flesh and blood. Its core ability evolved in different directions based on the surrounding environment, and afterward, it would solidify, resulting in varied individual forms. Some would develop shells while others would grow spikes. In short, it was chaotic. That thing from last night to Jiang Mian was just a mishmash of unknown origin. Forget it, I won't think about it. She shook her head, temporarily abandoning her thoughts, and got up to put on her slippers, preparing to wash up. Knowing of its existence, she had to be more careful in the future, absolutely avoiding unknown potions. Who knows what they were mixed with? Half an hour later, at the East City Wall maintenance area. This place was located at the base of the city wall, right next to a small exit that could only accommodate 2 large cargo vehicles at the same time. By the time Jiang Mian arrived, 8 small teams had already gathered. 3 of them belonged to the East City Wall, all familiar faces. One team was where Shun Xiuyu was, and another was the Xiongyu team she had seen before. As for the others, they came from different defense zones. Usually due to the need to rotate shifts at various sentry posts, manpower was always tight. It was already quite rare to mobilize so many people this time. The rest of the team had arrived, and Jiang Mian lightly joined the group. Seeing everyone was present, Xinwu nodded and began to briefly outline the task details. Just like the information she received last night on the return journey, the batch of supplies had to be transported in segments resembling the disaster relief grain from the court. A small batch would be brought back, while most would need to be transported south to Bay City No. 145. The situation there was similar to that in the city, all related to the issue of the mutated, but it seemed even more severe with an unexpectedly high number of cases, and they might even need to borrow some people. Therefore, the higher-ups directly arranged for the support and transportation tasks to be combined. Since Jiang Mian and her team were still in a trainee status, such dangerous tasks were not for them to handle at the moment. Instead, the 3 teams from the East City Wall were responsible for transporting this batch back. That's about it. Is everyone clear? Qin Wu rubbed his hands around his thermos. Clear. Several people responded in unison. Good. Very spirited. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to relax before doing a final check. Jiang Mian touched her bag. She did not bring out the simulated skin bag. It was unnecessary. After all, those two would definitely take action. In this mist, it was not difficult for her to play them to death quietly. However, to ensure everything was foolproof, she still brought along the special communication device given by No. for the Tonyan box. Since electronic devices could not function normally in the mist, such a special aberration was created. With only a 2-star quality, it utilized materials from both the Sound Seeker and Earth Listener disasters. The two combined only provided a communication range of 2 kilometers, and it had to make contact with the ground to be used. Considering that it could still be used in the mist, this item was worth twice that of an ordinary 2-star aberration. Jiang Mian planned to make good use of this little device. In a place where the others could not see, she quietly took out the Tonyan box, which looked like a quail-egg-sized skull. Clenching it in her palm, Jiang Mian stealthily tossed it under the vehicle. The water in the surrounding air quickly condensed, enveloping the Tonyan box without making a sound. Subsequently, the flowing water extended like tentacles, attaching this object to the bottom of the vehicle. The entire process was seamless, making no noise at all. Just as Jiang Mian straightened up, a hand patted her shoulder. Mian. Oh. Jiang Mian feigned being startled, turning to see it was Lin Xiaoya, letting out a sigh of relief as she patted her chest. They had only known each other for a week, and their interactions had mostly been in the dormitory at night. Lin Xiaoya always appeared enthusiastic and had started calling her by this name for some time, without Jiang Mian knowing. Though Jiang Mian felt a bit resistant, she still reluctantly accepted it. Why are you reacting so much? Are you guilty of something? Lin Xiaoya teased, finding her reaction somewhat cute. Xiaoya Jia, why did you suddenly scare me? Not at all, you were just too engrossed. From her perspective, Jiang Mian had her back, turned to her squatting alone to sort out the things in her bag. Did I? Lin Xiaoya waved her hand, leaning slightly closer to Jiang Mian, her gaze glancing in the direction of the Xiongyu team, lowering her voice. Mian, I want to tell you something. What is it? Jiang Mian followed her gaze, seeing a few people checking their gear, everything looking normal. It's that guy to the left of Xiong team, the tall one, with slightly curly hair. Since we gathered, I've noticed he keeps glancing our way, to be exact. He's been looking at Xiongyu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian discreetly assessed the person. He looked ordinary, probably around 30, and seemed to have just reached the 2nd tier with a somewhat unstable aura. He was currently helping the other members of his team sort their gear, looking quite normal. Xiaoya Jia, could it be that you saw it wrong? Maybe it's just because Xiongyu Jia is pretty and he couldn't help but look a few more times. Though she said that, Jiang Mian still felt a bit wary. The impression he gave her seemed very normal, but her intuition sensed something off about him. How to say it? It was like something that resembled a human, but was not human, mimicking human expressions and movements with uncanny accuracy. She was well aware that, including her No. 6, the Mutual Aid Society had only sent 3 people for this mission. So what was this person's deal? My instincts have always been very strong. Lin Xiaoya puffed out her chest confidently and said, I say, that guy must be thinking something inappropriate. Huh. Meanwhile, on the other side with the Xiongyu team. Ahua, are you done packing? Get in the car. We're ready to go. Xiongyu shouted at the target the two had been discussing earlier. Alright, Xiong team, I'm coming. Ahua tidied up the equipment and then walked toward the back seat. However, before closing the car door, he casually glanced at Shun Kia's figure not far away. Fragrant. So fragrant. Ahua withdrew his gaze, a flicker of uncontrollable excitement flashing in his eyes. He had finally managed to sneak into this human city and enjoyed a few days of comfortable life. However, during a hunt 2 months ago, he was unexpectedly exposed, prompting a group of human awakeners to pursue and surround him, forcing him to hide and evade. As a result, his hunting efficiency had significantly decreased, and at his hungriest moments, he even had to rely on that group of spoiled food to survive. Among the humans chasing him, the one who left the deepest impression was a 4th-tier user of water whose attacks caused a debilitating slowdown that nearly captured him. 2 months. It had been 2 months since he last had a proper meal. Although the infected were also human and could be considered alternative awakeners, their average quality was simply too low for him, with an unpleasant odor. Unless they were high-tier, they could never compare to authentic awakeners. Now that he had finally found an opportunity to sneak in, it was only natural that he wished to feast. He heard that the woman was the daughter of that 4th-tier user, and she was also a high-tier. Even if she was only a 2nd-tier, her flavor and value would undoubtedly be exceptional. He planned to finish this meal and return to the mist, vowing to come back for revenge against this group of humans, especially the one who used water. By the way, there was also a first-tier small cake from another hideer, buy one get one free, which was simply delightful. After leaving the city, the convoy moved steadily along a straight road. Jiang Mian leaned against the car window, gazing outside. An invisible barrier enveloped the road, isolating the mist, and the view ahead was clear and expansive, reminiscent of a tunnel underwater. In the higher skies, a brilliant golden light band stretched into the distance like a heavenly road from a myth. It was spectacular, so much so that it was hard to believe it was merely a transportation device, the track of the mist special line. If one wished to reach the distant core city circle, this was the fastest route. It seemed to have a high technological content, a stark contrast to the city. No wonder the fare was frighteningly high. Jiang Mian withdrew her thoughts. Calculating the distance, it should be about time. This place was a bit far from the city, and since it hadn't reached the southern fork, if those two were lying in ambush, they would likely choose somewhere nearby. With a thought, the water flowing beneath the car quietly carried the Tonyan box to the ground. The target was small, and with the wind's cover, no one noticed the inconspicuous little shadow added to the road. Even if someone did, they would not pay it any mind. It was merely a small mass of water, not even a disaster, posing no threat. After the convoy left, the mass of water moved aside with the Tonyan box. As soon as it touched the ground, the skull head received a signal, its mouth opening and closing as it emitted the voice of number 4. Hey, number 6. Where are you? As it spoke, the water mass rapidly transformed, bizarrely growing a mouth aided by the wind, producing the unique, lazy voice of a clone. Word by word, I have arrived. When it is time to act, I will naturally come to find you. Just teasing them. This was merely Jiang Mian's way of proving she had left the city and was within a 2-kilometer. Consider it a check-in to prevent the two from becoming suspicious too early. Meanwhile, not far down the road on a high ground, the mist here seemed even thicker, appearing to writhe like a living creature, dark and devoid of life. Hey, number 6. Number 6. Speak up. Number 4 crouched on the ground, tapping the skull head in front of him. Don't break it. Number 8 nearby couldn't help but remind him. That newcomer hung up voluntarily. It won't matter how much you knock. Only then did number 4 pick up the Tonyan box, casually rubbing it before putting it into his pocket. That woman really came out. How did she manage that? He seemed to be talking to himself, as if asking number 8. You asked me, who should I ask? Number 8 replied impatiently. He already harbored significant resentment towards this mission. Not only was it high in difficulty and risk, but his two teammates included one who was a bit slow-witted, and the other was a newly inducted lone wolf who was hard to get along with. How was he supposed to manage this? Number 8 also knew that number 6's ability was mist concealment, giving him an unparalleled advantage in this mist. Once activated, even if the two wanted to search, they wouldn't be able to find him. Forget about number 6, have everything been prepared? Number 4 chuckled, pulling open his coat. The inner side of his coat was lined with many peculiar little gadgets. Number 8's eyes twitched. Alright, let's start setting things up. According to their original plan, they needed to artificially trigger a wave of mini mist tides. At that time, in addition to the mist violently gathering, there would also be a considerable number of low-tier disasters, with the highest level being 3rd tier. Among that team, there were also 2 3rd tiers leading, so they would not be completely defenseless, and the intensity would be roughly acceptable, ensuring enough chaos to facilitate their actions without putting the target's life at risk. Number 4 nodded, turning to walk deeper into the mist, followed closely by number 8. About 2 hours later, the convoy arrived at Base City 143, stopping at the maintenance area by the West City Wall. Strangely, upon entering the city wall range, Jiang Mian felt an inexplicable pressure, her head spinning, accompanied by a wave of nausea. What's wrong? Su Wanning turned back to look at her, asking with concern. Jiang Mian shook her head, indicating she was fine. Perhaps it's just that it's my first time using the mist passage, and I'm a bit unaccustomed. I see. Let's get out for some fresh air. Su Wanning did not suspect anything, and casually opened the car door. The environment inside the passage was like a poorly ventilated tunnel. You entering for the first time, or traveling through it for an extended period, could cause discomfort. Jiang Mian was on the element path, and though her physical conditioning wasn't high in the early stages, her senses were particularly sharp, which made sense. She got out of the car, and looked towards the maintenance area, not far away. She saw Qin Wu leading others, pushing dozens of boxes taller than her into the car. Jiang Mian had a faint feeling that the source of this pressure was over there. A thought suddenly emerged in her mind. Could it be that inside is the glorious monument, or a large number of glorious crystals? But if these items could affect her, why did the glorious crystals given by Yi Qinyang have no effect on her? Was it due to the quantity being too small? Or was it due to the level of the creator? Jiang Mian touched her pocket, taking out a small storage box, which contained the bracelet Yi Qinyang had given her. She had kept it with her, thinking it might be useful. The moment her fingertips touched the bracelet, an invisible wave quietly spread, enveloping Jiang Mian. Then she felt a sense of lightness wash over her, as if that invisible pressure had been countered by another force. A hint of astonishment surfaced in her eyes. It is protecting me. Why? It was well known that glory had a significant restraining effect on disasters, but the effects varied depending on the disaster path. Among the 5 paths, its restraining effect on the natural disasters path was the weakest, yet it could never reverse its protective effect under the influence of a similar source. Unless the creator of the bracelet had designated her as the protected object from the very beginning through special means. No matter what force it was, as long as it came from the outside, it would trigger a shielding effect. A complex expression flickered in Jiang Mian's eyes. After hesitating for a few seconds, she finally put the bracelet on her left wrist. The Path of Radiance already had many impressive protective skills. As a top-tier sequence, Yi Qinyang must possess some powerful defensive abilities as evidenced by the golden light surrounding him earlier. However, she never expected that the bracelet he gifted her was not a test, but an automatically effective protective gear. Was he too concerned about her? Jiang Mian thought of a terrifying possibility, but chose not to dwell on it. It was not that she didn't understand, rather she was simply resistant at heart. Jiang Mian felt that with her situation it was difficult to make friends with others, and at most she would only have acquaintances, knowing their names would suffice. Going too deep into relationships? Absolutely not. She believed her orientation was normal, but her body was not making it hard for her to genuinely accept anyone, be they male or female. Moreover, Yi Qinyang was at the pinnacle of the awakened, and while she could tease him occasionally if it were to become serious. Jiang Mian shook her head, casting aside those chaotic thoughts. She needed to level up quickly. Once she reached the 6th tier, she could go wherever she pleased, and no one could catch up to her. As for that guy Yi Qinyang, forget it, she would see how things went later. She shifted her focus to the Xiongyu team. The person from earlier had given her a very strange feeling. To conceal one's aura to such an extent that even she needed to scrutinize carefully to find a hint, it was very likely a disaster adept in disguise, and their sequence was definitely below 100. Another high-quality target. Not far away, that strange team member was being shoved out by Xiongyu from the bathroom. You brat, squatting for so long, slacking off, huh? Xiongnu's voice was not loud, but Jiang Mian heard him clearly. No. Xiong team, I just went in. Ahua's face turned pale as he responded awkwardly, but his mind was racing with other thoughts. Damn, I miscalculated. If I had known this group of humans was transporting those strange stones, and in such large quantities, I would have acted sooner and taken a bite before running away. When it first entered the city walls, it almost lost its disguise. Although these things couldn't directly kill it, they made it feel as uncomfortable as if it were being pricked by needles all over. If its level were even slightly lower, and it couldn't hold on, it would probably have revealed its true form and collapsed on the ground by now. You? Xiongyu looked at his pale face and slightly unsteady steps, his expression peculiar. Ahua's heart tightened. Damn it, I hope I won't be discovered. This place had a large number of strange stones, which would significantly reduce its combat power. Coupled with the considerable number of awakened humans, even if it was at the 3rd tier, its own strength was not weak, but if discovered it would probably be in grave danger. Could it be that I've been seen through? Ahua was a bit confused, but having mingled in the crowd for so long, he quickly understood what Xiongyu meant, chuckling awkwardly to mask his nervousness. Xiongyu looked at him a few more times. A 2nd tier awakened could act so suspiciously. How much had he been playing around behind the scenes? Previously, their team's Radiance member had taken a long sick leave to recover, and Ahua had joined the team not long ago to fill his position, having been there for less than a week. He looked quite honest, who would have thought? Alright, you just rest as long as you don't mess things up at a critical moment. Seeing his demeanor, Xiongyu didn't push him to help anymore, patting his shoulder earnestly before walking away, though he still felt something was off. Ahua finally sighed in relief, but keenly sensed a gaze upon him. He raised his head to look in the distance. It was that 1st tier little cake. Earlier he had not sensed any aura from her, indicating she must have been using some hidden aura props. However, he assumed the scent wouldn't be bad. But now she seemed to have an inexplicable scent about her, tingling and spicy, somewhat uncomfortable. The source was the bracelet on her hand. When did she put it on? Forget it, it wasn't important. In its understanding, such a small piece was far inferior to the large items transported in the convoy. With its strength, breaking it would be a piece of cake. Jiang Mian watched the entire process. As an experienced actress, she thought the others' acting skills were not as good as her own, with so many flaws that even if Xiong team knew a bit more information, he would have sensed something was off. The goods in the box should have been in an inactive state, but due to their large quantity, they still had a significant effect on the disaster. The other party was probably a disaster from the nightmare path, extremely sensitive to the power of radiance, and managing to hold on until now was likely due to their own strength. It was quite fortuitous, she just needed a helper to stir the waters further. Although it was clear that it was targeting Shinshiryu, she could still find a way to utilize it. If she could transfer its hatred to herself first, and let it clash with No. 4 and No. 8, what would happen? The core goal of the disaster was simple: to consume humans. No. 4 and No. 8 were supposed to feed her the suppressants while ensuring their survival. Their goals were contradictory, and if they ran into each other, conflict was inevitable. When the time was ripe, all she would need to do was reap the benefits. Moreover, if they made enough noise, she could conveniently sustain some minor injuries to use as an excuse to take more time off and dig into the information about the mutual aid meeting. As for why the two third-tier members had vanished, leaving only her second-tier self, and whether the mission would succeed, it was not a big issue, as she should be able to blend in at that time. Since she had taken that suppressant, as long as her reasoning was not too far-fetched, it would not be easy for them to suspect her. Even if an accident occurred, the loss would not be significant. Jiang Mian raised her head and inadvertently locked eyes with Ahua, who seemed startled, retracting his neck and quickly averting his gaze. Ahua narrowed his eyes dangerously. Did that little cake just look at him? Had he been suspected? How could a mere first tier? No, he couldn't be sure whether she had noticed anything unusual. He had to test the waters. If she truly discovered something, he would need to find a way to change identities quickly. Ahua took a few steps forward, not getting too close, and smiled. Hello. I noticed you staring at us for a while. Do you need any help? Quite polite. Although he smiled brightly, making it seem like there was no issue to Jiang Mian, it felt somewhat odd. She revealed a hint of confusion in her eyes and shook her head. Did I? I was just thinking. Is that so? Sorry to interrupt. Ahua turned around, his expression gradually returning to calm. Besides mimicking human appearance and abilities as a being of the nightmare path, he was very sensitive to the emotions and auras of his prey. Jiang Mian's expression was quite normal, but the aura she inadvertently revealed, he couldn't quite describe it. In any case, it was incredibly fragrant, even more so than that second-tier woman. Interesting. This imagined dessert was even of higher quality than the main course. Why? He felt a bit intrigued, the gluttony within him completely awakened. What if he tried her first? About half an hour later, the convoy set off again. The journey quickly reached its halfway point, and the convoy split according to plan, with most heading south. Afterwards, only 3 small teams and a large transport vehicle remained. Jiang Mian appeared to lean bored against the car window, but in reality, she had secretly released her perception to probe the surrounding terrain. The existence of the misty passage might pose some obstacles, but the impact was not significant, as the medium of her perception was the omnipresent wind. After searching for a while, she found the communication box she had just placed down. Although the previous mass of water had dissipated due to being too far away and out of her control, if it re-entered her skill range, it would be like having a spiritual imprint placed upon it, allowing Jiang Mian to control and condense it once again. This was also the greatest difference between her and the typical elements or disasters. Take the Awakeners, for example. They generally had to go through the process of communicating with and mobilizing elements. However, Jiang Mian could directly skip this, akin to the refinement found in certain novels, immediately claiming them for herself. The water flow reshaped itself, adjusting the communication box upright. Upon touching the ground, it immediately reacted. Hey, finally connected. Where are you, number 6? A voice from number 4 came through. Before Jiang Mian could respond, number 8 coldly interjected. Number 6, the mist tide is coming. If you don't want to die, just do your job properly. Rather than a warning, it sounded more like an order. Although number 8 was unaware of the extent of this woman's abilities, she was still just a second tier, having consumed that suppressor. If she attempted to act slyly, the drug would take effect immediately. By then, even if her consciousness remained clear, her body would turn into a puppet willing to do anything to fulfill commands, yet her senses would not be dulled. It was said that number 6 had not even activated the core skill of her ability. Continuing to act alone would be akin to courting death. In truth, by now number 8 felt something was amiss. This number 6 was too strange, as if she was deliberately avoiding them. He needed to find a way to make her work, to probe her, ideally keeping her at a distance so she wouldn't interfere with them. Other matters could wait until after the mission. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian gazed at the mist in the distance, which appeared normal. The mist tide? So this is how chaos is created. No wonder they dared to ambush the transport team with just 2 people. This mutual aid association actually possesses such means. Indeed, since humanity's radiance can dispel the mist, it stands to reason that some madmen have secretly developed methods to coalesce the mist. Regarding number 8's manner of speaking, Jiang Mian was not angry. In her eyes, they were already dead. Alright, how do you suggest we proceed? Like this. Number 8 wasted no time, getting straight to the point. Both were on the chaos path. Number 4 was a sequence 69 corrosive, while number 8 was a sequence 84 shadow, both of considerable strength. Generally speaking, a micro mist tide is insufficient to directly collapse a mist passage. The barriers surrounding the passage are supported by a type of device, with one stationed at regular intervals, guarded by outposts nearby. According to the original plan, at least one needed to be destroyed. They were already close enough to act at any moment, and it was just right to find an excuse to distract number 6. Even if she was problematic, it wouldn't matter. Alright, understood. Jiang Mian manipulated the water to disconnect the communication box. Working was out of the question, it was merely a delaying tactic. She knew that at this point, regardless of whether she acted or not, the other party would strike. Something's happening. Not long after, Qin Wu, who was driving in the front row, suddenly spoke up. Ahead it seemed that ripples were appearing on the passage, a sign of instability in the barrier. Lao Gu activate. Before he finished speaking, Gu and had already activated his ability, spontaneously enveloping the vehicle in a faint golden glow. What's going on? Is the base station broken? Sitting in the passenger seat, Li Huan frowned, having clearly observed the fluctuations in the barrier. As he extended his gaze into the distance, a rare look of shock appeared on his face. He saw that the mist in the distance had grown exceedingly dense, surging like waves towards the passage. This was clearly a precursor to the mist tide. Typically, mist tides arrive very suddenly. From the first signs to being right before them, it usually only takes half a minute. However, this one, though not large in scale, was coming on strong and faster than an ordinary mist tide. Mist tide. Qin Wu, being an experienced member of the city defense, had seen larger scenes. Although this was also quite dangerous, it was not enough to annihilate them entirely. The convoy slowly stopped and drew closer around the transport vehicle. Knowing that there was an issue with the passage's defenses, combined with the impending mist tide continuing on the road, could easily scatter them. Such a coincidence. It was highly probable that someone had tampered with things. Jiang Mian, hold on tight. No matter what happens, do not leave the vehicle. Beside her, Su Wanning reminded her. She hadn't expected Jiang Mian to encounter such a situation so soon after her arrival. No matter what, she could not afford any incidents. Okay, Jiang Mian simply replied, her face revealing a hint of worry. If she hadn't known the backstory, it would indeed have been quite sudden. Her perception quietly gathered around another vehicle nearby, where Ahua seemed to be stirring restlessly. For it, the arrival of the mist tide felt like returning home, and it was unclear who had weakened the damned barrier along this route ahead of time, but it had already regained some vitality. Xiong Yu looked at Ahua, who was inexplicably excited beside him, and suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. You? Before he could finish, he suddenly threw a punch, generating a gust of wind. Ahua reacted swiftly, crossing its arms. Its skin emitted a faint metallic sheen, effortlessly stopping the punch. Captain C. Am not weak, am I? It grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, licking its lips with a forked tongue. Although there was no such saying amidst disasters, it felt that it had just been looked down upon by this human. Sensing the distorted aura it was emitting, Xiong Yu's expression turned grave. The opponent was definitely a third-tier disaster. Moreover, that ability, just now. Was it Steel Bone? This was the ability of an Awakener. How could it? The other team members in the back row clearly did not react in time. Could Ahua be a disaster? And to act at this moment, what should they do? Outside the vehicle, the mist tide was about to arrive. Getting out could lead to being swept into the mist by the first wave, but staying in the vehicle would surely result in being devoured by this disaster. Get out, Xiong Yu decisively ordered, and several people unhesitatingly exited the vehicle. Ahua, however, remained unfazed. In its eyes, these few people were of too poor quality and comparable to its targets. Moreover, since the mist had descended without the radiance, there was basically no chance for them to escape. Just yesterday it had swallowed that human and assumed his appearance. It had planned to change identities again, but unexpectedly encountered such a task.